Good morning on a Tuesday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Good morning, John.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
Doing good.
How was your Monday?
Solid.
Yeah? Solid Monday.
Solid.
There you go. Okay.
I don't want to overhype it. It was fine.
Okay. Sounds good. Heather, yours?
It was solid.
Right.
It's a good Monday.
John, as far as Mondays go?
A mixed bag.
Oh.
It was really good after the show because I ended up meeting up with Lisa and Teddy going to the zoo, which it's the first time I've seen the new dinosaur exhibit. Mm-hmm. Teddy's been there a couple of times, but it was unbelievable. I thought it was really cool because the dinosaurs are all moving around. It was much more dynamic than I thought it was going to be. And so, okay.
There's lion cubs.
Oh, yeah. No fights,
But the dinos, no.
Yeah, the
no,
lions.
The dinos are cool.
Yeah.
No fights.
No fights, no. But one of the moms.
Like robo-dinosaurs?
Yeah.
No, they're real.
Well, that's what I was getting at. A zoo is for real animals, right?
That's what I was joking. Like, you could go see the lion
it is.
cubs.
But there can be other exhibits there. And kids are,
chimpanzees.
Infatuated with dinosaurs, so they've got some dinosaur stuff.
John
there.
actually
Anyway.
went to Jurassic Park yesterday.
Oh,
I did.
okay, very
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
The power didn't go out though.
Yeah, so is everybody done slamming my visit to the to the zoo yet? And anybody else would like? I got some dots, some ice cream dots, which I love.
Did you go brush the goats in the new exhibit?
No, Teddy was done by then.
Okay, that's fun.
How long is the battery before the kid's like, hey, I'm done?
It's usually about an hour and a half.
Okay.
And we stopped to get some food because he has my gene, which makes him hangry. And so, yeah, we got some pizza first, and then we did it, and I
think that's enough time at the zoo, 90 minutes.
And then I was driving my daughter's car around last night, picking up Jack, and the battery died.
What?
So mixed bag, yeah.
Why? What was?
Well,
what
I mean, I
was
didn't
left
jump in.
on?
I'm not sure if it's the alternator. I'm not sure if it's just it's a 2021. Is there something go? I don't know.
So you got to jump?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Got to jump last night.
There you go. I got a chuckle. As soon as we left the show, of course, there was breaking news. We want to start the show with some headlines. We got a Tigers win to talk about. We got an NBA trade blockbuster with Giannis. And we have Dusty May on the move to the NBA. Broke like 10 minutes after we got out of here.
Yeah. It's interesting because he had said he's not interested in any other college jobs.
College.
Right. Key words that we all need to be hearing when and I think we did identify that. Like, hey, he didn't say anything about the NBA.
Right, but when I bring it up, I'm just trolling Michigan fans. But
right.
yes,
and
and
if I bring it up, it's just, hey, it's the blue wall.
Yep. But it was noteworthy that he hadn't signed the contract and had publicly, repeatedly said he wouldn't consider college jobs. This was always on the radar and always a possibility for Dusty.
And it's always, I mean, there's never a great time to lose your coach, especially after, winning a national championship. But the NBA hiring cycle, just like the NFL, is much later. When you have teams that are, you can't interview, you can't hire, you can't do a lot of things until, certain time frames. And in the NBA, like the season goes much longer and the coaching searches go longer. So now all of a sudden it's June and, what's Michigan supposed to do?
You said yesterday you saw a lot of emotion from Michigan fans.
Oh yeah, I think everybody saw that there were a lot of emotion, a lot of fan reaction, hate for Dusty May. How could you possibly leave us? I would hope everybody would just, fans are reactionary. They're emotional. They're fanatics. That's how we get the name. Now that we are almost 24 hours removed, I'm hoping that they've all taken a deep breath and recognized that Dusty May brought a national championship to Ann Arbor, and now he is pursuing other things. It's not the end of the world. Would we love to have Dusty May? Yes. He chose to go to the Dallas Mavericks to coach Cooper Flagg, to continue his coaching path. So be it. Would FAU still love to have Dusty May? Yes.
Yeah, you don't have to go on like a Rieger expletive-filled rant on social media yesterday. I saw him post a video. He's all in his feelings. He's a big Michigan basketball fan, probably the biggest one I know. But this wasn't a surprise. This is completely understandable that a guy would want to go to the professional level after achieving the highest level of success in college. And he delivered a national title to this fan base that hadn't won one since the 80s.
In 2 years.
In 2 seasons, he showed up, set up shop, and delivered a national title. So I'm not going to tell you how to feel, but I don't understand the animosity towards a guy who bettered his situation after delivering for Michigan.
Right. I can understand it simply because fans are not always logical. And I'm hoping that time, basically from yesterday to today, gives fans a little bit of perspective of what you just mentioned. He delivered a national title to Ann Arbor.
And I know there's a Ward conversation here, too. I saw a lot of people going, well, you lose Harbaugh and you lose Dusty. Couldn't get extensions done. 2 guys that win a national title that you let leave. And I want to emphasize the word let. I don't know what he's supposed to do. If they came to terms with Dusty, but Dusty didn't want to sign, he's supposed to knock on his door every night with dinner and go, hey, here's a pen. You going to sign?
Right.
I also can't blame him. I can blame Ward for a lot of things. I can't blame him because coaches like Harbaugh want to run from penalties and scratch the itch at the NFL, or that Dusty wants to go to the NBA where there's a better lifestyle. You don't have to recruit and re-recruit and do it for 12 months a year. I can't blame Ward because guys wanted to go to a better job.
Right. And the fact that he knows he's got one of the bright young stars locked up under contract. He doesn't have to negotiate that contract next year. And if Cooper Flagg says, well, I want to go to the Pistons, like he just can't up and leave like they can in college basketball.
Right. I mean, when they win the national title, Dusty's got to go re-recruit his class and the next crop of transfer portal.
Basically from the locker room.
From the locker room. And I know people go, oh, boo-hoo. He mastered it, but doesn't mean he wanted to deal with it.
Right. Yeah.
I know it's going to be a storyline all show today. We're the last ones to get a crack at it, but it was a huge headline yesterday. Everybody I bumped into was, hey, did you see the Dusty May story? The other story that broke last night was Giannis to the Miami Heat. Not a 3-team deal, a straight trade with Milwaukee. Pistons not involved. Boston doesn't land Giannis, and he goes to South Beach.
And out of the division.
Yes, and to a less dangerous Eastern Conference team. Boston would have been harder to deal with.
Right. And I think it's, when you're looking at what happened in the Giannis trade, it's probably, without having a hand in it, the best outcome for the Pistons. I mean, so
outside of him going to the West, but that was never really on the table.
Right. And so it's of those that were on the table, okay, he didn't go to Boston. He's out of the division. You didn't give up your 21st pick in the Tyler Hero deal. Now, there could still be a lot of things that happen.
Yeah, I want to stress that to people. This deal won't be done until July 6th. A team could work their way in to scoop up Tyler Hero, but it appears that Trajan Langdon said, price is too high, we'll sit back.
Right.
At least for now.
For now. And in this trade, this blockbuster trade where it sent basically half of the Heat team up to Milwaukee and they got 2 players, there could be a lot of mixing and matching, and other teams get it. Like, it's 2 teams right now, but by the time it's all said and done, it could be 4, 5, 6 teams.
Yep.
And so we are in that weird NBA draft situation where a lot of these trades don't become official until, like you mentioned, until the beginning of July, where guys are drafted and they're going to wear a hat for a team that didn't actually draft them.
So, like tonight, Miami's pick 13 is a Bucks player who's wearing a Miami hat.
Right.
Yeah. Keep up with this, people. Come on.
It's so weird.
It's incredibly weird.
They'll never play as a play. They'll never play a game in some of, at least to start, with those teams. Yet they're going to take pictures wearing a Miami Heat or a Milwaukee Bucks baseball hat.
I wish they could get that right. The other thing from last night, the Tigers. They beat the Yankees. That's now 4 wins in a row. I'd like to highlight the Valdez performance because that's the guy they thought they were getting when they paid him. That's 6 innings, 8 shutout, or not shutout, but 8 strikeouts, and only the 1 run given up, right?
Yeah. So that was the performance that we thought we were going to get more frequently. And now maybe we do. Maybe he's found his rhythm this year. It took him a little bit longer. It took him way too long. But maybe this is the Framber Valdez that they signed to a record deal.
His last 2 starts now, He's gone 6 innings in both, and he's given up 1 and 0 runs. He had 6 and 8 strikeouts.
Yeah.
That's more like it.
Yes.
And June has been more like it too, by the way. 12 and 6 now in the month of June, not out of the hole at all.
No, but 6 above 500 for the month.
John, winning, good?
Yes, winning is always good.
Winning is fun?
Yes, winning is fun. Yes, especially when you're beating any team, like I mentioned yesterday, from Chicago, and then you back that up by beating a team from New York.
Winning's fun. It's not wrong to enjoy it. Absolutely. Having said it, I'm not taking it seriously yet. Got to get closer to 500 and show you're going to be buyers and all that other stuff. But winning's fun. I like it.
They're one closer today than they were yesterday.
Yeah.
So
don't want to make it bigger than it is. It's a fun win.
Don't let the Tigers get hot.
Don't let them get hot, John.
The amount of times I get that text message at night after every single Tigers win right now, I probably got 15 of those last night. And all it says is, don't let the Tigers get hot. Don't let the Tigers get hot.
I'll just send the picture of Jake Rogers with no words.
But just make sure you send the meme of him pitching.
Oh, God.
That's the best one. Don't let the Tigers get hot.
248-539-9797. Hit some big headlines. Got some feedback coming in on the Dusty decision on Giannis to South Beach and to a Tiger win. Get to it next. 97.1. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, check out Moran Chevrolet, MoranExpress.com, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row, where you can get the 2026 Silverado. That's the 4x4 crew cab with the V8 engine to haul all your summer toys, or you can beat the gas prices with the 2026 Trax. Shop online, MoranExpress.com, and if your current vehicle needs attention, Moran's got you. They offer free loaner cars with scheduled service appointments. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. We open the show with a bunch of news. Giannis to the Heat, Dusty May to the Mavericks, a Tiger win, make it 4 in a row on this 10-game homestand. Beating the Yankees? Always feels good.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get to Julian. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
Good morning.
Good.
So I just wanted to kind of point out this whole Dusty May going to the NBA is kind of another Jim Harbaugh going to the NFL. He's especially with these rumors coming out about him tampering pre-transfer portal and getting all these kids come to his school early. So it's kind of funny how this is happening again, especially at Michigan.
Well, I think a couple differences. Harbaugh was actively suspended before leaving. There was such a credibility to the reporting around Michigan's football program that I haven't seen with the basketball program.
Right.
Julian, are you breaking some news
with us? There
was
an active investigation into Harbaugh.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything active with Dusty. Are you breaking some news with us, Julian? Do we need to get Shabath on this for the top of the hour?
Well, Scott Hughes just reported or tweeted on X the rumor about it.
Isn't Scott Hughes like a satire account? Yeah, Scott Hughes is the satire account.
But it's all over Spartan Mag, too.
Well, I'm sure it is.
I'm sure it is. Of course it is.
Well, if Spartan Mag thinks that Dusty cheated,
yeah,
then
I mean, they've already got the penalty already ready to go for him.
Yeah.
I heard the hammer's coming.
Right.
I'm trying to walk the line here because I'm not blue-walled guy. Like Michigan, I crushed him for it on the football side, but there was more credibility on the football side. Anytime it comes up with Dusty and Michigan hoops, it sounds like sour grapes from Spartan fans. He used the portal too good, and our coach is in the Stone Ages.
Heather, do you have anything to report from Spartan Nation on this?
I don't.
No? Oh, that's too bad.
I looked at you off the air and I go, what do you think he's going to bring up? How long till we get a Spartan talking point?
Yeah. It's par for the course. It really is.
Text coming in says, the basketball coaches are the least important of all sports. It's iso ball and three-pointers now. As long as we have a few key players, we'll be fine. Keith and Frazier. Now, don't do this thing where we downplay how good a coach Dusty May is.
Oh, sweet. Let's rehire Jawan.
Right. Sometimes to go forward, you have to go back.
So everybody is asking the question, is Mike Boynton Jr. the right coach? Should you just hire within?
To stabilize?
Yeah, and okay, you have no idea until you know the results. Like, if he loses, then the answer is, well, it was a terrible hire. If he wins, you're like, oh, wow, you found the next gem. But at this point right now, he is being hired as the interim coach. No one's hiring him as the permanent coach, and it could simply be, hey, you got to hold this class together. Right. And there may be an aspect to, trust me, Dusty May is a terrific college basketball coach. Mm-hmm. And he worked the system as good as anybody can work the system right now. Is there a part of, because the system is the way it is, and you are attracting some of the best players available in college basketball that have experience because you're paying them the most amount of money, that a transfer of power in the coaching selection maybe is not as impactful as it would have been 10, 15, 20 years ago?
Maybe. I think the one thing you could be upset is just put Michigan in a tough place where they can't run a real search, because you got to stabilize this class and try to get into next season.
Yes.
But I want to give this quote from Dusty May. This was before the national title game. He said, talking about Boynton, he's an elite basketball coach. He did a great job at Oklahoma State, especially given the circumstances. I'm not going to go on a soapbox, but he's just as good as I am. I'm the head coach. He's just as good as I am. He's just as prepared. He's been invaluable. He covers blind spots. Not a day goes by that he doesn't call me and take something off my plate I hadn't even thought of. He was praising this guy well before yesterday. I don't know if it's going to work out, but I think that's what's going to happen is they're going to stabilize the class with him.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're talking about like a coaching hire and like, can you like stabilizing the recruiting class? I mean, like, man, it's June 23rd. Like, there's not like, I don't think it's really like, oh, you can go get Kevin Willard or something like that. You know, you can't make this like, they're just kind of like, you're in a spot where there's no one available right now in this cycle.
You could always buy a coach out of another premier job. You could always throw money at the problem.
Right, but it's also in terms of players, like,
that's the
you
key.
Can't just go get other players, but it's also, I think one of the unique things right now is how are these NIL contracts structured?
That's a good question too.
If is the contract tying the athletes to the program more so now than at this time of year? Because the transfer portal does open up, but is there money if they wanted to transfer to Duke? Is there...
Duke's already made their roster commitments. You know what I'm saying? And I to build off your point, there's not a market where teams are bidding against each other to drive the prices up for these guys. So they'll have the opportunity to leave Michigan when this is all finalized. I think they get a 15-day exception to go into the portal. But to where? And as long as you're comfortable with the check you're getting and the coach that you're going to be playing for, you think you'd keep the class together. The one thing I am bummed about in all this, though, I loved the Izzo-May dynamic. I thought we were just starting to get to something good because I was not on Dusty's side when he ran that stunt on Spartan Senior Day 2 years ago. But then I loved how he pushed Izzo with the way he's gone with the modern approach and how it cast Izzo in the dinosaur light. And I loved the curmudgeon-y energy. I just thought it would have been a great rivalry if we could have seen these two go toe-to-toe, especially with the Final Four in Detroit at Ford Field coming up.
Right. And so, there's a lot of things that we felt were, and part of the passion that we saw from the fan base was they thought Michigan under Dusty May was going to be the new dynasty in college athletics because Dusty was working the portal. He was working the system as good as anybody else.
And we'll talk more about Dusty, got to Giannis and the fallout and how it changes things in the East. Got 2 Grand Slam coming up in 1 hour, 7:25. But first, Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, Fox 2 Detroit morning news anchor Amy Andrews is back in the hospital after she fell. Don't have a ton of info on the fall, but she did release the news on social media. I mean, she's always been very open about her health struggles, and she explained that she experienced an unexpected fall and that she's undergoing tests to her head and her spine. And she did say it looks like she's going to be in the hospital for a little while.
That's terrible.
Yeah, and while stressing that she would obviously rather be with you, she means like
the viewers.
Everyone out in Detroit, the viewers. She wrote that she is trying to get rest and answers while focusing on getting better. Like I said, she's always been really open and honest about her past health struggles. Back in February, she revealed that she was dealing with symptoms of dysautonomia, which she said she was experiencing significant dizziness, vision changes, brain fog, sudden drops, and blood pressure. She also said in April she underwent a surgery to help with those things and that it seemed to be helpful. But
that's why I was curious. Was the fall like neurological or was it I stumbled and took a harsh fall? Yeah.
Which
we don't know.
Those are the things she didn't expand on, but hopefully she'll get the answers and recover quickly.
Of course.
A Howell man passed away while paddleboarding on Briggs Lake in Livingston County on Sunday. Police were called out to the lake around 1 p.m. They conducted a water rescue along the shoreline. They found the 51-year-old man, transported him to a hospital, but unfortunately he was pronounced dead. Police say that he was out paddleboarding when he fell into the lake. don't know if he was wearing a life preserver or not, but it does sound like everything remains under investigation. One of the most recognizable faces in sports television is calling it a career. ESPN announced that longtime SportsCenter anchor Linda Cohn will retire at the end of June after 34 years with the network. So she joined ESPN in 1992, went on to anchor more editions of SportsCenter than anyone in the show's history, surpassing 5,500 broadcasts. Pretty crazy, becoming one of the defining voices of the network. So her final appearance is scheduled for June 26th, right around the corner.
Yeah.
End of this week.
Yeah. Right there. The president of ESPN, Burke Magnus, called her a legend and a major part of the network's history. She said one of her proudest moments is being able to watch the young girls who watched her.
She was a trailblazer.
Yes.
And then she's been able to watch them succeed in the industry as well. And that's meant a lot to her.
Well, there's been a real changing of the guard. Like in the last handful of years, it's Kenny Mayne, Neil Everett, Stan Barrett. John Buccigross is, I think, still he's one of the old guard that's still there. But this is the changeover as these longtime faces and voices are gone.
She's been great.
Yes.
Lionel Messi has added yet another record to his legendary career. He just became the all-time leading scorer in World Cup history after recording his 17th and 18th World Cup goals against Austria on Monday. Woohoo!
There you go.
Pretty exciting. Also exciting, gas prices in Michigan hit their lowest average since April last week. So that's good. Michigan drivers are paying on average $4.01 per gallon, which is
still high,
not great, but I guess see the positives. Yeah. It's down 73 cents from this time last month. Wow.
Yeah, that's significant.
But it's still up 72 cents from this time last year. So drivers, like we just said, are happy to see that the prices are dropping, but they say they are still not satisfied. Totally understandable. Finally, Toy Story 5 is like the movie of the summer.
You guys both saw it, right?
We both saw it.
Yeah, I loved it. I thought it was awesome and hilarious yet again.
We loved it as well. We took the kids on opening night. And if my kids who are 2 and 4 can sit through a movie and be entertained, it's a good movie for that. It's a good kids movie, right? Like even Brooks, who's 2, there's a point when he runs out of snacks and he's like, okay, now what? And he gets a little antsy, but he did great. Everyone loved it. Opened to $160 million domestically, which is the highest 3-day box office total of 2026. It's the second largest opening ever for an animated picture, which is huge. Wow. And then $312 million worldwide for its opening weekend. Wow. Makes it the summer's leading film and a strong Oscar contender for the best animated feature. So
Taylor Swift has a song in it too, right?
We did. Yes, she does. We did stick around for the ending, and my daughter had to go to the bathroom so bad, but she needed to hear the Taylor Swift song, so we sat through that as well. And then they always do at the end of the movie, you have to wait for there's more, right? So we did sit through that, even though
we didn't make it that far.
Had to pee.
Yeah, you know that song Wood that you wrote? That was actually about Woody.
Brag. Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, you and I both know a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now, and I'll have mine by the end of the month. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and I've talking about my Ram right now. For power, there's really no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or you got 2 choices with the Hurricane engine, 420 horsepower version, that's the one I chose, or you get the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Trust me, you pull off the lot and it's going to be an absolute disappointment. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive. You're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, all you really need to do is go sit in a Ram, and you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
And now he's gone to the NBA. Dusty May to the Mavericks. News broke minutes after we got off the air. Love when that happens. We're the last to take a swing at this, but you guys are on your way into work or driving around. We want to hear from you too. 248-539-9797. An emotional day. He leaves us. How could he? At the same time, he's going to the NBA. At the same time, he delivered a national title. And at the same time, while I could kill Ward Manuel for a million things, how am I supposed to kill him for this? You can't force the guy to sign the contract.
The frustrating part is the things that we continue to hear about. Well, the contract was sitting on Harbaugh's desk. The contract was sitting on Dusty's desk. That's the frustrating thing. On the positive side, that nobody wants to talk about, I know that there are plenty of things going on in the athletic department to raise an eyebrow. About
the whole Sharon deal,
right? Again, yeah, and the contract was sitting on his desk. Maybe
in hindsight,
had sat there a little longer.
Yeah.
But in the feather of the cap of Ward, he did. What are the two biggest moneymakers for any athletic department?
Football, basketball.
Did he not deliver 2 national championships? Now you can. There's a lot of asterisks and stars around the football national championship. I get that, but
look, how about this? He hired Dusty May.
Right.
You get credit for that.
Yes.
And you absolutely get credit for that.
Now you can go back in terms of football. Should there have been some more checks and balances in place for Jim Harbaugh?
Yeah, and for Sharon and inappropriate relationships and all of that. Yes.
Yeah.
People pointed out the hockey program on the text. I mean, look, there's no way that I'm sticking up for Ward in totality. I'm just saying when it comes to Dusty May,
right.
Hired the guy, tried to extend, actually did extend the guy after one season. Nobody's bringing that up.
Yeah, Indiana came calling.
Stepped up and said, we're not losing this guy, but you're not competing with the NBA. That's just what it came back to for me is like, what am I is Ward supposed to go, hey, we agreed to this. You haven't signed it. Sign it. Or what? Or else? You're going to fire him? You're going to fire the national championship coach?
Right.
Like you're kind of at his mercy because he's the commodity who could go to the NBA at a moment's notice.
And it's the concern I have. There's a lot of concerns I have for college athletics, but one of them is unless you are an extremely well-established coach like a Kirby Smart or even a Dabo Swinney. And Dabo's been preaching from the rooftops about all of the evils around college athletics, especially football, is we are losing all of our best coaches and all of our leaders, some of them to retirement, like Krzyzewski and Saban. Now, okay, those guys are old, but they didn't want to deal with the new rules, the new wave, all the new things in college football, but we're losing a lot of our best coaches and our leaders either to the pro leagues or they're being forced into retirement because they just don't want to deal with college athletics right now.
Tex says, how much of an impact does the state of NIL and college sports play into Dusty's decision, Nolan and Rochester?
Like, it's huge. I mean, he talked about it, and we thought, oh, this guy is all in. Like, he is basketball 24/7 because he wins a national title, and in the locker room, he's talking about, well, I got to start on next year. He wasn't even able to. Yeah, he's already behind because the portal had already opened up. He's recruiting guys in the portal while celebrating a national championship.
And I think he had talked about, like family or maybe his wife wanted to celebrate. And it's like, well, I don't really have the time to truly appreciate this or go out and spend free time. There's no free time. It's 12 months a year. You're the coach and the GM.
Right.
Because it's roster retention that doesn't. In the NBA, you got Cooper Flagg, and you know what? He can't hit the portal after next season.
And
so, in addition to it being a higher level of accomplishment if you win at the NBA, it's also just a better lifestyle to be an NBA coach.
Right. And I think you bring up a good point about being the coach and the GM when you're the one, along with some others on your coaching staff or in the program, where, hey, you think you got a kid recruited and you've agreed on a contract, but then somebody else offers him $150,000 more. And then he comes to you and says, well, I'm going to, instead of 800, I'm going to need $1 million.
Yeah.
And now you've got to pick up the phone and call donors. You got to call companies. You got to call all these, and it's a never ending struggle to come up with enough money.
Yeah.
To continue to pay the players.
Tex says, as a Spartan fan, I'm glad to see May go, but on the other hand, I wanted to see the Spartans kick his pompous ass.
I can understand that.
I'm a huge Spartan fan, and I actually am pretty disappointed that Dusty left. I wanted him and Izzo to have a heated rivalry for the last few years of Tom's career, and Dusty's a great coach. So, as a Spartan fan, I'm disappointed he bolted.
Well, I mean, you could look at it as, he was maybe pushing Coach Izzo to do things that he's a little bit more uncomfortable with.
Because if you hate Dusty and you hate this,
but you also hate losing.
Yeah, exactly. No Sparty is happier with Dusty than Tom Izzo. Signed Jim on the texts. How do you think Izzo feels about this? Is he like, get this snake in the grass out of my Big Ten? Or is he...
I don't think he thinks twice about it. I think he is 100% focused on his team. And maybe is there a world where he's looking at it going, well, Michigan won't be as good. But I 100% think he'll probably say, I'm focused on my team. I don't care what's going on down the road.
Would publicly say. But if you got a chance to talk to him, would you go, hey, what do you think of Dusty leaving?
Well, anytime a program becomes weaker that you're competing with,
sure, he didn't like Dusty, right? There was no secret. It goes back to the Spartan senior day.
Sure,
and I was not on Dusty's side for that. He played dumb and oblivious. Like, what do you mean we can't be on the logo?
Yeah.
So Izzo didn't like him, and then Izzo didn't like the way he ran his program. There's no doubt that Izzo's going... I mean, maybe Izzo would have said I wanted to beat him. I don't like him beating me and then leaving. I wanted the last laugh, but get his ass out of the state. Get him out of the Big Ten. 248-539-9797. Behind the glass, we got Michigan Hoops fan, Greg. How do you handle all this?
Look, there's no doubt about it. This sucks. Like, he was one of the best, probably the best young up-and-coming coaches in college basketball. Look, if you're going to leave after 2 years, I think, hot take, I think might as well win the national championship before you leave. So that's a good thing. Like, for being upset that he left, yes, the point is he did win the national championship. And if he's going to leave after 2 years, better to win the national championship than to not. One thing that I was surprised to hear from WWJ, and it got me to thinking about this whole Ward thing. It's like, Dusty May is the last college basketball coach to leave for the NBA since
John Beilein. And the last college football coach to leave for the NFL is Jim Harbaugh. And remember that text about Dylan Larkin we got a week or two ago whenever this whole thing broke? Employees quit managers. That got me to thinking there is some Ward culpability here. I would love it if guys were to stay here.
See, for me, this is all Cooper Flagg. This is why he took the job.
Sure.
He didn't take your Orlando job, right? Because they were interested.
Exactly. This is a chance to have, and Flagg exceeded my expectations this year. I thought he was going to be a really, really good player. I questioned whether he'd be a superstar. I have zero doubt he's going to be a superstar now. And so you're hitching yourself to that wagon for success. I don't blame him. And look, it's like losing Signetti in football if you're Indiana.
Right.
He was the first to jump into this head first in this new era and mastermind it. So I'm bummed, but he did the job, and I'm not really that mad at Ward either in this. I mean, I'm kind of done with Ward long ago, and I can't believe he still has his job. This guy's Teflon. Nothing sticks to him, it seems like. So it is what it is. I mean, going forward, I wasn't crazy about the interim tag, and I do think Boynton will coach him next year.
What are the other opportunities out there? I mean, I saw some fans saying, give John Beilein a call.
Hey, I wouldn't be completely against that. There are guys like Billy Donovan. I would potentially seek out and see if Rick Pitino's interested. That's a quick fix. I know he's slimy, but the state of the sport is slimy right now. So I'll just point out with Boynton, he was Cade Cunningham's college coach.
I noticed that, yeah.
So while Cade was kind of speculated to kind of be the sure number one anyways when they recruited him, he didn't mess it up.
Well, I think the other factor to that is, hey, Cut Cunningham, come to a Michigan game. Watch your former coach. Hey, recruits, high schoolers, look, Cade Cunningham.
Yeah. Open lines for Wolverine fans, 248-539-9797. If other Spartan fans want to call in and break some news about tampering, I suppose they can do that too on the phones. Real phone call we got today. We're also going to get to Giannis. We thought the Pistons would be involved if Giannis ended up in Miami. They weren't.
Nope.
How does
Still
this
got the 21 overall.
Still got 21, still have Ron Holland. Trajan said that's too steep. I can get involved later if I need to. How does this impact the East? We'll talk about the landscape post-Giannis trade. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer's rocking right along, and the weather is been beautiful, and you're probably planning vacations and backyard barbecues, but let me ask you a question. When was the last time you actually looked at your roof? Summer storm season is officially here, and you don't want a leaky roof ruining your summer plans. Don't wait for the damage to happen. Do what I did and call the pros at Rapid Roofing. They're fast, they're local, and they get the job done right the first time. Beat the summer rush and secure your peace of mind. Call Rapid Roofing today, or you can get them on the web at rapidroofing.com to schedule your free inspection and lock in your appointment. That's rapidroofing.com.
Giannis on the move. Late last night, deal confirmed. He's going to Miami. How does it reshape the East? What about our Pistons? They were not involved. Before we get to it, wrap up with some texts on Dusty May. Good morning, fellas. Dusty, in my opinion, made a horrible decision. He had an opportunity to win multiple natties, but like most, he sold his soul for money, and in 5 years, no one will know who he is. Biggest mistake of his life, but hey, money cures all, right?
Well, money can buy happiness.
John, it's the best gig in sports. Forget about the backup quarterback. It's the fired NBA coach.
Yeah.
How about Monty Williams, who got paid $60 million to go bleep off
coach's
somewhere
son.
else? Yeah. Guys, I think some of us still haven't come to terms with what college sports have become. Guys, the old days are over. It's a nightmare for coaches. 18-year-olds have too much power, Kevin in Grand Rapids.
That's all part of it.
Listening to you guys defend him saying NIL was part of the reason he left is hilarious. NIL is the only reason he won the national championship, as he bought the team. It's not the reason he left. He got paid a ton of money. Can't wait to see how much more he made.
Yeah, I am curious at the contract because, Gov, I think Cooper Flagg is a huge reason why he went to Dallas. I think there are some detractors of going to Dallas as well. Like, they've made some really bad decisions as of late. And I know the GM is new. They've got Cooper Flagg. But I think the number one reason is going to be the money, the dollar signs. How many zeros? How many commas?
Yeah, this text says it's obvious why he left. No state income tax, Cooper Flagg, and the new president, Masai Ujiri. Michigan should bring in Billy Donovan as his replacement. I do want to circle back for a second, though. That it's hilarious that we cite NIL as a reason Dusty would leave when NIL is a reason why he succeeded. He was good at it. Doesn't mean he liked it. He was really good at it.
Yeah.
But did he like the business of college sports where I have to be the head coach and the GM and work 12 months a year? I'm good at it. I just beat everybody in the sport doing it. But it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah. I just got to the top of the mountain. And now all of a sudden, before I can even celebrate it, I have to do it all over again.
How about if I go to the NBA and win a title, it's even better. If I don't, I'll get paid more money. And along the way, I get the summer off. And I don't have to be running scouting combines and evaluating my roster year to year.
Well, for those there are people out there that don't know if he's a good coach or don't think he's a good coach.
Right. Because
Remember those calls?
Anybody could have won with Michigan, right?
Yeah, they bought and paid for a roster and all that. So those people will get an answer here. It is a different, style of basketball. So
sure,
there's going to be an adjustment on his part. I'll say this, the lifer college basketball coach is probably a dying breed to a degree. I think the one that really could be is John Shire.
Because of where he's at, yeah.
Dan Hurley flirted with the Lakers. Back in the day, Izzo flirted with the Cavs. And I think
allegedly the Suns recently.
And yeah, I forgot about that. And
if you believe it.
But the real flirtation was the Cavs. I mean, people thought he was gone. And don't forget, Coach K flirted with the Lakers. He almost left for the Lakers in the mid-2000s. So this has been going on, and I think the college coaches are more, back then were staying because they had such cush situations. But even back then, guys like Coach K did not like the one and dones, did not like going there, and then eventually embraced it. Like, this sport's been evolving for decades. Well, and I just think now the nature of the sport, you're going to start seeing this more often, probably.
Well, and let's just look at, I'm not comparing Dusty May to Mike Brown of the Knicks, but let's just compare the 7 days following their championship. Were there parades? Sure, there were parades, obviously different in New York versus Ann Arbor. That's not the point. The point is Mike Brown was able to enjoy it, celebrate it. And yeah, he's getting ready for the draft, but he's not the one making the picks.
Right.
He's not the one that's going to construct the team. Will he have a voice in it? I'm sure he will. Dusty May, to what you had said earlier, Jim, he was head coach, lead recruiter, general manager. He was all of the above.
Head fundraiser.
And talked about having to make some of those phone calls from the locker room while they were celebrating a national championship, because if he didn't, he wasn't going to have the same shot next year.
Yeah.
The other thing, too, is here, he absolutely maximizes value.
Yeah.
If he's going to do it now.
Yeah.
You're hitching yourself to a 1 year in, looks like superstar player, and you just come off a championship and you're going to get paid as much as you ever will.
You can't fault them for it.
I certainly can't. I know people get emotional. It's a lousy time of year to lose a head coach. Giannis on the move to South Beach. So this is not a 3-team deal. The Pistons are not involved, but he goes to the Miami Heat for 3 firsts and half of the Miami Heat roster.
Yes, including Tyler Hero.
Yes. Tyler Hero, who has a year left, Milwaukee native. But are they going to flip him on draft night tonight? The Pistons chose not to get involved. Yet. Good point. And I wonder if Trajan's going, I didn't want to put Ron Holland in this deal. I didn't want to put pick 21 in this deal. So if there's no deal, there's no deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, maybe the board will fall a certain way tonight where he's more comfortable re-engaging. I'm not sure. But, John, what do you make of their decision not to get involved on Tyler Hero?
Well, I mean, we always look back 2, 3, 4 months later after the draft, after free agency, and we wonder, did they actually tell us what they were doing? And yeah, Brad Holmes has told us exactly what he's doing. Can we just look at what Trajan Langdon talked about? He mentioned possibly moving up in the draft or staying at 21, but not moving out of the draft. They don't have a second right now. So if they trade that pick 21, they're not participating in the draft. And it doesn't sound like that's what he wants to do. He has talked about his big 3. How did those get acquired? Through the draft and developing. Like he is telling you what he's going to do. So tonight, do I expect that he's going to trade the 21st pick for Tyler Hero as part of a blockbuster? No, I don't.
Nope.
I expect that if he does anything in a trade, it's going to be to move up to take a player that he believes will be impactful this year.
I got a guy in mind if they do trade up.
Oh, yeah?
I'll give it to you at 7:02.
Oh, okay.
Gonna have to wait a couple minutes for that payoff. But I think your read is, hey, they like Tyler Hero enough to where they were inquiring, but he's not a superstar, and he's going to get extended if you trade for him, and they didn't feel comfortable giving up real big assets to do it. Now, if they were going to just help facilitate the deal and, hey, we'll just get involved and throw a contract here, a contract there, we'll get involved. Beyond that, we're not interested. So if they trade up, who could it be? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Summit Place Kia. The Tigers won their 4th consecutive game last night after beating the Yankees 5-3 to tie their second longest winning streak of the season. Kevin McGonigal had a pair of RBIs while Riley Green launched his 9th homer of the year off Garrett Cole. Framber Valdez went 6 innings with only 4 hits, 1 run, and 2 walks while punching out 8 hitters. A.J. Hinch talked about his outing after the game.
That's a good win. A lot of twists and turns in that game, and it starts with Framber being able to collect himself after struggling with 2 outs. A couple innings in a row, he got the big out against Volpe, and then just sort of locked things back in and was able to find his pitches and execute a little better as the outing went on.
Tigers and Yankees game 2 is tonight at 6:40, and in the World Cup yesterday, all 3 superstars shined again as Lionel Messi, Kylian Mbappe, and Erling Haaland all tallied a brace to advance their teams to the knockout stage. Messi broke the all-time World Cup goals record with his pair of net finders. Erling Haaland made it look specifically easy, according to Ian Dark. Norway defeated Senegal 3-2, and the Miami Heat gave up a boatload to get Giannis Antetokounmpo last night, sending Tyler Hero, Kel'el Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr., Kasparis Yakachonis, and 5 draft picks to Milwaukee. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Who could it be? Pistons picking at 21 tonight, or will they? John, you threw out the possibility. What if they trade up?
Mm-hmm.
Langdon brought it up. More likely to move up in this draft. Who could it be for? Do you have a guess who my guy is? Greg? Tom? Heather? John?
I'm not going to venture a guess. This is a very talented draft. So for them to they don't have to move up into the single digits to get I think a player that could be impactful this coming year. Obviously, the higher you move up, the better player you're going to get. That's obvious. But if they move up from 21 to 15, 14?
What if I tell you the player I like is not expected to go in the lottery, according to many of the industry mocks? So that's the top 14. He could be there at 15 or 16. Isn't going to take a king's ransom to move up and get him. But I think he fits this team in the defensive end of the floor, the offensive end of the floor, can shoot the ball, can create, switchable on defense. And by the way, we all watched a lot of him. Greg's nodding his head.
Yaks.
If you're trading up, go get Yaks. Think about it. He's a bigger wing who can dribble, shoot, and create, and we watched him switch and defend multiple positions on defense. He is an older college athlete, which maybe kills the ceiling. It's why he's not going in the top 10, but I think it helps him plug and play immediately for a team that won the most games in the Eastern Conference last year. That's a guy that can come in and contribute immediately.
I wouldn't hate it.
So
for sure.
if I see ESPN's got him going 15 to the Bulls. Can you move up to 15 and get Yaks? I certainly think so.
Then the question is, if that's somebody that the Bulls have earmarked, and do you have to then go up to 14 to jump the Bulls to get him?
Sure. Which would be Charlotte.
Again, so what?
7 picks.
Right. It's
end of the lottery. That's not saying you got to mortgage the future and move heaven and earth to get it done.
No. But that's the point, is whether it's Yaks or it's a lot of other players, being able to move up to 13, 14, 15, even 16 shouldn't take you, as you put it, a king's ransom, but you can still get a player in that area of the draft this year that can be impactful for your roster next year.
Yeah.
So that same mock, I noticed, has Merez Johnson going to OKC, I think at 12. Mm-hmm. Can you help me just understand why you would take Johnson, OKC?
Upside, maybe?
Well, it's what you talked about. It's the age difference between the two and the possible upside for Rez.
But do you think he's going to be able to ever shoot the three?
No.
No, but for OKC, they may say, we have to have someone who can bully around the basket with Wemby being a problem for us.
Yeah.
So for them, I would be interested in Mara or Merez to combat Wemby at 12.
Right. You want beef stew?
Sure, let's work out a deal.
Well, and so it begs the question, is it different in the NBA draft or for a team like Oklahoma City, where now maybe they're drafting more for need and for matchup versus best player available?
They have 2 picks in the first round in the top 17 picks. I do think they have to factor in fit. They can't play everybody. Their roster's overflowing. Right.
And so I think that's a key difference when we're looking at NFL drafts. And I think a lot of people believe, hey, just take the best player available. You can always do something with the best player available, unless it's you've got a quarterback, you're not taking a quarterback. But for the most part, that's how NFL GMs handle things in terms of, and they manufacture it in a lot of different ways. But in the NBA, because the rosters are so much smaller and fit does matter more, it does become more about fit versus best player available.
Yeah. The Yak stuff really crystallized to me watching him play hobbled at the end of the season. You know, just gutting it out and still playing defense, still crashing the boards.
Oh, you mean he's got grit? Oh, he'd be a perfect fit.
There you go, John. Let's play into that narrative. 248.
You're the one that was talking about it.
I'm just adding a little extra onto the plate if you're not already convinced. Now, he's got to be there. If he ends up going 9, 10, 11, and you don't really get a chance to trade and get him, then so be it. And then we can talk about a different group of players. But the Pistons chose not to get involved in the Giannis thing. I want to get back to that. This is good that he didn't go to Boston. Boston's offer was Jaylen Brown and 2 firsts unprotected, according to Shams. If I'm Milwaukee, they're going to be late firsts, and then I got to deal with Jaylen Brown, who probably doesn't want to be here long term. So now you're just going to pass on the problem to me to deal with. I'm just going to take the biggest draft haul I can get from Miami and the most players I can get from Miami, and I can still flip Tyler Hero to the Pistons or somebody else in the future.
Sure.
But it means Giannis doesn't go to the team that was the 2 seed. With a healthy Tatum and a Giannis, that would have been a real problem for the Pistons. I'm less concerned with Miami. I don't know that they are a title team with Giannis.
I would agree with that. I don't know that they necessarily are. I mean, what is their ceiling? And I mean, is it Eastern Conference Finals? Is it division round? Like, what do you really believe that this Giannis, because he hasn't been healthy, and how impactful will he be through? Or is this just, hey, we'll use him throughout the course of the year, but when we really want him to play is in the postseason. So do they ultimately just load manage him throughout the course of the season, get in, and then that's when we'll see the true Miami Heat?
So their blueprint is Bam and Giannis defending the rim, scoring in the paint. Spoelstra's going to have to scheme up some open shooters. They'll probably keep Norm Powell. Mm-hmm. They're definitely a playoff team, but Giannis went from one play-in team to another play-in team. It's not like he joined the 2-seed Celtics. So that's why I would make the case this is a good outcome from the Pistons. It's also good they didn't gut their picks and players for Tyler Hero. I was interested, but not if they had to gut significant resources to get him.
Yeah, and now that he's going to be, quote unquote, heading to Milwaukee, what does that do for the Pistons and what you might have to give up to get him?
So if I'm Milwaukee, though, I do want us to flip him, right?
I would think so.
So I was trying to do this with Tom before the show. Who would make sense that would really be adding him as a contender? Like, stay in the East for a second. I don't think Cleveland's adding him. I don't think the Knicks are adding him. I don't think Boston's adding him. So I don't know that there's someone would be interested in him for sure, but I don't know that there's a feeding frenzy to add Tyler Hero.
Well, McCollum stayed with the Hawks, too.
Right.
He resigned.
Yeah.
So they probably wouldn't go there.
Right. So
what about the Raptors?
Maybe. Be interesting.
Any room in Indiana? Trying to come back to life with Halliburton next year?
Right, yeah. And take a little bit off of his plate coming back from the Achilles.
Yeah. How about this with Miami, though? I know you guys are saying ceiling, maybe East Finals, and I kind of agree with you, but just remember, every time Pat Riley has went and got a stud, they've gotten to the finals. With Shaq,
well,
LeBron,
go back further.
LeBron and Bosh.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler got to the finals.
Got to the finals. That was the 8th seed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hero was on that team, too. Now, Pat Riley, it feels like everything the guy's touched has turned to gold in his NBA career, right? That's the argument for the Heat. You go back to his days with the Lakers. Everything he touches turns to gold. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Philip. You've been waiting. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good morning, John. Good morning, Cookies. Good morning, Heather. Good morning, Gov.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just to speak on the Dusty May situation, and, everybody's making this big deal about the money. I mean, he was gonna make money anyway. He was gonna get paid an enormous amount of money anyway going to the NBA. Could it be just as simple as that? He had aspirations to go to the NBA, and the Dallas Mavericks was a good team that presented a good opportunity, like Gov said, with Cooper Flag. I mean, it's unfortunate. Yeah, I would have preferred for him to stay, but I'm not mad at him. I'm actually happy for him that he actually made the move. He had the opportunity. You don't get that opportunity to coach in the NBA that often. Coaches, just like players, some coaches, not all, but some coaches have, just like players, have aspirations to coach at the next level. So here's an opportunity. Present it before me.
It's the highest level of coaching. It's the peak of your profession. Yeah, I see what you're saying. The guy had only been a head coach, since 2018. Like, he's a fast riser in this thing. Strike while the iron's hot.
And Philip, to your point, is it may be as simple as okay, the money is all part of it. Cooper Flag's part of it. He wants to test himself at the highest level of the sport, and he also knows if for some reason over the next 3 years, maybe even 4 years, it doesn't work out. Guess who would be willing to welcome him back with open arms? College basketball.
Great point. Hey, I want to get this call quickly because I know we got Heather's News and 2 Grand Slam. Rich in Detroit. This is an interesting spin-off of the Giannis stuff.
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing, Rich?
Good to hear from you.
So with all of the big Piston move that we've been waiting on is finally is possible now. Boston has made Jaylen Brown available. They struck out with Giannis. But now that relationship has got to be frayed. The Pistons should put their best package together, go after Jaylen Brown. You got to use either a Sar or Duran, stack up the first-round picks, and create the best backcourt in basketball today of Cade and Jaylen Brown, your instant competitors.
Rich, I'm on board. I just don't think Boston would be on board.
Well, but they're going to have to do something. I mean, I don't see.
Right, but I don't think they're going to want to downgrade. Like, they were willing to upgrade by giving up Brown and picks. I don't think they want to take back lesser and picks.
Right.
Because they're competing for a title too.
Well, they got it. What if Detroit works and they got to work and get a third team?
Sure.
involved?
No, Rich, I'm not trying to like poo-poo the idea. Like, I'd love to make it work. Jaylen Brown is one of the few guys I would be willing to give up the Asar for, and you know how high I am on Asar Thompson.
Me
But
too.
yeah, I had it's credit to you, Rich, though, because we're getting up this morning and the cobwebs are still there. I hadn't connected the dots of like, well, Jaylen Brown was on the block.
Yeah, he's just got kind of hanging out there.
Yeah, if there really is a, hey, these two aren't going to coexist, they're going to keep Tatum and they're going to move Brown. But is Brown leaving because he wants to run the show? Does that work with Cade? There's more questions I'd have.
Right. And, I mean, what's Jaylen Brown making?
A lot.
What? Yeah.
50-something?
50, yeah. I think there are 50 million reasons why he could be okay with going back to Boston. And
hey, you were the finals MVP in this city. It's basketball royalty. You get to play with Jason Tatum, and it kind of plays into his hand that he can be the closer on a title team. He already was.
Yeah. I think it's much more likely that they repair that relationship than Iserman and Larkin.
I was just going to make that comparison. I think it's far more likely.
Yeah.
We'll get to Heather's news. We'll play the 2 Grand Slam. That's at 7:25. It's 97.1.
Hey, if your furnace or AC is struggling to keep up, it's time to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft is available 24/7 for those moments, and they stand behind their work with a very valuable 5-year warranty. They made a huge difference in my home. They'll do the same for yours, and right now, they're running some amazing specials. AC tune-up for only $79, and if it's time to upgrade, get half off installation when you buy a new AC or furnace. Easy financing options are available as well. Schedule your free in-home estimate at mastercraftheating.com.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
Yep, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, a Detroit man is facing felony animal cruelty charges after authorities say he set a live raccoon on fire and then posted the aftermath on social media.
Rewind that again. He did what?
Set a live
raccoon on fire? How does that even happen?
Well, he caught it and then he lit it on
and
fire.
And that was his decision once he caught the
Yeah, I mean, he made a whole big post on social media, and it has been seen by thousands of people. People were sharing their disgust on social media, tagging Detroit police, tagging prosecutors, tagging media, tagging animal shelters in this guy's post. It sounds like the post has been removed and his Facebook page has been deactivated. Anyway, like I said, he's been charged with killing or torturing an animal. He was arraigned on Monday. He received a $20,000 personal bond with GPS tether. He'll be back in court next month.
Not going to go well for him.
No. I don't think so. A Georgia woman has been charged in connection with robbing a Macomb County bank. 47-year-old Sincere Powell.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wasn't a very sincere thing to do.
She meant it. Was arraigned Wednesday on 2 felonies, bank robbery, as well as receiving and concealing a stolen motor vehicle. That was her getaway car.
Oh.
Her bond was set at $500,000. So prosecutors allege that on June 15th, she entered this Comerica Bank in Sterling Heights. She was wearing a wig, sunglasses. She had on like a medical mask, gloves, and presented a note to the teller saying, I want a large amount of money and I want it in this bag that she was carrying. Apparently, she also threatened to shoot if her demands were not met. She then fled the scene in a white Jeep that had been stolen from Troy, and she was arrested in a nearby hotel. Investigators say they recovered all of those, the wig and everything she was wearing in the vehicle, and then they also found additional evidence and cash in the hotel room.
Yeah. They said she apologized, but didn't feel she was sincere enough.
I know. Fox 2 Detroit News anchor Amy Andrews is in the hospital after experiencing what she calls an unexpected fall. In an Instagram post over the weekend, she shared that she is having tests done on her spine and her head. She noted that she would be there for a little while. She's been really open about her health struggles in the past. Back in February, she shared that she was on medical leave and she was getting treatment for dysautonomia. She was experiencing severe dizziness, vision changes, brain fog, sudden drops in blood pressure. And in the years past, she's taken time off to deal with mental health issues, which she's been vocal about as well. So no word on if this fall is related to previous health struggles. She didn't go into details about that, but she says her goal is to get rest and answers while focusing on getting better. And I think everyone wishes her those exact things.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Linda Cohn, the longtime ESPN SportsCenter anchor, will host her final broadcast on June 26th, ending a 34-year career. So she's led more than 5,500 SportsCenter editions and plans to continue creating content on her YouTube channel. So it sounds like her contract expires at the end of the month and the two sides could not come to an agreement moving forward. So she did make a post on social media and she wrote, "What I'm most proud of is that my career lasted long enough for me to see little girls grow up watching SportsCenter, enter this business, and succeed in it," which is pretty cool to see.
It's a great legacy.
Yes. ESPN president Berg Magnus also called her a legend and a major part of the history of ESPN.
She was great, and she was big in hockey,
Yes.
which I loved that
Yes.
she brought that to the table. Got to share something, though. One of our colleagues, Tony Ortiz,
Yeah.
back in the day, he's at WWJ now, afternoon anchor. He used to do sports updates in the mornings here. He had a thing for Linda Cohn.
Oh, did he?
Yes, he did.
Tony did. That's funny.
When I saw the headline, I thought of Tony Ortiz. Because
That's funny.
A thing for Linda's cones.
Oh, boy. Goodness gracious, Greg.
quick note on her: set a record, more than 5,500 episodes of
Yes.
Sports Center.
Yeah.
And she had been doing it since '92.
You're just echoing what I said, but thank
you for taking notes.
All right, now I'm going to say this about the Amy Andrews thing. We got the text.
Okay.
Unexpected fall. Is there such a thing as an expected fall? So I intentionally, when I put this in my prep, did not put what she quoted.
That's why I said she said unintended.
Are there
or whatever she
expected
said.
falls?
I guess if you're trying to fall.
It's like it's
Or
an
you could-
unnecessary word. I
Well,
felt.
No, I feel like you could
It
be.
is.
Hold on, I'm going to try to help this out. What if you were doing an activity where falling was a possibility? Like you were.
Cleaning
Like
the
you're
gutters.
jumping on a pogo stick? Like what?
Yeah, you're on a trampoline. It's not unexpected that you fell, right?
What's the activity?
I'm trying to help him out.
Yeah,
I do agree with you. I thought it was a little strange, but anyway. You want to win some money? Give
Let's
us a
do
call
it.
now. 248-539-9797. Let's do it. All right, let's give away some money. We all know the rules. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. And hopefully today is the day we give away $2,000.
Yeah, and we
Could
may have
be.
some expected passes.
Probably some expected passes.
Maybe
Or
some unexpected.
Maybe some unexpected.
Who
We'll
knows?
see.
Oh boy,
It's been a while.
I know.
Since we've given away the grand total of $2,000.
Got to get all 10 right. Chad, I think today is your day. Good morning, Chad.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
All right, so you know the rules. You can expectedly pass or unexpectedly pass, whatever you'd like to do. If there's time, we'll get back to it. But your time is going to start right now, Chad. So here we go. Who wears jersey number 31 for the Detroit Tigers?
Pass.
Beyonce is married to this rapper.
Jay-Z.
AJ DeBonsa played at this college last season.
BYU.
Who won the U.S. Open on Sunday?
Wyndham Park.
Senegal is located on this continent.
Africa.
Who played Jim Halpert in the American version of The Office?
Pass.
Who did U.S. soccer defeat last Friday in the World Cup?
Australia.
This artist had the 2021 hit Shivers.
Pass.
Who is the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons?
Pass.
Who was the number 1 overall pick in the 2025 NBA draft?
Pass.
Who wears number 31 for the Detroit Tigers?
Riley Green.
6. We got you with $150.
All right.
Not too bad. You got around to one of
No,
those
I'll
ones you
take it.
passed on, so that's good.
Yeah, you sound pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, I thought that was a good showing. Put you
Yeah.
on hold, get you paid.
Yeah, it's Tuesday 2 Grand Slam is brought to you by Femininity Law. Get David, get paid. Want to go through it?
Yeah, I thought this was gettable.
I thought so as well, and you could hear a little bit of panic in his voice as that clock kept ticking along.
Because
But
I bet you he knows all of these. If you sat him down, it was like just a quiz, take your time, he'd get all of them, I think.
possibly.
We'll go through it, John.
Okay.
Riley Green wears 31.
Yep.
Beyonce is married to
Jay-Z.
DeBansa played at which college?
BYU.
That's right. Could go number 1 tonight. Who won the U.S. Open on Sunday?
Wyndham Clark, a very golf name.
It is a very golf name. Heather, how did you connect the dots on this one?
Oh, because of his girlfriend, Emily Tanner.
She's from
I follow her.
Michigan,
She's from
yeah.
here. Follow her, so I knew him.
And I wonder if
Because
that
of
has
her.
something to do with him. He's playing at the Rocket
He is.
Classic, so
Yeah.
probably doesn't hurt.
Wyndham damn near killed him.
And that as well. Sure.
Senegal is located on which continent?
Africa.
That's right. Jim Halpert in the American version of The Office.
That would be John Krasinski.
Who did the U.S. defeat on Friday?
The Aussies.
The Socceroos.
Yes.
The artist that had the 2021 hit Shivers.
Ed Sheeran.
Personal connection for Heather Park.
It was a huge song in 2021, and I heard it all the time when I was pregnant with Emily. And that was like the song I would sing to her
Oh, did she
in
come
my
out
belly.
singing Shivers?
No, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Oh.
That's what was on when she was born. It's a Christmas Eve, baby. We had Christmas music going.
Sure. Yeah, as you should.
Yeah.
Head coach of the Atlanta Falcons.
That would be Ed Stefanski.
And maybe tough because he's new
He was
coach.
in Cleveland for a long time, though.
Number 1 pick in the 2025 NBA draft.
We've talked about him a lot today. Cooper Flagg.
Next chance to win will be on Thursday.
Yep.
Same time, 7:25.
Same time, same place. I thought that, I did think that I didn't have any idea that Heather Park was going to have so many personal connections
I know.
on this one.
Well, not really personal, but I guess only the Ed Sheeran is really personal.
How do you know AJ DeBonsa?
I don't. That one I didn't even know how to say his last name.
You got it. You nailed it.
What's his first name? I mean, does AJ,
AJ.
stand for
AJ.
something, or
Sure.
is it AJ?
I don't know the answer.
I'm
to
sure
that
it
question.
stands for something, right?
Well, I don't. That's
It doesn't
what I-
have to.
It doesn't have to, but like AJ Hinch, does it stand for something?
Again, that's a terrific
Pinch hitting.
question.
It's a great question.
AJ Hinch stands for pinch hitting Jemai Jones.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's your 2 Grand Slam. Coming up next, news broke yesterday. Dusty May is gone. He's leaving Ann Arbor. He's going to be the Dallas Mavericks coach with Cooper Flagg. Are you mad at May? Do you blame Ward? And what does this say about college athletics? It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, you and I both know a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. It certainly is for me, and I'll have mine by the end of the month. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are exceptional right now. I've seen a Ram side by side with other trucks, and I've driven the Ram. For power, there's really no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or you got 2 choices with the Hurricane engine, a 420 horsepower version. That's mine. High output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine is also available. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? It's going to be not happy. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive. You're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, do me a favor. Just go sit in a Ram, and you're going to feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
Hey, in the 8 o'clock hour, there's this video that went viral. Heather, you saw it. I saw it. It's this dad with daughters.
Oh, yeah. I saw it everywhere.
Yeah, we want to talk to the guys out there at 8 o'clock. Let's try to solve that debate. Dusty May, he's leaving Michigan. He's going to the Dallas Mavericks. We have some texts coming in on that. We're going to want to dive into that conversation. A few texts from you guys. The AJ in AJ Hinch stands for Always Jemai.
Always Jemai. That works.
Always Jemai Hinch. That's Chris and Howell. And on the question about expected versus unexpected falls, if you watch a Knicks game, you will see expected falls out of Jalen Brunson.
Yes, you will.
On Dusty May, they say don't hate the player, hate the game. Well, in this case, don't hate the coach, hate the game. The process that brought Dusty May to Michigan is the same process that moved Dusty May to the NBA. Thanks, coach, for a national championship. Good luck and go blue. Another says with Dusty May leaving, it leaves the door open to bring back Juwan. Harvey taking his daughter to cheer practice.
Thank you for that suggestion.
Just looking out for you, your program. How do you feel about all this?
I'm happy for Dusty. You know, the run to a national championship was a hell of a lot of fun. Always fun to win a national championship. And you know that, I mean, I've said this before, you want to have coaches that other people want. And eventually, somebody may offer them more. There might be an opportunity that just fits Dusty May and his family. Dusty May wants to test himself at the NBA. Maybe he just wants to coach Cooper Flagg. There's a lot of different reasons that, and I'm sure it's not just one reason. A lot of people will look at whatever the money ends up being and say, well, that's the reason he left. That's part of it. Cooper Flagg, that's the reason he left. That's probably part of it. It's the environment of college athletics. That's part of it.
I think comprehensively, I get why he did this. On all levels, I get why he did this.
And the other could be true as well. It sucks to lose your national championship winning coach. It sucks to lose him in June.
Yeah, timing not ideal. But in terms of his decision to go and how you feel about it, he won you a national championship.
Yeah.
Something he hadn't done since the 80s. I don't get being upset with the guy.
Well, I get the initial reaction of fans because fans aren't always, I mean, we aren't always logical on the show, let alone fans. And whether they're just fans of Michigan, fans of, you know, we talk about it with the Lions. There's an overreaction. We have a whole segment during the football season of overreactions.
And it's all of, yes, me doing it every week. But let me say this. If Dan Campbell won us the Super Bowl, I wouldn't care if he left to do whatever he wanted to do at that point. You know what I mean? Like, if you deliver a championship to a team, you've done the job. You've satisfied the customers. The fans got what they wanted. Now it's, well, he didn't stay to win 5.
Yeah.
We didn't get a dynasty out of it. You hadn't won 1 in a generation. So I get why he did it. I think it would have irked Michigan fans, understandably, if he left for a different college job. Because you think, well, we're the biggest, baddest athletic department. We've got all the money in the world. You can't compete with the NBA. You can't compete with Cooper Flagg. You can't compete with the fact that Dusty May doesn't have to recruit and re-recruit his roster every single year as the coach and the GM and the head fundraiser 12 months a year. He gets summer off. He gets more money. He gets better players. And when they get the good players, they don't get to leave. They're on contracts.
Right.
You can't compete with that if you're Michigan. And I did see there's a Ward component to this, right? Because the comparison has been made. Deal was sitting in front of Jim Harbaugh. Deal was sitting in front of Dusty May.
Yeah.
Ward fumbled the bag on 2 national championship coaches. I don't know what Ward's supposed to do with Dusty. They agreed on terms. You need to dot a couple I's and cross a couple T's, but it's on Dusty to sign it or not. What's Ward going to do? Sign it or I'm going to fire you? I'm going to fire my national championship head coach if you don't sign the extension. Ward was proactive and extended him after Dusty's first year, was set to extend him after his second year. He can't force Dusty's hand in blood to sign at Michigan.
Yeah.
I can blame Ward for a lot of things.
He also brought Dusty May to Ann Arbor.
That's a good point, too. I could blame Ward for a lot of things.
Sure.
In the history of this athletic department under his watch. You can make the case he shouldn't even be making the next hire. But I'm not going to dog him for losing Dusty. And when it comes to Harbaugh cheated his ass off and wanted to avoid punishment. Now, happened under Ward's watch, but not extending Harbaugh was a Harbaugh decision.
Right.
Not a Ward decision.
Right. And the whole Harbaugh thing, I mean, it was drama for 3 years, 4 years?
Yeah.
With and even longer than that because it was early in the career until his value
winning.
tanked.
Yeah.
And so there was only 2 or 3 years where the conversation of the NFL wasn't a thing.
Yeah. And at the center of all this is you've echoed that we've talked about this beyond the story. The business of college athletics being a turnoff for the people in college athletics, let alone the fans trying to watch and keep up with it.
Yeah, I mean, even if you just go back and listen to Dusty after during the celebration. He was having to turn the page instantly to start recruiting next year's class of transfers along with recruits and signing recruits and getting them to stay committed and making phone calls to raise money to pay the players. Like that cycle, while it may not go all year long like it did in the recruiting cycle when you were just recruiting high school seniors, but it's a tough world to live in.
Yeah. And I want to address this too, because people are going, what do you mean he was trying to leave because of NIL? He built the program and won because of NIL. He could be good at it and not like it.
Yeah, I mean, he maximized and was a leader in this is how you should do it because these are the rules.
And go, hey, I'm going to follow them to the T. I'm going to stretch the limits. I'm going to capitalize on the fact that we can pay players and recruit players financially. I'm going to do it at a place like Michigan where I have the resources. Hell yeah, we had a bunch of mercenaries, but we built a team and we won a national title. There's a bunch of people spending money not winning national titles every year.
And maybe what burned him out was that he was actually so good at it.
Right. Damn it, I got to keep doing this. And while I'm good at it, I don't want to do this for the next 20 years. And I got an NBA offer sitting on my desk with Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's, well, what do you mean? He profited off of the system. How could he be against it? It's probably a pain in the ass to deal with. I'm sure there's a lot of college coaches that would leave for the NBA tomorrow. They didn't have the offer Dusty did.
Well, and the timing for him. All right. Hey, Cooper Flagg, the Dallas Mavericks, they come a knocking, and he says, well, if I wait a year and I don't win a national championship next year, what's my marketability next year?
Right.
There would still be teams that would like him.
But this is as hot as the market's going to be for him.
His value was maximized right now.
Text coming in. John, all your reasons are BS. It's simply money in a tax-free state. That's it. Money. Don't be naive.
That may be the number one reason. Sure. And again, it's not a wrong reason.
May probably left to see if he can win with a lower salary cap.
That's awesome.
No aprons, no curtains.
Michigan got laid, but we used a prostitute.
Okay. She was hot.
Are fans mad at any fan mad at Dusty for more than 5 seconds is a moron. He won us a title. It's not like he went to a rival. Thanks for everything, coach. We'll try to keep it going for you.
Yeah.
Well, how do they keep it going here? Because this is an awkward time.
Well, it's an awkward time, but it's an awkward time for the players. Yeah, the transfer portal opens up, and every single player could leave for greener pastures. But where are they? Like, a lot of rosters around college athletics are full. And if there would be landing spots, but are you going to make as much if you transfer to Duke or Kentucky as you are making at Michigan? The NIL contract that you signed right now, you might. But is everybody going to have that opportunity? No.
When the portal's open for everybody, you get a true bidding war. And I bet you guys get more money that way than if they were to enter the portal today. It's not to say the top player or top players at Michigan couldn't go out and seek a better opportunity if they want. But the fact that they're highly compensated on the reigning national champs, and John, it sounds like they're just going to retain one of the assistants. I think they keep the class together.
I think I would be surprised if they lose. I mean, maybe they lose one guy, two guys. I don't know, but it's
but where
not
are you going?
just,
those teams don't have openings.
Some rosters are completely full. Now, some coaches keep a couple of roster spots open in case a situation like this occurs. But now all of a sudden, it's not just that, but the money's been spent. Can you raise enough money to attract one of these players? Yeah.
Boynton is the name everybody's talking about, right? He was
Mike Boynton Jr. was this top assistant.
Man,
and so he'll be the guy that is the interim coach. And we'll see how he does.
How long till we get a John Beeline text? Have him come back.
I wouldn't be against that. Look, Boynton, he coached Cade Cunningham in college. So that's not a bad thing to hang your hat on to these guys in terms of
It's a nice
sticking
resume
around. Although Cade was already projected to be the number one pick as a high schooler, before he even played one college minute. So, look, I'm not really upset about this because I think Cooper Flagg is the number one reason. Probably tied with money and freedom of life a little bit compared to the college landscape. I do wonder what Izzo thinks about it because I think part of him's happy. I don't think all of them's happy. I think he wanted one. I think he wanted at least one more year to try to beat him.
That is the biggest bummer in all this to me. I loved the animosity that felt real and genuine hatred between these two guys. That we don't get more Dusty May v. Tom Izzo. Because in the first year, Izzo got the last laugh. And Dusty's pulling stunts with the Spartan logo on senior night, and I was totally on Team Izzo. Well, then the next year, Dusty punks him. He wins the Big Ten. He wins the national title. He ties Tom Izzo in only his second year, and he does it embracing the thing that Izzo has been hesitant to do, the portal. So I loved that these guys, you could feel it with Tom, their curmudgeon-y energy, that they didn't like each other very much, and I wanted to see this play out for another 4 or 5 years.
Especially with the Final Four in Detroit next year. It would have been fun background noise in the dead of the winter to have these two in their couple of head-to-head matchups and maybe Big Ten. How good are they? Are they national contenders?
Could we see them play each other in the Final Four?
Yeah. I mean, we all got robbed on that one, I think.
Yeah. And I don't know about Izzo coaching another 4 or 5 years, but who knows? I just would have loved to see these guys duke it out for years to come. 248-539-9797. Get some feedback, take some phone calls. Dusty May going to the pros. It's 97.1.
Hey, we're talking basketball right now, and whether it's football, baseball, hockey, doesn't matter. The best place to watch it, it's America's favorite place, Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Tigers get a win last night, make it 4 in a row on this 10-game homestand. Valdez, that's the guy you paid, right? He goes 6 innings, 1-run ball, 8 strikeouts. That's back-to-back quality starts out of Valdez. Yeah.
Yep.
And beating the Yankees, that's fun.
Yeah, now we got Casey Mize, I believe, on the mound today.
Scooble on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So people said they would need to play 667 ball to have a shot.
What's the month of July or June?
12-6.
Yeah.
So far,
12-6 this month. You're getting the performances you need. You're stacking the wins you need. They are still 10 under. Right?
They are.
It's why I want to make sure I emphasize winning's good. I like winning. Winning's fun. I'm not taking it seriously until we're a 500 team buying at the deadline. Is that fair?
It's 100% fair.
Okay, and that doesn't mean along the way.
Keeping an eye on them.
Yeah, it doesn't mean along the way you don't. Hey, go to the ballpark. It's a homestand. People have been having a good time.
Yeah, it's your chance to see the Yankees and see them lose
and beat the Yankees. Yeah, there you go.
Who doesn't want to celebrate that?
Mm-hmm. Riley Green with another home run. We got to find a way to get him and Dingler into the All-Star game, right?
Oh,
it feels like the fan voting we're lagging behind. It's not going to happen.
I don't know how it's possible that for Dingler.
Did you see this?
Yeah, you've got a catcher for, and I even can't remember his name, for the Toronto Blue Jays who has had 11 games, 40 at-bats. Only 40 at-bats. And he's leading by a margin of almost 2-1 over Dylan Dingler.
Yeah, I have the voting up right now. This is from the latest. This is yesterday's tally. Shea Langoliers is number 1 with 1.4 million, and he's had a really good season.
Yeah.
Dingler's been right there with him, but Dingler only has 484,000. Alejandro Kirk has 837, almost double what Dingler has.
Right.
It's a joke. It should be Langoliers and Dingler are the two catchers in the All-Star game. And maybe we still end up getting there because Langoliers should win the fan vote.
Right.
And then the right thing would be to put Dingler in as a reserve catcher.
Yeah, and before the game yesterday, Dingler batting 269 versus Kirk, who's batting 200. 18 homers for Dingler to only 1 for Kirk. 55 RBIs for Dingler, 5 for Kirk.
It's a joke.
I mean, you go right down the list. OPS 884, Dingler 598, Kirk.
Do you know what Dingler's doing this month? The month of June, where things are starting to really perk up for this team, give themselves a chance.
What is it, like 6 home runs? 7 home runs?
I believe it's 7 home runs.
Yeah.
And he has 9 multi-hit games this month. He's hitting .365. He's slugging over 700 for an OPS of 1131.
I mean,
I'm sorry, that guy's got to be at the All-Star game. Season numbers are great. He's hot right now at the right time.
It's coming off a Gold Glove season.
That doesn't say anything about his
it's
defense.
It's not like all of a sudden we're like, well, who is this Dingler guy?
Right. Where'd he come from?
Columbus.
Text 248-539-9797. I hate when people like Costa say Dusty tied Izzo in 2 years. Dusty May was a head coach in college for 8 years and has 1 natty, 2 Final Four appearances. Izzo in 6 years as a head coach already had his natty and 3 Final Four appearances. For all we know, Dusty could have gone 20 years without another natty. We'll never know because he left. They both have 1 national title.
Right. So I pulled even with him.
Sure.
Now, he doesn't have the length
longevity,
of resume. There's no question.
And I was also using it as a rivalry banter back and forth, the chirping at each other. That's what I wanted
mission
more
accomplished.
Well, but I like that. I like that we had a real rivalry going between those two coaches. Jim, no chance if Dan Campbell won a Super Bowl, you wouldn't be butthurt. You are overreact, Jim. How do you think Lions fans would feel? Because it's the Dusty comparison. You deliver a title for a city. We're more starved in football. We're more tortured. We've craved it so much. If we won a Super Bowl and Dan Campbell was like, all right, mission accomplished, I'm going to move on to something else.
Yeah.
You'd be mad at him? I couldn't imagine being mad at the guy if he delivered a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he's going to go back to Texas A&M and coach college football?
I don't know. He wants to coach
be an actor?
I don't know.
I mean, he can capitalize on the Applebee's commercials?
It's never going to happen because he loves football. But if he did win a Super Bowl and rode off into the sunset, who could be mad at the guy? But people are mad at Dusty May because he's going to the NBA. If Dan Campbell could coach in a higher level of football, like the Intergalactic Football League,
right,
but he delivered us a Super Bowl, I wouldn't be upset with him.
No, the only thing that you would be mad at is if he went to coach another team.
The Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
Yeah, but that situation, you're going to win a Super Bowl, you're getting traded.
Right, correct.
You know,
yes.
I mean, that's
right.
Coaches do get traded.
Yeah.
There's not a world where he's on a limbo contract and they're winning Super Bowl.
Right, but there are people who will die a happy person if we win a Super Bowl here. They don't need anything else from sports in their lifetime if the Lions win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So what the hell would they be up in arms about or upset about? And if you're Jeff Rieger and Michigan basketball is your Super Bowl and he delivers one for you, why are you posting some video yelling and screaming and expletives because he left?
Well, that's because that's Jeff Rieger.
Yeah, it is Jeff Rieger. That's a good point.
He probably just got done having a Blue Chew.
Well, this is going to be a weird segue. We had the guy who brought up Michigan and the comparison being like, hey, yeah, they got laid, but they paid for a prostitute.
Yeah.
Texter says at least it was a hot, clean prostitute. Not bad. The better comeback is everybody else is paying for it and they're not getting laid.
Yeah. Yeah. At least
how
you
many
got the
other
happy
programs?
ending.
Yeah, well, there you go. 248-539-9797. I just wonder what May was telling his new transfer class. Izzo remains the class of the league, integrity and loyalty. Okay. Dusty and Cuban are both Hoosier alums. Any chance this is the plan to help Indiana get their basketball program back to what it used to be?
Well, I mean, how much does he actually have to do with the Mavericks anymore? He sold his stake.
I don't know. 97-1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. The Tigers were lifted to a 4-3 series opening victory over the Yankees last night thanks to 6 strong innings from Framber Valdez, a 2 RBI day for Kevin McGonigal, and Riley Green's at bat in the 5th inning against Garrett Cole. The Yankees scored 2 more harmless runs in the 7th against Drew Anderson before Drew Sommers and Will Vest closed the door, with Vest earning the save. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40 here on 97.1. In the World Cup last night, Lionel Messi made history against Austria. Darren Fletcher on the call. Messi would get another to secure a 2-0 win for Argentina. Kylian Mbappe and Erling Haaland each also had a brace and wins as well. Miami Heat got Giannis Antetokounmpo last night and Bobby Portis after sending Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr., Kasparis Yakachonis, and 5 picks to the Bucks. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
We're talking a little Dusty May. He goes pro. We'll get to Giannis at some point. He's going to Miami. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. We go to Joe in Milford. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I guess a couple of things I want to say about this. Good luck for Dusty May. He left the program in outstanding shape when he left. I was reading an article the other day. One of the players from the team last year, I can't remember specifically, mentioned that all the recruits that are there right now, basically, the assistant coach brought on board. He's got a real good relationship with everybody. So I don't think the boat's going to get rocked as bad as we think it is. And the other side of it is, I just think this is just the state of, what the sports are right now.
Yeah.
With all, players come and go, coaches come and go. It's very hard to get mad at somebody over this because he gave us a championship and he left the program in outstanding shape. So it's really hard to be mad at anyone.
Yeah. I think the timing could make it awkward, but if they keep everybody together.
Yeah, I mean, you
can figure it out later.
You can't say, well, the cupboard's bare.
No.
I mean, he recruited everybody and...
In terms of rosters, they're going to be, one of the 10 best rosters going into next season.
Yeah.
So if you keep the roster together, you can figure out if the coach isn't any good, you replace him. It's year to year.
Yes.
More than ever. Okay, if you're a dad out there and you have daughters, do you take them, you, John, and a lot of people listening, do you take them into the men's or women's bathroom when they're little? Before you answer, this became a viral debate. Heather, you saw this.
This was everywhere on my social media over the weekend. There's a dad that went viral. He was with his 2 little girls. They were on a road trip. They stopped at like a gas station. I don't know how old the girls were. Let's say they're like 2 and 4, 5 and 3, somewhere around that age. They had to go to the bathroom. He said the women's restroom was empty. He took them in there so they could go potty. He was washing their hands when this man opened the door, irate that there was another man in the women's restroom because his wife needed to use the bathroom. And how dare there's a man in there. He called the police because there was a man in the women's restroom. And this story just blew up. The guy who called the police has actually now been fired from his job with the real estate company because... Well, let's take a listen to what happened.
Yeah, play the audio.
So he was on the phone talking to police while he was waiting.
So
but it
obviously
sparked a huge debate on social media.
Huge social media story. You both have daughters.
Yes.
A lot of our listeners have daughters. Focus on when they were little. How do you handle it?
So a couple of things. One, if I'm taking my daughters to the bathroom, they're going with me into the guy's bathroom. I don't care if the women's bathroom is empty. I'm not going in there. I'm not. But on the other hand, the reaction by that guy, if he could see that he had daughters that were washing their hands, like, hey, you can have words with him. There's no need to call the cops. It's not like this guy is a creeper in there and he's trying to look under the stall and he's not using a camera. He's not hiding in there. He obviously had, like, the overreaction is ridiculous.
Also, the point of, I'm the dad. I don't need the manager bringing my daughters, a stranger bringing my daughters into the bathroom. I'll stand with the dad on that.
Oh, yeah, there's
God,
no question.
no.
I'm not, there's no one going to take my kids to go to the bathroom.
No, that would
other
never
than
happen.
Me.
Because that's the guy on the phone. I don't know if you heard that. He's like, well, the manager, she's a woman. She could take your daughter. No. No strangers taking your children into the bathroom.
No. It's an interesting thing because I would it would not bother me at all if there was a man in the bathroom with his daughters in a woman's room. It really wouldn't bother me.
It'd just be awkward.
It's never happened. I've never seen a dad take his daughters into the women's room. I've seen a man accidentally. There was one time I was in the bathroom and I was walking out of the stall and there was a man at the sink. And even I was like, oh, okay, you know what? And then he saw me and he went beet red and he was like, oh my gosh, he didn't realize he had walked into the wrong bathroom and he was humiliated. He's like, I'm so sorry. I'm like, dude,
he was obviously
you're fine. You're washing your hands.
Somebody that's squatting. He wasn't standing up. Because the first thing you do is you look in, and when you go to a men's bathroom, there are urinals on the wall.
Yeah,
yes.
You notice right away.
So you kind of notice right away. What, there's no urinals in this one? Oh.
Well, that's part of this guy's thought, though, is he said, I'd rather bring 2 little girls into a men's bathroom, I'd rather bring them into a women's bathroom than a men's bathroom full of grown men and dirty stalls and urinals.
Well, you're going to go into a stall and you're going to close the door.
Right.
So it doesn't matter what's going on around you. And
does he want his little girls around urinals?
What's so offensive about that?
I don't know.
Oh my gosh, they saw a urinal.
It's not the urinal.
Come on.
Well, okay, but you don't see anything. You see a dude standing there against the wall.
Colin brings Emily to the men's room all of the time when she has to go to the bathroom. She now prefers to go with me, and I don't know why, if it's just a mom or dad thing, or if she likes the women's bathroom better, but she will hold it until I can take her. But if it's just Colin out with the kids, he's going to take them to them. We talked about this because I saw this. This ended up on I follow, there's my city's website on Facebook, like the Clarkston everything page. People were debating this, like, in Clarkston, we have your back, dads. You're welcome in the women's room. And so this was just wild how far this spread. And I asked Colin, he's like, I would never take her into the women's room.
No.
He wouldn't feel comfortable.
No.
But as a woman, it would not bother me if I saw a guy in there with his little girls.
I think the move would be, though, you make sure either no one's in there or you announce, hey, I'm coming in with my 2 daughters to help them use the bathroom, right? That's how you would do it if you were doing it.
Yes, you make an announcement so everyone knows. And
hey, I'm not the creepy guy coming into the women's room. I've got my 2 little girls. I'm just trying to help them use the bathroom, and then we'll get out of here.
No.
What's wrong with that?
I don't care if you make the announcement. I'm a dude. I'm going into the girls' bathroom. No.
What's the big deal?
Would it offend you if I went in and used the men's room?
With your son?
Sure. Because it is better. Right now, he's not tall enough to pee in a toilet, but he can pee in the urinal. So it's much easier to use a urinal. Like, would it be offensive if I walked into the... I would never. It's not something I say I'm going to do.
Right.
But
no,
if
because
I
I'm
walked
where
in,
I'm supposed to be. You're not. I don't care what you're doing. It's the fact that if I had... Oh, and I'll take it a step further. Mm-hmm. If my wife was in there, I'd have an issue with it. But she can handle herself. If it was Ellie, who's 16... or even one of the other girls when they were 14, 15, 16, say they're 12. They can go in there and use the bathroom by themselves, and all of a sudden they walk in, there's a dude.
With 2 daughters.
I don't care. You don't belong in there.
It's a bathroom. People are going to use the toilet. They're going to go in the potty, they're going to wash their hands, and they're going to leave. I really don't think it's that big a deal.
We all thought that's all that was going to happen. And but I'm not going in there with my 12-year-old daughter or my 14-year-old daughter. They're in there by themselves. All of a sudden they see a man. That's a different scenario. And whether or not the guy's there with his daughters or not.
248-539-9797. Let's get some feedback and some phone calls. Randy in Brooklyn. Randy, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I'm a dad of 3 daughters, and when they were little, I never once did what that guy did for the exact reason of what happened to that guy.
Right. Yeah, somebody's not going to understand.
Right. I mean, I would blindfold them, taking them in the men's room. I'm sure you can relate, John. We put some hands over the eyes, and we get where we're going, and we use the facilities, and we're done. And then once they got a little older, and I could send them to the female bathroom by themselves, and they were, say, 6, 7, 8, I would just have this little system like, hey, if there's anything weird, if you're scared, holler as loud as you can, and I'll come running in.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, I agree. And but it's also like you don't have to blindfold your daughters going into a men's bathroom. It's not like dudes, you go in there and all of a sudden they're whipping it all around.
Just standing there with their pants
John,
down.
you've walked into a men's restroom with a guy who has his pants all the way down to his ankles before at the urinal. I know you have. I have.
It's rare.
I have. Here at work.
Oh no. Do I even want to know?
Yeah. No, that happens. I'm walking out of the dude's bathroom and waiting for that individual to be done. That's just weird. Pants around the ankles as a grown man.
But that's never going to happen in the women's room. It's all stalls. Everyone's got their own little private box to go use the bathroom.
I don't care. I don't want my 12-year-old, 14-year-old daughter going in there because they're going to go in there by themselves. And they open up the door or out walks a man. That just it doesn't have to be that way.
So what do you do? The question for dads out there. This was a big viral debate. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Mario in Shelby Township. Mario, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How's everyone today?
Good.
Good, great. So my take on this is, as a dad, your daughter, you're their safe space. You can kind of control your environment. You can only control what goes on in your home. You also have to be considerate of the other people, that are out in public. So you have to be considerate about, if there's somebody in there with another, little girl, and then a man just walks in. So I think it's better to just take your children they're in your own, with you, they're in your own space, walk into the men's room, you're protecting them, and it's all said, it's all said and done. It's been like that for hundreds of years.
Yeah. That's why there's a sign on the door.
And the good thing now is that most places do have unisex bathrooms.
This is family restrooms.
Or family restrooms,
Right.
so that this is never an issue. But I have no problem with my husband taking Emily into the men's room.
Right.
She's just
Right.
now.
And they're under your care.
Right.
They're with you. They're with your dad.
Right.
And then you don't have to worry about offending others. Somebody walking in and seeing a grown man in there with their children. So,
Mario, appreciate the phone call.
Yeah.
Got texts, got calls. We'll get feedback on this. It's 97.1.
Hey, life moves pretty quickly, as we're finding out. Maybe you're outgrowing your starter home, building your dream home from the ground up, or maybe you're helping the kids move across the country. Trust me, I know, because I've just done all of these. And when it comes to financing, don't leave it at some random out-of-state lender that you've never met. Do what I did. I used a bank I already knew and trusted and have been recommending to you for a number of years now. That's First Merchants Bank. They provide home financing not only here in Michigan, but in all 50 states. So whether it's a forever home down the street, it's a vacation home across the coast, or up north, they've got you covered. As a Newsweek and Forbes top-rated bank, they bring personal, attentive service to every transaction. From new construction to leveraging your home's equity, they provide the local touch with national reach. Call my friends at First Merchants Bank today for a free planning consultation. With over 130 years of experience, they have the strength to help you grow, just as they did for me and for my family. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All you got to do is visit firstmerchants.com to learn more.
It's Brightside Dental for a brighter, straighter smile. I want to talk to the people out there that have been putting off going to the dentist. You haven't been making those regular 6-month checkups. Maybe it's been years. Maybe you had bad experiences in the past. Some anxiety is normal going to the dentist. Brightside gets it, which is why they're all about a comfort-first approach. I got a Brightside for cleanings, fillings, whatever I need done. Southfield location's my spot, but they've got 9 Metro Detroit locations to take care of you. $35 new patient special, 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Clip from the last week that's gone viral. It's a dad in the women's bathroom with his 2 young daughters. Another guy, saw it, was unhappy about it, called the cops.
Yeah.
Which only elevated and escalated everything.
Sure did. He ended up being fired from his job over his reaction to
his
the situation.
reaction was a bit of an overreaction.
But we thought this was an easy conversation to have because a lot of dads driving around with daughters when they were little. How did you handle it? John, you were in that spot. Heather, you got 2 little ones right now. What does Colin do in that spot? Your dad with the daughter. She's got to use the bathroom. What's the best way to handle it? You say?
Go into the men's room.
Which is what most dads do.
I do think that's what most dads do.
I've never seen a dad in the women's room.
No.
I also didn't think it was that big a deal that an empty restroom, the guy pokes his head and goes, I'm just going to have my daughters use the bathroom, stay with them, wash their hands, and leave.
And I don't know the situation. Was the men's room filled? Was
I don't know.
I don't either, but the situation doesn't bother me at all. I wouldn't have an issue with it.
You're saying you're in the women's bathroom, guy pokes his head and goes, hey, I got 2 little ones just coming through to use the bathroom.
Go for it, man. That'd be fine. It doesn't bother me, but I've never seen it happen.
Right. Text says, 2 little girls, I knock. I make sure it's empty and then take them into the women's restroom. Only thing I would have done differently is slap that guy in the face.
Oh, well, then you could be arrested.
Yeah, I'll say that. Then the guy could call the cops on you. Guys, I have 2 daughters. Whenever they were little, I took them into the guys' restroom with me every time. Would never go into the women's, but the guy overreacted big time.
Yeah.
I have a daughter. If she needs to use the restroom, I try the women's first for her comfort. Always knock first and say, girl dad coming in. JP and Monroe. So there is a split on this. I'm a single father of a boy and a girl. I go into the men's room. The gentleman calling the cops overreacted, but nobody's really in the right here. Says, wait, was it a single stall bathroom or a large bathroom? I have 3 daughters. I wouldn't have done it. Jeff in South Lyon.
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know
I
either.
want to say it wasn't just, if it was a single stall, that's ridiculous, the reaction. I mean, the man's reaction is ridiculous no matter what.
Well, if it's single stall, then it is irrelevant. What's on the door? It's just a bathroom at that point.
That's why in my head it was probably a multiple stall.
I think the story was it was a roadside restroom.
It was like at a field trip.
Right.
It was like in a convenience store,
okay.
A gas station.
Okay. My God, it's a bathroom. Wait 5 minutes instead of crying. You take your daughters into the women's room because it has all stalls, unlike the men's restroom. This has gotten ridiculous. Just make one unisex bathroom with doors on stalls. This debate and whining needs to stop. Creepers are going to creep regardless.
Yeah, but you don't want to make it easy for them.
No, but I think it's mostly like fear-mongering more than it is reality. I don't think people are getting assaulted left and right in bathrooms.
No, but it is more comfortable, especially for the women.
Yeah, that's a comfort question.
I'm not a woman, so I don't know.
All of this is a comfort question.
Yeah, and
everybody's comfort's different.
I wouldn't want my 12-year-old daughter who can go to the bathroom by herself, my 10-year-old, hell, my 8-year-old daughter who can go to the bathroom by herself to walk in there and see a dude.
Pants down to the ankles had to be Stony for sure. Another one says, yep, bet the pants around the ankles guy was Stony.
No, it's not. I'll clear him of that.
Yeah.
He's the one that cleans his hand in the bathroom with Febreze.
What's wrong with taking a leak with your pants down at your ankles? Signed Dylan in Royal Oak. Let's get to Paul in Detroit. Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to bring up something no one has brought up yet.
Okay.
I have 2 young children, and quite often they will go from completely fine to about to burst. And I'm wondering if that dad, tried to take him to the men's. It was full, and the kid was, about to fill up their pants, or so he just gave up and tried the women since it was empty. I might do it in that case. I've never gone into the women's before, but in that case, I just might.
Sure, if there's an impending emergency.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I mean,
Definition of
circumstances may
emergency,
dictate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. I never had put much thought into this because I famously don't have kids, and I would not be comfortable barging in or poking my head into the women's room.
Yeah.
But when I saw the story, I'm going, 2 little girls, and he was respectful, and I don't really think it's a big deal. But again, that's not something I have to deal with.
No.
And so I mean, I can disqualify my opinion. It's why I ask you guys in the audience and want to hear where people are at today.
I am on the side of help parents out. They're doing their best, I assure you. So this guy who is helping his daughters go to the restroom, wash their hands, help him out. Don't get in the way of being disruptive.
Yeah, he's trying to leave. You may disagree with his decision to take his daughters in there. You could
It
bitch
didn't
about it.
require calling the cops at that point.
Right. The most you would do is, I guess you could mail Karen it and tell the manager, hey, I don't like that this guy's doing this. Make your opinion known to the business, and then go use the bathroom.
Go potty.
Yeah. Rick, you're next. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, so I was in Frankenmuth one time, and the woman's bathroom was all backed up. So it was actually a father and his adult daughter, so 25-ish, 30 maybe, and they went into the men's bathroom so she could cut the line and use the men's. And there was a guy in the men's bathroom that was completely losing his mind on the father.
Wow.
And I was just kind of like, it's an adult woman. Everything's fine. It's no big deal. There wasn't anything going on. And then some other people were getting into it, and it was just kind of, I was kind of like, what's going on here, guys? This isn't a big deal. So.
Wow.
Well, you'd hope cooler heads can prevail.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I've used the men's restroom before for that exact reason, that there's a long line at a concert. There's no one in the men's room, and the women's line is circling around the building, and it's like, I gotta go. And I mean, not just me, other women went and used the men's room. And
how do you feel the other way? You're at a football game or a hockey game, and the men's line is way longer. So a guy goes, hey, I'm just going to dip into the women's room.
It does not bother. I'm not bothered by it at all. It's just out of the norm. So it'd be a little bit more shocking for some reason. But it would not bother me if somebody needed to go into a stall and pee. Yeah. I don't care who you are. Just go and get out of there.
Brian and Windsor, wrap up the conversation. We're going to get into some NBA draft stuff and what the Pistons do in a draft tonight, and also in the East with Giannis moving. But Brian, wrap us up.
Good morning, everybody. How's it going?
Good
morning.
So we had this conversation on Father's Day, and it was interesting because my dad, my brother, and brother-in-law were all on the side of take the girls into the boys' room. Me, my mom, and my sister were like, it doesn't really matter. The only thing I haven't really heard anybody say is, and John, maybe you could help me with this. When I was a kid, we went to a Red Wings game. I was like 9. We walk into the old Joe Louis Arena bathroom, and they have the trough.
The trough.
I looked at my dad, and I was like, nope. And my brother was 6 at the time. He's like, nope. My dad had to wait for a stall for us. But if you had little girls, and I know there aren't many troughs anymore, but if you were to walk into a situation like that where it's a sporting event, it's packed, I don't know if I would bring my daughter into a men's bathroom at like the old Joe and just a bunch of guys hanging out at the trough. Like, does that change the situation for you at all?
No, because they're not using the trough. They're going to go into a stall, and it's I can protect their eyes. I can keep them focused on the wall that's opposite that. Like I wouldn't have an issue with taking my girls into a situation like that where, okay, maybe there's no protector where you can't see anything, but quite honestly, there's not a whole lot of dudes that are hanging that low.
No, but the troughs were just wild as a kid, I remember, and I was just like, I was shook. So I just feel like maybe for like younger girls, it might be a little awkward too, that's all.
I'm with you on this, John, but I wouldn't do with the trough. Take my daughter. No way. It's just a different environment.
It is.
The first time I went into Tiger Stadium
Yeah,
and saw
but
it drop, I was like, wow, this is crazy.
You know going in. Like if you're going to take your girls and you're not taking mom, you're not taking another lady that you know that could take them into the girls' bathroom, going to the old Joe, if they got to have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
That's where I'd probably walk with them in the women's line and then let them go in. But super
but
young.
You're talking
super
about
young.
a 3-year-old.
I know, super young, I wouldn't do that.
I don't think Emily.
I don't know what I'd do.
She's almost 5, right?
Yeah.
I don't even think at 5 she would go by herself. She's very shy. She's very timid, and she wants me. She doesn't even like to go to the bathroom by herself at home.
Right.
Even though she's very capable, she still wants me to like walk her to the bathroom door.
Yeah. Sit and talk.
There's no way she would go into a bathroom by herself.
One text says the answer is the family restroom. Yes, it's come up, but clearly there wasn't a family restroom option because that's what they're there for. Right? That is the purpose of a family restroom is to solve this entire dilemma.
Right.
Exactly.
Is you just take them into the family restroom.
Yeah. Then you have the family restroom, and then you have some 45-year-old dude that's walking out of it. You're like, come on, man.
Oh, I've seen that.
Have you?
At
At
the
the
airport.
Yes.
What is the thought there? Like, there's no line, so they're just trying to go quick?
Sure. It's right there. It was open,
family.
available. Yeah, it's also the same thing at like the gym locker room, the family locker room. If you're just a single guy or anyone, a single, it just feels weird. Use the men or the women's. Don't use the family.
Yes.
It's weird to me.
There's also the text that says just make all bathrooms unisex.
No.
I knew you were going to hate that.
Well, it's what he's been saying this whole time. He
Yeah.
wouldn't feel comfortable with a 12-year-old daughter in a bathroom next to a man.
Right.
You've been saying this the whole show.
Yeah.
So,
It's
no,
okay.
he says.
We can have dudes' bathrooms and girl bathrooms. It's okay. There's a picture on the wall. The one that matches you, use.
John, I will also say we get used to things. Nebraska used to not be in the Big Ten.
Still not used to it.
That's the comparison.
Yeah.
If we can put SMU
Rutgers.
in the ACC.
Rutgers, never going to be used to it.
If Sacramento State can be in the MAC, ... Use that to justify just about anything. All right, we'll get Heather's news in. We'll talk about the NBA draft tonight, how the Pistons will handle it, and what the East is like now that Giannis has moved to Miami. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, Ram Truck should be right there at the top of the list. It certainly is for me, and the Ram Truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. Seeing the Rams side by side, I've done the comparisons, and I'm going to get my Ram by the end of the month. And really, for power, there's not much of a comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8 or the 420 horsepower Hurricane engine. That one's going to be mine. And the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only 4 cylinders? It's pointless. It's not a full-size pickup. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here at Sterling Heights. Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, just do me a favor. Go sit in a Ram, and I promise you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
We'll get to an NBA draft fast break, but first, Heather with the news.
All right, you guys, let's see. The Professional Women's Hockey League has added a major Detroit-based partner to its growing list of supporters, announcing that Illich Companies will become one of the league's first outside investors ahead of the 26-27 season. So Toronto-based Kilmer Sports Ventures has also been introduced as a strategic investor. Of course, this comes at a really exciting time as the PWHL continues to expand, following strong attendance and a big growing interest. Now, Chris Illich says the PWHL's rise has been one of the most compelling stories in professional sports, and we are proud to be part of that story. He also says investing in the PWHL means an opportunity to broaden the game's reach, connect with new fans, and create pathways for athletes for generations to come.
And of course, they had the draft in Detroit at the Fox Theater.
Yes.
So it all kind of ties together.
Now, speaking of women's sports, there's a new sports bar concept that's hoping to make history in Detroit. A group behind a project called Bar 9 is working to open what would be Detroit's first sports bar dedicated to showcasing women's sports. So to build, support, introduce the idea to the community, organizers are hosting this event, this crowdfunding event to help the group secure a permanent location. So they're hosting an event. It's a 4-hour event from 6 to 10 p.m. on Tuesday, June 30th at the Detroit Shipping Company. They say the event coincides with the WNBA Commissioner's Cup. Attendees of the event can watch the game, win prizes, enjoy a DJ, and lots to come. So they're also doing an online fundraiser as well. They've raised more than $25,000 so far with a goal of $125,000.
I mean, the obvious question is going to be demand, right? Yeah. Men's sports draw much more. We have kind of the built-in football thing that's great for sports bars in the fall.
I mean, maybe they'll have great food that goes along with it too. I mean, there's more to it than just what they're playing on TV.
Well, yeah, but I'm thinking like, okay, softball is awesome. I'm trying to think of the other, like women's soccer is great. If you, I don't know. I mean, there's clearly a market for everything, but that's going to be their big challenge.
Yep. Savannah Guthrie and her siblings have known apparently for a while that their mother is no longer alive. I mean, we all knew that they still have not found Nancy Guthrie, that she's.
They just don't know what or how.
Yeah, but there is a new report that actually says they got a message back in February 6th, from Nancy's alleged abductor apologizing basically for her death. That was not the plan. They were hoping to get a ransom money.
Right.
And then
return her healthy.
Yes, but.
Or alive.
She passed away, and then they offered to return her body for money, apparently, in this note.
What?
So she went missing on February 1st. So this was just not even a week after when they got this note. They also received a ransom note from the same IP address asking for $4 million in Bitcoin for her safe return previously. So it's such a wild story. It's such a sad story that it still has not come to a conclusion. TMZ kind of has a different story. They say that there was no apology note or claim from the kidnappers that Nancy was dead. They say somebody wanted money Somebody who wanted money to turn in the kidnappers did imply that she was dead by writing time is no longer of the essence.
Ooh, yeah.
So I'm sure they all already knew that, but
yeah.
Hopefully this story will have at least have an ending that they
some
can.
kind of conclusion.
Yep. So we've been talking all about these World Cup fans who have been coming here and discovering our food, ranch dressing, and now they're all joking about gaining the FIFA 15.
Oh, yeah.
Not the freshman 15 you gain when you go off to college, but the FIFA 15 from discovering barbecue and pizza and ranch
Free
dressing.
refills.
Yes. It's just kind of like a joke among international fans.
It's Heather with the news. NBA draft is tonight. Fast break.
So we have curated a number of questions, and I'm going to ask Jim Costa. I'm going to get some input from the peanut gallery as well behind the glass. But we're going to start with the number one question, the number one pick. Who goes number one overall tonight?
I think it's going to be A.J. DeBonsa. I think he's got a higher floor and a higher ceiling. I know Peterson's the other consideration from Kansas. Anybody think differently? DeBonsa number one?
Is there any room for Cameron Boozer to be in that conversation?
I suppose. I think it's kind of been distilled down to the two, though.
Yeah.
Boozer will probably go in the top three.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think it's DeBonsa number one.
Okay. All right, and along those same lines, because we kind of always feel like, hey, when it was LeBron, when it was Wemby, they were going to be the best players in those draft. Who is or who will be the best player in this year's draft?
Yeah, it feels like it's a star-studded group, right? Devonsa 1, Darren Peterson 2 on a lot of boards. Boozer, you've already mentioned. And people say don't sleep on Caleb Wilson.
Yeah.
He didn't finish the year at UNC, but people were really high on him. I also like Acuff, but he's a smaller guard.
Darius,
I don't think. Yeah, Detroit kid. I think it's Devonsa, though. If I think he's going to go number 1, I think he's the best player, and it's because I think his game can grow the most.
Yeah, I'm actually going to disagree with you on this, and it's kind of splitting hairs here. The reason I asked about Cameron Boozer, because I do think he'll be ultimately the best player in this draft, and maybe he is just the most consistent. Maybe I think he is the guy that can create his own shot. I think he's built. I think he's got the frame where he can be a physical style player, create his own shot, all those things. So that's who I think it is. And then obviously if we think we're going to try and pick the best of this draft, who's going to be the bust of this draft?
It's always the question, right? And I think to be fair, I have to pick someone going
in the lottery.
In the lottery, or at least in I would say the top 10. Because there's real expectations with the top 10 pick. And I'm going to go with Nate Ament out of Tennessee.
Okay. 6'10", what is he, about 200 pounds soaking wet?
Soaking wet. And yeah, if he bulks up and grows into his frame, but does he lose some explosiveness? He's not a great shooter for a big. I think that's a prereq if you're going to play that small forward, power forward in today's NBA. I just don't see it with him. I think he's more of a project.
Okay.
Well, so ESPN's mock has the Mavs taking him, Dusty May.
Interesting.
Huh. So we're going to ask a little bit about our local stars, the guys that are going to be in the draft. So let's talk about Yaxel Lindeborg. Everybody wants to know, where's he going? Where do you say?
I say 11 to the Warriors. I think they could use a plug-and-play guy while they're trying to win now with Steph. Mm-hmm. I'd wish he'd fall a little lower so the Pistons could spring a trade, but I think he goes 11 to the Warriors.
Is there any world where we talked about, hey, if the Pistons are going to jump the Bulls, if the Bulls really want him, they're going to have to go to Charlotte?
Get the lottery.
Do you think Charlotte, because of the injury and they saw what that meant for their team, do they want another shooter? They want another creator?
Maybe.
They've got the bigs.
Yeah.
All right, so
I can
let's
see
talk.
That.
Adai Mara. Where does he go?
Isn't it too easy?
Is he the first Michigan player off the board?
I got him at 9 to Dusty May and the Mavericks.
Got to have that big man.
Too easy. Yeah. And by the way, Edey going top 10.
Did you think that before 10 a.m. yesterday morning?
It was popular, but I think it solidified it for me. And we've seen Zach Edey go top 10, similar skill set.
All right. And how about Morez Johnson Jr.?
17 to the Thunder, although they could take him with their first pick at 12, too.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's a physical rim defender. You're going to have to bully Wemby a little bit, and I think that's the counterpunch.
It would be a little interesting if Adai Mara and Morez Johnson Jr. go before Yax. Who knows how it's going to all play out. Who do the Pistons take?
Cameron Carr. Who?
Oh, yeah.
Baylor, 6'4", long arms, 7-foot wingspan, shot 37% from 3. Give me Cameron Carr out of Baylor.
Okay. Had a great combine.
Yeah.
And so anyway, last, I'm going to ask you this one. What will be the biggest story of the NBA draft? And let's just keep it to the first round tonight.
Oh, I'd love to see if Utah could trade up to 1 to take Devonsa. But I think everything gets overshadowed by this Giannis trade that doesn't officially kick in until July 6th. Is Tyler Hero going to be moved, whether it's to Detroit or somewhere else? I think that trade and the tentacles of that trade are bigger than anything that happens in the draft tonight.
Do you think that trade, because you get a chance to add on all these things, that there are more trades tonight? I actually think the story is that we are anticipating a lot of trades, but because it's so stacked with talent, I think there's a lack of trades tonight.
The teams at the top are probably hold and serve.
Yeah. And you can still get a good player at 10. Hell, you can still get a good player at 15, 16, and maybe even a 21.
It's your NBA Fast Break. Emphasis on fast. Keep the conversation rolling because Giannis is on the move and the Pistons didn't get involved. How does the East look with him in Miami? It's 97.1. You've heard me talk about Shaner Roofing and how great the work they do. Really is. But I want you to hear from other people. Just don't take my word for it. If you're going to do business with a business, you tend to Google and see what people are saying. So I'm just going to give you what some are saying about Shaner Roofing. This is from a review says we had a fantastic experience with Shaner. Their team provided transparent pricing and excellent communication from the estimate through completion. Review goes on to say the crew arrived on time, worked efficiently, finished our roof with outstanding workmanship. And about a week later, they came out for a quality check. They were thorough and professional. Cleanup was great, and the whole process exceeded our expectations. I highly recommend Shaner Roofing. That's why I tell you, Shaner's got no pressure promise, high pressure sales pitches. Forget about them. You get a true, honest assessment of your home's needs. 30 years of trusted service and counting. Shaner Roofing, for a proven track record serving Michigan homeowners. Get your quote today, mymichiganroof.com. Remember the name, Shaner Roofing, windows and siding, the name Michigan trusts. Giannis traded to Miami and we're not involved. No Pistons as a third team as of yet. Deal's not official till July 6th. Could still get involved for Tyler Hero, but as of right now, John, nope, just a clean Miami and Milwaukee deal. Are you disappointed that the Pistons didn't get involved? What do you make of the fact that this deal went down without them?
I'm not disappointed right now. In regards to, I still think there are a lot of opportunity for the Pistons to make moves leading up to tonight, maybe a move during the draft to move up in the draft, and even after the draft to still get involved in that. Tyler Hero wasn't the only option.
No.
And Trey Murphy is still a viable option.
And it would be a better addition than Tyler Hero. So what I didn't want to see them do was like empty out
overpay
the tradable assets. Yeah, moving a Ron Holland or a pick 21, and now you can't make the Trey Murphy move.
So am I upset that they weren't part of it? No. I mean, I want some exciting news, but I don't want the exciting news at the expense of we just want something fun to happen.
Yeah, don't just make a deal to make a deal and have it be a bad deal.
Right.
We like some things about Tyler Hero's skill set, right? Shooter, dribbler, creator. They need more of that, but you're not going to pay through the nose. He's not the only guy that does that in the league, and you're not going to compromise your biggest assets.
Right. And it's, would I rather have him than the 21st pick for a year or two? Sure.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's all you're looking at is how can we win the championship next year, Tyler Hero could be a part of that, but I also think you're going to have to make a lot of other moves.
Yeah, he's also not the move you make, and now we're the title favorites.
Right. So
you got to be careful with what you're willing to give up. No, I think Trajan was interested, saw the price get too high, and said,
we'll wait.
I'll wait. See if you can get the deal done without us, and if you can, great, and we'll call you if we want to get involved again.
Right. Because other teams are going to get involved in that deal.
You would think so.
And I don't think Milwaukee is sitting there going, well, yeah, we went from 15 guys to 13 to 22. Like, they're going to have to deal some of those individuals as well.
Yeah. How does it shake up the East?
So it's interesting because when you're looking at the East, obviously it ships off Giannis to outside the East, and he's going to, I wouldn't say a strong title contender.
No, you go from one play-in team to another play-in team.
Yeah. And so, okay, he didn't go to Boston. Thank you.
That's a big win for us.
I think this is the best outcome for the Pistons, with the Pistons not being involved.
Yeah. Yeah, knowing that he was going to stay in the East and that he could have gone to Boston and that they dangled Jaylen Brown in 2 firsts. Yeah, I would much prefer him go to Miami.
Right. And he didn't go to Cleveland, he didn't go to Indiana, he didn't go to Boston, he didn't go to the Knicks, he didn't go to a team where you're like, well, man, that could be really tough just to get to the finals.
Right. So he goes to Miami where they'll pair him up with Bam Adebayo. And they got Spo, good coach.
Yeah.
And they're going to be a pain in the ass. Like, they're going to defend and get in the paint and score.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't view them as a title team right now.
No, I wouldn't put them as a favorite, even to make the NBA Finals.
Right. Yeah, I mean, in the East, they're I don't know,
maybe
4 or 5 seed.
And maybe Miami's thinking, okay, well, if we can get to the NBA Finals, how do we best match up with Wembanyama? And that could be a part of why they did this.
I don't know how much more they can add along the way, though. Like, this kind of feels like their group, right?
Yeah.
Because they emptied out their firsts. They have very little cap space. Giannis is very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? I mean, it's Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra, so there's an infrastructure.
There's always a chance when you talk about those two guys.
But this is a preferred outcome. I also am curious how this plays in Boston, because it's out there that they were trying to shop Jaylen Brown. And I don't know if there's real friction with Tatum to the point where he has to be moved, or if they can kiss and make up, if this is less toxic than the Larkin-Iserman situation.
I don't know that I've necessarily heard that there's friction between Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. I thought it was, unless you've heard something that I'm not aware of, I thought it was Brown and the organization because they were shopping him.
I mean, it could be chicken and the egg, but I don't know. If your 2 co-stars can coexist, you wouldn't trade either of them. You just run it back, right?
Unless you believe that you can be better with a different player.
Right.
So obviously that would mean that they're not happy with Jaylen Brown. And then Jaylen Brown in turn says, well, if you're not happy with me, I'll tell you one more. I'm not happy with you. It's not you, it's me. And so, I mean...
Yeah, I had thought I had seen stuff that he wasn't happy being second fiddle. Now, maybe I'm like...
Okay, maybe he doesn't want to be second fiddle, but I still don't know that means he doesn't like Jason Tatum.
Right.
He just doesn't want to be his Robin.
What I don't get is, like, he was the Finals MVP. There's one ball, but those two can coexist and deliver a championship.
And the reason that they were as good as they were, the number 2 seed, wasn't because of Tatum this year.
Right.
It was because of Jaylen Brown. Tatum missed a majority of the season.
Mm-hmm. Tech says, I don't see Miami being a major contender even with Giannis. Seems to be he moved for weather and not contention. Bold prediction, at 2:01 this afternoon, we'll get news that the Pistons have traded for Trey Murphy in a deal involving the 21st overall pick, beef stew, and more future assets. Stew still has value around the league. The Pels can turn around and flip him for more if they choose.
Oh, at 2:01, was that sent in by Scott or DK?
Those guys don't get to complain about news doesn't break during our show. But yeah, beef stew, it's been reported is on the block. Pick 21 in the right deal, especially for Trey Murphy. Would be
for
on
a
the
guy
block.
that played 8 minutes a game in the playoffs.
His last 9 playoff games, he averaged 9 minutes per game.
Right,
and he insists he's healthy. The team does too, whether you believe it or not. He's clearly
not
a fixture.
Impactful.
Yes. Once I saw the report that Trey Murphy was officially available, it's Murphy or bust from an unnamed texter.
And maybe that's what Trajan Langdon is thinking. I don't know if he's thinking it's Murphy or bust, but maybe that's his number 1 target.
Does he get traded tonight? If you're the Pelicans, this is where you can get draft capital.
I think the Pelicans would want that to happen, sure.
And for the Pistons, they're not going to give up Cade, Asar, or Duran, but anything else to get the deal done, I won't speak for both of us, but I think we're both on board with.
Sure. And it's really just a matter of when do the Pelicans want to pull the trigger and how many other suitors are willing, and are they willing to give up more than the Pistons are?
Yeah, like
because if you could pay the game of chicken and get the Pelicans all the way up to the draft, and they want a draft pick in this year's draft, they want more draft capital, then maybe that's the game of chicken that Trajan Langdon is playing. Well, hey, here's our offer. Take it or leave it.
So I thought, and again, everything's just rumors. I thought I had read somewhere Atlanta might be interested in Trey Murphy. And Atlanta has the number 8 pick that they got from New Orleans.
Right.
So they could return their pick back to them. But then Atlanta, who had a nice run last year, gets even better with Trey Murphy. And we don't have a top 10 pick.
Right.
So you'd have to add more first. Or Ron Holland's a guy I think we've thrown in every trade since this discussion started. 248-539-9797. How does this impact us? That's what we really care about. Giannis goes to Miami. Who cares? South Beach added another star back-to-back days. How does this impact us? We'll get some of your phone calls and feedback. We'll get to Dusty May at 9:35 because, yet again, breaking news not on our show, right as we're walking out the door. We'll get to that in the 9 o'clock hour, too. Get to it coming up, 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. Despite facing the 2023 American League Cy Young winner last night, the Tigers tagged Garrett Cole from the Yankees for all 5 runs in their 5-3 win in the series opener. After the game, A.J. Hinch discussed his team's approach against one of the best pitchers in the game. Tigers and Yankees will meet again for Game 2 at Comerica Park tonight at 6:40. Pregame coverage here on 97.1 begins at 6:15 as it will be Casey Mize for Detroit against Carlos Rodon for New York on the mound. Tigers looking to keep their 4-game win streak alive. In the World Cup last night, it was a star-studded day once again as Lionel Messi, Kylian Mbappe, and Erling Haaland all recorded a brace. Today in World Cup action, Portugal and Uzbekistan kick off at 1 o'clock, followed by a big matchup in Group L between England and Ghana at 4. At At 7, it's Panama and Croatia, followed by Colombia and the Democratic Republic of Congo at 10 o'clock. And the Pistons have the 21st pick in the NBA draft tonight at 8 o'clock. 3 University of Michigan players are expected to be chosen tonight, along with Detroit native Darius Acuff. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Can I stump for a guy for the Pistons to trade up for?
Yeah, sure.
Because, again, I think the preference would be you get Trey Murphy. But if that doesn't happen, you can still use that pick tonight. And if you trade up, you can get someone who can make an instant impact.
Who do you want?
I want a guy that we all watched a lot of, who I think's plug and play.
Oh, you're such a homer.
Who can play on the defensive end and guard multiple positions, can be a secondary offensive piece.
Oh, blue wall.
Get his own shot.
Come on, man.
Find others. 3-to-1 assist-to-turnover ratio at Michigan.
Why don't you just sing the victors?
Yax is the guy I want tonight. And now I don't think you're getting him at 21, but I've seen mocks where he falls out of the lottery. So can you go up 5 or 6 spots and get a plug-and-play player? Oh, he's old. He's ready to play and contribute now. Is this team not trying to win now? Does he not answer a lot of this team's questions? Boy, what if we had someone else that you could give the ball to that could go get a shot? What if you had someone that could defend multiple positions so you don't have to compromise the defensive integrity of this team?
Can he knock down an open 3?
He can knock down an open 3, and he can play a small ball 4.
Mm-hmm.
He could play the power forward spot. He could be a guy who contributes immediately. I don't know if he'd start, but he could be in that 7-8 man rotation immediately for the Pistons.
I've given you a hard time because I knew you were going with it, but I don't disagree. I think he is a guy, and he may be the poster boy for why NIL, transfer portal, all those things are good for a team like the Pistons, because you do get a chance to draft a guy that you're not waiting like Chaz Lanier to draft him, to develop him for the next 2 or 3 years. That all happened at various stops along the way, ultimately at Michigan, and now he is as NBA ready as anybody coming out.
Yeah, whoever drafts him is going to thank Michigan and Dusty May.
Right.
And that's just true of all these guys that end up staying an extra year and preparing themselves better for the NBA while getting paid to do it. So I don't know, you guys tell me. I mean, is this the homer take? Are we too close to it because we watched Yax? I'd love for the Pistons to end up with Lendeborg tonight.
Sure, I would too. For a lot of different reasons. Number one reason being, I think he contribute right away. There are other guys, and that's the beautiful thing and kind of the exciting thing about the NBA draft, whereas in previous drafts you're looking at, okay, well, if you got one of the top 3 picks, all right, hey, this is where it's at. And then everybody else is just, rolling the dice on all these different guys and different metrics and different potentials. This year, I don't know, are there 14, 15, maybe more that could contribute at different levels throughout the course of the next NBA season? And there might be 20 guys this year. It's a very deep and talented draft.
That's what people are saying at the very top, but then that pushes everybody down.
Yeah.
Well, can I comment on that?
Yeah.
When the commissioner says position, player, the next thing, here's the next thing that's going to be said. BYU, Kansas, Duke, North Carolina, Illinois, Louisville, Arkansas, Houston, Arizona, Tennessee. What have I not said yet? Washington, Michigan, Baylor, Michigan, Alabama, Texas Tech.
What have you not said yet?
I haven't said France or Greece or
Algeria.
This overseas guy in a league, right? These are guys we've seen here play college basketball.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point. I think one mock I saw, there were some Spanish players at the end of the first.
Sure, but I've looked at this, and I've looked at NBADraft.net a lot, and I think I saw 3 guys not from American universities.
Right. That's a good point.
It does add some intrigue to the draft.
Right, and
that's a good
just
point.
To clarify, that's not American University, Stoney's alma mater. It's just American universities.
You also didn't mention the Patriots at any point.
Right.
Or what are they? What is American University's nickname or mascot?
The Eagles.
Eagles,
yes. Fly, Eagles, fly.
Stoney, big Eagles guy.
Big Eagles guy. Tex says, I'm a big Michigan hater, as big as they come, but I think we need to trade up for Yaks. He's plug and play. He can shoot, guard multiple positions. This texter says he'd start day one and give you 12 a night, Joe in Chesterfield.
It's possible. I mean, it's hard to make that prediction because you never know how a guy is going to transition to the NBA. We've seen some that we thought were sure bets that just never panned out. Others that were taken in the second round, you're like, well, where'd this guy come from? And so it's always still going to be a roll of the dice. But I think from what we have seen from Yaxel Lindeborg and the fact that he is a little bit older, a little bit more mature physically and emotionally, I think the gamble is a little bit less.
Are we on the blue wall or are we on to something? Trade up for Yaks, 248-539-9797. This text says, are you guys serious? Beef stew, Ron Hollander have little to no value. Pick 21 has a little, but you expect the Pelicans to give up a good player for nothing? Not going to happen with those non-assets. Well, let's back up. To get Giannis, you throw 3 firsts and spare roster change.
Yeah.
So to get Trey Murphy, who's not Giannis, can I give them 3 firsts and spare roster change? Is that really outrageous to suggest?
Doesn't feel like it to me. Or
No.
and I don't know that it's 3 firsts. It may be a first and a couple of pick swaps.
No, that's fine. But my point is they act like it's unattainable. What did Miami give up to get Giannis? The idea that Trey Murphy is like Larry Bird and James Worthy hybrid, like we can't get this guy?
Right. No,
now,
he's on the market.
They can choose to deny the trade offer, but the Pistons have enough to get him.
Yes. It's just a matter of it's what type of market and who are the other players. If somebody else has a number 8 overall pick,
that's why I
and
said
you
Atlanta.
offer 21, then you're going to have to throw in
an extra pick or player,
pick a better player, something. If Trey Murphy is the guy that you want, and say, hey, by the time the clock strikes midnight, Trey Murphy needs to be a Piston, then and maybe you are going to have to throw in more.
Yeah. Ticket Texter says, be realistic. The Pistons have no way to trade for a dog.
Well, they already have the dog.
They're all dog.
Right.
Didn't you see on all the T-shirts? I'd stand pat, sign free agents, draft guys, no trades.
Oh, so is that from Brad and Allen Park?
No, but it could have been. Please name the last ready now players that actually panned out in the first round. I won't hold my breath. That's what the answer is, to just draft only on potential. You're not picking in the top 10.
Victor Wembanyama.
Pistons are not in a position to trade. They have no assets besides Cade, Asar, and Duran, and they can go too. Well, I hope you're not trading Cade. And I'm not looking to trade Asar.
No.
And you know how I feel about paying Duran, but it's got to be a deal that makes sense.
Yes.
You tell us, 248-539-9797. We've got the Pistons draft tonight. I don't know what the interest level is in the draft tonight because we're picking late. We're not in on all the big names, but the Pistons could get in on names by trading.
Right. Let me ask you about a guy that I know has been mocked to the Pistons, and I wouldn't hate it, especially if they just sat at 21. It's out of Alabama, Phylan.
Oh, yeah.
LeBaron
plays with the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Can take the...
Yes, he does.
Well, some of these guys are just catch and shoot dudes.
Right,
like
right.
They
can
aim
create
that guy
his own
out of
shot.
Tennessee's just going to stand in a corner.
Yeah. And he could also take a little pressure off Cade. Sometimes he could be a guy that brings the ball up. So it's not always Cade. So you get to the game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals, and maybe there's a little more juice left in the tank for Cade.
Not a Piston target, but a player that I am really interested in is Darius Acuff Jr. The Detroit connection, I really liked watching him in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Smaller guard, but plays like a dog.
Yeah.
Gets his own shot, gets in the lane, makes threes, that floor general. We just saw a little guard win the MVP.
Right.
I wonder where fit is going to matter a lot. Who takes him, and does he have a chance to hit the ground running? Because I'm curious to see what he ends up being.
Well, and he was a marksman, right? 44% from 3. But how does that translate into creating your own shot, getting your shot, and obviously making it? I don't think he shoots 44% in the NBA.
No, but he's a guy everybody thinks will go in the top 10.
Yeah.
and not in the top 5. So then you start thinking of destinations. The Clippers, realistically, the highest he could go. That could be interesting. Brooklyn, I hope for his sake, not Sacramento. It feels like that's where careers go to die. That's where a lot of people have him going. Hawks at 8. Dusty May at 9.
Sure.
10, Milwaukee, a chance to get the ball and start over. I don't know, just a little storyline I'm watching for tonight. You watch Tigers last night?
I did, and it was a fun watch. And it's, 4 in a row now. And we saw all the drama of late inning comebacks against the White Sox. Always love beating the Sox. And then you get a chance. The evil empire comes to town, and it was Framber Valdez. 2 starts in a row now, but that one last night was really what you believed you were getting when you gave him the record contract.
Best start he's had in a Tiger uniform? Just off the top of your head. I'm not going to hold you to it. Does it feel that way?
Yeah, I think so. And maybe it's the best back-to-back. Oh, I think it's obvious. It's the bet into account with the bats that they have in that New York lineup. Yeah, I think it was the best start.
Yeah, and you could argue it's his best start. It's 8 strikeouts, which ties the most he's had in any game. Went 6 and only gave up 1.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's back-to-back 6-inning starts.
And it was, only 2 walks, I believe it was?
Yes, limited the damage on the base paths.
Mm-hmm.
That's the story, is trying to get him playing like the guy you paid him to be. Because how do you go on win streaks? You got to string together starting pitchers who can do that. You rest your bullpen, which has been a concern. Yes, you win, John. That's how you go on win streaks. Jackass. Seriously.
Can't win 2 before you win 1.
How do you go on win streaks?
Yeah.
The guy tells me win.
Yeah, you can't set up Casey Mize to win 5 in a row unless you won those first 4.
You're right. And look, I want to be clear on this. I'm enjoying winning. Winning is fun. Winning is good.
Yes.
I am not quite at the take them seriously level yet, nor do I think you are.
No, but I'll take every win possible. And when you're following up May, which was horrendous, and so 6-22. Nobody thinks that you flip that and go 22-6, but they're 12-6 right now, and you've got to chip away. You got to just keep chipping away.
I know we keep doing. Last night was a big Valdez start. The next 2 games are going to be worth watching because the Yankees are throwing lefties.
Oh boy!
Which means Jahmai Jones in the starting lineup tonight, folks. Can't wait for that lineup card to come out.
Yeah, what's he batting third with Veerling 4?
Well, Veerling will be third. You know that, right?
Well, let's put Jahmai in the cleanups.
Couple mashers.
I'm just kidding.
Couple righty mashers back to back in the order tonight.
Yeah. The question is he batting 8 or 9? Or, he'll be in the lineup.
Oh, he's going to be in the, they're facing a lefty.
Yeah.
So we're getting Jahmai the next 2 nights in the starting lineup.
He might be 6, John.
I think he has been.
Hey, you could be a great driver. You could be doing everything right and still get hit, and you never saw it coming. That's life on the road these days, especially with more people out in the nice weather. You got bikes, motorcycles, and summer traffic's picking up. If you're injured, give David Feminino a call and the accident response team. They're going to help you right away, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. When you're in an accident, get the right team in your corner. All you got to do is give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
we have some new Larkin audio. Really, it's more about Steve Yzerman, but it's the latest on this saga involving the captain and the captain.
Yeah.
Elliot Friedman, 32 Thoughts podcast. In the wake of the Brady Tkachuk trade, Elliot really started thinking about how this impacts Steve Yzerman.
Okay, so what are you going to get back from Minnesota?
That's what we've been saying all along.
It's there's a lot of suitors for Dylan Larkin. No question about that. How many is he going to be willing to go to? And of those, what are you getting in return? Who has the best package that they could put together?
I just think we're at a stalemate. Like Tom asked me off air, I don't know, about a half hour ago. He's like, NHL drafts this week too.
Friday.
NBA's tonight, but the NHL's this week. Do you think he's moved this week? And I said, no, I don't think Larkin's getting moved this week. No intel, just reading the tea leaves, it feels like we're at a stalemate. If Yzerman wouldn't do the Tkachuk deal, the equivalent of 3 firsts, if there aren't players that can contribute to the NHL roster being offered in deals, and we don't suspect they will be because those teams are going to be contenders,
then it better be
stuck.
a very high pick this year. But if he doesn't get moved this week, that ship sails.
That ship sails too. But I don't know that teams are trading high picks this year for Larkin, or that those are destinations Larkin will approve by the end of this week.
Right.
It feels like we're at a stalemate.
But if they don't make a deal before the draft, then that means, does that take future assets like off the table as the best thing about the deal?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that
the most appealing pieces could be gone this week. Is that what you're saying? Like the picks in this year's draft?
Yeah. If the best case scenario versus getting an established player, like, you know.
Yeah. Let's say the established unicorn player is not coming back in a deal, then it behooves Yzerman to get a deal done this week. And if he doesn't get a deal done this week, it puts him further behind the 8 ball. But I don't think he operates from a position of desperation. And I think he waits all week and may dig this hole even deeper. Again, Larkin has to give him destinations beyond the 3 that we've outlined, or there's no reason to get a deal done this week, right? If I'm Yzerman, Florida doesn't have a top 10 pick anymore. Vegas doesn't have a top 10 pick anymore, or never did. Minnesota doesn't have a top 10 pick. Those deals are going to be there on Saturday and Sunday, right? Unless Larkin opens up to a few more teams. But those teams would have to have top 10 picks. I just don't think it's happening this week.
I mean, I'm not going to argue with you. I don't think it does either. In fact, the longer it goes,
it's very frustrating. Like, I'm listening to you right now, and I'm like, the fan is coming out in me big time, and I'm just so frustrated. And part of it, I think, is linked to what's happened down in Miami the last couple of days. I mean, their teams down there, back-to-back days almost here, traded for Brady Tkachuk and Giannis. Mm-hmm. And we sit here with our teams and just spin the wheels.
Yep.
It gets frustrating, man. It's like, you got to take a chance.
So let me ask you this.
That's why I was so big yesterday when I said the thing about the San Jose thing. I would put that. I would take that, the second overall pick, as the starting point with the Larkin to San Jose. I think it's appealing for the Sharks to kickstart their back into the playoffs quicker timeline.
Is it appealing to Larkin?
It would be if I was him. To go play with Macklin Celebrini, to take the load off your shoulders as being the 1C.
Path to the playoffs is easier in the West.
Yeah.
Look, it's San Jose, you're in California. Some people will love California. Some people will hate paying the California taxes. I don't know. I don't know where Larkin's priorities are.
I have mentioned that the longer this goes, I think even though it's the least possible outcome, Is there a chance that he is still on the roster at the beginning of the season? Let me ask you this. Is there a chance that this trade hasn't been consummated, even though maybe it will be before the regular season, but that it's still in limbo at the start of training camp?
How about I answer it this way? I think it's more likely he's on the roster game 1 than he's dealt this week.
I can see that, yeah. That's probably a 50-50. I just don't, John, in the end, I just don't see how. I think Yzerman hurts himself even more around the league if he's on the roster.
Oh, I agree, but I don't think Yzerman is going to give a damn.
Is Yzerman going to not give a damn so much that he's going to make him take the ice without the C? The rest of the league is watching that.
Well, he doesn't have to do that. He could leave the C on him.
For a guy that just requested, said, I want out of here?
Yeah. I to me, what does that say to the locker room then? It's like you got this whole web.
Oh, I know. It's messy. But if he just defaults to...
And we're not even talking soccer.
Why couldn't he just lied like Kachuk and then just get dealt out of nowhere?
Out of thin air?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I'm Yzerman, like I feel like I have a certain degree of job security, right or wrong. My number's in the rafters. I'm going to do this the right way. I'm not going to rush it. I'm not going to take just picks. If you believe what Elliot Friedman says, he wouldn't have done that deal. I'm going to get the right return. Larkin's got 5 years left. If a deal doesn't get made this week, I'll burrow in even more, dig the hole even deeper, and do it my way.
I don't know. Start playing Sinatra.
That's some stubbornness right there.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. Well, a wrong-way driver on I-75 caused a deadly fiery crash and closed the highway in Detroit this morning for hours. It was right around 4 a.m. that police began receiving reports about a wrong-way driver traveling northbound in the southbound lanes. Shortly after those reports came in, the wrong-way driver slammed into another vehicle. One of those vehicles caught on fire. The highway was shut down from Grand River to Rosa Parks Boulevard for hours. Not every article I've seen said that it was deadly. Only one news outlet is saying that it was a deadly crash. I mean, when you see the photos, it was a gnarly crash. It was very, very bad. But one article did say the extent of the injuries are unknown. If you want to sail across Lake Michigan under the stars, now is your chance. The SS Badger is offering overnight crossings this summer between Michigan and Wisconsin.
Awesome.
So, yeah, now through September 1st, the ship will take you from Ludington. At 8:45 p.m., you'll arrive over in Wisconsin several hours later, and then you can return if you want, like in the middle of the night, 1:30 a.m., arrive at 6:30. Officials say the overnight rides are 20% off, so cool. $89 for adults, $44 for children, $102 for vehicles.
I've taken that trip.
Have you?
Not in the middle of the night, but it's. I think it's cool.
Have.
It's awesome.
Pretty cool.
I think it's awesome. Yeah.
A sports bar that has been popping up in Detroit over the past couple of years is officially campaigning to get a permanent location. It's called Bar 9, and it's basically a sports bar dedicated to showcasing women's sports. And it's launching its crowdfunding campaign on Tuesday, June 30th at the Detroit Shipping Company. You can go, you can watch the Commissioner's Cup, you can play some trivia, win some prizes, enjoy some music, and their goal is to raise some money so that they can secure a permanent location in Detroit. Today is a special day for Detroit and for pizza fans. Today is National Detroit Style Pizza Day.
Yeah.
Yes, go to Buddy's. They're celebrating. So's Jets is celebrating as well. There's a whole long list of things that Buddy's is doing.
Because it's like their 80th,
it's their 80th
anniversary.
Yes.
Awesome.
So not only today, but like for the whole month, they're doing 80th anniversary giveaways kind of things.
I'll ask a question that you probably don't know the answer to, but have they were doing the blank boxes for a little while, allowing people to, design their own pizza box, and they were going to make the best one a pizza box for a little while. Have they decided who won that yet?
I have no idea.
This is such a random question to ask her.
It's not not in this article about Detroit Style Pizza Day, but I could research it for you and find
Okay,
out.
thank you.
But loyalty members can earn 3 times the loyalty points on any purchase today. Hey, if you were born on June 23rd, you can get a free slice of dessert if you go and dine in.
I don't think I've ever had dessert at Buddy's.
No, you can. There's like multi-generational deals too if you go in with different lots of things going on at Buddy's. At Jets, you can get 50% off. It's 8-corner pizza. So
yeah, I think it was 30% if you had 3 generations,
Yeah.
40% if you had 4. And my parents are coming over today to play with Teddy, so I was like, hey, let's go to Buddy's.
So apologies if you've already read some of these, but tiramisu
Yes.
is the free dessert that you can get. John, you're
okay.
asking about dessert. $1 from every pie goes to Detroit Pal.
very cool.
We like Pal. We're going to
Yes,
be out
we
in an
do.
event later this summer with them. So there you go.
Yeah, lots going on.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, Dusty May.
Will he? May?
He may.
May? Maybe he won't.
John, it's funny. When you don't have a contract signed, you may go to the NBA.
Well, he did have a contract. He just didn't have
Extension
the new
signed.
contract.
You know
Yes.
what I'm getting at. Michigan fans were kind of in denial. He's not going anywhere.
Words matter.
He is gone to the NBA. The news that broke right when we got off the air. We'll get a chance to talk about it next. 97.1. Dusty delivered. I don't know if people are upset with him because I saw some of that yesterday. Maybe you slept on it and realized, hey, man, I get it. He's going to the NBA. John, how did it sit with you?
Surprising, shocking. But I understand it. He won a national championship. Took him 2 years. And when you hear some of the things that he has talked about, and first of all, he said when he was talking about the North Carolina job or anybody other job that came a knocking, I'm not interested in another college job. He never said anything about the NBA. And his market value right now is never going to be higher. Now, okay, he could win 2, 3, 4 in a row, and then his market value continues to raise, but that's not likely. If he gets to the Final Four next year, or say he gets out in the Elite Eight, his market value is not what it is right now.
Yeah, strike while the iron's hot.
And Dallas probably has a coach that they're going to stick with for a couple of years. Who knows in the NBA, but it's a chance to coach Cooper Flagg as well.
Yeah, and if you fail, it's not like college is going to look the other way. They'll hire him back at a college job, a marquee college job immediately if he fails in the NBA. And he'll be paid handsomely if he fails in the NBA. It's the best job in sports, even more than the backup quarterback. Failed, fired NBA coach. Ask Monty Williams about that life.
Right.
You said you were surprised. I was caught off guard because it wasn't like actively on my mind, but I'm not surprised because when Orlando made their coaching change, insiders said, hey, they were interested in Dusty. And Dusty had said he wouldn't take a college job. I thought that was noteworthy that the word college was there. And he also hadn't signed the extension. So this was something he was considering for the right job.
Right.
The right opportunity. And for Dallas, Cooper Flagg, yeah, it's the right opportunity. I don't think if you're a Michigan fan, you can feel however you want to feel, but I think it would be surprising if you're upset with a guy when it's completely understandable. And he delivered for you. That's the biggest thing.
Well,
I made the comparison earlier. Like if Dan Campbell wins a Super Bowl but leaves to pursue other interests, I'm not going to be mad that he left and didn't win 2 or 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah, the statue's still going up.
Right.
I can understand the initial reaction. Fans are not always the most reasonable population of people. But when you sit down and okay, hey, take a look at it for a second, I think you could start to understand it and appreciate what he did in 2 years and understand the decision to leave.
And you and I have talked about the changing landscape in college athletics.
Yeah.
And people will say, well, he was part of the problem. No, he utilized the tools better than anybody else. He was good at it. That doesn't mean you like it.
Right.
Like if you were a high-level college basketball coach and you have to be the head coach and the general manager
and the fundraiser, and when the season ends, you have to re-recruit the entire roster 12 months a year, or you could be an NBA coach. First-class accommodations. You don't have to deal with the draft. You have the offseason to be a person. Right.
Go on vacation with your family. You have the more money, more resources, more exposure, the highest level of your profession. What would you rather do? I mean, I think some of this is college athletics is less appealing because you have to have full responsibility of the entire program 12 months a year. And it's not just recruiting, it's re-recruiting and dealing with the dollars and cents. And well, my point guard needs another 50 grand, needs another 100 grand.
Yeah, or he says he's leaving.
Yeah.
And now you got to get on the phone to donors. You got to get on the phone to companies. You got to get, hey, can I scrape together? Can I get 25 from you? Can I get 50 from you?
And by the way, that's not just for your star player.
Oh, it's every guy on the roster.
It's the whole roster. In Dallas, the 7th guy on the roster doesn't get to go to management and say, hey, I want an extra $1 million or I'm leaving. You don't have to deal with that turmoil with the roster.
Right. Now you have trade demands.
Sure.
But that's
rare.
Yeah. But it's, and I used this example earlier. I'm not saying Dusty May is Mike Brown. He doesn't show up and then all of a sudden win an NBA title. But if you just take the week following their championships, okay, there's a parade in Ann Arbor, there's a parade in New York. Both of them are very, vastly different. Mm-hmm. But for Mike Brown, he got a chance to enjoy it however he wanted to and with ever who he wanted to for that week and still celebrating that championship, getting ready for the draft. But he's not the one making the picks. He'll have some contributions. He'll ask his opinion.
But it's not the same workload.
Dusty May talked about in the locker room. Yeah, now it's time to turn the page and go for the next one. And he's already behind it because the portal had already opened up. And he's got to now recruit his guys. He's got to be able to jump into the portal. He's got to continue to recruit those high schoolers. Like, it's a completely different week. And did he fully get to enjoy that national championship?
Right. Look, I know this is a big story yesterday, and we're the last to pick through it. But if you're on your way into work or driving around today and you got thoughts, I mean, help people stop me in the grocery store. Hey, I know what you're talking about tomorrow. Dusty May.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk Ward too, but let's get to the phones. Shannon, you lead us off. You're on 97.1.
Nice job. Good morning, gentlemen. Appreciate listening to you guys. Keep doing what you do.
Thank you.
Born and raised Detroiter, man. I'm a Cass Tech guy. Grew up in a union family. My late father would say, Dusty May, God bless you. You don't owe an explanation to anybody for taking care of yourself or your family. He came to Michigan. He did his thing in 2 years, given the circumstances of this era. They have a championship. He managed it. He executed it. God bless him. He was on his way. I mean, I have nothing against this guy for doing what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
That's my 2 cents on it.
Yeah.
I mean...
And in terms of where Michigan goes from here, I mean, look, it's awkward timing.
Sure.
And it sounds like most likely, I've already handed the interim tag, they'll just keep this thing in place for next season.
Yeah, and it sounds like Mike Boynton Jr. was a large part of all this recruiting and getting these guys convinced to come to Ann Arbor, ultimately play for Dusty May. Mike Boynton Jr. was going to be a part of that staff, and now he's going to be the interim coach. So the relationships are there.
It's an awkward time for a head coach to leave. It's also an awkward time for a player to hit the portal. They'll have the opportunity to do it, but it's not the bidding war where all the roster spots are available and money isn't spent. Money's spent, roster spots are largely gobbled up. You got taken care of. If they keep the staff in order, you're probably just going to put your head down and play for Michigan this season.
I would think so.
So, look, beyond that, I don't know. If Boynton doesn't do the job, they can do a full search.
Sure.
If it's not satisfying at the end of next season, you're not beholden to him.
No, he's an interim.
Yeah. The Ward component. I've seen people link this to Harbaugh because both guys won a national title, both guys had a contract on their desk, and both guys left. And this is a failing of Ward Manuel. And to me, I've plenty of things to be critical of when it comes to Ward's tenure as athletic director. To me, this isn't one of them. He can't
Dusty
make
May
Dusty
held all the
sign
leverage
it.
in this.
Okay, you go to his door
And
go,
say,
hey,
hey, you
haven't
sign this contract or I'm going to fire you?
Right, you're going to fire a national championship coach. No, you go to his door, you go to crash his lunch, you're in his office every day. Hey, you got to sign, you got to sign, you got to sign. Have you signed? Why won't you sign? Well, you got to sign. And you can go, I'll get to it when I get to it.
Yeah.
I'm here, I'm under contract, I love the numbers, I'll sign it when I'm ready. What's Ward supposed to do in that world? And with Harbaugh, too, I mean, that's a little messier because Harbaugh created a cheating scandal he was escaping from and that existed under Ward's watch. But once it had happened and Ward wanted to keep him, he can't force Jim Harbaugh to stay. So I could take Ward for a million things.
And maybe the question was asked, I don't know, is what would it take for you to sign this contract today?
Right.
All right, now, they already negotiated terms, they already did everything, but what's it going to take for you to sign this contract today?
Got to find another $1 million, or we got to find another level of support for you and your staff and your program. I don't know. But it sounds like ultimately these guys could have signed the contract and then gone to the pros.
Yeah.
It's not like college
would have just been different.
It would have just Michigan would have got paid more. So what is the complaint of Ward? He didn't stuff the coffers more by getting the deal done in writing earlier. The guy still leaves if he wants to leave.
Well, and he should also get credit for bringing him to Ann Arbor.
Dusty, you're saying, you're bringing him in. Yeah. Like you get dinged for hiring Juwan, but you get credit for hiring Dusty.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, there's a lot you can be upset about.
Yeah, and I don't want to come across as a Ward defender. Like the Sharon mess is all his mess. That happened under his watch. The hockey program, and we could go through all of it. I'm just saying in the Dusty case specifically, I think people are using it to throw more at Ward because they think he's done a bad job more than he did a bad job with Dusty. Because I don't think he did a bad job with Dusty. 248-539-9797. We want feedback from you guys. Wrap up the show. Get the Carson Anderson. It's 97.1.
Hey, no matter what it is you're leaving the house for, you shouldn't have to worry about break-ins, fires, emergencies. And I don't have to do that anymore because Guardian Alarm has installed an alarm in my house, and I absolutely love it. They've been protecting Michigan families since 1930, and they've been doing it the right way. Don't do it yourself. Give Guardian Alarm a call. They've been protecting Michigan homes since 1930, and it's local live monitoring. Give them a call. It's 0 down, 0% interest. 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
Hey, a couple quick notes, something to monitor tonight for the NBA draft. Brian Windhorst on Get Up today. Teams are preparing to send the Celtics offers for Jaylen Brown after they missed out on Giannis. Brown leaving Boston, even without obtaining Giannis, now feels like a probable scenario. Teams are expecting to bid on him.
So it's kind of like demanding a trade without demanding a trade.
Mm-hmm.
They've maybe, whether it's, hey, the bridges have been burned, we were shopping you, Jaylen Brown doesn't want to be back, but they envisioned a life without Jaylen Brown. Now they don't want to live a life with Jaylen Brown.
But they're in kind of an odd spot, too. It's one thing to say we'll trade Brown and 2 firsts to get a better player in Giannis. It's another thing to say we're going to trade him for less while trying to compete for a championship.
Well, it depends on what type of package teams can put together.
Okay, well, we're in Detroit. What package would you put together?
Oh.
He's one of the guys I actually would throw Asar in for. And I think you could give up a couple picks.
I mean, is it Asar and Duran? Yeah.
Thanks for that.
You asked me to describe it now. How many picks? How many players?
That's great.
Tom, would you be interested in Jaylen Brown? What would you give up? Everything short of Cade, right?
Yeah, probably.
This guy who won Finals MVP and led them to the 2 seed this year largely without Tatum. Assuming he's comfortable being a number 2. That's the other part of this.
Come on. My thing I'm really big on right now is the Austin Reeves thing.
Okay.
Like that's kind of fallen into that group of moving Duran as part of that. Luka's asked for a big. I think I'm intrigued by that with keeping Thompson around and see what you have with that.
So in your scenario,
I feel like Brown, you're kind of tying your hands down a little bit, like in terms of
because of the contract.
Yeah,
and everything you have to give up.
I am somewhat of a supporter of let's make a move to get better for sure, and then see what we have. And so that I guess that's a little bit of an optionality group, but I threw out a big name.
Yeah.
Too. It's just not Jaylen Brown.
Right.
Yeah.
I trust me, since this all started, Austin Reeves has been my number 1 target. I think if they can get him, that's a game changer.
Is that a player for player? It's a Duran for Reeves?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah,
might be
I think it'd
throwing
be
in
pretty
a little
close.
capital either way or whatever.
Yeah.
They're both going to be signing with the
both sides
maybe
be
some
signing
pick
new deals.
swaps.
Yeah.
But the number is going to be about the same.
Yeah.
In terms of what they signed
People
for.
have estimated right around $40 million for the both of them.
Yeah.
The appeal with Reeves is dribbles, shoots. Creates.
I mean, it could be throwing. This could be out of thin air too with Duran. I mean, I don't know how damaged he is from what happened in the playoffs around the league.
You mean a 3rd-team All-NBA guy?
And by the way, I don't think the Pistons would trade Duran for Reeves. Right or wrong. I know we're talking about it. I don't think they would move Duran in that deal. I think they think higher of him than everybody else does.
Well, you got to be careful of falling in love with your own guys.
I know.
Like everybody around here.
Yeah. Draft, develop, resign.
The other
Love them
note,
all.
the other note I wanted to pass along. So, do you know who the Milwaukee Bucks owner is?
Oh, you told me so.
It's Jimmy Haslam, for people who don't know. Jimmy Haslam, who owns the Cleveland Browns and Milwaukee Bucks, in a month's time has traded away Myles Garrett and Giannis.
Trying to balance the books.
I guess so.
Harder to do in the NBA because it's salary for salary.
No
but
kidding.
Now you can start dumping some of those salaries.
That's something. I wonder how many fireworks we'll get tonight.
The fireworks were last night. So,
you think J-Mo was downtown?
0.
I'm sure he had a great time wherever he was.
He was on the boat lighting them off.
Now I have a problem with that, I think.
Well,
what do you mean, you anti-freedom?
He's hitting buttons, not lighting wicks.
Yeah, I know. But
It's America. It's 4th of July.
That's right. Things explode.
Who cares if you lose a finger or two?
He's not Jason Pierre-Paul.
I know that was my concern at the time. But seems like he's rounded himself
He's
into
better
a fine
at it
young
than,
man.
than JPP ever was.
He is.
Thank you, J-Mo.
Sure has. He sure has.
But yeah, I mean, in terms of trades, I don't know. This draft, there's usually a big discrepancy between 4 and 8, 5 and 10. I don't know that there's that much of a discrepancy now in the players that you're going to get because this is such a talented draft. So I actually think that there's not a lot of fireworks tonight.
Yeah.
See, I'm having this feeling like there's some other shoe about the drop. I kind of feel about that with Miami and what they did.
Mm-hmm.
They've got something else up their sleeve. Like I feel like something is in the works in the NBA right now.
Well, let me ask
and then
you-
it's going to cause everything else to just go chaotic from there. Not tonight, but into July.
Oh, I was going to ask specifically tonight, will we see any of the following moved? Trey Murphy, Jaylen Brown, Kawhi Leonard.
I think
Because
there's a
that would be
chance.
another shoe that would drop.
Maybe Trey Murphy.
Yeah. I mean, don't the Pelicans know what they're getting at least for one of the picks?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think Trey Murphy. Jaylen Brown, I think there's just going to be so many moving parts to that. I don't know that it happens before 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah,
or,
too soon.
Yeah.
Almost. Like Giannis hasn't soaked in yet. Like I think there's something could be up with Kawhi.
Okay. It's been very quiet there.
Yes.
Yeah. Got Gator in the studio. Gator, what's up?
Hey. Well, if you're going to trade Jaylen Brown, I mean, who's the superstar going back to?
Right. That's what's
the
tough
reason
about it.
I mean, I guess they're looking to move anyway, but I mean, you need a big star.
Right. You're the 2 seed. You're not downgrading.
Right,
wouldn't
exactly.
think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're not just taking draft capital, and that's clearly not what they were going to get if they traded him in the first place. So,
nope.
That's it's interesting to see who else is going to get moved. I mean, the NBA is all about trades on draft night. It's all about it. So this is going to be kind of fun to watch and see if the Pistons are getting involved or not.
I am more into this draft than any draft in like the last decade.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I would.
Well, it matters.
Well, it matters.
Well, there was a draft
and
where
there's
we
just-
drafted Cade Cunningham. I was pretty into that draft.
That's true, but
And it feels like there's just
going to happen,
yeah,
right?
There's just more good players.
Yeah, and there's a lot of possibilities, and we got a team that's ready to take the next step. And there are guys you can get a guy at 21. You can. So get a guy at 21. I'm ready. Let's go.
So you're of the mindset of draft, develop, and resign.
Well, always. If you draft well, develop well, then resign.
How do you feel about a trade up?
Trade up is clearly in play after what Langdon said last week.
Yeah.
And my guess is that you don't say that unless you've had preliminary talks with a team about what it might cost, and you know that it's possible, and it's dependent on the right player falling to that team.
I think the interesting name tonight for the Pistons is Isaiah Stewart. Does he get moved or not? Because, I mean, his name has been prominent in trade talks and lots of buzz and lots of smoke. Will he still be a Piston after tonight? Will he be a piece that's used to move up in the draft, or is he a piece used to acquire somebody else?
What if he's moved and they still have an Isaiah? Actually, I think it's the most likely case scenario that they get Isaiah Evans from Duke.
Okay, Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Scott, how are you today?
I'm excited and also a little got a computer issue, but it's all right.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out.
What are you excited about?
It's draft night, man. I'm always excited for NBA draft
I
night.
haven't been for years, and this time I am, because I feel like they could get. It's not like 21 is 2, but 21, they're going to add to this roster, and they might use the pick to trade, but the right pick or the right trade, and this team could take that next step. But look, it's when's the last time we were in this situation with the Pistons? They did have the number 1 overall pick, but they were bad at the time, right?
You're talking about when the last time they were good?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a minute.
Like
right?
really good that they can make a pick that puts them over the top in some way.
Well, and even then they couldn't because they were drafting so late, but you're talking the late 2000s, right?
It's been a minute.
Yeah, but it's nonetheless, I mean, I guess it's just because I always love the draft, whether it's baseball, football, hockey, or basketball. I love the draft.
Drafts are okay.
It's getting...
Gator loves prospects, man. That's why
I
you love
do.
the minor leagues. You like
Prospects.
looking at, there's nothing wrong with that. It's fun because
Every once in a while, checking in the G League stats. Yeah.
because you love you love to dream. It's about the possibilities. That's what prospects are. They haven't disappointed you yet. You know what I mean? Like, what can be? The ceiling is still there.
It's also like opening a present.
Yes, that's why I agree, Gator. Drafts are great, man.
What's Chaz Lanier really like?
We're not sure we know yet.
Bobby Klintman looks good.
Ken, you're spot on. I mean, for years, it's been that way. I've always, I can't remember the last time that there was a draft where I wasn't like, I wonder what this guy's going to be like. Draft and stash. What's he going to be like when they take him out of the stash pile? And obviously the reality is 90% of these guys are, they're just guys. Which is fine. But when you draft, this is supposed to be, everybody says, this is a deep draft. This is a draft that's got tons of talent. Well, if that's the case, okay, go get your guy. And I mean it in that sense. Go get your guy. Don't sit on your hands and wait for him to come to you at 21. I mean, go ahead and trade up and get your guy.
I've narrowed everything down to 8 names. 8 names for the Pistons tonight. They're maybe not all selected at 21. Well, if they take a player in the draft, they could always trade this pick, which is a whole nother option.
Well, that's the thing. That's the other thing about the NBA draft, more so than any other draft. A little bit with the NFL, but usually you know that going into it. But the NBA, it's like, are you really hanging on to this player or not? Did you just draft this player for, the San Antonio Spurs or the LA Clippers? Who are you, is this your pick? Am I allowed to get excited about this guy or not?
Yep.
I mean, I was there at the Palace when Chris Webber got traded.
So was I.
And I was really excited. I'm like, what's happening here? The whole buzz in that building was Chris Webber might be a Piston now. And obviously that's not what happened, but it was pretty damn exciting. And you just got to wait for the other shoe to drop and find out what it is. Or when you finally hear, Shams or somebody else say, they're going to hang on to this pick. They like this player. And all right, great. Let's go. LFG.
All right. On this Tuesday morning, a member of our show is very frustrated today and wanted to vent. And it's not you and it's not me. Oh. Kang, frustrated today.
Listen, this is nothing new, but it got me today. I got a little annoyed and pretty pissed, but it's the summer construction, Gator. Summer construction. Yeah. We know it comes every year, but I got to tell you, maybe this is recency bias, Doug. It feels like it's worse this year than ever. I feel like right? This is the year where this is the worst construction we've ever had. Isn't there like this pure Michigan fact that I think they say like you're never further than 2 miles apart further apart from fresh water? Right? I think that stands with construction as well, right?
It feels like it.
You're never further than 2 miles away from construction.
Right.
Yeah.
Wherever you turn.
An orange cone is on your way.
Well, it is the 4th season, right?
Construction season.
Yeah, construction season.
Or 5th season.
Yeah.
No, we got rid of summer. It's only construction.
All right, fair enough. I've worked here since the year 2000.
Oh, do we need any music for this? Sounds like Doug's going to take us down the road.
It's really not like anything.
Story time with Doug Karsh, people.
I mean, sure. So I've worked here since the year 2000.
Go ahead, Doug. This is your arrow, man. Get with it. When Doug had bangs.
I almost spit out my drink.
De La Soul, right? De La Soul?
No, PM Dawn.
Damn. PM Dawn. It is PM Dawn. You're right.
Go ahead, Doug.
All right, so I've worked here since the year 2000.
Was PM Dawn like the two fat guys that wore sunglasses?
I don't know. There was PM Dawn and De La Soul. They had glasses. Anyway, I don't think I have gone 2 straight years without a good portion of my route to work being shut down for construction. And I don't think I have. I think I've had about 40%, 30 to 40% of my time here where there's been no construction driving into work. Now, some people have longer commutes than others, and I'm one of them. But, Kang, you're right. This summer's worse than any. And, like, if you're leaving from Ann Arbor trying to get downtown Detroit, you know what's under construction? 96 and 94. So it's surface streets or helicopter if you're trying to avoid construction. It is, like, did they even think about that?
Did you borrow Stoney's helicopter?
The detours are under construction. What are we supposed to do?
Yes.
What are we supposed to do?
Now you see a sign says detour, and like literally, it's not the path you thought it was going to be on the detour. It's where am I going? Where are you taking me?
It's the detour to the detour.
It's exactly right. 100%
And you're on a
right.
dirt road, and your cell phone pops up and it says, "Welcome to Canada." And you're like, "What?"
Yeah. Hope you have your ID ready.
You can't have roads on the same latitude or longitude next to each other, both under construction. You can't, because people can't get here from there.
It does feel, I mean, maybe, Ken, you're right. Maybe it is recency bias, but it feels like everywhere it's torn up. You know, it's torn up, like you said, 94. It's torn up 275. It's torn up 96. It's torn up 696. It's torn up on mile roads. It's torn up everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it has to happen, obviously.
That's how the roads get better. That's how you fix the damn roads.
But it's perpetual.
But not all of them at once.
Dude, this seems worse than ever.
Doesn't stop.
You're right, Gator. It doesn't matter if it's a main, like, freeway or just a main road, like, you know, a 16-mile road or whatever, or Rochester Road or a side street. Like, everything is being torn up. Everything.
If you are going,
You're right.
if you start,
Road is torn up. I think parts of 16 Mile, whether it's in a Corton Big Beaver,
Yes, it doesn't-
Walnut Lake
Yep.
Road, going all the way down to Metro Parkway. I don't know what it is, but it seems like somewhere it's torn up.
if you're on the east side and you're trying to get to the west side, or the west side trying to get to the east side of Detroit, 94 has construction. 96 has construction. 696 is shut down. Like you can't
part of it, yeah.
You can't get there from here. Kang, you ended up like 5 miles past the station one day driving in. We were going to talk
Yes.
about it, but then something big happened and we never got to it.
It was me, Jimmy, and Evan did it one day. We just didn't check our Google Maps or Waves or whatever, and we forgot that they shut down the mixing bowl area, like the exit to Lasser off 696,
Right.
and then you have to take Orchard Lake because the next exit not for like 5-6 miles for some reason.
Oh, you want to go all the way that way? Yeah.
And we had to go all the way there and then turn back. It was at one point, Doug, I saw a sign that said "Good luck." They didn't even give me a route. It just said "Good luck."
Yep.
An emerge sign.
Oh, by the way, traffic fines doubled. That's
Right,
it.
Yeah, thanks. Great.
I'll
Appreciate
slow
it.
down.
Yeah.
I got it.
All right, well, you got it off your chest. You feel
All
better
right.
now. And everybody in Detroit knows exactly what you're
I
talking
know.
about.
I know.
All right, let's get to the Pistons and the draft. What should happen tonight? And a sleeper to keep an eye on. He's a classic modern-day NBA prospect. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Okay, so we got to start with the breaking news of the day, which impacts our Pistons, and that is the Giannis trade goes down and Detroit's not involved. Rumors started yesterday. It wasn't rumors. There was a report from Sham Charania of ESPN that the Pistons were probably not likely to be involved because at that point, Milwaukee had had come to an agreement with both Miami and Boston about the parameters of a trade, and there was no third team involved. And at one point, it looked like Detroit could be involved in some facet that could have landed them two players that I've had basketball crushes on playing in other towns for a long time. The name Tyler Hero got kicked around. The name Bobby Portis got kicked around. I love Bobby Portis. Always have. I think he's one of those guys that just helps you win for a variety of reasons because he does so much for you. And Tyler Hero can be an absolute assassin from behind the arc. And I was excited about those possibilities. Then the price started to come out, and it was the pick at 21, Ron Holland, Isaiah Stewart. And I'm like, God, that's a lot. And that probably shuts down any pursuit of a big trade for Trey Murphy or Michael Porter Jr. Who knows what was true and what wasn't as far as rumored trades are concerned. My authentic feeling was disappointment that the Pistons didn't land Tyler Hero. They still could, right? They still could call up Milwaukee. I don't know how, dedicated to keeping Tyler Hero Milwaukee is, and maybe they know this, and maybe they just decide to take the third person out of this and have him take him and say, all right, if Detroit wants him, they can come get him from us. I guess we'll just see what goes down. But obviously, Detroit didn't. Your thoughts on Detroit not being involved in that third team in that trade?
It sounded like the way things are shaking out that there wasn't going to be any third team. So I was kind of set back to that they're not going to be part of it. Did it bother me? No, not terribly, because I'm not as big a Tyler Hero guy as you are. Yep. So I was okay with it, but I still want them to make a move. And I mean, even getting back to, would you want the Pistons who have gotten involved for Giannis?
To get Giannis?
Yeah, I mean, that was something we never even discussed. I mean, here's one of the biggest stars in the league, and everybody's talking about this big trade. And
well, I don't think we discussed it because it was never even floated out there.
Well, right. It's like, but why not? Why wouldn't you have wanted Giannis on this team?
Well, depending on the price, yeah.
Well, yes. Now you see what the price is, and it didn't seem like there's a lot going Milwaukee's way in this trade, but could the Pistons have trumped any of that by adding a player that wasn't on their list? I don't know. Anyway, it's just something. There's always going to be a little bit of FOMO that the Pistons didn't get the guy that's the superstar.
Yep.
But I'm okay with it because I think Giannis is on the downside of his career, and I don't think it makes sense for them to go after it. So it doesn't bother me. What's going to bother me is if tonight comes and goes and it feels like that there was an opportunity to do something, either to move up in the draft or to try to trade for another player, and it doesn't happen, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed just because there's been so much smoke, and maybe it's not fair to already have the preemptive disappointment in there if nothing happens. I like Trajan Langdon. I think he's very calculated. I think he's very cool. I think he's taken a ton of heat lately because of his press conference from a week ago. And it's because he is all those things, and he's not dynamic when he speaks to you or in front of a microphone, but I think there's somewhat of a brilliant mind behind all that facade of not really being all that engaging, where he knows what he's doing. Yeah, this team went from 14 wins to 44 wins to 60 wins. This literally just happened. Mm-hmm. And did they go out and make their big splash move? No. They got to 60 wins. Now, is some of that because the landscape changed in the Eastern Conference with some massive injuries? Absolutely. But this team still improved by leaps and bounds. Had they gone from 44 to 52, that'd be a huge leap. But they went to 60.
Yep.
So now there's expectations, right?
And now that's why I'm so excited about this draft.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is why I'm saying there might be I'm thinking what I'm going to feel like tonight if nothing happens, if they just stay at 21 and they go ho-hum with a pick at 21 and we couldn't move up and nothing, then I think there might be some disappointment. And yet it's unfair because maybe the guy who's picked at 21 is actually the perfect piece. We won't know.
Kang, your thoughts on the Pistons being excluded from that trade, the Giannis trade, and not getting Tyler Hero?
I mean, I'm not heartbroken. I wouldn't have mind Tyler Hero here because obviously he provides what the Pistons are lacking, which is, some outside shooting, floor spacing, and he's able to create his own shot. Now, he can't play defense, and you've brought up a couple times, Gator, his playoff numbers aren't the best, but I think he's young enough where he can still be better in the playoffs because I've seen it throughout his career, even in Kentucky, where he's not afraid to take the big shot and he can go on a run. Even if it's just during the regular season when it's late in the game, he's not shy from that. He'll take the big shot if necessary. And obviously, it just hasn't translated in the playoffs yet for him. But he's also played on teams where they have, Jimmy Butler and Bam on those teams. With that being said, I wanted Tyler Hero, but I wasn't going to give up what the reports seem to be out there for Tyler Hero to be that third team facilitator. It seemed like they were giving up a lot to be that third team, and I didn't want him that much. With that being said, that's fine. That was just one option for the Pistons as far as outside shooting. There should be plenty more available via draft, via trade, via free agency. So I'm okay with them not getting on that Tyler Hero thing. Now, how does it affect the Pistons with the Heat? Like, how much better do they get with Giannis and Bam? And I know they're going to continue to add because Giannis isn't just going to go there and team up with Bam. He wants to go there and win. So what else does Pat Riley have up his sleeve? Which means, did the East just get harder for the Pistons, right?
Yeah, probably. As far as not landing Tyler Hero, I need to get over it, and I will do that. I will do that starting right now. I am now over it.
Is it possible the Pistons can just talk to Milwaukee now?
They could, yeah, but I'm trying to get over it. So it's not.
Do we want to talk to get over this just yet, or we want to string them along a little bit?
No, let's get them over it. I mean,
we don't want to dwell on them, what they didn't get.
I don't want to play PM Dawn again. Even though I like PM Dawn, I'm just saying, yeah.
It's been a while since I heard that song.
Right,
you're going to sample Spandau Ballet in the background.
Am I the only one that mixed up PM Dawn and De La Soul? Is that easily done?
I don't know, man.
I think it's easily done.
Do you?
Yeah.
Someone said you lost a little bit of your hip hop.
I think I really did. I think people have higher expectations for me than they do Gator in everything, but especially when it comes to hip hop. I'm joking.
Had you put down the two names, had you put down PM Dawn and De La Soul, I would have said PM Dawn.
Would you?
I would have.
Yeah. I'm happy you even heard of PM Dawn. So
I said it. They were like two kind of stumpy,
I think one
fat guy
was.
kind of, and they just kind of sat there looking. I just remember the video with it's like sunglasses.
Keep describing what they were like. They just kind of sat there doing what?
They just kind of sat there staring up. Head was bobbing back and forth.
Okay, so stay at 21 or move the pick. Trajan implied they could move up. We talked about this at the end of the morning show when he spoke last week. That says to me that it's quite possible, if not likely, that he's had preliminary talks with teams in the teens about a player that, what it would take to move up to their spot. And they probably say, well, depending on who's there, if our player's gone, this is what it would take. If our player's not gone, then it would take a lot or whatever, et cetera, et cetera. So those talks have probably already taken place. Who are the guys that you think they might trade up for? I've got a list. You're distracted. What have you done now? What now? What now? You're paying no attention to what I'm saying. What are you doing?
You're ready to give a list of people. What are you talking about?
What are you doing?
I Googled PM Dawn.
Come on.
All I see is the homepage when you Google PM Dawn, and there's some images that come up, and then there's a video that comes up, and if you just put your mouse over the video, then you can see it play a little bit. It is 100% what I remembered. 100% what I remembered. Yeah. It's like two fat guys with glasses just kind of sitting there staring with their head going back and forth, and that is exactly what I'm seeing. Talented dudes, right?
Yeah.
Now, who's on your list? You got a list.
So the dream player to trade up for if he drops into the teens, and I don't think this is going to happen, but you never know with a draft, is one of the premier scorers in the draft, Darius Acuff. Is there any chance that he is a guy? Every year there's a player that drops, and by drops it means the mock drafts had him too high, but Darius Acuff is a legitimate scorer. And how far would he have to drop? He's mostly projected outside that first cut of players, that first crust, and so somewhere between like 6 and 11. Yeah.
I was going to say the Athletic has him as the number 5 overall player in the draft. They describe him as the most polished teenage guard to enter the league in years. Defense is the big question. He's also a little undersized, only 6'2".
Yeah.
But when I hear the most polished teenage guard to enter the league in years, there seems to be a lot to like there. And we know what they have said about what they want to add to this team. They want shooters and ball handlers. Well, he's a guard.
Yep.
And can shoot. So
do I think he will fall that far? I'm not sure. Other names that could be Christian Anderson is another good shooter.
That's I think that's my guy. But he could be there at 21. He might be there. A guard from Texas Tech, undersized as well, 6'1". But here's what The Athletic says about him. They rate him number 17 overall. The best shooter in the class. Can he create rim pressure and defend at his size is the question. But when I see the best shooter in his class, well, the Pistons need shooters and ball handlers, Doug, and this is a guy who can shoot. And apparently the best shooter in the class, if he's there, they would scream that that's what the Pistons would do. And yet at the same time, I think a lot can be shaped by who gets traded tonight, if they make any trades. If there's no trades tonight, this makes all the sense in the world. But if, let's say that we find out that the Pistons have traded Duncan Robinson and somebody else, well, there goes a shooter. That means they need to add a shooter.
And the third player that could drop, they could maybe trade up for, is Yax from Michigan. Now, here's the thing about Yax. There's some questions about his workouts and that the injury that he suffered in the national championship game might still be lingering a little bit. That's one. Two is there's a hilarious story about how he went and interviewed with the Timberwolves, I guess, and the Timberwolves immediately traded out of the draft, which has probably nothing to do with anything, but it's just kind of funny. So, these would be three players that I think could be on Trajan Langdon's radar if he was trying to trade up. Is there anybody else there that you would put in that list?
There's a Cameron Carr from Baylor, 6'4.5", really good 3-point shooter, and also he just sounds like a scorer. And you need scorers. I don't mind a guy like that, but when I hear something like needs to get stronger and more active on defense, I think you can always become more active on defense. I don't ever worry about that. Needs to get stronger. Well, that's a whole different thing.
Okay. And if they don't trade out of 21, who are some players to look for? I think there's a player that they'll end up with. All right. If they stay at 21, it's what I think the pick is. And then I got a sleeper. And nobody cares, of course, what you and I have to say. The question is Kang, the producer of this program, simply put just a Detroit draft whisperer? Or is it specific to Brad Holmes? Kang, do you got a guy?
I mean, I got a guy. You're going to ask me for a guy. I'm going to give you a guy. I'm not sure if this is going to be the guy Trajan takes, but I got a guy.
Do you think that you can think like Trajan the way you can think like Brad Holmes? Because you've nailed all the first round picks, second round.
The last 2 years, we've done the show to start the basketball season from the Pistons practice facility, and Trajan Langdon has sat down and talked with us, and you have been in that room with us. Did you feel some sort of cosmic connection with Trajan Langdon to the point where you can predict who he's going to draft?
I got an aura.
Okay.
I felt something.
That might be good enough for me.
We'll get Kang's pick, too. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay. As it is first round NBA draft tonight. And I don't know about the rest of you out there, but I'm fired up for this draft because it's the first time in a while where it just feels like, hey, we got a really good team. A team with a good offseason can bolster their chances to win a championship, and the draft is part of it. And can you find a player at 21? Well, it's not as easy as if you're picking in the top 10, but it can be done. And it feels like they have very specific needs as opposed to just needing for roster talent. Can they go out and they add a shooter or a scorer or a ball handler or maybe all of those in one, which brings us to Bennett Sturtz, who's one of the best three-point shooters in the Big Ten. We've talked a lot about him. It feels like mock drafts from day one have linked the Pistons to Bennett Sturtz, who is, the question is, will he be on the board for them? Player that a lot of people like. Another one that I've mentioned that just has endless range and seems like he can be a great addition if you're looking for shooting is LeBaron Filion from Alabama. But the closer we get to this thing, I think the player that Trajan Langdon would go after if he's on the board is Isaiah Evans, the 6'6" wing from Duke, who shot 38% from three. He's got good size. He can shoot free throws. He needs to put on some weight, but at 6'6", he has a chance to be a good defender. And a lot of the guys that we've talked about so far don't have great size. They're shorter. But I think if they stay there at 21, Isaiah Evans from Duke as a perimeter shooter can be the guy.
I don't have any issue with that. And I think, drafting guys from Duke is always a good thing to do. They just seem to know what they're doing and they come into the league ready to play. He's potentially an excellent shooter. And when you're playing on a team that has so many options, sometimes you get overlooked. And when you got the boozers there, those are the guys who are going to get the ball. So I can see that.
Yeah, it's a little bit what happened with Karl Anthony Towns coming out of Kentucky. People questioned his offensive ability, and it was in part because of the roster he played on. He didn't, it was a heavy perimeter shooting team, but Isaiah Evans, there were options at Duke.
I tend to think he might be gone by that point simply because of the Duke pedigree and that people will overlook this guy. And the guy I think is who the Pistons selected 21. It's a name we've talked many a time here because it seems like he was mocked here forever and now not so much. But Bennett Sturtz, the guard from Iowa, 6'2.5". This guy knows what he's doing as a point guard. You're getting an experienced guy who can handle the basketball and shoot very well. These are two things that they're looking for, shooters and ball handlers, and this is the guy who's a shooter and a ball handler. I think Bennett Sturtz would be the pick at 21.
Okay, let's get Kang's pick, and then we'll throw in a sleeper here. But what do you got?
I'd love to bring a third name into this conversation, but I actually agree with one of you 100%. Eyes in your own paper, Doug. I think Isaiah Evans would be the pick if they stay at 21. He provides the floor spacing they desperately need. Like you mentioned, too, he's taller out of all the other shooters that are in this first round draft class. The other guys are about 6'2", 6'3", maybe 6'4". I think he's 6'5.5" barefoot, so which means he's like 6'6", 6'7", maybe. He can shoot from deep, and he can finish at the rim. Now, he can't create his own shot, really, not yet at least, but you're not going to get the perfect player at 21. But he can come off screens, and he can open wide open threes, and that's what this team needs. And if you're thinking, well, 21, how much of a difference can a player make at 21? He might not make the biggest difference right away, but I still think he can contribute to this team next year in a playoff run. And then 2-3 years down the line, you might be like, wow, we got a player. Tyrese Maxey was the 21st pick overall a couple years ago. Look where he is right now with the Sixers. He's basically the guy they're building around. I'm not saying Isaiah Evans is going to be exactly like that, but you can get a good player is my point. And earlier when you mentioned Darius Acuff, I think it's an absolute dream, but that would be my dream as well. I think he goes top 10. But that guy provides ball handling, and he's a bucket.
He's a fall. He has to fall in a trade-up candidate. Yeah. And you got to trade up to get him.
No, but if they stay at 21, I like Isaiah Evans, Doug.
Yeah, okay. So there you go. There's one player that I am fascinated with because I think the door has been open in the NBA for guys like this. And that's Alan Graves, the 6'8" forward from Santa Clara. He shot 41% from three last year at 6'8". He averaged 2.5 dimes a game, according to The Athletic.
That's assists.
Yeah, assists. He had an insane steal rate for a big. He had 17 against Kentucky in March Madness.
I'm sorry, what's that?
He had 17 against Kentucky.
Oh, I thought you meant steals.
No,
Okay,
17
so
points.
You just talked about steals.
No, my
so-
bad. Yeah, 17 points. But the door has been open to this kind of player because this is also part of his scouting report. He's the most athletically underwhelming player in my top 30. And you'll love this. He finishes below the rim. He is not an athlete. If you watch him play, you'll say things like, sweet pass. You'll say things like,
Nice screen.
that's a fundamental up and under move in the low block. You'll say things like, nice screen. And then you'll see him beyond the perimeter, quick trigger, 6'8", three-point shot going in, going in, going in. Does he wow you? Nope. And I think the door's been open because of guys like Jokic and Luka who wouldn't get picked first at LA Fitness and yet are amongst the best players in the league.
I am mad at you.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you can shoot 41% beyond the arc. You can, and you're 6'8".
Mm-hmm.
I don't need you to show highlight reel dunks, right? I don't need that.
Yep.
If you're fundamentally sound, you're already off to a fantastic start. There's a great foundation. He's fundamentally sound. I like that. That's a great starting point. And what else does he do? Oh, he shoots really well from three. I imagine he also shoots very well from the free throw line. So that's going to be good news too.
Yeah.
A little sleeper that I would have, and it may fly in the face of what people would think. But I'm looking at a big man, Chris Scenic Jr. from Houston.
Yeah.
He's 6'10", but he's got a wingspan of 7 feet 5 inches.
Wow.
Standing reach is 9 feet and a half inch. Just by standing and putting his hand up in the air, he's almost at the rim. It's a guy who played last year as a freshman, averaged just about 10 points and 8 rebounds per game, shot 33% from three-point land. So he's got the ability certainly to get better there as he's only 19 years old, and you're not expecting 6'10" guys to be lighting it up from there at 19. But what it tells me is he can develop and become a better shooter. But having that kind of size, I think the Pistons covet guys that have size and length like that. And when you see, this with what Wembanyama can do with being the hydra that he is defensively, I think it would behoove the Pistons to think about a guy like that as well. So it's just a sleeper I have. 7'5" wingspan is massive.
All right, we're pretty excited about I don't know about you, Gator, but I feel young again.
Do you?
It's been a long time since I cared this much about an NBA draft.
I felt like this since the Pistons took Isaiah Thomas and Kelly Tripucka.
Thank you very much, Pistons. 248-539-9797. Got a ton of feedback coming in. Love to hear from you. What do you want to have happen tonight? And even if you don't have a specific player, what do you hope they get out of it? You can just give us the outline of what you hope they get tonight. Because I don't know how much deep dives people do on the NBA draft. But we'll get to some of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Builder's First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking and with brands that you trust. It's Trex and TimberTech and also AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will work with you. They're going to help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. I know this firsthand. I contacted the guys. They helped my mom out when she wanted her deck redone. It looks fantastic, and it is fantastic. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builder's First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That is the Builder's First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Carson Anderson on this NBA draft day. We'll get to some Tiger stuff next hour. I got to tell you, things are percolating with Dylan Larkin. Still Dusty May fallout coming in. It's a busy, busy day here at 97.1, and for us, at least, from 10 to 2. Here we go. Regarding the Pistons in the draft from an unnamed texter, I'm giving Trajan the offseason, but I'll be shocked if he makes a splash. If/once he doesn't, he's lumped with every other GM in this town, too scared to make moves. This is a poverty sports city. I mean, look, dude, if first of all, I don't know that anybody is scared to make moves, okay? I think the one report that leads credence to somebody overvaluing their own prospects, overvaluing their own guys, might be Steve Eisman related. And I have concerns about Eisman. I think that people have unrealistic, grandiose expectations of what you can do in a cap league. And that does include the NHL. When it comes to Major League Baseball, there is no cap. And I'm still formulating how I feel about Harris because when it comes to trades, not been impressed. I think he has a draft class that could be elite when it's all said and done, but the book's still out on Harris. But I think people don't appreciate how much the cap can limit what you can and can't do. And where one of the ways it manifests itself is you have to make ends meet. And so draft picks become cheaper alternatives to expensive players that teams covet because they have to pay their high-end guys. But that, it's funny because I go back and I look at trade deadlines and how they're interpreted in other towns. And I mean, one of the years when Philly won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, they were considered a big loser at the trade deadline because they didn't make a big splash. They didn't do anything, and they won the Super Bowl. But hey, look, I know it's a common theme. It's probably replaced play calling as the number one complaint we get in Detroit, is that our teams aren't aggressive enough.
Yeah, I think you're accurate on that. I think people have complained about every GM in town.
They're completely unrelated, too.
They are.
You shouldn't want one GM to make a move because a GM in another sport didn't.
No, it's coincidental is what it is.
It's a total coincidence, Gator. Yeah, like we just happen to have 4 GMs that kind of think similarly, right?
They do, and I think that they're all capable of making a big move when they want to make a big move, but it's not necessarily the big move you're expecting. Like, I mean, Brad Holmes has moved up in the draft in the first round.
Plenty of times.
I mean, he's done it, right? But they haven't done the F them picks move like other teams have, so he's a failure. Steve Eisman went out and got Alex DeBrincat, but he hasn't done anything really of substance at the trade deadline, all due respect to what he did this year, but it's Justin Falk wasn't the big move that people wanted to see. We haven't seen it from Scott Harris. What's the big signing? Framber Valdez is a big signing, but I feel like people didn't care about it. And they're not recognizing what a big signing that is.
No.
And now here we are with Trajan Langdon. All he did was get guys that were professionals to come to this team and lift them from 14 to 44 to 60 wins. But it's not the big splash move, so they must not be doing it.
I'm trying to think back to like last baseball trade deadline when, who we want? We wanted Bednar, the reliever. Well, what if the asking price was McGonigal? And the Tigers are like, well, we think he's going to be a cornerstone. We're not ready to do that.
Right, Mason Miller.
Mason Miller would have cost you, given what they got, Clark, McGonigal, and stuff. The Padres emptied their system.
Padres gave everything.
Yeah.
But fans don't care about what you had to give up. Okay, the end result was
right.
The GMs didn't do anything.
That's true,
and that's what they're bitching about.
Right, because then the fans can also, because there's no accountability, they can come back and say, well, because if it doesn't work out, what did you do that for?
Well, yeah, but I mean, the moves were like even Suarez, though. Remember at the trade deadline, that was a huge name that would not stop. Like, hey, need a bat, go get Suarez. Didn't happen.
Next text, unless the Pistons address shooting at the center position, they're going to struggle against elite teams of bigs that can actually stretch the floor. I wish we could acquire or develop a player similar to Karl Anthony Towns. That's from Troy in Woodhaven. Troy, I'm not sure they're related. First of all, do I wish they could acquire or develop a player like Karl Anthony Towns? Yes. Unless the Pistons address shooting at the center position, they're going to struggle against elite teams with bigs that can actually stretch the floor. No, they just won't. Their big won't stretch the floor. He'll defend the guy that stretches the floor. But I don't think it's a then B statement. But yes, I would take a player like Karl Anthony Towns in a heartbeat, sure.
He was the first overall pick, by the way.
Right. Stay at 21 and take Bennett Sturts. Basically, he is Tyler Hero. Well, that's a strong comparison. And if he turns out to be the next Tyler Hero, because I'm getting over Tyler Hero not coming to Detroit.
Oh.
I'm getting over it.
You sure?
I'm not clicking on the link.
I mean,
yet.
Just saying that it's not done. I mean, he hasn't donned that uniform yet. He's not playing on Milwaukee just yet.
Next text. The Pistons will not be looking to trade up for Sturts.
I don't know. I think he's a guy that could fall to him at 20.
Yeah, I don't think anybody.
Maybe not fall. He's just there.
Did somebody speculate? Did you say they would trade up for Sturts?
I didn't say they trade up for him. I said that's who I think they're going to pick at 21.
Yeah, I
think he's there.
Yeah, I agree. If they drafted 21, I shoot the boot guarantee they are running it back with the same guys. The Detroit way. That's from Chris in Lake Orion. Okay. They still have, I mean, look, the most likely path to getting Trey Murphy or Michael Porter Jr., two of the bigger names that would really be big at ads, the most likely way is through multiple draft picks. 3 first-round draft picks and Ron Holland. That kind of deal. Might even take 4 first-round draft picks, which would be every other year for the next 7 years. So that you might be right on that, Chris. I'm not sure, but you might be right on that. I love that pick at 21 as an asset that can be moved in a big trade. So, I would imagine that both New Orleans and Brooklyn would want the immediate return on that. So, it probably leads to more speculation that they aren't making that big a trade, but it's still possible because they have all their draft picks for the next several seasons. Like they could still move future ones. But if I were in Brooklyn, and his point is valid. If I were in Brooklyn and New Orleans, I would want that pick at 21 coming my direction. So there might be some truth to that. If Cameron Carr's a possibility, that would be my guy. He has all the tools to be a star. I'd move up to get him. Well, you mentioned him a little bit earlier.
Yeah, the book on him, according to The Athletic, terrific 3-point shooter and attacker. Needs to get stronger and more active on defense.
Does he finish above the rim?
That's his attacker. He's 6'4". I imagine he does. He can't finish above the rim.
Yeah. I'm just still laughing at my guys. Alan Graves finishes below the rim, most unathletic, underwhelming player in my top 30.
Finishes below the rim is great.
248-539-9797. What do you want to go down? Here's the story that Bobby sent me. The Bucks still have work to do, as league sources say. It remains unclear if Tyler Hero will remain with the team. While there is interest in making the Milwaukee native part of a hometown program, sources say the Bucks will also listen to offers for the 26-year-old All-Star. Hero's believed to have a robust market with the Detroit Pistons among the many teams interested in him. Since the trade won't be finalized until July 6th, it remains possible for additional teams to take part in final construction.
Bobby didn't write this, right?
Bobby didn't write this. He cut and pasted it from a story in The Athletic from Sam Amick. So I suppose I can rekindle my hopes just as I was trying to get over it.
What would you be willing to give up for Tyler Hero, Doug? Now that it's a straight up, you just talked to Milwaukee. You don't have to be the third team.
They just gave up Bobby Portis. Would they be interested in Isaiah Stewart to bring some toughness back? Is that a realistic deal?
Just straight up player for player?
Yep.
I think they want draft capital. That's why. It looks like they're in a rebuild mode now.
Yeah, maybe it's Isaiah Stewart and a future pick. I don't know if I'd give him this year's pick in Isaiah Stewart.
And would you now? Here's the other problem with Tyler Hero. He's only got 1 year left in his contract. So either you're going to extend him or this is just a 1 year rental.
Look, I'm trying to win a championship.
There you go. Oh, you're the guy. We found the guy, Gator.
This is whatever. It's a kind of a pet peeve of ours when someone calls the show just to explain when we question stuff and we get hit with. I'm trying to win a championship. Yeah, it's a challenge because you got to fit him under the cap in the future. And
didn't realize he was a Milwaukee guy though.
Hey, he's from Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So it would be a go for it more type of move. Who, if you don't love him, I understand it. I just think he's a little bit better than Duncan Robinson at just about everything. So 248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback, NBA draft. Next hour, let's get into the Tigers. Because this team, man.
These guys.
What they do to you between like stretches of play where they look awful and stretches of play that they look like they could contend. And what did Dirt Cam say to Jazz Chisholm? Hysterical. It's Carson Anderson. We got open lines. You're on a Tuesday. 248-539-9797.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Tigers baseball coming up tonight as Detroit looks to extend its 4-game winning streak to 5 in its second game against the Yankees. Casey Mize has been stellar this year, and he will start again tonight for Detroit against Carlos Rodon for New York. However, Mize did lose his last start to the Astros after he gave up 6 hits and 3 runs in 4 2/3 innings. Rodon had a strong start his last time out, 5 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs, 1 walk, and 7 Ks in a 10-5 win against the White Sox. First pitch tonight is at 6:40. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 starts at 6:15. The NBA draft is coming up tonight. The number one pick is expected to be either A.J. DeBonsa from BYU, Darren Peterson from Kansas, or Cameron Boozer from Duke. Washington will make that selection shortly after 8 o'clock. The Pistons have the number 21 pick tonight, but have flirted with the idea of trading the selection away for a player or in order to move up in the draft. Shams Charania said this morning the Giannis deal between Milwaukee and Miami will remain open until both teams are able to execute the trade on July 6th. That means other players or teams could get involved in the deal between now and then. The Pistons were already rumored to be involved before the 1-to-1 trade was released last night. And the PGA Tour is taking up the soccer model starting in 2028 as the Tour Board officially adopted the promotion relegation system this morning. Tour CEO Brian Rowlett made the announcement at the Travelers Championship news conference today. At the Coralwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. Talking NBA draft. We'll get to some Tiger stuff coming up shortly. In the meantime, we go to Adam and Frankenmuth here on 97.1. Hello, Adam.
Boys, happy Darko Day.
Same to you.
Just want to just put this kind of out there. It's not going to happen. We let's be honest. The last big move we've ever made in Detroit was Miguel Cabrera. We haven't made any big moves. Probably when you were talking about was Rasheed Wallace. When we brought Rasheed in, we were a great team, and then we brought him in, and that put us over the top.
Yeah, the Tigers did it a lot, but the Pistons. You're right. The Pistons haven't. Well, I mean, they went out and got Blake Griffin and Derrick Rose, right?
We also got Allen Iverson.
Those things didn't work, but they were considered
they made the playoffs
big moves
with Blake Griffin, and Blake Griffin actually had a really good. He was an all-star with the Pistons.
I'm not gonna lie, but I love me some Blake. I wasn't
Blake
trying
was
to be
fun.
in there. But my thing is that right now, the Boston Celtics want to get rid of Jaylen Brown. They do. It's out there. He don't want to be there. He don't want to play second fiddle to anything. But obviously we got Cade. But you bring him into Detroit. If we make a move, we can. I mean, I don't want to get rid of Asar, but if we could get rid of Asar and 2 first-rounders, would you guys be down with that? I would.
So here's the thing, Adam. I think Boston is trying to win a championship, and they saw the path to that through Giannis. I don't think they're in rebuild mode. I don't think they're wanting a younger asset and future assets. I think they're still trying to win. And as you said at the beginning, it's probably not going to happen, and that's the biggest reason why, right? I mean, they're not just because they shopped Jaylen Brown around. They were trying to get back Giannis. And not
right. I mean, that might end up coming to fruition at the trade deadline. You're probably correct there. They're probably not going to do nothing until later on to see how that goes. But you're right. We need some shooters, man. At the end of the day, I watched the New York Knicks walk around that parade, and as a Pistons fan, I thought they stole our championship. I mean, I truly believe if we'd have went head-to-head with them, obviously you can't say that because we didn't win. We didn't beat Cleveland, which is unbelievable. But I truly believe that we were a better team than the Knicks, so we're close. You go out and you get some shooters. I mean, we go get Milwaukee. We give them a deal for a hero, bring him in, or just go out and find us a couple shooters that can come in. And they give him with Bobby Portis. I love him too, man. Just like you said.
I've always had a basketball crush on Bobby Portis. Adam, and it feels like actually you're in the same place we are. Excited about the NBA draft. For us, though, and for me, I guess I shouldn't speak for you, but this is the most excited I've been about a draft in a long time. And it has nothing to do with where the Pistons are picking. It was cool when they were picking number 1 overall, but I didn't think they're going to take Cade Cunningham and win the championship next year. They can make if they make a great pick tonight or a move, could be moving that pick for something. It could be part of a deal that goes and lands an established player. This whole offseason has some real premium on it. Some real premium.
Yeah, I mean, I usually get excited every year for it. I mean, the Cade pick, we knew it was going to be Cade. Still was excited. The following year was Jalen Duren and Jaden Ivey. That was fun. Isaiah Stewart and all that. That was a lot of fun. And I think tonight the intrigue is you've got a really good team now. It feels like you've got some foundational pieces. How do you add to it and make it better? And it's not necessarily like a huge part of it is, are they going to stay at 21 and draft somebody that makes it happen? Or there's that other 20% that sticks in me that
they might trade and really add something to this team. That's the intrigue of draft night.
Yeah, see, the instant gratification that fans are looking for, though, is the trade, Gator, is free agency. Because the draft tonight, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer because I'm excited for the draft, but the odds are this pick at 21, if they stay at 21, isn't really going to be a hugely impactful on this year because he's a rookie and he's got to come in and get his body NBA ready. He's got to learn the game. You know, they may be a good three-point shooter in college, but the line is deeper in the NBA and stuff like that, whatever. They got to get adjusted. So he could be a guy that can help them and grows into someone that spot duty here and there and help him during the season and maybe in the playoffs, but the pick's probably for 2-3 years down the line. If you want instant gratification, though, it's the trade market. It's free agency. And then they might trade this pick. So
and
we'll
that happens tonight. That's
Yes.
the thing. That's what the NBA is crazy with trades on draft night. And, they only have 2 rounds. So, and tonight it's just going to be the first round. And then tomorrow night's the second round.
Yeah,
so,
that's completely unnecessary. Making it a 2-night.
It is completely unnecessary. Completely unnecessary.
I mean, what are we doing?
With all but that's why I feel like there's so many compacted trades that happen on the first night of the draft because it is so short. And this is that opportunity for the instant gratification. As Piston fans, yes, absolutely, we want that. And I think there's a really good chance that that's going to happen tonight. I really do.
Wait. Are you getting close to some kind of guarantee or anything?
Slow down.
Just saying.
It kind of sounds like it felt like he was building up to that. It was going to step up as a man.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was still waiting for yours to drop. Have you have you done yours?
No, I haven't done it yet.
Okay. All right.
I will. I've done it before. I'll do it again.
Shoot the boot. Yeah. We've all done the shoot the boot.
Yeah. Have we all done shoot the boot?
Yeah, King did.
I have not.
Oh, I thought you did.
No.
Oh.
He doesn't say dumb things.
He doesn't go out on that limb.
We have a penance to pay here.
Well, I think the obvious thing is if they don't, who did King say they draft tonight? Isaiah Evans. Obviously, if it's not Isaiah Evans, King's got to shoot the boot. Is that the obvious thing? We all agreeing on that?
I'd like to agree with you, but I don't think that's
I'm not agreeing to it. I'm raising my hand right now.
From Dean, the Pistons have to find someone who can take the ball out of Cade's hands and relieve some pressure off him.
Yeah.
That's why everybody look at everything we've talked about other than the center that you brought up. It's just about not everybody. Alan Graves is not a ball handler.
Mr. Finish under the rim.
Yeah.
Below the rim guy.
Wasn't that the name of an actor in like the 70s?
What?
Alan Graves. Was he in MASH?
It was Peter Graves, who was in Airplane.
Okay.
He was Captain Over.
And Alan Alda.
And Alan Alda was in MASH. Yeah.
I mashed them together.
See what you did there. Yeah. The mismatch.
Hey, guys, great show. Over the last 20 minutes, you guys talked about some guys that sound a lot like Duncan Robinson and Marcus Sasser, a guy that can really shoot but not too much else, or a smaller guy that can shoot. I think the only real answer is to move the pick at 21 and go get Trey Murphy. Go up or get Trey Murphy. I'm not mad at you. You're right. We are describing a lot of guys that have flaws, but as Kang pointed out, Tyrese Maxey's the pick at 21. Like there are guys, there's a reason why players fall in the draft.
Yeah, but at the same time, while we're talking about this, I was actually thinking, okay, they need more ball handlers. They need more guys like Danish Jenkins? Is that what they're looking for? I mean, if Danish Jenkins were in the draft right now after you saw what you saw in the NBA this year, where would Danish Jenkins go in the draft?
I don't know, dude.
After seeing this past season in the NBA, is he a top 20 pick or no?
No.
Okay.
He's not a top 20 pick.
Then there you go.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Now, as far as this use the pick to trade, you're talking to two people that aren't against that.
No. And when you talk about trading for Trey Murphy, I'm all for it.
Yep. Rajon Rondo was a pick at 21. Next one. I would go beef stew and the pick at 21 for Tyler Hero and maybe get us a future second rounder. That's from A. Mays.
I would not.
Yeah, you don't like Hero as much as I do, and that's fine. I understand your reasoning, but at the end of the day, I love the player.
I don't want to trade the pick.
You don't want to get the pick.
Not for Hero.
Here's the thing about the pick.
Murphy, yes. Hero,
I want to know what the market for the pick plus is. Like, it's important to think about. You're not getting Trey Murphy or Michael Porter Jr. for 21, but if you're going to give a cadre of draft picks, it almost certainly includes one this year. Those teams are going to want at least that immediate dividend, and Ron Holland.
Yeah, and you wonder, as this draft goes on tonight, every team's got their bucket of players they really covet. As you get closer to 21, one of those teams like, ooh, we have 2 guys there, and there's only 3 picks to go here. Maybe we should talk to Detroit about moving up.
248-539-9797. All right, we'll talk some Tigers coming up today at 11:20. Look at that. Another win. Just when the entire city is reaching for the cord to pull the chute, they sweep the White Sox and beat the Yankees in game 1 of this series.
I wonder if things are afoot as well.
Oh, okay. We will get to that at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Buckle up for summer markdowns on demos with less than 2,000 miles all month long. Chance to get a great deal. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4 with $999 down, $199 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount, Chevy Lease Loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year. Demos may have 2,000 miles plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Floyd is in Detroit and is next on 97.1. Hello, Floyd.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
You know, guys, I'm thoroughly convinced the Pistons don't need to do anything but re-sign Beasley. They've got the best defense in the league right now in that they got the only person that can cover Brunson in the league as Thompson.
So
the defense is ferocious.
Did
but
you
they pick up Beasley? Think about this. They got 3 outstanding 3-point scorers: Robinson, Beasley, and Green to spread the defense. Then they can put Harris in a position to post smaller folks.
Okay,
And then they also
Floyd,
have
just I
Cade
don't
to go
want
to the
to. In theory, sure. You know, he's still under investigation for the gambling probe. He hasn't been cleared to talk to anyone. He currently doesn't have an agent. Trajan Langdon hasn't spoken to him directly. It sounds like this isn't. I mean, it can't even be on the radar yet. If and when it happens, he went on a podcast recently. I want to give credit where credit is due.
Beasley?
Yeah, and somebody asked him which team he'd play for, and he said all 30 of them. So,
But the Pistons have an edge over other teams, right?
Well, they do, yeah, but
they pay first right.
But none of it matters unless
he
gets cleared, right? I mean, he's got the investigation has to come to an end, and he has to be cleared in that investigation. If and when that happens, yes, I do think the Pistons should be involved, and yeah, they have the bird rights to him, so they would have the one up on everybody. But he hasn't been cleared.
They can sign him really cheaply too.
They could,
So
but he hasn't been cleared.
Other moves with the team.
Right, but he hasn't been cleared, so it's.
All right, you guys have been asking for it. I'm going to do it.
Okay.
I will shoot the boot guarantee if Malik Beasley ever plays for the Detroit Pistons ever again. I'm so sick of this call and these texts that come in. It is not happening. Fetch is not happening, people. Okay? He's under investigation. Trajan Langdon has been asked multiple times about the connection with Beasley, and every time he shoots it down. The most recent one saying, I haven't even spoken to his camp. I don't think he has an agent. Malik Beasley will play for any team in the NBA that would have him. Trust me, he was begging to be back in the league. He was playing in Bad Bunny's league like 2 months ago.
In Puerto Rico.
Yeah. Nothing against Malik Beasley, but it is not happening. The Pistons have moved on. The fans need to move on. End of story. I will shoot the boot. There it is.
Kang, if Malik Beasley if he ever signs or
With
if
the
he ever
Detroit
plays.
Pistons.
I think you said plays, but
yeah, whatever.
Okay, if
Put
he
on a
signs
jersey for the Pistons.
if he signs with the Pistons, Kang will shoot the boot. He guarantees he will not.
That's kind of, I think that's a little bit strong.
That's well done.
Yeah.
I mean, that's well done,
All right.
Kang. You've kind of
Stepping up.
the thing about the shoot the boot guarantee. It's got to be something that could happen, but you just you're just slamming the door that there's no
he
way
is
it's
so
gonna happen.
fed up with that call.
Well, you know what? It can happen in this business,
Yeah.
people. Someday when you have your talk show and you keep getting the same call over and over and over with the same complaint, and the message that you might have is not getting through or whatever, you can get fed up. And Kang, sitting behind the glass, you've had enough of the Malik Beasley.
We all have our things, right?
Yeah,
Doug, you
yeah.
have yours.
Yep,
Gator, you have
yep,
yours. This is mine.
And
I got a list of them.
Here's the way. It's been a while since we recapped it. We recapped the list. I don't know if it means we should do it again, but Kang, the other thing that Kang is subject to is the constant parade of texts. Kang sifts through the texts.
We get Beasley texts every day almost when we talk Pistons.
Really?
Yep.
Fascinating.
So if he got cleared tomorrow by the NBA, would you be fearful?
Nope.
Okay. You really think they have moved on? That's strong.
It's done. It's over. It's okay.
I'm mad at you.
Okay.
Look at you. Well done, my
And,
friend.
you know what the funny thing is too? Like he was really good during the regular season for the Pistons. People forget the playoffs. He was terrible.
He did not. He struggled. It was funny because when people were worried about Duncan, I said, well, Duncan can't be much worse than Beasley was last year in the postseason.
And literally the last thing that Beasley did as a Piston was turn over the ball when Kate Cunningham gave him a wide open shot for a three.
Yeah. All right. So let's get to some Tiger stuff as we promised. Dude, I love that they're winning again, right? And last night they did it behind great pitching from Framber and a barrage of 2-out hits. And now they're 10 games below 500, which is the high watermark or low watermark for a playoff team, I guess I should say. Because I think right now the last wild card team is still at 500, although it keeps rotating who that is. Last time I looked, it was the Athletics. It is now Toronto.
Yeah, doesn't matter. It's just it is what it is. 5 back of the wild card. Keep winning games, and I was watching the game last night, and this is what I was telling myself. If I were AJ Hinch, what I would tell the team in a team meeting, we can't worry about what Toronto or Oakland does or what Cleveland and the White Sox do. We can't worry about any of that. What we can worry about is what we do. We have to win our games. The other stuff will sort itself out. If we're a good enough baseball team, we'll be in the playoffs. But we have to keep playing that way. So don't keep tabs. You and I in the media, we can keep tabs and let people know, hey, it's still 5 games out of the wild card, 6.5 out in the division. They've improved to 10 games below 500, which still sucks overall. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not that bad. They mentioned last night in the telecast, that look, the Cleveland was 14.5 games out in the second half of the season and came on like gangbusters, and the Tigers collapsed. You never know what's going to happen. This team right now, they're playing great baseball. Winners of 4 in a row to start this homestand. Just keep chugging away. I don't expect them to go 10-0 in a homestand, but if they go 7-3, 8-2 on this homestand, that's pretty good baseball, and you start to get excited about that, particularly when you're off to a 4-0 start now. Keep it going and find yourself in a position where you get to the All-Star break and you're 5 games below 500. See what the landscape looks like then in the American League.
So we can all, and everybody does this, you do the math in your head and you look at the schedule and et cetera, et cetera. And what we need is more good teams on the schedule, because that's when the Tigers win, is when they play good teams. It's the weirdest, this is the strangest dual split personality team ever. When you're playing a series, you think they should clean up. They don't. And then here comes a first place White Sox team. Tigers sweep them. Here come the Yankees. Tigers win the first game. They won series against Seattle and Tampa recently. Like, what the hell is going on with these guys? And what is starting to go on is some guys at the top correcting and some guys at the bottom of the order correcting too. We don't have huge expectations for some of the, you getting cold in here? Yeah, so am I.
What just happened?
Yeah, the air conditioning just kicked on. But the guys 6 through 9 in the order, McKinstry's starting to perk up a little bit. Howie Lee's got back-to-back games with hits and had that almost awesome leg-out bunt single last night. And then the bullpen, like Will Vest was going to get the job done against, if Aaron Judge came to the plate 3 times. He would have struck out Ohtani last night. Will Vest went out there unhittable. And then suddenly the round mound of strike zone pound, Drew Summers, hasn't given up a run yet. Like, this guy has been great for them.
A couple of hits last night, but yeah.
How many appearances?
He's only pitched like 7 innings of ball, but yeah.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 appearances. 10 appearances, sorry. And he hasn't given up an earned run yet. He's given up 4 hits. Last night he gave up hit 3 and 4. And what's going on here? Because the bullpen, I looked up their numbers are comparatively to the rest of the league. Mm-hmm. They've slowly worked their way from statistically abysmal to middle of the pack in terms of ERA, walks and hits per innings pitched.
And the starting has been as good as any starting unit in baseball over the last 6 weeks, basically.
They have got some characteristics of a damn good baseball team that isn't winning nearly enough this season. But seasons are so long, and we keep saying it. They are so stinking long.
They are, and yet I wonder if things are afoot with this Tiger team.
Yeah, what are we talking about here?
So this was announced about 20 minutes ago. The Erie Seawolves, that's their AA affiliate, by the way, where Jack Flaherty is going to pitch a rehab start tonight. Mm-hmm. The Erie Seawolves have announced that they are adding a couple players to the roster. Players are starting to matriculate, and other players are moving on from Erie to Toledo. And these are the players I'm looking at. Infielder John Peck and outfielder Brett Callahan have both been transferred from AA to AAA. Brett Callahan's been killing the ball at AA ball, and John Peck has just been fantastic for them as well. So you're moving guys up to the AAA level. There's going to have to be some sort of corresponding move, I guess, that's going to happen with Toledo. Does that mean that something is afoot with the big club? That are they finally going to say, okay, it's time to promote, say, Corey Julks, as I've said, as I suggested. Is it time to promote Corey Julks and say enough of the Jahmai Jones experience, and there you go, and they've already got the replacement because here comes Brett Callahan, the outfielder, to come take his place. Or, some other move that happens with John Peck, the infielder, moving up. Does that mean that Chase Young gets a chance to come back to the Tigers and play a role there? I just think it's interesting to look at that and see that that's happened. Now, maybe this is just easily explained that, hey, Trey Cruz was picked off the roster and they need to add somebody there. I'm not sure, but I just wonder if things
Somebody
are afoot.
down there could be banged up.
Yeah, I just wonder if things are afoot here.
Could be. It's interesting you didn't. I was getting ready for you to mention a max.
I didn't say a max,
Nope.
because I still think for Max Clark, it's going to have to be an everyday thing for him. They're not just going to bring him up to bring him up.
Max Anderson's homered in back-to-back games down there.
He's starting to perk up a little bit because for a while there he was not doing all that well, and his OPS had dropped well below 800. We'll see where he ends up there. But Callahan and Peck are two guys I followed that had done an outstanding job at Double-A Erie. So good to see those guys getting an opportunity now at AAA.
248-539-9797. We love to get the feel for what the fans are thinking about this team and where are you at with them? Like, they refuse to take themselves out of the consciousness of the Detroit sports fan. They flirt with it. You get ready to say bye-bye and break off the relationship. We are on a break. and what do? They go out and they win 4 in a row. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, if you want to watch a game, let me tell you about one of the best places in all of Michigan to do so, Twin Peaks. And they're about to double down on your Tuesday experience, and you won't want to miss it. That's right. The best sports bar in the state is bringing you 2 different specials every Tuesday. It starts with Taco and Tequila Tuesday specials. They offer 20% off all tacos, as well as their chips and queso and triple play, along with $4 tall Twin Peaks light drafts and house margaritas. Imagine enjoying all that in the ultimate man cave with the Global Soccer Championship on every day, your local baseball team back on the diamond and playing well, right? But the deals don't stop there. Ladies, it's your day too. Ladies' Day at Twin Peaks serves up 20% off all food, half off all wine, specials like Long Island's, T-shots, lemon drop martinis, and so much more. And the best part of it all, it's all served up by the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls. Come take advantage of the best Tuesday lineup in the game. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Jim is on a cell, and he's next. Hello, Jim.
Hey, guys. Hey, Gator, I think I'm going to lose it here. You keep on bringing up Jace Young all the time. That guy's been up 3 times and has failed every time he's played up here. He's struggled every time he's come up. And I never hear you, for some reason, talk about Max Anderson. Do you know something that we don't know?
I think we bring up Max Anderson.
Him up?
I think we've brought up Max Anderson a million times on this show.
Yeah, but why do you think they don't bring him up rather than bring up like Young and bring up all these Lee? Why aren't they bringing him up? Is there a problem?
Yeah, well, we've cited it actually a lot, and that is he gets to play every day in the minor leagues. If he comes up here if he probably will only come up when he can play every day. Otherwise, they stunt his growth, and you don't call up a guy that you think is potentially an everyday player unless you're late in the year. You can do it late in the year; it makes more sense. But you don't want to stunt his growth by having him sit on the bench 3 of every 4 days.
Well, what about like with Torres being out? Let's say, you know how long he's going to be out. Why didn't they bring him up instead of Lee?
Good question.
Because he would have played second base every day.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they probably like Lee a little bit better than him right now. I mean Anderson's...
The thing on Anderson early on was that he just didn't draw walks. Yeah. And he's gotten much better at that. And maybe it's something that'll open the eyes. But in the meantime, Howie Lee's doing a pretty good job to stay up here.
He's going to be here.
Yeah.
He's going to be
You would think, unless he's part of a trade.
I see Lee maybe as a second, maybe starting second or third baseman for this organization in a few years. Starting, I just think he needs a little more power. But
as far as Jace Young,
swings the ball pretty good.
As far as Jace Young, I bring him up because I don't know if he's going to be thought of as a guy who's going to be a starter for this team for years to come. So he's a guy that they can bring up from time to time and be one of the last guys on the roster, right? And be that pinch hitter if you need him to be. He's only got 132 career major league at bats. He's only had 6 this year. But what they like about him, what I imagine they like about him, is that he draws walks. His on-base percentage this year is .343. His OPS this year is .791. For a guy who's only hitting .226, it's kind of like having a little bit of a Spencer Torkelson there, which maybe people are going to bristle at, but it's a guy who can put the ball over the fence and hit for extra base power and gets on base. So that's why I keep bringing him up, because he has some of those tools that the Tigers really seem to covet. At least Scott Harris, what he has said, guys that know what the strike zone is. That's why I keep bringing him up. I don't think he's a permanent solution by any means. I think he's a guy, when you're talking about the back end of the roster, does he give you a better opportunity as a left-handed pitch hit at bat than somebody else who's on this roster?
Okay. There was news over the weekend, and we were reading the quotes from Justin Verlander last week about his future and his injury and his rehabilitation. And they were kind of in a, F it, let's just give this a shot type of place. And then he got scratched. And he's going to be out a few more weeks, cited as a hamstring. And what that led to was Cater Montero, who made one appearance out of the bullpen, went back to start and was really good. Was really good. It'd be the kind of appearance that I'd be like, okay, that's a good appearance for Justin Verlander. 7 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned runs, 3 strikeouts, no walks. I'd usually take that. I mean, 3 earned runs is not great, but it's not.
Through 7 innings.
It's pretty good. What's going to happen with JV here? What's the realistic use for the Tigers with Justin Verlander, which is totally different than what do fans want to see happen with JV?
I don't know. I mean, going into last week, I was excited because he was supposed to pitch on Sunday, and then we got that report. It was really strange with it was someone to report. It was just, he spoke to the media and he basically said, "Well, I guess we're gonna give it a shot. It is, I don't feel great. I still feel out of sorts a little bit, but we're gonna try it." And then Friday, find out he's scratched because of a hamstring issue, that he had a setback, I guess, when they were in Houston or against Houston, that something just wasn't right. So I don't know what to expect.
what you hope for is that you get some form of what you saw last year in the second half of the season when he was great. I don't know if that's it. You can't expect that. I mean, hang another year on a guy, as we say all the time. It's hard to believe you're going to repeat what you've seen in the past, but can you get some semblance of that? Can you get that 2 out of 3 starts? I'll take it if it's 2 out of 3 starts. But at the same time, the rotation as it sits right now, Skubal, Valdez, Mize, Troy Melton, and Cater Montero are doing really well. The first 3 guys there have a combined ERA. The first 4 guys there have a combined ERA that probably hovers below 3, which is impressive. And then you've got Cater Montero, who all he does is go out there and continue to impress and pitch 6 innings and give his team a chance to win. And he's such a team player. Like when it was announced that Verlander was going to start Sunday and he was going to have to go to the bullpen, he's like, okay, I'll do whatever it takes for this team. And he did. Went to the bullpen. And then then Verlander gets scratched on Friday. Like, hey, Cater, can you pitch? Yeah, I'll start. No problem. And he went 6 innings or whatever it was. I don't know if when Verlander comes back that it's a guarantee that he steps into the rotation.
Feels like a long shot.
Well, it feels like here's what the long shot is. To me, the long shot is expecting him to be what he was last year anymore. So you're just hopeful that he can give you some kind of innings in a positive way. Is that out of the rotation? Or does he become, the Ty Madden of this team again, where he's the long relief guy? Do you go to him in addition to Drew Anderson? Are those two the same type of player now out of the bullpen? I don't know. It seems like Verlander would be he's a rotation guy. At this point in his career, probably made it abundantly clear that he wants to start. And when you agreed to sign him, that was maybe some sort of agreement. Okay, yes, you were a starting pitcher with this team until proven otherwise. But if Cater Montero continues to pitch well over the next couple weeks, until Verlander is reportedly ready to come back again, because this injury is setting him back by at least another couple weeks, if he's ready to come back in a couple weeks and Montero continues to pitch well, it's really hard to take him out of the rotation. And then you got the whole Flaherty thing, because Jack Flaherty, who's pitching the rehab assignment tonight in Erie at AA, and they say it's just going to be one and done because he's healed up, he's ready to go. I had a problem with his lower leg, and AJ said we thought he was just going to miss a start, and it's exactly where he's tracking. He could come back to the team on the roster on Sunday. I don't think you go ahead and throw Jack Flaherty in the rotation ahead of Montero. Montero's pitched better.
So regarding what JV wants, that might be completely irrelevant information. If JV came here and said, I only want to go there to start, and we get to the point where we are into July.
And I don't know if that's what he said. I'm just throwing it out there. I imagine a guy who's 40-something years old and whatever he is, 30 wins away from 300, he wants to be a starting pitcher, or he can go ahead and call it a career.
And it might be to the point where Detroit can say, hey, look, we don't have a spot for you anymore to start. If you want to try something in the bullpen, you can. I'm like I said, I think it feels like a long shot for him to potentially have an impact on a baseball team that's trying to compete. There's this whole other, if they sell at the deadline, which is still a possibility, if not a stronger possibility than not, JV taking the mound in meaningless baseball games in August is a sentimental thumbs up. But that depends on the direction of the team. I would love to be proven wrong. I just don't know that I see a future where Justin Verlander is contributing to a Tiger team that's trying to compete, given the success of the 5 guys who are starting right now.
So the other thing to take into consideration is what he said before Friday. When it was announced he was scratched, he spoke with the media. And he said, I've always said that I want to play until the wheels fall off. Maybe they're falling off. I hope not. If I can't be healthy, I continue to prove that I can't be healthy. That's something that I have to really evaluate. Says there's no giving up. This is halfway through a season that I committed to the Tigers. Nobody envisioned it going this way, but I also intend on trying to give it my everything until the season is over. Once that happens, I don't know. It's a different conversation now than it was last year when I seemed to be really healthy. There are lots of thoughts. I'm going to have to take this into consideration. I mean, he wants to do whatever he can for this team. He hates sitting out because he's, some people look at it and they say, well, he's stealing money. Well, he wants to pitch.
Yeah.
He's just physically not able to do it. And it just goes back, and it goes down as another one of these signings that Scott Harris made in the offseason in consecutive years, that's like, well, there's another more money you spent on a starting pitcher that you haven't had any payoff. So it's kind of brutal. But I think he wants to do what's best for the Tigers, and maybe that means he pitches out of the bullpen.
It's funny when they show cutaways of him in the dugout. He looks happy.
He does.
He looks like he's glad to be there.
And you see him. He's sitting next to Tarek Skubal, and it's like, wow, there's the best pitcher in baseball sitting next to a guy who was the best pitcher in baseball. There could be a lot of wisdom imparted there, and curious to see what those. I would love to know what those conversations are. Are they talking pitching? Are they talking the future? Are they talking about, can you believe this ride we're on, or are they talking about the next season of Severance? I don't know.
Talking about Dirt Cam. You know what the best part of the Dirt? I'll get to the best part of the Dirt Cam story.
Dirt Cam, yes.
Yeah, coming up today at 11:50. And there's stuff starting to percolate on draft day here, Kang. Is that right? There could be something big going on brewing in the NBA.
Dude, tonight could be very, very active, and the Pistons could be involved in some of this.
Okay, we will start connecting dots today at 12:02. Hey, you injured? You know what to do. Call Sam. Everyone knows that Sam Bernstein Law will fight for you. And you don't pay anything unless they win for you. Get the Bernstein advantage today. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
You know, I after the show yesterday, I heard someone in the building shout loudly after a goal was scored in one of the games yesterday. It was somebody associated with the show.
Yeah, it was Bobby.
Was loud.
Bobby was all fired up. Do you know why?
Well, because Messi set the record with the goal that he scored.
Yep. I thought somebody to be that excited about it had to either be A, gambling.
That was my first thought.
Or B, Argentinian. He is neither.
Confirmed, neither.
I don't. You're not even a soccer fan, are you?
Not a huge soccer fan. I love sports, and those big sports moments are exciting to me.
It is. Yeah, it was. It was. I mean, it was a hell of a goal from Messi. But I did not expect to hear the sound that I heard. Ken, were you stunned at the sound? Like, what just happened?
So I'm in the control room, and he was watching out in like the bullpen area. The door is shut, and these are like soundproof doors. Yep. Okay, like for a reason, right? We're on radio.
Okay, not 100% sound.
Clearly not, because when the goal was scored, body proof. No,
or Rieger proof, but yeah,
nothing's Rieger proof. No. Not even NASA's figured that out.
No, they haven't. No.
But when Bobby yells and Messi scores, like I look up, I'm like, oh my gosh. Bobby, did you win money? Nope.
I was great. We were all like, you got to bet on this, right? He's like, nope. Just happy to see the history.
It was like the whole reason I was watching that match in the first place. So of course I was excited to see it.
I mean, good. That's awesome. Like
particularly after you blew the penalty kick.
The true passion. No, that was too easy.
They are too easy. Yeah. It's amazing when they miss. I'm like, I can't believe you just missed.
He doesn't like the degree of difficulty on those, so he'll just go for the high degree of difficulty.
And then scored later, too.
Because Gator had to leave, and Bobby yelled, and I was on the air talking. So I had headset on, speaking, headset turned up to 11. I'm in this vault here where we do the show. You don't hear anything from out there almost ever.
Almost ever. Unless there's in the meeting next door. That's a whole other headache.
That was once with a fiery sales meeting in the office next door.
And a very angry person.
But but I heard Bobby yell over Messi's goal. I thought you were going to say you went and got onion rings, because yesterday when Dusty May left Michigan, it completely hijacked the show, and yesterday was National Onion Ring Day.
I had onion rings over the weekend.
Did you?
I did.
Yep. Onion rings are so good.
They can be.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had a bad onion ring, to be honest. The worst are some of the fast food onion rings, and they're still good.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree that it's hard to mess it up unless you overcook it, and then like the onion in the inside of the ring just disappears. It gets cooked away, and then you're left with just
I don't think I've ever had one of those.
A battered ring. Yeah, that can happen.
Does this mean you like the awesome blossoms and the bloomin' onions, Doug?
Okay. Here's the problem with the thing from Outback.
Yeah.
The thing for that is that right there, you could plow through one of those and just feel your arteries hardening right then and there. I mean, and those things are massive.
And you enjoy them, right?
Yeah.
That's got.
It's been years.
In what other setting in what other setting do you eat a full onion other than just a blooming onion?
That's a great point.
Yes and no. Do you want to have a blooming onion?
Fed Acom.
No.
Yeah.
No.
They're good. They're really, really good.
That's how they say no in Australia. Nar.
Okay, I've been to Australia, and I'm not quite sure that's accurate. But
that's accurate.
Is it?
Yep.
Nar?
Nar.
Okay, if you insist. All right.
I mean, look, I wasn't asked to officiate some sort of a polo match.
It was the World Polo Championships, and they needed somebody to wave the flag if the ball went through the post, and I got the job.
You were the guy.
Me and my buddy Troy made $50 for each game. 248-539-9797. So the Tigers win again. The Tigers are slowly chipping away. Felt like that they were fading, but they continue to put together these weird win streaks out of nowhere. Feedback coming in. Hao-Yu Lee was an everyday player in the minors, and now he sits a lot. Did it stunt his growth? The logic doesn't make sense, guys. The organization is failing players at top levels. Well, Hao-Yu Lee's been in their system for a while, is closer than Max Anderson. And
I think he's younger, actually.
But they traded for him when they got Lorenzen. Yeah. So that was, when did they trade Michael Lorenzen? It's like 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, Hao-Yu Lee he's only 23 years old, okay?
Yep.
And he's actually played maybe more than you think. He's played in 40 games this year for the Tigers.
More than the Texter thinks.
Yeah, more than the Texter thinks. With 107 at-bats in those 40 games. So
how many games has he been up for, too?
I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and I mean, because what's the Tigers' record? How many games have they played? They played 100. No, they've only played 78 games. So he's been up for 40 of the 78 games. Been up for almost half the time.
Yeah,
it's a decent amount of at bats. I don't. That's not. The at bats he's gotten. I guess you might be surprised, not you or me, but the texter. You might be surprised at how much he's actually played for the team.
I also think that they probably have bigger plans long term for Max Anderson. He was a high draft pick for them, and they believe when they got Hao-Yu Lee, and that was a Michael Lorenzen trade, and that was like 2023. He was an intriguing prospect, but he wasn't considered a high level prospect. But he's one of these guys that thought maybe someday, maybe just maybe, he could help the team, and he is kind of helping the team. Like he's kind of a fun watch. Like that near bunt single he had last night that got overturned. But last year, Hao-Yu Lee, last 2 years, this year, last year and then part of this year, Hao-Yu Lee was at Toledo, and this is Max Anderson's first year at Toledo. So he's been ahead in the organization. His time will come. I don't know that that's significant or indicative that the organization is failing players at top levels. If they failed McGonigal, did he seem ready?
Colt Keith?
Did Max Clark seem ready in spring?
No.
It's hard to give AJ or Hinch any credit for what's happening because they continue to mess around with Montero's starts. Remember when they wanted Verlander over Montero last Sunday? That would have been a 12-1 loss. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, they get credit because they have Montero. They've used Montero. He's doing well. And you're chalking up the Verlander start as a 12-1 loss. I mean, okay. I like Montero, and Montero is proving this year. Montero's exceeding expectations this year. Let's be real.
He's been pleasantly consistent. I mean, he hasn't been great. He's had some great performances, but like each month, his ERA in April was 4. His ERA in May, when the Tigers were terrible, was 3.4. His ERA right now is 3.6.
And moving Montero to the bullpen wasn't a stupid idea. They don't need extra starters. They need bullpen arms.
Right. But what happens on Sunday when Flaherty can come back to the team? Does he go into the rotation?
I don't know.
I'd have a hard time putting Jack Flaherty back in the
I would
rotation.
too.
Even though his ERA over his last 4 starts is much better. He's, I think, in a high 3s range. But I'm getting more from Montero than I did from Flaherty, and Flaherty has a swing and miss stuff. I think Flaherty could be actually a nice piece to have coming out of the bullpen.
And they do get credit for Montero for the way he's pitching. Troy and Woodhaven, I think realistically at this point, the best shot for Verlander being a part of this team is coming out of the bullpen, kind of like how Tim Lincecum did late in his career for the San Francisco Giants. Well, there's a lot of guys that have been repurposed into bullpen arms that have been successful. Teams really look for swing and miss. I feel like Flaherty has a better chance to be successful out of the bullpen than Verlander at this point. But I mean, what have we seen from Verlander? 3 innings?
Yeah, we haven't seen much, and I'd have to go back and look at his stats last year in the second half. I don't know if he was a strikeout per inning guy at that point, but he's a veteran who knows how to pitch. And if he's got his fastball working for him, it's a mid to high 90s fastball, and he can spot it.
You know what's going to be hysterical? First of all, I will admit up front that one of my bold-ass predictions is dreadful, okay, as it pertains to the Tigers bullpen. I don't even like admitting on the air that I said it, but you know what else is going to be hysterical? Is Verlander-related bold-ass predictions.
Oh, yeah.
We got quite a few Verlander-related bold-ass predictions prior to the season.
Both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to look back and see those. All right, more reporting about what's going on. Things are afoot in the NBA, and the Pistons could be involved. We'll get to that today at 12:02. Open lines as well, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by C&L Ward. We're getting ready for more Tigers baseball tonight in the middle of this home game stand. It's Game 5 and Game 2 against the Yankees. 6:40 first pitch, 6:15 pregame here on 97.1 as Casey Mize will take the mound for the Tigers. He's coming off a loss. Carlos Rodon on the bump for the Yankees. He is coming off a win. Tigers trying to extend their 4-game winning streak. NBA draft is tonight as well, and who will go number 1 between A.J. Debonsa, Darren Peterson, and Cameron Boozer? Well, that's for the Washington Wizards to decide shortly after 8 o'clock at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. The Pistons have the number 21 pick tonight, but have flirted with the idea of trading it away to move up in the draft order or get a current NBA player already. Some news among trades today. Shams Charania says the Giannis Antetokounmpo trade will be executed on July 6th and that the deal between the Bucks and the Heat remains open to be altered so that other teams or players could get involved. Now, the Pistons were already rumored to be one of the possible 3 or 4 teams in a multi-team deal before the trade went 1-1 just yesterday. The PGA Tour is going to have some major changes coming in the next few years. They are adopting a promotion relegation system, calling it the Champion and Challenger Series. That was announced today at the Travelers Championship News Conference by the PGA Tour CEO Brian Rolop. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Hire, Scott Anderson, 97.1. We haven't even had time to touch on the latest with Dylan Larkin, which we'll try to do as the day progresses. In the meantime, a lot of NBA draft talk to open the show. We shifted over to some Tiger talk. And now there is, this happened today. Do we know if this interview went down today, Kang, or we're not sure?
It was yesterday.
Yesterday on 95.7 The Game on the Willard and Dibbs show.
Willard and Dibbs?
Willard and Dibbs.
I like it.
Yep.
It's no Carson Anderson.
No, it's not. I mean,
do you think Dibbs is Rob Dibble?
I don't know.
Let me see if I can look this up.
Sounds like the next CSI Crime or something featuring Willard and Dibbs.
Sounds like
they're on the scene.
Really? Sounds like 2 old judges to me.
Yeah, it could be.
Willard's the judge. He's like their straight guy. Dibbs is kind of like the wild card.
Dibbs is the wisecracking bailiff. Got the ill-fitting uniform. You know, always has his hand on the baton ready to go. Dibbs, relax. Hey, okay, Judge, I'll do my best. Dibbs, what are you doing with that lazy chair? You said I got to relax, sir. I thought maybe I'd bring in the easy chair. All of a sudden, Dibbs becomes a cheap Rodney Dangerfield impressionist.
Apparently.
Oh, Dibbs.
Mark Spears was on with Willard and Dibbs. The New Orleans Pelicans are trying to trade Trey Murphy. It'll probably depend on who's sitting there at 11 when the pick comes up. And there's probably a certain amount of players that Joe Dumars and Troy Weaver have on their list that could be attractive to their franchise. Okay, then. Trey Murphy, player that we've been talking about to Detroit for quite some time. This is going to cost a cadre of draft picks. Might cost Ron Holland as well. Would you move 3, 4 first-round picks and Ron Holland for Trey Murphy? I'm just trying to think of what I would want if I were down there in New Orleans doing talk radio, and you got a 26-year-old who averages over 20 points a game, can shoot it from the perimeter. I don't know, man. I think it's going to be costly. But, so I guess the second part of this quote from Mark Stein probably depends on who's sitting there 11 when that pick comes up. If they love a player that they could draft to replace Trey Murphy in their starting lineup, is that what they see? Is that what that implies?
Because he was on air with the guys who, talk about the Warriors. Golden State Warriors hold the 11th overall pick, so he's kind of specifically talking about them in the 11th pick. But the point remains that if they're going to trade for draft picks,
so it's not New Orleans' pick.
No, that's the Golden State Warriors pick.
So why does it depend on what the Warriors do?
No, because if the Warriors want to trade the 11th overall pick as part of a deal for Trey Murphy.
Oh, okay. Thank you for connecting those dots. I wasn't following.
No worries. But also that
it happens. Yeah. It happens, people.
The point is they want draft assets and they want players, young players that fit their system and what they want to do moving forward if they're going to get rid of a Trey Murphy.
Okay. So I guess the same would be applied maybe at 21.
Or if the Pistons move up and trade that pick. You know how movement happens on the draft, right?
Yeah. Trade for somebody's pick and then move it for Trey Murphy?
Yep.
I'm not hating this as a possible draft night trade if the Pistons could get Trey Murphy.
Yeah. We've been talking about Trey Murphy for a long time.
Mm-hmm. But it also lets you know that the Pelicans are listening to they're open to moving Trey Murphy.
Yeah, that's what really if Mark Stein's accurate, and Mark Stein's pretty good.
Oh, that's Mark Spears.
Yeah. Stein is something else.
Yeah.
My apologies. Thank you. Stories just being fed to me as we go. You're getting exactly what you need. But if this report is accurate, then yeah, it's confirmation that a player that Detroit would covet, would fit well, isn't exorbitantly expensive. He's under contract for the next 3 years at 27, 29, and 31 million.
That's one of the biggest reasons I like Trey Murphy as well. Not just because of what he brings on the court, but off the court. You've got him under control for a very, very reasonable price. I mean, you see these new contract extensions going out there are like 40+ million, whether it's Tyler Hero or Jalen Duren or whoever, right?
Yep.
Trey Murphy's under contract for around 30 per for the next 3 years. That's a huge asset.
20-point scorer, can shoot it from the perimeter. I really, really hope the Pistons are involved in this. Really hope the Pistons could be a landing spot.
I think Trey Murphy would be fantastic for this team. And what is the cost? We don't know. But if you speculate, like how far, what becomes too much pain to give up? They want draft capital. Okay, a couple first-round picks is draft capital. They're going to want a young player. Ron Holland seems to be like that would be the one that you would give up. But the name that keeps surfacing, well, there's smoke anyway with all the reporting out there, is that Isaiah Stewart's in a trade block. Do you give up both and a couple first-round picks to acquire him? Is that too much, too little?
No,
I do. It doesn't seem like it's too much at all.
Isaiah Stewart is a heart and soul guy here in Detroit. But if you look at his playoff minutes,
well, he didn't play much in the playoffs this year. He was coming off an injury.
Yep. It just feels
to me like I wonder if he was
like
limited with what he could really give you in the playoffs this year.
It feels to me like they could survive without him. And it feels to me like Ron Holland is a chip that has some value.
Mm-hmm. Very young player.
Yep.
High up, good size. And there's still plenty time to develop, become an offensive player as well. But defensively, he's a stud.
So trying to sell the fan base in New Orleans, doing the show in New Orleans, would I be willing to give up Trey Murphy for Ron Holland, Isaiah Stewart, and 3 first-round picks? And I think I would be okay with that down in New Orleans. Plus, well, I'd have to look at the contracts. How would they match up? Would I free up a little bit of cap space? I'm not sure if I'd freed up a little bit of cap space or not. Give me a second here. Yeah, free up a little bit of cap space. $5 million or something like that. But yeah. Kang, you think that gets it done? Ron Holland, Isaiah Stewart, and 3 firsts?
I would do it if I'm on the Pistons side of it. If I'm on the Pelicans side, I mean, they're probably trying to squeeze that 4th first rounder out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, push come to shove, I'd do it if I were the Pistons. It's a lot to give up. Don't get me wrong.
The fourth
first rounder. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that's what they're looking for. They're looking for that huge, Mikal Bridges, Desmond Bain type of return in assets, which is 3 to 4 first rounders plus young players. The 2 young players are Stewart and Holland. Throwing another first round, making it 4.
One of the things you can get them to probably agree to do is to puts a few second-round picks back, and second-round picks are true scratch-off tickets. Like, they could be anything. So, Jalen Brunson was a second-round pick. Let's not forget that. I don't hate that deal at all. So, Trey Murphy.
Well, that's one
shopped
possibility.
around. So
then there's another report.
Yeah.
This is a player I don't think we've ever brought up on the show.
Mm-hmm.
But I am intrigued.
So I've lost. It was also Amick, right?
This was from Mark Stein.
It was Stein. Okay. Sorry.
Regarding the player from Miami. Is that what we're
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about?
Norman Powell.
Yes. For it says that the Pistons are looking to acquire Norman Powell. Now, Norman Powell is a unrestricted free agent, correct? So
you wouldn't have to trade.
You don't have to trade. And Norman Powell is a guy who the last couple of years has averaged 21.8 and 21.7. The last couple of years, he's been a 42% shooter and a 38% shooter. He is a 40% shooter in his career. He's 33 years old. He's a guard at 6'4", a shooting guard. But he brings the credentials of being able to shoot without question. And he's really felt the offensive load since the 2020 season. He's been a guy who's put up probably it looks like, if I eyeball it, about 18 points a game. A lot to like. In the postseason, he's played 91 postseason games. He's averaged 38.6% from three-point land.
Yeah, he's had some elite three-point shooting seasons.
Yeah. And for a guy that you don't have to trade for, would you rather have Tyler Hero that you do have to trade for, or Norman Powell that you don't have to trade
Depends
for?
on the price and the contract.
At 33 years old, I can't imagine it's going to be...
Can't imagine. And who did this come from?
Mark Stein.
And this is something he put out there today?
Yeah, Mark Stein and Jake Fisher do a podcast, and they basically said they were being told that Detroit's list of guard targets include Tyler Hero, and very much they're considering all-star guard Norman Powell to pair alongside Cade Cunningham. Now, Norman Powell, you guys mentioned his age. That's the downside, but he's come on a lot stronger later in his career.
Very much so.
He made the all-star team this past season. With the Clippers, he helped carry them to like respectable records without, Kawhi ever being available or before when Paul George was there. I like Norman Powell a lot to bring some veteran leadership that actually brings something to the court as well. He's a solid player. You mentioned the three-point and shooting percentages. They're very respectable. I think that's a guy that can help relieve some of the pressure off Cade Cunningham.
Yeah. Interesting. Free agency starts July 1st.
So the thing is, he might be available because bringing on Giannis, they're not going to be able to afford Norman Powell. So the question is how much Norman Powell going to ask?
Well, he just finished up a contract that was paying him, I believe, $18 million a year annually, and that was a 5-year extension that he has signed. So, looking at him now, what would you be like a $20 million contract? Is it 25? 33 years old. I can't imagine it's going to be too much more than that. But it's hard. I mean, NBA numbers are hard. For me, it's always been hard to kind of calculate what the real worth is.
248-539-9797. All right, so would you give up the boatload of draft picks, Ron Hall and Isaiah Stewart, for Trey Murphy? Would you make an aggressive free agent move for Norman Powell? Pistons name be associated with Powell from Mark Stein. Mark Spears is gone public and said that the Pelicans are indeed shopping around Trey Murphy. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, could the Pistons be involved? And I don't know if this means anything. First round of the draft is tonight. Pistons have the pick at 21. We're just talking about the possibility of them trading that pick. The official Detroit Pistons Twitter account tweeted out the following. Adding another piece to Detroit basketball tomorrow. A tweet went out at noon today. So, not adding another piece tonight? Just tomorrow?
I don't know about that.
I think it's a classic mess up.
Yeah.
I think it's a classic admin oops.
Hey, like maybe we'll introduce him to the media tomorrow or something like that.
Because then the graphic they put up there, Doug, right, is every draft pick they've made recently.
Because I read this, and I'm just trying to logically connect dots. I read this and think, oh, my God, they're trading the pick for Trey Murphy. Don't you? No? All right, so we're reacting to some recent reporting going on around the NBA. One, Mark Stein, the Stein line, saying that the Pistons are interested in free agent shooting guard Norman Powell, who last year in Miami at the age of 33 averaged 21 a game, shooting 38% from beyond the arc. His last 4 years, with the Clippers and then Miami, 17, 13.9, 21.8, 21.7. Here's his three-point shooting percentage those years. 39.7, 43.5, 41.8, 38.0. Seems like he would provide some shooting touch. And then there was the Mark Spears report, talking to a radio show out in San Francisco about the accessibility to Trey Murphy, and they were asking about whether or not the Golden State Warriors could trade for him. And Spears said, well, they're definitely shopping him. They are looking to trade him. And the Pistons have been associated with him. Now, that would be a cadre of first-round picks, probably 3, maybe even 4, along with, I would imagine, Ron Holland and or Isaiah Stewart. You always got to think about, when you're trying to put together a realistic trade, what sounds really good to you, and then make it sound a little bit worse to you, because the other side is not thinking about how to make it sound better to you. So the high-end price for Trey Murphy, 4 first-round picks. So it would be this one tonight, 26, 28, 30, and 32. Ron Holland and beef stew.
That's a lot.
It is a lot, but I'm doing the show in New Orleans, man. Trying to improve my organization. That's what I'm asking for.
I guarantee we going to look for somebody good. We're going to get some real nice for Trey Murphy. Got to be better than a gator and a jambalaya.
That's exactly what they're saying right now in WNOR, New Orleans Radio. I don't know. F them picks, right?
From the bayou all the way to Shreveport, we know what we want here in New Orleans. Get your poor boy ready. We're going to get something good and tasty for Trey Murphy.
There's a feedback coming in. I'm not giving up 4 first-round picks, Holland and Stewart, and 2 first-round picks. I'm not giving up 4 first-round picks. Holland and Stewart and 2 first-round picks. That's it. From Belleville fan. I mean, that might not get it done. In New Orleans, I'm not sure if they saw Holland and Stewart and 2 first-round picks. I'm not sure they'd say yes. I'm not sure what they'd say.
What about some Creole seasoning in there? Make it all good and better. Better with butter.
Next text. Why would Trey Murphy require as many first-round picks as Giannis? I don't know. Where they are in their career and the contracts. Giannis feels like a diminishing asset at this point.
Yeah, but he's still a superstar.
He is.
And he's a piece that you think you're adding in winning a championship, or at least they're contending for one. I don't think that the price. I think the 4 first-round picks and the 2 players, I think that's way high of a price. I don't know. I don't even think that's too much for New Orleans to demand.
Well, let's say you're going after Trey Murphy and Norman Powell. Do you even need Isaiah Stewart and Ron Holland? Especially Holland.
I mean, the idea of adding Murphy and Powell to this team, that's enticing, right?
That's over 40 points a game and two guys that can shoot it.
And here's something Detroit has going for them, which we haven't been able to say in a long time. This is a good team. This is a team I think the players might want to come to. All right, even though it's Detroit, and it's not the cosmopolitan city that some people want or whatever, steal from Johnny Damon's wife. But this is a team that is clearly up and coming with the 14 to 44 to 60 wins. A team that was number one in the East. That you want to be that piece that puts them over the top, and you can be that piece. When we look at and talking about playing life without Beef Stew or Ron Holland, all you have to do is look at the playoffs. Ron Holland hardly played. Mm-hmm. Isaiah Stewart didn't get many minutes in the playoffs. So if I'm replacing those two guys who didn't really give you that much in the playoffs with these two guys, I'm saying that team goes to the NBA Finals and has a chance.
Next text. This Powell signing would be a typical Detroit GM signing. Get someone on the downside of the career that most likely won't offer much help. Okay, let's think about the veterans that they've added. Did Tobias Harris offer much help?
Yes.
Did Duncan Robinson offer much help?
Yes.
When they got Malik Beasley when he was 28 years old, did he offer much help?
Yes, not in the playoffs.
Can we can argue that Javonte Green and Karis LeVert probably didn't offer as much as maybe expected?
Had moments, but no.
But is Langdon had a long history? This isn't Kenta Cobb and JV. He's done a good job of adding veterans that help.
Look, lock down Trey Murphy first. You can't even talk about Powell until July 1st. But if they knock down a deal to get Trey Murphy, and then they're still interested in getting someone like Norman Powell, which they don't have to trade for because of free agency. I mean, that's exciting basketball right there.
Yep.
No, those are bigger moves than I would imagine.
Yeah.
Definitely. And the Trey Murphy thing, I know it sounds like a lot because it is a lot, Gator. But I go back to the Desmond Bane trade, and you may say Orlando overpaid for them, but the market value at the time apparently was 4 first-round picks and 2 players, Contavious Caldwell-Pope and Cole Anthony. If they asked me, if Trey Murphy or the Pelicans came to me and said, we want 4 first-round picks, Isaiah Stewart and Ron Holland, I would have to do it. For Trey Murphy, who's locked under contract for the next 3 years at a reasonable $30 million per, and he's like 26, 27 years old, still in the prime of his career. And then if you're talking, I can still add pieces, whether it's a Powell or another shooter from someone else. Yeah, now you got a legit Eastern Conference contending team.
It's a lot to give up, but buckle down and get ready for a fun season if that's the case. If those are your 2 adds, I mean, you just added a lot of shooting prowess to a team that struggled to shoot.
Buckle down, huh?
Nice one, Dibs.
Yep, buckle down.
Get ready for that crawfish bowl. We all gonna buckle down.
Dibs at it again.
Oh, Dibs.
Oh, wacky Dibs.
Wacky Dibs. By the way, the Pistons have deleted their tweet about adding Speaking of Dibs, is he running the account over there?
Yeah. I got Dibs.
Oh, that's great. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Okay. Better than expected, Gator says. Way better than you thought it would be. The movie Gran Turismo?
Yeah. So this came out, a year ago or so, or 2 years ago, something like that, last couple of years.
Yeah.
It's based off a true story where I think it was Nissan wanted to get some racers together that were gamers. And they had brought the best gamers in the world, the sim drivers, to put together a team to compete in Le Mans. And eventually they decided on one racer in particular, a guy from England, to represent them. And he had to qualify to get to the next level in order to be like kind of a, proof of concept for Nissan. And he did. It's really, I don't want to spoil anything, but it's a really interesting story and probably warms the cockles of the hearts of every single gamer out there that dreams of doing something.
Yeah.
It's a cool story, and it's a true story. And then you find out at the end, there's some really nice reveals as the credits are rolling of some other things that go on. I don't want to do the spoilers away, but I came away impressed because I thought this was going to be some cheesy thing, and I'm like, it's a little cheese. There's a little cheddar factor, but for the most part, it's pretty good.
So what made you decide to watch this?
It was on.
Always a good reason.
Yeah. It was like late Saturday night, I think, and wasn't anything else going on. I wasn't ready to go to bed, and then I got hooked on it. I just started watching it. So I'm like, all right, well, let's check this out.
So you give it a thumbs up, huh?
I gave it a thumbs up. I was kind of impressed with it. No, it's not great, but it's good. It's good. Like I said in the show sheet, way better than I expected it to be.
Okay. So Gator gives you the thumbs up.
I did not flip around during the movie. I kept it on. All right, I'm going to keep watching.
And House of the Dragon season 3 aired Sunday night.
Here we go. Yes, absolutely.
Is Denzel in that?
He is not.
Oh, okay.
No. But season 1 started off strong. House of the Dragon is a prequel to Game of Thrones, and it is. I think it's good. I think it's really good. I like it a lot. It's got a lot of Game of Thrones to it. It's not like the spin-offs of Yellowstone, how they've kind of fallen flat. Oh, the Dutton Ranch is pretty good, but the other one, Marshalls, I don't care about. This is a pretty good representation of the world of Game of Thrones with House of the Dragon. It's pretty good. I enjoy it.
Okay.
And I think a lot of people did. Based on what I saw on social media, a lot of people liked the first episode.
Kang, you down with this?
I want to be down with House of Dragon because I was such a big Game of Thrones fan. But I have not started any of the seasons yet. So it's the same. I know it's like you said, the prequel. So it kind of sets up how everything was before and how we got to where we were with Game of Thrones.
Yeah. So I mean, Game of Thrones is centered around a couple different prominent families. This is like
the Targaryens.
This is
right?
the Targaryen
yeah,
family and how when they ruled the Seven Kingdoms, if you will, and
it's good.
It's really good.
That's the same politicking and all that
there's
stuff
lots of the same thing, lots of the same scenery. It just takes place, I don't know, a few hundred years before Game of Thrones, and yet it doesn't look like it's any. There was like no progress made at all. But it's really good.
Still no Wi-Fi.
No, they still don't have Wi-Fi.
So how do the gamers?
It's tough. It's tough. Yeah. But with the toughest thing I found with House of the Dragon was trying to keep up with the names and trying to understand who is who, because the names are so similar. There's a Rhaenys, a Rhaenyra, and a Rhaena. There's an Aegon, an Aemond, a Daemon.
And surprisingly,
like 3 Aegons.
Yeah.
I heard there was also a Jackson. Is that
the Jackson, a Ryan,
and a
Riley, and Aiden? Yeah. Mason. Yeah. They're all
and one Olivia.
A McKenna. Yeah. Kelsey. They're all there. No, but a lot of the names are very similar. So it's kind of that from that standpoint, it's kind of hard to follow, but it moves quickly and it gets you going. And then this season 3 started. I'm like, wow, that was good. That was a good first episode.
Okay, and I want to bring this up because coming up July 7th and 8th, back-to-back Tiger home games are having back-to-back giveaways. The Tigers are giving away bobbleheads, both Tarek Skubal, one in a home jersey, one in a road jersey, both delivering a pitch as part of their Cy Young bobblehead promotion. And because he won back-to-back Cy Youngs, they're going to do it in back-to-back games. July 7th and July 8th. Now, Gator, I just showed you the picture. And people, I guess, watching on Twitch and YouTube, and you can watch the show on twitch.tv or youtube.com. You can kind of get a sense for what they look like.
It's a good-looking bobblehead.
Kang, there's a couple things I know about this. One is you could speak to the collectibles and how popular they'll be. Two is I'm predicting chaos as people try to get their hands on both of these, and people will probably also try to hoard them.
Oh, not just pitching chaos, but just
bobblehead chaos.
Okay. Yeah. No, these are cool. I mean, these type of collectibles have really taken off in the last few years. The Dodgers do some great ones. Obviously, they have Ohtani out there, and people go nuts for those. But they have other ones like One Piece Night and Pokemon anime stuff. The Lions did really well with their giveaways too, and one of the most popular ones they had was the Gibbs and Monty one, where they would actually connect if you got them both. This looks like it does the same thing with Tarek Skubal for July 7th, July 8th. They would connect, looks like back to back, right?
The platforms?
Yep, the two bobbleheads or whatever, the bottom parts, they connect and make one whole one. So this is really cool. So basically, it's saying if you get one, you need the other. So, and I'm sure immediately when you get to the game, and if you don't get one, go ahead and go on eBay. I'm sure someone has posted it from the ballpark.
100%. Yeah.
And then they'll even do a meetup if they want. But yeah, they'll be reselling, of course.
So they take on the Athletics on those two games, and it's a Tuesday and a Wednesday, the 7th and the 8th. This is smart by the Tigers to try to maximize getting crowds to show up. You're talking middle of the summer, beginning of the week, a couple of night games against maybe not the most exciting team to go see, even though the Athletics are playing just fine. They have some players, but they're not typically the big draw. I think it's smart timing by them.
By the way, credit Brad Galley, who had the post with the picture of the two things up there. I will say this, having been a part of a lot of very successful and one or two borderline unsuccessful free giveaways.
Right.
Free giveaways almost always lead to very mad people. And I would say, Kang, how do you guarantee you get one of these if you go? Like what can you possibly do?
You can. I mean, you just got to get there early, and then hopefully there's some left when when it's your turn.
Have they said how many they're producing?
I found a story on Yahoo.
Like the first 15,000 fans or something, or 5,000 fans.
Doesn't cite in here, but I'm like,
I would say get there when the ballpark is open. You're there.
You should be walking in.
You should be
in line early.
Yeah.
And otherwise, if you don't get one, people, don't be in a rush to buy one right away. That's when the cost will be the highest. You should wait a few weeks or even a month, whatever. Price will come back down to where it should be, if at all, and that's when you buy it, if you really want it.
Yeah. Good advice.
Like, I don't think these things are going to sell for thousands of dollars.
No, they should not.
Right? I mean, it's a bobblehead. They do bobbleheads all the time. I think it's interesting because it's a player that nobody thinks is going to be here a year from now.
Yeah, somebody on Twitch said, when are they going to do the one of him in a Dodger uniform? Big D Dog, when did they do the Skubal bobblehead in the Dodger jersey? Yeah, but it's smart that they did this before the trade deadline.
Right. Well, that's the other thing, right? It's July 7th and 8th. It's not August 7th and 8th.
Maybe they should have done it June 24th and 25th. Anyway, they do look pretty cool. There is reporting today on Dylan Larkin. And quite a bit of reporting, including somebody claiming he's added a fourth team.
Oh.
Officially, I guess he's added a fourth team, and we all know that Steve Yzerman has probably requested a whole bunch more than that. But we will get to that coming up today at 12:47 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Summer is right around the corner, and there's never been a better time to drive home a brand new Chevrolet from Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. In fact, right now, lease the all-new 2026 Chevy Silverado. It's just $189 a month. If you need something sporty and versatile, how about this? The 2026 Chevy Trailblazer is only $219 a month. Or cruise into summer in the stylish 2026 Chevrolet Trax for just $249 a month. Every one of these incredible offers comes with only $1,999 down. Whether you need a tough truck or a family SUV or the perfect everyday ride, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield
has your summer savings waiting right now. Hurry in today or shop online at sarahchevrolet.com. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where great deals and great service come together. At 696 and Telegraph in Southfield, they're open every Saturday. Dealer fees are extra. Offers are subject to approval and availability. See dealer for complete details. And together, let's drive! Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Whew, busy day, busy times. And we haven't even touched on the latest reporting with Dylan Larkin, which we'll start with what Nick Kiprios reported. He is saying that Dylan Larkin has added Dallas to his preferred destination list. Now, the preferred destination list is something that's led to quite a bit of criticism of Larkin. And it almost feels like I sense scoffing almost from Steve Eiserman's office as if, oh, well, that's nice, but we won't trade you to one of those teams unless it is the best. Unless one of those teams is the one that offers me the best package of return for return players or picks or combination prospects, whatever. But he's added Dallas. And so the question becomes, is there a Jason Robertson possibility sign and trade kind of deal here?
Well, that's what it would have to be. And, Robertson being a restricted free agent, that you'd have to trade. So it's, I don't know. We've heard reports that Robertson doesn't want to play in Detroit, so that'd be tough. But money talks, right? With anything. And if Robertson is looking to make north of $12 million a season, which it seems like he is, can you go up to $14 million? And does that change his mind about wanting to come and play for the Detroit Red Wings? It might, but you'd have to, obviously, in order to consummate some sort of deal, you have to have a contract in place, which is going to be tough to do, because you feel like that's something that has to be ironed out over time. And, if you want to get it done before Thursday, there's not a whole lot of time to get that done.
Nope.
And what does Dallas have otherwise to offer for Larkin? I'm not sure if there's enough there that they'd be willing to part with to acquire Larkin. So, this list is interesting, right? Because this is where Dylan Larkin has his power, is he's got the no trade clause. So he can dictate where the start of this trade search begins for the Red Wings. But like you said, in the end, I think Steve Yzerman is one that holds the ultimate power, because he does or does not have to make any trade. He's going to look for the best he can get. If the best offer he gets is from Ottawa, and Larkin's like, hell no, that's exile. I'm not going to Ottawa. But the second best deal is Minnesota. Then maybe the power swings back a little bit to Larkin, because I think Yzerman does want to accommodate a trade. And maybe that's how this whole thing started in the first place, is that Yzerman was looking to trade Larkin, and Larkin just wanted to get ahead of it first, said, yeah, trade me. And then it gets interpreted that Dylan Larkin asked for the trade. We don't know. And I don't know if we're ever going to know the real story there. But I think this is a list that 100% has to expand in order to really get what the Red Wings are looking to get. You need teams that are going to be bidding against each other. But for Dallas, if it's at all possible to get Jason Robertson to be a slam dunk to me, to go ahead and do that, even if it means paying him that sum of money, the cap is going to go up over the years. The Red Wings have a lot of cap space right now. So why not make this deal?
I talk a lot about the possibility of Larkin coming back. And it's not because it'd be good. It's not because it wouldn't be uncomfortable.
It'd be wildly uncomfortable.
But it's, it has to be a possibility. And Yzerman needs to tell Dylan Larkin it's a possibility. And we have to talk. I guess we don't have to do anything. But you have no leverage unless you can say, then you're not getting traded. Steve Yzerman has to sell Larkin on the, hey, you might have requested a trade and you may not want to play here, and maybe you'll just sit out because we can't give you away for something less than market value. That would hurt our organization. So you're going to have to decide, accept the deal that I came up with or stay in Detroit.
Now, from Dallas' standpoint, when it comes to Jason Robertson, who, like we said, is a restricted free agent and he's looking to get north of $12 million a season, they're up against it cap-wise. They may not be able to afford him. So if you're going to lose Robertson, you're going to want something in return, right? Mm-hmm. Dylan Larkin ends up being a perfect piece to slide in there because he's $8 million against the cap, or 8.7 or whatever it is against the cap, which is, almost half of what Robertson would be. So he solves some cap problems for Dallas, and also solves a problem because you're adding a player who's really good offensively and really good defensively. So is there any room there? Look, I don't think it'd be a straight up 1-for-1. I think the Red Wings would have to kick in more than Dylan Larkin to get Jason Robertson away from Dallas, but Dallas is in a tough position here because he's the restricted free agent looking for the big contract.
Yep. And you got the draft coming up this weekend.
Thursday and Friday.
And then right after that, you got free agency. And, it would be great and almost like the Red Wings may in some ways have a clock ticking on them to make a deal, because if you don't trade him by the draft, which eliminates possible immediate draft picks, which Eisenman would almost certainly need to sell. If draft picks are involved, they have to be immediate. And then you get into free agency and you don't know what Dylan Larkin's situation is. I don't know that a trade, the Red Wings better do it, better hope that they can get this done this week. And if they can't, I think the only leverage he has is tell Eisenman or tell Larkin, you're coming back. We couldn't trade you. And free agency's underway and we got to start planning for next year. And we couldn't find a deal for you. And that's, that is a ticking clock that could affect this thing. So,
well, and there's more reporting, right?
Yes, there's a number of other things. Elliot Friedman, Canada Sportsnet, said he thinks Larkin will get traded this summer, but he doesn't think Eisenman would accept the Brady trade for Larkin, which was basically all draft picks.
Brady Tkachuk, yeah.
Yep.
Which was, what was it, 3 firsts and a second?
3 firsts and a second. Which was funny because we talked about earlier this week if we would accept it. And I was more I would accept something like that and you would not.
Yeah. I mean, unless you're getting a really high draft pick, I'm not that interested in getting just draft capital in return. And I think the Red Wings are looking to get a player.
Yep.
They want to compete for a playoff spot this upcoming season. Losing Larkin is going to hurt, but you can get players back that help you out, and then you still have free agency to look forward to or other trades that you can make because they have other trade pieces like a Sebastian Cossa.
There is a report out there, and I haven't been able to verify this, so I'm a little bit hesitant, but what the hell? There's a rumor, I guess, that Eisenman has rejected a big offer from Minnesota.
Who has reported that?
I just said I don't know.
Oh.
I said it's a rumor that's out there that I can't attribute it to. But I'm trying to find, and when I did a Google search of this popped up that Eisenman had, and I'm like, where did that come from? But do you, Minnesota, what would be a big offer from Minnesota?
I mean, the problem with Minnesota is that the top prospect is a goaltender, Jesper Wallstedt, who was drafted just behind Sebastian Cossa, but he's already played in the NHL and already has his career going, and it's in a really good trajectory. People really like him. The Red Wings don't need a goaltender. They have goaltender prospects. They've got their guy in Gibson who's going to start most of the games this upcoming season, and Gibson was good. After that, they've got a trio or even a quartet of prospects. In fact, I think they're looking to unload one of them. I'm asking Sebastian Cossa to begin with. So I don't think that makes any sense, a trade with Minnesota with their top guy they can offer up, unless you bring in a third team. And that to me is the only way that makes sense, is that you got to bring in a third team that wants Wallstedt and values him and gives you something in return there. But I don't know if Minnesota has the other pieces they're willing to give up. They think that's a team that wants to win a Stanley Cup and is in position to do so. Look, they got Quinn Hughes for a reason there. And if they want to add Dylan Larkin, great. But are they going to give up players from their core to acquire Dylan Larkin? I'm sure they want to give up just, hey, we'll give you, what was it, Charlie Stramel, the former Spartan.
Yep.
And other prospects, but prospects aren't what the Red Wings want. The Red Wings want a player.
I mean, if the Red Wings do agree that they'll take Wallstedt back, they better be able to flip. I would have to think that they have deals in place for Trey Augustine and Sebastian Cossa coming to Detroit with other teams to increase the talent pool of skaters. Because they're loaded with goalies. This organization is flush with goalies.
Yeah.
Again, if that trade's true, if that rumor report is true.
We'll see how stubborn Eiserman is, because he seems to, stand on his beliefs, right? But this thing is going to force the issue possibly here. I'm agreeing with Friedman. I think Larkin gets traded. I don't see how Eiserman can keep him on this team. I think the captain in hockey means more than in any other sport. And for him have that captain come back into that locker room and face the teammates that he doesn't want to play with anymore because he doesn't think this team can win it's a very bad idea in my opinion. So I wonder if he's willing to take less than what he thinks he should get for Larkin, because this is an issue where this guy doesn't want to be here anymore. Can you play hockey still with him back in that locker room?
Well, I hope that the rumor of the Dallas deal, a potential deal, is true, because that will set the tone for what other teams know that they need to up the offer if they want to acquire him. And then you start getting your bidding war of teams giving their best and final, and then Eiserman has to make a decision in the summer. It may not happen by Thursday, though.
248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. New this hour, the Pistons are reportedly interested in signing Norm Powell from the Miami Heat this offseason, according to Mark Stein and Jake Fisher. Fisher said on Twitter today, quote, "We're being told that among Detroit's list of guard targets, in addition to Tyler Hero, the Pistons are very much considering all-star guard Norm Powell as their addition alongside Cade Cunningham," unquote. Powell averaged 22 points per game and shot 38% from deep last season and earned his first career all-star nod in his first season with the Miami Heat. He's an unrestricted free agent this offseason and is coming off a 5-year contract in which he averaged $18 million per season. He's entering his 12th year in the league at age 33. The Pistons currently have pick number 21 in the NBA draft, which is scheduled to take place tonight at 8 p.m. in Brooklyn. Michigan basketball will likely have 3 players drafted tonight in Adai Mara, Merez Johnson Jr., and Yaxel Lendeborg. Detroit native Darius Acuff from Arkansas is expected to be a lottery pick tonight as well. The Tigers face the Yankees again tonight, looking to win their 5th consecutive game. game. Their current 4-game winning streak is tied for the second longest of the season already. They won 6 games in a row back in April. First pitch is at 6:40 tonight. Our pregame show here on 97.1 will start at 6:15. And the World Cup is back today as Portugal and Uzbekistan are getting underway right now. Cristiano Ronaldo is in the starting 11 today after speculation Portugal might bring him off the bench. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, what's led to speculation that Yzerman is rejected, that was the wording and the rumors that were out there. And again, it's really hard to cover stories with bloggers and posts on social media, et cetera, and wires get crossed. Was an exchange on Twitter where Michael Russo was responding to fans who were saying, why haven't they made an offer on Dylan Larkin if they made an offer on Brady Tkachuk, and Michael Russo, who covers the Wild for The Athletic, pipes in and says they've offered a huge package for Larkin too. It's Yzerman who's taking his time. So that is what we could come up with. Look, as you said, third team could get involved, and a third team could make it worth Steve Yzerman's, make it worth his while, and it could end up with Dylan Larkin on a team he requested to be in. But I just think Larkin has to sell the idea that, as much as Kang has pointed out, and you pointed out, and Ozzy's pointed out, he's got to sell Larkin on the idea that if I'm not getting an offer, I'm not trading you, so you better be open to other teams. And he's already, I guess, offered him up Dallas, but even then, it's still 4 teams. I mean, dude, come on. If anybody else has a better offer, Yzerman's got to hold out and try and move him for that offer.
Yeah, I agree. And it's another problem with Minnesota is they don't have a first or second round pick in this week's draft. So that's, again, another reason why I think that they would have to bring a third team involved if it's Minnesota that's going to end up with Dylan Larkin, because there has to be some draft capital comes Red Wings way, and would think it'd be at least a first-round pick in addition to players. Dylan Larkin is too big of a bargaining chip to just go ahead and hastily make a move. Ottawa had that same chip with Brady Tkachuk, and the trump card that worked in Tkachuk's favor was that Florida had assets that they were willing to give up to Ottawa to make it happen, and Florida had Brady's brother Matthew. And when you're presented with a few teams, and the player does have some pull in this whole thing, that made it easy to make it happen to Florida.
You know what's going on here is the Quinn Hughes trade from Vancouver to Minnesota is screwing the Yzerman all over again. Because when Quinn Hughes got traded, Detroit was reportedly in the mix there and certainly would have helped, probably would have kept Dylan Larkin happier, probably would have made the playoffs with Quinn Hughes.
Could have.
Yeah, and I mean, I shouldn't assume that, but it would have had a much better chance.
Hell of a player, yeah.
But he gets traded to Minnesota, cleans out Minnesota of picks and prospects. Now Minnesota wants Larkin, but they don't have the picks and prospects because they gave them all up for Quinn Hughes. So this is one of those deals where it's screwing Steve Yzerman all over again. And ultimately, I don't know what the trade talk was like between Detroit and Vancouver. We heard that he didn't want to part with Simon Edmondson, which I get, but guess what? You got to give something up to get something. There's other, belief that maybe he overvalued his own prospects in their own organization. Scott, I'm scared that might be the tipping point in the failure of Steve Yzerman as the general manager of this team.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know all the details of what went down with the talk of Vancouver with Quinn Hughes at the time. There were some reports out there that said that they weren't going to trade him unless they knew that they could sign him to an extension, and that Quinn Hughes was unwilling to sign an extension at that point, or that it was going to be capped because they didn't want it to go over a certain value. And once they found out that it was going to be that expensive that they wanted out, whatever the case is, they don't have him. And it sucks because Quinn Hughes is a heck of a player. And I feel pretty confident in saying that if they had traded for Quinn Hughes, that Dylan Larkin would not have asked for a trade. And we'd look for adding even more players this offseason to solidify this team as being a team that now has a real good core group of players to make a run in the next several years. But they didn't land them. And that hurts. So now you got to go out and find something else. And now you have to trade Dylan Larkins, and Dylan Larkins not part of this foundation anymore. So you're going to look for a player that's in their early to mid-20s to build around. That's why a name like Jason Robertson comes up. Now, does he want to play here? Maybe not. But
hard sell.
Yeah, but he's a restricted free agent, so I mean he has some say unless you trade for him. But the trade has to happen before July 1st when he becomes the unrestricted free agent. Or the restricted free agent.
Well, I mean, if you think about the damage that's been done to the Red Wings organization, this is a team that used to be in the mix for everybody. Now it's pre-cap. And now,
well, they're also a really good hockey team.
Yes, but between not being really good, captain asking to be traded, not making the playoffs for all these years, we got to ask ourselves the question, does anybody even want to sign here? And you're right, money does talk.
Money talks, but it's also important that you draft correctly and you develop those players and that they show something. And we haven't seen those guys show anything because they haven't been the high enough draftable player. You know, Danielson wasn't a top 2 pick or a top 3 pick. Sandin Pellikka wasn't that guy. Brandon Nygaard wasn't that guy. These are, top 10 picks at best. And then further down the line in the draft, because the Red Wings have been good enough to just miss the playoffs, which is purgatory. Mm-hmm. Unless you really do well with your scouting department and you find the right players to draft and you get those guys that other teams passed on.
Well, I mean, I had the thought, and we talked a little bit about how the Red Wings were they just were stuck to make a go for it move, give up a first round pick, not make the playoffs. Now you need the first round pick even more. You don't have it. On top of that, well, we've said this about the Tigers for some time. Help is on the way. Help is on the way. You could see players working up their way through the system with some degree of faith, I guess, that they were going to help the team. And I'm not sure that help is on the way, and I don't have the faith that they are going to help the team. But here we go. Feedback coming in. Nobody wants to play for the Wings, and Stevie, and it's all his fault. I mean, it's him and staff. It's a failing of everybody. But
there's a failing on everybody, including the players for not delivering. Okay, I get it. A couple years ago, they didn't make a move at the trade deadline, and Dylan Larkin had those comments afterwards that really kind of soured on it, and because they didn't energize the room by making a move. And yet, my counter to that has always been, you guys were good enough. You should have pushed forward and made the playoffs, and you didn't. It's a failure on the players' behalf. And, if you made the playoffs and got knocked out in the first round, then you could say, hey, it would have been nice that we could have a little push here if you had added something to the mix. But you didn't even get to the playoffs.
I didn't want to. I loved him, but I've lost some respect for Steve, and I hate that. That's from an unnamed texter. Martin writes in, there's no scenario can allow Larkin to walk back in that locker room. I'm wondering if they could just tell him to sit at home or even suspend him. If a deal isn't done, for one, some of his teammates would definitely not welcome him back. Number two, he'd get booed out of the building. All that is true. You have to understand what I'm saying, and I'm saying this, and if you have to convince Larkin that there is a chance you won't be able to trade him. You have to convince him of that, to get him to open up his pool of teams, unless you get a dynamite offer from Minnesota, who doesn't have assets left because they traded for Quinn Hughes, Florida, who doesn't have assets left because they traded for Brady Tkachuk, Dallas, who doesn't have a whole bunch other than Jason Robertson, but he's an unrestricted free agent, and who's the other team? Why am I blanking? Vegas. Yeah, does Vegas have stuff to get it done? I haven't even heard. I've never nano a Vegas rumor. Nothing on Vegas.
The whole reason Larkin has a no trade clause is to determine where he would go if he ever wanted to be traded. So let's say he does open it up a little bit, Doug, but he's not going to open it up all the way, right? Opens up a little bit, and Stevie still can't get a deal done. Now it's a classic standoff, okay? Game of chicken, right? Is Steve Yzerman going to let Larkin back into that locker room, like I said earlier, with all his teammates knowing he wanted out? Or, because guess what? Larkin can't get fired. Steve Yzerman can get fired. I feel like he has to make a deal, even if it's not the deal he wants.
There's no question. He's also got to try and convince Larkin that he might not be able to trade him, and he's got to come back.
But then that's a lose situation for Steve too.
Well, I know, but the point is, in a negotiation, he has to convince him. Otherwise, we're stuck with these 4 teams who don't have what it takes to get him. None of these teams likely have what it takes to get him.
A lot is being made right now because we've got the draft coming up Thursday. And I think a lot of people think that something has to be done by Thursday, and that's just not the case. When people say that they expect the deal to get done this summer, yeah, I do too. It'll be this summer. I don't think it's going to happen by Thursday. I think, he's going to keep weighing his options, and, that way a team like Minnesota, maybe they get back into it because, okay, we've gotten past the draft. They can get a first-round pick out of it for next year's draft or the year after or whatever that case is. And you're going to have to look, beyond just Thursday. But I also think there are going to be other teams in the mix. It just has to work out that way.
If there aren't, I'm not sure they can get a deal done, man.
Yeah. And I tend to I know everybody's saying that Florida's out, that they would be out. But Florida has pieces on their team right now that they could give up.
Well, it got tougher because of the Brady Tkachuk trade. It
did because of draft capital. But it doesn't mean. But I mean, keep in mind that Florida was a team. They're absolutely loaded. They didn't make the playoffs because a few guys got hurt. Those guys are back healthy now. So can they move away some of the other players like Anton Lundell, who they said was a no-go in the Brady Tkachuk deal? But that's a forward and a center you're talking about. Now you're talking center for center. Would Florida rather have Dylan Larkin than Lundell? I think so, absolutely. So a package of players that starts with him might work out, and it might appease the Red Wings front office.
And correct me if I'm wrong. There was a report that they weren't going to give up Lundell, right?
Right, not for Brady Tkachuk.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, we've all seen it lately. Local companies that are being bought out by big private equity firms from out of state, and suddenly you're just a number on a spreadsheet. But when it comes to your home, you deserve better than that. You deserve Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. Shaner is truly family-owned, and they've been serving Michigan homeowners for over 30 years. And when they say that they treat you like family, well, they mean it because they actually are one. They don't answer to distant investors. They answer to you. And what I really like about them is their no-pressure promise. You won't get a high-stakes sales pitch. Instead, you get an honest assessment of what your roof, windows, or siding actually needs. It's that kind of integrity that's earned them a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of your neighbors. Plus, you get total peace of mind with a lifetime transferable warranty on every roof installation. Don't settle for a corporate middleman. Trust the name Michigan has relied on for 3 decades. Get your quote today from Shaner Roofing at mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com.
248-539-9797. Jay is in White Lake, and he's next on 97.1. Hello, Jay.
Hey, fellas. How are you?
Okay.
You know, you guys I always enjoy listening to you guys. Your show's always great, but sometimes you guys really nail it. And this Larkin discussion, this back and forth is fantastic. I really, Gator, I think the way you said it, you said that Yzerman, you know, the whole Quinn Hughes, Dylan Larkin thing, that he had a shot and he didn't take it. And I think Steve Yzerman has really stepped in it at this point, and he had the opportunity. I think that if he had said, no matter what I have to do, I'm getting Quinn Hughes on this team with Larkin, I think we would be having a whole different conversation right now about the Red Wings in general. I think it would have been a major solid building block. I think it would have changed a lot of things for the better. But he was too afraid to put all his chips in. I mean, I don't know the inner workings. I don't know why he didn't go all in to try and get him, but you know, he just keeps working with this used kitchen equipment, and he's finally pushed Larkin to the point where he's like, all right, I'm done. And
you're right.
You know,
here's one thing we know he didn't do when it comes to trade talks, trying to get Quinn Hughes. He did not put all his chips in, because if he put all his chips in, he probably could have got him. Now, that doesn't mean it would have been a smart trade. It doesn't mean it would have been a smart trade, because it might have been a price that cost them at the NHL level as well. But hey, look, man, and it's doubly screwing him over, because Minnesota, where he wants to go, and I think Minnesota would love to have him. I'm not sure they have the assets to get they don't have the stuff to get it done, because they traded for Quinn Hughes.
Right, and then on the opposite side of that coin, now you've got the one star left on this. Well, not star, but the star, I guess, that's left on this team that now wants out, and so Larkin goes away, and I mean, you got two options now. Now you got to overpay for anything you want, because nobody's going to want to come here, or like you said, you put Larkin back on the ice. How's that going to work?
It just doesn't. Like I don't. I feel like me bringing this up, it's been wildly misinterpreted. No, it wouldn't work. But you have to convince Larkin that, hey man, I might not be able to trade you. And then what are we going to do? You're gonna come back and play? Because I might not be able to trade you.
Right,
because I'm going to guess right now,
limiting it to
I
three
really
teams.
don't feel like the 3 and 4 teams that we're talking about can get it done.
No, because you know why? They're already established teams. They're already teams that are competing for Stanley Cups, and to get to that point, they've given up a lot of assets to get there. So what they have left, they don't want to give up core players to accept Dylan Larkin to the mix, or they're not going to. And one of those teams just took themselves out of the running because maybe, even though I still think they can do it, in Florida, by adding Brady Tkachuk. But what does Las Vegas have to offer? You know, what does Minnesota have to offer?
Well, we've gone over Minnesota a ton. There have been like almost no reports about Vegas that I've seen.
Yeah, so
and we scour every day, because we want to do a Larkin Trade Center blitz thingy. If there's enough there, we'll do it. Today, it was just kind of one big story that Dallas has apparently been. And then it's got to be a Jason Robertson contract, which if they could work something out there, then that could make sense.
Yeah,
that could make sense.
If they could work at a trade with Dallas where the Red Wings acquire Jason Robertson, who's going to be a restricted free agent, and then they have, obviously, if they make that trade, they have to have a deal in place to sign him to a long-term contract, which is likely to be a $14 million deal or maybe even more. It's interesting because I think that's territory that Steve Yzerman doesn't want to get to pay a player that much. Mm-hmm. And yet, if you're going to add Jason Robertson, that's what it's going to take. So Dylan Larkin, I agree with you, has to expand his list of teams. Now, I'm worried that he's going to add Carolina to the mix. You know, a team that's just coming off the Stanley Cup, and like, no, man, they're not. Some teams just don't have the assets to get it done. That's why it's like every team in the league, I'm sure, has contacted Steve Yzerman about, hey, look, if Dylan's going to expand his list, here's what we can offer. And maybe that's how you get something done is like you tell those teams to contact Dylan's agent and say, hey, try to sell him on going to Salt Lake City or going to San Jose.
Sometimes we get texts and I wonder what they mean. This guy writes, no one is, quote, screwing Yzerman, but Yzerman himself. Did we say anything else?
Well, you had mentioned the whole Quinn Hughes thing.
Yeah, that trade.
Is that situation, but ultimately, that's an Yzerman thing. Yeah,
that's the point. The point is by not trading for Quinn Hughes, now the team that traded for Quinn Hughes doesn't have the assets to trade with Yzerman. It's doubly screwing him.
Yeah, but the point is that it's an Yzerman screwing himself.
If that person interpreted that I was implying that Vancouver or Minnesota was screwing him over, no, not at all. Next text. Stevie has Ben Johnson disease, the constant need to prove he's right and the inability to change course when it doesn't work out. If it's me, I keep Larkin, but he's nowhere near the ice of the locker room. Call his bluff and sit his butt. That's from Tim. Well, I continue to try and trade him, but I try and convince him that I could call his bluff. And what's this Ben Johnson disease? What's he talking about? Constant need to prove he's right.
Ben Johnson being the smartest guy in the room? I don't know.
Ben Johnson's a great offensive mind. What are we doing?
Too many trick plays? I don't know.
Hey, guys, I was wondering if the Wings even dare to do a tribute video to Larkin when he returns with whatever team he's traded to. Thoughts?
That's something I never thought of. I mean, that's what you do. Did they do one for Sergei Fedorov when he went to Anaheim?
I don't remember, man.
I don't think they did. They may have.
I don't care if we get Jerry Jones and Tony Romo for Larkin. We need to ship them out ASAP. That's from Nick in Port Huron. Nick, I desperately care what they get back.
Right.
Are you kidding me? There's a better chance of Jesus returning next year than Dylan Larkin returning to the Wings. We all know this. That's not the point. The point is to maximize your leverage in trying to trade him. You threaten him that he may not get traded and may have to come back. We all know that it's going to be a virtually impossible situation. Dylan Larkin and the rest of the guys in the locker room have been boys for a long time. You know they all get along, and they all know that this was coming a long time ago. For people to think they wouldn't get along in the locker room if a trade didn't happen would be pretty wrong.
I don't know, man. You got a guy who's asking out of a situation, and we don't know why he's asking out. It could very well be that he's tired of the losing, or it could be something else that we don't know about.
Yeah, it could be that there's a rift in the room or something. I don't know. But I will tell you, you'd be surprised at how much the players understand it's a business. I think it would be wildly uncomfortable, more so with the fans than anything. But do I think it's possible that guys would recognize it's a business? I don't know. I think it's possible. Ozzy said otherwise, though.
I'm dying to hear what Dylan Larkin has to say about this whole thing. When he finally does get traded, I'm dying to hear what he has to say at his press conference.
There is a great question here, and that is this. Is there any chance Stevie is trying to obtain players that could convince Larkin to stay? Well, that's where Zach Werenski comes in.
Mm-hmm.
If he truly is available out of Columbus, wants out, and they would be willing to move him, would a familiarity with Werenski change Larkin's mind?
Well, Werenski and Quinn Hughes are very similar players.
Mm-hmm.
They're high-end, offensive-minded defensemen. And, Werenski's been in Columbus for his career. Maybe he's not happy there. There are rumors that he's not happy, that he's the next guy that could ask for a trade. Could the Red Wings get involved with adding Werenski? Does that appease Larkin? It's something that's always been in the back of my mind. This is something that could work out. And then you would have a real interesting press conference with Dylan Larkin of talking about trying to, smooth things over with him asking to be traded. And then if they get Werenski here, does he want to stay? And why he wants to stay.
Tigers just made a move. We will get to that today at 1:32. Carson Anderson, 97.1. From Tigers PR, breaking at this hour, the Tigers have selected the contract of outfielder Ben Malgeri from AAA Toledo. Malgeri joins the first major league roster of his career and will wear uniform number 53. Outfielder Trey Cruz was optioned to AAA Toledo following last night's game to make room for Malgeri on the 40-man roster. Right-hand pitcher Bert Smith transferred to the 60-day injured list. Scott, you've talked about this guy for actually some time.
Yeah, I bring up him and Corey Julks as two possible players that could come to this team and be a better option off the bench than Jahmai Jones. In this case, it's going to be Trey Cruz. Malgeri against left-handers this year has an OPS of 1,076. An on-base percentage against lefties of 430. Okay, those are pretty good numbers. When you look at his season numbers, Malgeri has played in 65 games this year with 9 home runs, 34 RBIs. He's hitting .296 with an .897 OPS overall. He's done a nice job. 17 doubles on the year. He's stolen 8 bags. Look, this is a guy, I don't know if he's got incredibly high upside, and I don't expect him to be part of this Tigers future. In 5 years, he's a fixture in the outfield. That's not what I expect. What I expect him to be is a better option off the bench than other players that they've had. So I'm excited that he's going to get that opportunity. I thought maybe Corey Julks would be the guy that gets the opportunity because he's actually had some major league experience, and Julks has some real similar numbers against left-handed pitching. But good for Malgeri for getting this opportunity. This is a guy who's 26 years old, so it's time to make his major league debut, and we'll see how it works.
So he's killing lefties.
Yes.
And they don't do anything with Jahmai Jones.
Not yet. And they must see something like, dude, with his swing path, his barrel rate, or some of these analytics that show that he's ready to bust out, that he's had some bad luck. I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine it's that he legged out an infield single on a ball that maybe had been lollygagged by a shortstop against Chicago. But he did have another sharply hit baseball as well. He does have some speed, but that being said, it's just been so woeful this year for him at the plate. It's just a bad plate appearance. Now, Trey Cruz, whatever, doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Trey
Cruz had position versatility.
He did have position versatility. He could play basically anywhere in the field, but I was a little surprised that Trey Cruz got the opportunity because Trey Cruz was not hitting well at AAA. Was hitting just .228 with a .659 OPS this year, and they gave him the chance. He had a good year last year, but not this year. So I thought that was interesting. But Julks has had a good season this year, and he deserves the call. I'm sorry, Malgeri has had a good season this year and deserves the call up.
Here's the thing about Malgeri is the Gage Workman story. Gage Workman was killing pitching at AAA.
He was.
And so is Malgeri. It's a different animal, as we know. Gage Workman got off to a
he hit a home run in his first at bat, and he had a couple
cool
in the first couple weeks, and then not much other than those 2 big loud hits that he had. Mm-hmm. And he's gone back to Toledo, and his numbers look good. But not everybody is going. You're not going to hit on everybody just because they've done well at AAA. Doesn't mean they're going to do well at the majors. They may just be 4A players, too good for AAA, not good enough for the majors. But again, all these guys are just last guys on the roster.
They are, and
it's not like this is a fixture for years to come that I'm expecting this out of Malgeri. I'm just expecting him to be better than the guy he's replacing, which in this case is Trey Cruz.
It is, he is, but the question is the guy who should be replacing Jahmai Jones, and I don't. It feels like the most maybe. I don't want to make any claims that aren't true, but maybe the most patient talk show on the airwaves. Ours has been, they're expecting a correction. They're expecting a correction. When AJ spoke a couple weeks ago on the station, he kind of laid out why they were keeping him around, cited specifically the Houston, the Cleveland series, and then he did nothing in the Houston and Cleveland series. You're thinking, okay, he laid out the plan. He didn't do anything. He'll be gone in 3-2-1. And I don't.
I thought it was interesting.
I always feel like when you lose us.
if you lose us,
yeah, well, because the closer I get to things, the more and more I realize I don't know.
Yeah,
but all that goes into these decisions, I don't get this one at all.
I also thought it was interesting that last night's game, they pinch hit for Kerry Carpenter to bring in a right-hander, and it wasn't Jemai Jones. They brought in Matt Vierling to do it. I'm like, well, that's interesting. I'm happy it's Malgeri here, but the fact that it's not Jemai Jones that gets sent down, but it's Trey Cruz, that is a little interesting. Now, I want to see if Malgeri gets the opportunity to hit over Jemai Jones. But they got a lefty on the mound tonight in Rondon. So you're going to see a right-handed heavy lineup. I don't know if the line has been released yet, but is Malgeri going to be in the lineup?
I kind of think that's why they call him up.
Typically, if you're going to call up a guy and he's right-handed, you got a lefty pitcher, that you're going to bring him up to hit tonight.
Yeah, interesting. A couple NFL notes. One, Tight End U on their Instagram page, this thing that the bunch of tight ends get together and work out in the summer. I have a video posted of Sam Laporta getting off the bus, walking up to work out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not a bad sign.
No, it's not at all, right? He's working out. That's good. I imagine he's going to be somewhat limited in what he's going to do, but I think those guys love the camaraderie, hanging out with Kittle and the rest of the great tight ends in the NFL, and they seem to come away learning some good stuff. And why not rub elbows with the best in the league at what they do?
But this is just a story of his health. He's there to participate and in some capacity.
Who knew Laporta was a Swiftie?
Is that what this is about? You think he's there to meet Taylor
yeah.
Swift?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Didn't Laporta, did he just get married? Or did they just have a kid? I can't remember which one.
Maybe his wife sent him in for an autograph or something.
Yeah, well, maybe she's accompanying.
I mean, Travis just got done with his bachelor party weekend, right?
I'm looking at the pictures. It's Kittle, Olsen, and Kelsey with their significant others, and Taylor Swift's right there.
Really?
Yep.
She's at Tight End U?
Dropping off her husband?
We've reached
for summer camp.
Taylor Swift at Tight End U. Next week, she'll be at the Elite 11.
Yeah. Did she sew his name in his underwear too, as she drops him off to camp?
Wrote his name on his brown paper bag for lunch.
Yeah, here's some cookies. Yep. Don't eat them all on the first day.
Make some friends.
Yeah, make some friends. Be nice.
And the other thing, and this is unbelievable.
Don't get pink eye.
Adam Schefter has tweeted out, just in, the NFL is declining to hold a supplemental draft this summer, currently leaving the 2027 draft as the only way Brendan Sorsby to enter the NFL.
What? Why?
A letter is being sent to Sorsby and to all 32 NFL teams to inform them of the league's decision. The league continues to try to show it has little tolerance for gambling issues.
Wow. So what does this mean now? Is he going back to Texas Tech now? Is that what? Oh, the NFL lobbing that ball right back into the courtside for the NCAA. Here's your hornet's nest. You deal with it.
We don't want this.
I don't want it. Wow. We have standards in the NFL, not like you folks in the NCAA. Oh, man.
Yep. Next stop, the St. Louis Battlehawks.
Wow. You think? Or I think he tries to go back to college. I think Texas Tech is like, this is great news. We may not be able to have anybody on our schedule, but this is great news.
We're not going to lose a game.
We're not going to lose a game.
Because we're not going to play any games.
No, we're not going to play any games.
No, actually, if he were to go to the UFL, he'd play for the Houston franchise.
What do you think this means here? Do you think he's going to go back to Texas Tech?
He didn't get it at all.
I just let it go. The gamblers?
Yeah.
Nice.
You didn't like it at all. Yeah. That's what it is. It's not that you didn't get it. You thought it was dumb. Sorry, go ahead. You were saying?
Now I think it's dumb.
Okay.
Not then. No, do you think that he goes back? Does he come crawling back to Texas Tech? Or does Texas Tech roll up the red carpet and say, come on back?
I think he ends up in the CFL. I think he ends up in the UFL. And then he puts his name in the draft.
When does the CFL season start?
I know it ends like in the fall, so it's like a summer league. Yeah, it's underway. Elks and Blue Bombers.
So probably not.
Couple nights. Well, he could sign with the CFL team still. We're only in week 4. It's just underway.
I think it's going to be one of two things. Either A, he goes back to Texas Tech, which is freaking awesome. It's just great talk fodder for a while here. Or he's going to sit out, work out, and be in the best shape possible, show up at maybe the combine next year if they allow him to go to the combine, and just get ready for the draft in 2027.
Oh, boy. 248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, if your garage door is in its final season, don't settle for patched up. Call M&M Garage Doors, family owned and operated right here in Michigan since 2011. These guys arrive in fully stocked trucks. They give you upfront pricing and back every job with a warranty. Right now, buy any new garage door, and they'll throw in a free opener. That's a $600 value on them. Just mention my name, Doug Karsh. When you call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit garagedoorrightnow.com. M&M Garage Doors, open your door to exceptional. Been a busy couple of shows this week to get us going. NBA draft tonight, if you missed it earlier. I think the pick The pick, if I were to guess or logically conclude, maybe that's a better way to put it, it's more than a guess. I'm thinking Isaiah Evans, 6'6" guard from Duke, is the pick. Gator, you think the pick at 21, if they stay there, is?
I think it's the guard from Iowa, Sturts.
Yep, and there is less concern about who we think. People want to know what Kang thinks, and Kang, actually, first time, maybe I got something right.
I agree with you, Doug. I think if they stay at 21, Isaiah Evans seems to be the logical player, the guard from Duke, like you mentioned. He's got a little bit more size than Sturts and some of the other guards that can shoot as well. He can come off screens, hit the open J, take it to the rack and finish. He can't create yet, and I think he needs to build a bigger frame, but no player is going to come in perfect at 21, right? So you're looking for a guy that can help you maybe a little bit now and then grow into something that you can definitely use in the future.
In the meantime, we haven't really had a chance to even talk about Dirt Cam last night.
No.
We kept getting close to it, and then something else would happen, and we'd have to change. Jazz Chisholm must have never seen the Dirt Cam before, which is kind of buried. It looks like in the lip where the grass and the dirt meet, there's a tiny little, what appears to be like a rubber housing, and inside is a tiny, tiny little camera.
On the base path.
On the base path. There's one by home plate as well. And Jazz Chisholm called out the grounds crew and everything last night, and they had Dirt Cam live while Jazz was
that was great,
trying to step on it and push it back into the ground. And
what the F is this?
Meanwhile, Benetti and Dirks were having a riot with it because they had Dirt Cam live and Chisholm staring at it, and you felt like you were looking at him like you were a bug on the ground. And it led to a 6-minute delay in the game. And eventually, and this is my favorite part, I don't know if you caught this, the grounds crew came out to do a little grounds work around Dirt Cam because Dirt Cam wasn't going away.
Right.
And they had one of those mallets that pounds it makes it flat. There was also a bucket. I don't know if you saw this.
I did see it, and it said Dirt Cam.
The bucket was an empty, our big old tub of pretzels is an emptied old giant tub that held pretzels that we finished off, I don't know, roughly 16 years ago. This was a empty bubblegum bucket, but it had a piece of white tape on it, and on the white tape it said Dirt Cam. So there's something in the bucket that was specifically used for Dirt Cam. Now, what do you put in a bucket? You don't put a bolt or a screw or something like that, right? You have some sort of dirt mixture that was
special dirt
that you wanted to put around Dirt Cam. But I was like, does that bucket say Dirt Cam? They have special dirt for Dirt Cam? Funny moment last night.
It was funny, and it looked like Jazz was annoyed by it.
Yes,
he was annoyed and surprised at the same time. I'm like, is this intrusive? It in no way affects your play whatsoever.
Yeah, I'd have to think that the rubber housing is made so the Dirt Cam can be stepped on, a ball can hit it, and it gives. Could it lead to a bad hop? I suppose it could.
I don't know. Look where it's at. It's buried. It's got grass protecting the backside of the camera.
Right.
So I don't think there's any way it can affect the trajectory of a baseball. And I'm sure Detroit is not the only stadium where there is a dirt cam.
No, they're not. Meanwhile, an inning later, they show a shot of Jazz Chisholm out on the air, and he's got a dum-dum lollipop in his mouth on the field. He's got a sucker in his mouth on the field during the game. I don't know if I've ever seen that either.
Well, UL Washington used to play with a toothpick in his mouth.
Which is, by definition, not a lollipop. But yes, I do remember the UL Washington baseball card with the UL Washington was a shortstop for the Royals in the 70s, right?
Into the 80s, yeah.
Okay. Anyway, the Dirt Cam fiasco last night was something.
Fiasco.
Well, the game.
I mean, kind of, yeah.
Game came to a grinding halt. And I don't know if you caught this. Have you ever partied in Miami?
I have not.
Kang, have you ever partied in Miami?
Yes.
Oh, look at this.
Bobby, have you ever partied in Miami?
No.
Okay. That's where the Scottish fans are going next for their next World Cup game. They famously drank Boston dry, literally drank bars out of beer.
Yeah. They were literally without Sam Adams beer. I when I played golf on Friday, I played with a guy who actually went to Boston, take his kids there to watch a World Cup game.
Mm-hmm.
And he could not believe how much beer the Scots were drinking, that they literally drank bars out of beer.
Well, they're now in Florida.
Mr. 305? Is that what we got?
I love the idea of them invading South Beach. I feel like the Scottish culture meshes reasonably well with Boston. How does it mesh with South Florida?
Man. I don't know if this one could be a little wild. Although I think Mr. Worldwide is going to welcome everybody.
Yeah.
That's how he rolls.
I mean, this could be great, right?
This could be fantastic.
I did not see any Scots when I used to party in Miami.
No?
Not that I know of.
No McGregors? No McCollins? Oh, this is going to be great. This is going to be fun.
I know, right?
The mix of people. I mean, am I stereotyping this in that I don't think Scots tan very well? Am I wrong in making that assumption? If I am, I apologize. It's out of my own ignorance.
But, get that SPF 1000 out.
Right. I feel like they need to ship as much sunscreen down to Florida as possible. South Beach needs more sunscreen. Like the people in South Beach, they're not using sunscreen. They're using oil. They're tanning it in the darkest they can. The Scots coming in, they can't do that. Like, they're going to be in so much pain, they're not going to be able to go to the bar.
Do you remember when the Panthers won the Stanley Cup and there was this big thing about this huge party, the Club 11? I want the Scots to be in Club 11 on South Beach the way the Panthers were post Stanley Cup. Can you imagine a bunch of Scots in a classic South Florida club? I mean, it'll be great. It'll be great. So anyway, this is my FOMO, man.
This is your FOMO, not being at a World Cup event?
Well, that we're not getting to host. I think the Scots would do well here. With Conies?
Eat the town out of Conies? There's no haggis here, but look at this. You got a coney? What's in the chili? What have you got here? This is great. Let's try it. Mustard? Onions? Is it caribou meat? Whatever you need, man.
Sure.
Yeah, we are missing out on that.
There we kind of are. Let's go to Dave in North Philly on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys. Listen, I'm of Scottish descent, and if I'm any example, there isn't enough sunscreen in the world to protect those guys down there. I mean, I don't know how many are going down there, but there isn't enough, man.
Like, better not be a game in Vegas either, because that'll be just trouble.
No, anywhere with a lot of intense sunshine, altitude, I don't care what. They're dead. They're going to get burned to a crisp.
So you're rooting for the Scots here, Dave?
USA all the way, but, if they happen to slide in there, okay.
Yep. We all kind of have our second country. I'm actually rooting for Norway, and my Norse won last night because they have the best team picture in the history of team pictures. A bunch of them dressed up as Vikings.
It's got to be something, Doug.
Yep, that's right. I mean, you pick another country. So Scots on South Beach, look out. It's going to be a party.
You feel like we should road trip?
I always feel like we should road trip.
Yeah, but your road trip is like to Dayton.
Well, that's because it's easy to get to. And it's for March Madness. Casey Mize on the hill for the Tigers tonight as they try and keep this winning streak alive.
4 games and counting.
So when they made the first winning streak, they got it down to 11 games, then it went back up to like 14, 15, and now it's down to 10.
Yeah.
This is what they call, Gator, in the business, chipping away.
Yeah, just keep chipping away at it. We'll see if new Tiger Ben Malgeri is in the lineup. Mm-hmm. He's right-handed. I think there's a good chance of being in that lineup.
I think you're right. Big excitement about Ben Malgeri. Hey, he's brought up for a reason, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, the guys on deck, what do you think they're going to be talking about today?
It's a yogurt Tuesday.
Okay.
Heard Rico's playing the bagpipes.
97.1.
Brought to you by Yes. Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. For now, the Pistons set to pick 21st in the NBA draft tonight, which starts at 8. According to Mark Stein, Detroit intends to add Norman Powell to add shooting and playmaking support for Cade Cunningham. Stein says that after acquiring Giannis, Miami will not be able to afford the first-time All-Star. He's a career 40% three-point shooter and averaged 22 points per game last season. The Trailblazers have hired former Pistons assistant coach Micah Nori as their head man. He's the dad of former Northville baseball star Dante, who's currently a top prospect in the Phillies system. The Tigers have called up outfielder Ben Malgeri. The 26-year-old outfielder has an .897 OPS, and Toledo in 9 homers there as well. A corresponding move sends Trey Cruz back down after playing just 2 games. Detroit looks for their 5th straight win as they await Game 2 against the Yankees. Casey Mize faces Carlos Rodon on the mound. Rodon has a .350 ERA in 7 starts. He's struggled with walks this season, averaging 5 per 9
Light him
innings.
up. He's terrible. Rodon's awful. I want to DFA him.
Wow, here the 6:40 first pitch. The NFL will not hold a supplemental draft this summer, meaning Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby is out of luck until the 2027 draft. In a letter to Sorsby, the league noted that he was the only player to seek entry and they had no plans to host the draft. Quote, your petition filed 3 business days before the deadline without any supporting information or documentation, and only after abandoning your recent litigation efforts to avoid NCAA sanctions does not provide a basis for the league to alter those plans. At the Corval House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Well, I got to tell you, Rico, just continue what you were just saying, Otto. That's a lot of words to tell somebody to go F themselves. What a joke the NFL is, man.
It took you 3 days. You had the audacity to file 3 days before the deadline. Well, yes, it's a deadline. I did it 3 days before, so therefore I'm within the realms of that. Nah, just go F yourself. You're not coming to our... And it's just you? Nah, you're not worth it.
And the worst part, all the debate, when we did the topic, it seemed maybe a little rich, where we went, hey, I'd throw a 4 out there and see if I could get him. A common theme in all of this has been people thinking he would have been a second-round compensation player, that he would be a first-rounder in 2027, and teams would pay up to a second-rounder to get him. Here's my biggest issue with all of this, okay? The NFL's hypocrisy knows no bounds. So this league is going to ban Sorsby so they can try to be, all hard up about the gambling thing, right? Well, there's a problem. The NFL made it legal for its owners to own as much of 5% of as many sports books as they'd like. Meaning you could be Jerry Jones. He could own 5% of DraftKings and FanDuel and Bet Rivers and whatever else. And the best part, there's no disclosures. No one knows who owns what. But these are the same owners that took a ton of money to put gambling in their stadium. And they're the same guys who, many of them, own a piece of the action. Who are we kidding? And now you want to act like you care. So that's what makes me laugh, where we can agree what Sorsby did, no bueno.
Yeah.
We can also agree second chances are what the NFL is patented on, right?
Right.
But this was the bridge too far. This is laughable to me.
Brother, the hypocrisy of the NFL never ceases to amaze me, because this is where you want to take the stand. Oh, you can't come in here because of your prior things in college. You could do a lot of heinous things, but no, not this.
Tyreek Hill chokeslammed his pregnant girlfriend.
Yeah.
Come on into the VIP club. You bet on games 4 years ago?
Yeah.
Got it. No.
Yeah.
What?
This equates to, we want to try to cut down on the concussion problems, so we're going to move the extra point back to the 35-yard line.
It's a good one. No wedge on onside kicks.
Right. What does that have to do with? Well, because Brondo has electrolytes. That's what it feels like. You're just telling me anything crazy, right now. So because he filed it 3 days before,
that's a lie.
And you put that in there, that's after, before,
buddy. It's a deadline. And by the way, the deadline.
Wait. So if you file your taxes on April 12th, 3 days before April 15th. The IRS doesn't send you a letter. Oh, you had the audacity to actually make me work.
No, it's not how that works.
Right.
At all. Deadlines are deadlines. And here's the other thing. I mean, coaches around the league, including Dan Campbell, have been asked about Brendan Sorsby. Campbell even saying, look, we use all avenues for acquisition. I'm not going to say we are or we are not, but we're aware of the player. They had a week to have this announcement. So that just tells me these rats were behind the scenes going, all right, what's the best lie we can come up with to just ban this kid, kick the can down the road, and make it the NCAA's problem? Because ultimately now, if you're Sorsby, what do? You're not going to play in Canada. Are you?
You are. You're going to play in Canada.
You don't think he tries to legally go back to college?
Here's the thing.
Find a Huckleberry to let him play?
Brendan, just know. Okay? You got your $6 million or whatever you got from... Well, whatever money you've received, don't burn it all on lawyers. Don't listen to their advice anymore, because they want to take all of your money.
You don't think there's a smaller school, a Power 4 school? What is it now? The P5 is the little schools and the P4 is the big school?
The G6.
The welfare conferences.
Yeah.
Like, you mean to tell me, like, the Happy Action Fun Time Conference, like in East Carolina, We'll pay you $10 and we'll get you Sandra Bullock's autograph. She's the most famous alum of ECU. Is that what we're going to do?
No, because
you tell me one of those broke bleep schools wouldn't let this kid play?
No, because now you're going to have to. It's the same thing at Texas Tech, Mike. If you're bringing in somebody who gambled on his own team, so you can't trust that he's not doing it for you.
But the difference is the Texas AG isn't stepping up for Navy or ECU.
At this point, the smartest thing, go to Canada, go play, ball out, and then come back for the draft. Let that be your resume and show that, you know what, I'm about football now.
Only the NFL could turn Sorsby into a little bit of a martyr. The supplemental draft is a tool built for players like Brendan Sorsby. Mm-hmm. It is. Yeah. Whether you flunked out of school, legal problems, it is an alternative way to the league that teams are allowed to assess the risk-reward quotient and bid on you using draft capital. I have never in my life heard of the NFL doing anything like this for any player. Mm-hmm. Any. Mm-hmm. This, right. While your owners, several of which are co-owners of sports books? Right. Come on, man. Really? You don't want to take the kid, don't take him. Hell, it's bad enough you blackballed Colin Kaepernick. Not the late stages guy who kept flirting with a comeback but was never going to come back. I'm talking about in real time. Now this? Mm-hmm. Come on, dude. Really? I got to feel bad for Sorsby?
Yeah, because he's going to have to go and play in Canada. He can't even do the UFL because that's what, after the draft. So,
but he can't go to this draft.
No, right. So I'm saying, like, I thought maybe you can go to the UFL, but that's in the spring. So you'll be getting ready for the next year's draft. So I don't know. When does Canada play?
Who cares? That's my answer.
Shout out right now?
The Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
No. So since Canada's playing right now, thank you, Bobby.
What are you, a resident CFL expert now?
I do watch some games.
You're a big Grey Cup fan.
Yeah.
I know. It's
the Rough Riders versus the Rough Riders.
Hold on. You have the Edmonton Eskimos. You have the the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, the Ottawa Red Blacks, right. Hamilton Tiger Cats, right. Montreal Alouettes, Toronto Argonauts. Right. What am I missing? We got anybody else up there?
I think that's it. Sounds good.
They expand yet? They go up to the Yukon or anything?
You know what? That's the one league that decided not to expand. They've stayed the same.
I think they have a bit of a revenue issue. All right, but look.
But that's where he would have to go right now.
I'm speechless. I mean, the NFL statement, you applied 3 days before the deadline. It's a deadline. Yes. I had a 6:00 reservation. I'm here at 5:56. I'm on time.
Sir, well, you had the audacity to show up early. No, we can't seat you.
And, oh, by the way, them saying there hasn't been enough time to deter. Everyone knows who this kid is. Almost everything's been reported publicly.
This is them not wanting Tim to come to the league for fear he's going to continue to gamble. And that's the other problem. And real talk, Brendan, go get yourself fixed. Go to real rehab and then come back.
Not that Vrabel booby camp.
Right.
Got it.
Not a weekend where you're like, I'm fixed now. I don't gamble anymore. Give me your phone.
Vrabel flies to Salt Lake. I love my wife. Gets back on the plane.
Right.
All right, rehab was great.
Yeah. Brendan, give me your phone. Let me see. What's this? Why do you have these apps?
David, what is your take on this? I mean, we are all, obviously, NFL's the most important thing in our universe for our jobs and what we do. This is kind of a new low to me. If you leave it up to the market to determine whether a player should play in the league or not, period. The NFL has allowed far worse humans who have done equally or worse egregious things to be drafted to play in the NFL. This is all the while there is no disclosure of what owners own what sports books. But yet you made sure that it was legal for them to own up to 5% of sports books. You didn't do that just so they could sit there and look at it. I mean, come on. David, tell me. Because I know this was the Steelers' QB of the future, and you're heartbroken.
Well, here's the thing. He was set to be in the draft next year, so you can't tell me that teams didn't have enough time to look into him.
Correct.
They've already looked into him the minute he hit a college campus because every NFL team knows what's going on.
They have years of tape.
They get information, and they see what – so they had their information. This is weak on
and
the
NFL's
part.
By the way, interviews being done with NFL insiders, people who report on the league, people in the NFL, in player personnel, were giving draft grades to these insiders
of what the hypothetical value of Sorsby was in this draft. Don't act like, oh, I've had no time to prepare for the test. That's not how it works.
They had everything they needed to have. It was an open book test is what they call this stuff, right? They had all their information. It's weak because the NFL can just go over the umbrella and say, now no team in the market has to have a debate. Fan bases don't have to have the debate anymore of, should my team take them, or I don't think they should. The NFL's like, we'll take care of that for
this
you.
falls under the integrity of the shield.
It's ridiculous.
We're protecting a shield until the next player actually does
Are
something.
you employed Greg Hardy?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. You employed Lawrence Phillips. You employed
Tyreek
Leonard
Hill.
Little, Tyreek Hill. Dante Stallworth killed a guy. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah. You had multiple.
Michael Vick came back.
Yeah.
I mean, look, don't make me turn this guy into a martyr.
Bro, somebody's going to hire Brandon Ayuk. And yes, that should just tell you everything you need to know.
I don't know what the hell to do with that guy. That guy's got a lot going on.
Right. But the NFL will find no problem. But for this, you're drawing the line in hardcore. No, it just goes to show the one thing that you cannot do is gamble. You can do a lot of heinous things, and you can bounce back. Heck, I'd still believe if Henry Ruggs had gotten paroled, he would be on an NFL roster right now.
But that's
and
my
he killed
point.
somebody.
That's my point is second chances. I don't want to get into power ranking. Now, if a guy goes to prison, I can't. Not you.
No,
I'm saying,
Mike, no, there's only one power rank. You can't gamble. You can do everything else, and I can excuse it. I can say, but he's one of our guys. You gamble, and everybody turns their back on you.
It's amazing. But yet he was eligible to play college football because they found the golf course judge.
I was about to say, according to one judge, the one judge really, if he would have just did his job, this wouldn't even be an issue. But you're like, wait, what?
I know. I can't believe the statement they put out.
Because he may get injured if he doesn't go back right now. That's the basis of this job.
Where does Sorsby end up, guys? How does this play out? I would love to hear from the people. I have no clue.
I'm saying Canada, Hamilton Red Blacks or someplace. He's gone. No.
Well, talk to Bobby. He knows when their next game is.
I'm saying he'll parachute into the league.
I think it's the Ottawa Red Blacks.
Okay,
Hamilton's the Tiger Cats. They look like the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Okay.
The Edmonton Eskimos look like the Green Bay Packers.
When are we going to get a team here in Windsor? I'm joking.
Okay. 248-539-9797. We got a lot of ground to cover today. Go ahead. Tell them all about it, will you please?
All right, I will. Guys, look, you've heard me talk about Matrix Basements. As a matter of fact, I was hanging out with Dan and Nate and Rico last night in the suites.
You were?
Yes, and all the fellas there. You need to go to matrixbasements.com right now and let that award-winning design staff hook you up. You've been looking at your basement that has looked exactly the same for the last 2, 3, 4, 10 years since you moved into your house. You've done nothing. Let Matrix Basements do something. Let them design your man cave, everything that you want. Or if you're just adding on to a room, they can do that as well. And it's a strong return on your investment if you're worried about that. But in the paralysis, you know you want to get this thing done. MatrixBasements.com. You won't regret it. The award-winning design staff, they're truly the best. Matrix Basement, design that pays off.
All right, we're going to get to the texts. We'll get to a little NBA draft preview. We got a lot to talk about with the Pistons. We got some rules of engagement regarding Scooble. There's a lot to do. And again, the Pistons stuff, it's all up in the air. I can just tell you this. I know exactly what's coming. The same way that people want, Tyler Hero might come here, then they'll turn him into, Jesus on hardwood. Same thing's going to happen with this Norman Powell stuff, which I think is hilarious. Yeah, let's pay a guy on an outlier season, age 33, and be the ones to give him that 4 or 5 year deal into his mid-30s. Let's do that. Let's go pay an undersized off guard. Well, that'll fix everything.
I'd rather just keep Tobias here.
Okay, now you're rude. I'll take Norman Powell because he can shoot the three, but that is not the Robin to Cade's Batman.
No.
Once again, why are we doing Hydrox? We want Oreo. David? Sounds like TV news when we do that. Like you finish a sentence and then you're like, David? It's like when they go to the idiot reporters reporting live from like the Kremlin and they're like, oh yeah, everything's terrible. David? It's the worst. David, just talk.
The difference between Sorsby and a guy like Tyreek Hill is that Sorsby's gambling issues could directly impact the integrity of the on-field product. Not saying it's right, but that's just how
Right.
it
You
is.
mean like owners owning pieces of sports books? You mean like the NFL owning a piece of ESPN? Guys, they are compromised at every level. Please let us not act like they are simply blissfully virginal.
From Ryan, he says, who cares if the owners can own a percentage of sports books? You can't trust a player to compromise the integrity of the game while he bets on his team, and at least the NFL is doing something about it, making an example of him.
There you go. Cape on up, huh? Cape up. Maybe you got Jimmy Haslam's face on the crotch of your undies. Is that what you got? Like, who capes up for owners? Sign yourself out. The NFL does not have a leg to stand on to be some Zion of integrity on any issue. The NFL is filth. Spare me. This is a matter of convenience for them. That's all this is. Pass the buck, make somebody else deal with it.
Speaking of, Adam in Texas texts in and says, can we say the NFL canceled the supplemental draft to avoid a potential collusion lawsuit if Sorsby goes undrafted or unsigned?
Actually, no. I think you just hit a collusion by shutting it down. You would have been better off just saying, hey, supplemental draft, nobody bid on you.
And that's how the
I'm sure
marketplace works. That's how the draft is designed. And if the kid is that radioactive, newsflash as well, if this kid weren't going to be drafted, they don't make this decision. They made this decision because they don't want to deal with the smoke. NFL teams had already evaluated him. Go look around. National shows, national football people reporting what their sources are telling them about Sorsby's value. Guys, he was getting taken. That's why the NFL did this. They don't want to deal with it. Not wanting to deal with something really isn't a great reason.
Someone does text in and says Sorsby is basically going to be blackballed from the NFL, and that's a joke. You should let the free market dictate this.
That's where I'm at. And again, if you don't want him, if you believe you can't trust him, you don't take him. And it's not your problem. But it's a free market.
What's next for Sorsby is the clerk job at Dick's Sporting Goods. He ain't playing professional football ever again.
Just never underestimate litigation. This is a kid who found his way to being eligible in college. He has lawyers. There are people burning up his phone lines because think of this. Look at the advice he was given. He ends up leaving Texas Tech, and Texas Tech probably nudged him like, listen, this ain't going to work out. It's not you, it's us.
We're going to grandstand, but you just need to
basically, they're going to burn our school down. You kind of have to leave. You can, go out the back porch. But I still believe in the filth that is college football. This kid could find his way back at like Old Dominion. Something will happen, man.
No. I understand what you're saying, but I think that wherever he goes, that team is just going to say, no, we don't want the smoke for you coming here.
You know one school who would deal with the smoke? One school who would openly gaslight everybody else and essentially thumb their nose at it, and they have the perfect slogan already. Bet. Have them go to Ann Arbor. A hell of a lot better than Underwood. What do they care? They got a bottomless pit of money. They don't care about scandal. Bet. Sorsby, 2K. 2-6.
Hold on, David. Give me a second. He's right, you know.
No, he's not right.
I'm being facetious, sort of. I was
going to say LSU, but
right there's another one. They don't give a rip about nothing. What do they care? Was the SEC going to take a stand? I doubt it. I don't know.
Could he go back to Indiana?
No, that's no way. Cignetti would rip his head off. Look, I got to believe the kid's playing somewhere, or is he seriously sitting it out to the 27 draft?
I think he's going to probably try.
You think Canada?
I think Canada is his best thing because you don't have to fight. You don't know legislation. Hey, Canada, I'm available. And if you're Canada.
Yeah, but do Canadians gamble?
But think of all
this. Yes. So, same problem.
No, I don't know if you can or not.
Isn't Drake a huge gambler? What's he betting on?
But he has to fly here.
Oh.
Yeah, he lives somewhere in America.
But
Canada's ass backwards.
Think about this. If you're Canada, this is exactly what you want. People are going to talk about your league. Cameras will show up.
Are they really going to talk about the CFL? It's the CFL.
No, David, if he's there.
Well, Bobby already had the scheduling matrix up on his screen.
Yes. If he's there, all of a sudden the CFL becomes a news story where it's just not sports.
For a day.
It's one day more than what they. Okay, you know what?
Look, to Rico's point, I shouldn't support Rico for the salacious things he said about white people in the pre-show. But
I love white people.
Well, that's why we're doing the all-white person NBA draft later. It's going to be incredible.
I don't know. Okay, I hope Evan.
With the first pick, the Detroit Pistons select Will Cheddar. All right, listen.
As I said, hold. What are we going to do for the other 10 minutes of the segment?
Denim Wojcik. All right, so look, please work with me. I am a big believer in the following. It doesn't matter where you play. If you're good enough, they'll find you. So to your point, you have to be playing to be found. If he could get into the CFL, if he's good enough, someone will bring you in. They will.
Yeah.
So, David, I have to side with Rico as much as it bothers me.
Oh, I'm sorry that it bothers you, but no, it was the one thing that when he was taking the stand with Kaepernick, like, dude, just go play in Canada, show you still have it. Leagues will... You're there. You'll get another shot. I mean, think of all the bad quarterbacks that are in the league, right? We got a Geno Smith bet going on.
Well, no. You better rephrase that. Our bet was made months ago. Right. We are not betting on what just went down.
No.
I don't want to win that bet because he potentially is a scumbag. I want to win the bet because he's a trash quarterback. There's a difference.
No, I'm saying, but all the quarterbacks that are in the league, heck, JJ's having an audition right now. Okay? So, once again, go there. Ball out, and teams will say, you know what? All right, I'll bring you in.
I'm with you. Now, can he get into the CFL?
I think he can. Like, what's the recommendation? Do you like Tim Hortons? Yes. All right. Which team you want to play for?
Boy, I tell you, Rico's on one today. And what you said to Shabath earlier, my God.
Man, look, he's the one. I just said, can you grill?
You said he wasn't a twinkle in his dad's nuts. You can't say that in an office environment.
Well, no, I said it was such a long time ago that he wasn't even thought of yet. I said he wasn't at the bottom of a tequila bottle.
As well as other things. All right. David, the text, please. Then we got to get to a little NBA draft sizzle.
Yeah, text says,
I don't want to use the pick at 21. I want out.
The text says, Mike must have heard me screaming, bet in the car.
Bet.
Another one says, yes, send him to the Broncos, the Pac-10 now they're in, and nobody will care what can possibly get any worse.
I understand.
Are they in the Pac-10?
Wait.
Boise State?
Hold on.
Oh, wait. Oh, I thought like Western Michigan. I was like,
no. They talk about Boise State.
Oh.
Boise State's in the Pac-12. Northern Illinois is in the Mountain West.
Oh, you're right.
Okay.
Things are going great. The Mountain West. Let me check a map. Nope. David.
So you don't believe in Stanford in the ACC?
I do not.
TV networks, fake media, and gambling money are eroding sports at every level. This is pathetic.
Yeah, pretty much, my brother. But hey, don't worry. We get AI-generated Sham Charania, who has no business being on TV tonight. This is going to be exciting. The guy can't form a sentence. Let's put him on TV. Did you hear him talking about the Giannis trade earlier?
Yeah.
Well, the Celtics thought things...
Giannis, Shams is made for social media and X.
Hold on.
You know what?
Can we check that Shams isn't Boom Goes the Dynamite Kid later stages? He passes it to the man, and boom goes.
He's
not.
It's the same guy. I'm
Shams
telling you.
Shams is better off in written form.
Thank you. Stay in your lane.
Stay on X. Break news stories there.
When they had him on, not First Take. What's that other god awful show?
Get Up.
Get Up. I couldn't believe it. It was like, are you hammered? Are you okay?
Write down your notes. Pass him to Windhorse.
This is supposed to be his time of the Super Bowl, right?
Draft time, Windhorse.
free agency.
Let Windhorse do the talking. I'd rather see him.
You cue up Boom Goes the Dynamite Kid and put it side by side with Sham's appearance this morning. They're related at minimum.
You know what? He was just up all night because of that trade. He thought he was, they were going to Boston. And instead they did the okey doke.
Yeah, it was weird with Milwaukee. I mean, I kind of get what Milwaukee did, but then I'm like, damn, you got a collection of nothing.
We'll talk about it later. Milwaukee's trying to go OKC.
Enjoy. You don't have Sam Presti. That might be a little difficult. All right, biggest stage on the world, FanDuel. Soccer Rico is a revolution. Last night we gave them both teams to score, plus
both teams played
goal.
Hard. Yes!
Orange slices for all. FanDuel, the super sub stuff. If your guy, I don't know, blows a knee out or, I don't know, he just sucks and they take him out of the game, you're like, oh no, my bet's dead. Not really. The other thing I would ask is, who actually is betting just players to score goals? But whatever.
I did, and I was wondering, I didn't bet on that. Oh, he's the sub.
That's right. Try hard guy.
Or whoever his name is.
It's Mbappe, but that's fine. Only one of the great players of the last quarter century of soccer. Hey, it's FanDuel.com. Rico placed a bet on an off-brand Italian chain of restaurants. No, it's not Buca di Beppo. It's Kylian Mbappe. They're different. Family-style betting. FanDuel.com/Michigan. 21 and up present in Michigan. Gambling problem 1-800-GAMBLER. NBA draft tonight. What are the Pistons going to do? Who the hell knows? But we're going to have some fun with it. So these guys have prepped up some stuff. Let's get to it. Give me a little John Tesh. Just doesn't get better, does it? All right, let's go.
You're right. The draft is tonight, but there are some things that are happening in the NBA that will affect tonight. Let's first get with the reaction to the trade that happened last night that Shams announced on Twitter before he went on this morning. So the Heat get Giannis and Bobby Portis. The Bucks get Hero, Ware, Yakashunis, 3 first-round picks, a pick swap, and a second-rounder. Does this make Miami a contender for a championship?
Not in my mind, because they lack shooting, and they're going to lose Norm Powell, who's like a good third or fourth option. Well, that's their shooting. Look, I said this on yesterday's show. I thought if he ends up in Miami, it makes me think less of him, and it makes me think less of Pat Riley. You gutted a roster that was only good enough for the play-in. So what do you have now? Now, defensively, they will be formidable, but I don't get it for Miami. For Giannis, congrats. You're never winning a thing. For the Bucks, I guess I understand it more-ish. Okay, Jaylen Brown's an all-NBA player and a finals MVP, but he's 29. To Rico's point, which you said earlier, they're going to burn it to the ground. So you get a collection of hope tickets. Mm-hmm. I still think this will come down to what do they do with Tyler Hero? Is he a Milwaukee kid? Does he want to have his own team? Would they try to sign him? I just don't particularly love the pieces they've been given. But I understood it. I'm glad the Celtics didn't go deeper into the bag because from reports, the Celtics offered Jaylen Brown and 2 first-round picks. If you don't like it, kick rocks. Then the Bucks came back and they wanted Hugo Gonzalez, their first-round pick from last year. They wanted Baylor Shireman. They wanted more picks. Okay.
The Bucks didn't want to make a deal with Boston.
And that's okay.
So what they did was they just asked for literally everything, knowing that Boston's going to be like, are you serious? Yeah. We're done here. Okay, we won't look like the bad guys.
Yeah.
Let's make the deal with Miami. We'll do the total rebuild, and you can sell Milwaukee people, hey, Boston didn't want to play ball with us, so this is what we did. As far as Giannis and the Heat, I think this may be one of those things where you're hoping that players will take less to go to Miami and play with Giannis and play with Bam.
Good luck, brother.
And
they're so over the cap, you'd have to have Karl Malone on one leg again. I mean, God bless, do it. It doesn't make sense, but maybe he already won his championship and he doesn't care.
And then there's
See you later.
And then there's that Pat Riley effect. When he gets a star, they can normally turn that star into something.
So let's move over to the other side of it. You kind of mentioned it about the Jaylen Brown situation. So what is next for Boston and Jaylen Brown? They have to deal him. So what's next?
I don't know. We always do this. His feelings are hurt. He got a supermax. We're paying you $60 million a year. What are you going to do? Not come back? The other problem is, look, they've won a championship together. It's not like this is a bad core. Would I like Jaylen gone? Yes, because I want Missoula to change how they play a little bit. David, the problem is going to be you still have an all-NBA asset. How many teams are going to have what it takes to get him? So for the Celtics, you could either do a challenge trade. All right, well, who's the player? Who's this one-for-one scenario? Right. The other way to do it is you can't be the Bucks. You can't trade JB and get a collection of hope tickets. So it gets dicey. My best guess would be you could look at Atlanta, who's wanted him forever. You could look at the Clippers, who've wanted him forever. They have pieces. The other thing, and this is where there's no way this would happen, the Celtics want Trey Murphy. But you're not dealing Jaylen Brown to get Trey Murphy. That to me would be goofy. But David, I don't know that anything happens tonight. I think it goes into summer.
Well, why would it be goofy?
You need 3 Trey Murphys to equal 1 Jaylen Brown. Trey Murphy's a nice player.
No. But the reason being, if the bridge is burnt with Jaylen Brown,
we don't know that.
I'm going to trust you because you're the Boston aficionado.
I'm just telling you.
He looks as if he was fed up 2 years ago.
Right.
And now to be drunk through the mud, packed his bag.
I think there's
and he's
a trade.
Waiting at the airport watching the planes
All right, how about
off.
this? Do I believe he's with the team to start the season? No. But I don't think they need to run out because I don't think the picks matter to the Celtics. They need players, dude. So I think it just happens this summer. Maybe a 4th of July celebration with Team USA. I don't know.
Just to mention, and I'm just saying this for you, Rico.
Oh, boy.
Remember, Kobe was almost traded because of a relationship, and that relationship was patched. So things can fix itself.
But then they get rid of Shaq?
No, that was right. Shaq was already gone. But what I'm saying is, Kobe wanted out.
Right.
And they fixed the relationship there in LA, and they end up winning. So I'm just saying, relationships can be fixed.
It can.
Next on the agenda, let's go back to Norman Powell, because yes, he is a free agent. He's probably not returning to Miami because they can't afford him. So the Pistons are looking to acquire Norman Powell, according to Mark Stein. Sources say the Pistons indeed intend to add Powell, who is coming off his first All-Star season.
Quintessential Pistons. Why get the Oreo when you can get Hydrox? I don't want to pay a guy who took 10 years to become an All-Star, and now I got to pay him into his mid-30s. He's undersized for a 2. He's a great shooter. He's a bucket getter. There's no question. But is that really the Robin? Is that really the number 2 that's going to hoist the Larry O'Brien with Cade? Is that what everybody imagined? I mean, it's incremental. Plus, what's the offset to losing Tobias? Or better yet, are they bringing Uncle T back?
Oh, I think that's happening. That's happening.
Uncle T on the vet minimum.
I may even get paid more than that. The way
mid-level.
Okay.
David,
they take care of their own.
David, this is who the Pistons are.
Oh, yes.
And look, unless he pulls a surprise, did Langdon not tell you his intent? They would prefer to get better by just developing and will look to add pieces. Norman Powell's a piece. He's not a unbelievable, this is a dynamic duo thing. And now they can sell to you, Cade, Powell, Asur, Uncle T, Duran. We're back. And they'll be a good team. Do I believe they're winning a championship? No.
Let's move over to this news story here, because Anthony Davis and his camp are seeking a max extension.
Oh, okay.
And Washington may not be giving it to him.
And they shouldn't.
Plausible to consider him as a potential trade candidate out of Washington, and the Trailblazers are expected to show interest.
Are they the same team that just signed their coach to a 1-year deal because the owner's so cheap? Yeah, sure. They'll hand out $250 million to AD.
I was going to get to that. I'll get to it now since you brought it up.
I got nothing.
For AD, I'm thinking maybe he wants out of Washington. And this is the best way. I want the max.
He loves it there.
Okay. But Portland, I don't see that. You might as well retire.
I agree. And let's close it out with that story that Mike just mentioned, which is Mike Onori, who was just named the head coach in Portland. But unique contract situation here. They signed up to a 1-year guaranteed deal.
So bad.
2 extra years are team options. And it's a sliding scale, salary based on incentives and team success.
What is this, like a sales guy? If you don't win, you don't eat.
Sliding scale.
Get them to sign on the line which is dotted. Like, I mean, what? Honestly, if you're Mike Onori,
He getting paid in steak knives.
Right. I know. I understand there are only so many of these jobs, and it's your dream to be a head coach. Brother, this is a bad idea. You are getting set up. You're Joe Pesci and Goodfellas. You're walking into the empty room. A 1-year deal with 2 team options, and they pay you what they feel like paying you?
I say Marion Barry, you being set up.
Bitch, set me up. I mean, you can't take that deal. You got to at least get 2 years guaranteed.
I guess.
Agreed,
No.
Yes.
I guess this is the quintessential, I'm going to bet on myself.
How? It's 1 year.
You're betting on yourself.
He's a big Scoot Henderson fan.
So if he does well, the cheap owner will then say, well, I don't want to pay you another year. Bye-bye.
Right. They just let Tiago Splitter go.
You're hoping.
And now he's the coach in Chicago.
Yeah, I guess you're hoping you can be like the Mike Brown and just get kicked around the league and finally somebody will like you and you'll win. If you can get I'm saying if he's good.
Okay.
Once you establish yourself in the NBA, you keep
has
getting
no
jobs
time
as
to
coaches.
establish himself. It's 1 year.
Okay, but it's Portland, so the bar is lower. No, they got to make the playoffs. Right. So that's what I'm saying. If you can do decent work.
It ain't a good look in Portland.
That's all I'm trying to say. How do you let this guy buy an NBA team? God doesn't even want to pay for trainers to fly on the road. What is it, a mystery owner in Slapshot?
He said check out of the hotel at noon. The game doesn't start till 7.
Come on.
You're homeless for 7 hours. I just pack everything up and take it to the arena. Get your bags and your luggage. Coach, why were you late for the game? I tripped over somebody's overnight bag.
Players come in with a bandana on a stick.
Right.
That is
Donald Sterling saying, yeah, but you didn't want me.
Okay, next.
That's your NBA fast break.
All right, warm weather's here and everybody's on the road. Yikes, that's no good because crashes, they happen, and people, Lord knows, the driving's awful. If you get in an accident, you call David Femininio and the accident response team. They're going to help you get your life back. And David will fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company bully you around. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. So let's turn our attention to the Pistons and the draft tonight, and it's going to be a little bit of draft, a little bit of trade, a little bit of free agency. What exactly do you want to come out of this with? Because, look, with Tyler Hero now going to Milwaukee, it changes things. We'll get to that in a second. Then you factor in, again, all the reports. This is the problem with the NBA. Well, this team's checked in on this and this and this, and none of it ever happens. But okay, Trey Murphy. Then you factor in the report today about Norman Powell. You got a free agent signing, you got a trade, and then you got this pick. Now, I said for weeks, I don't want to use the pick. The Pistons already have enough youth. And I just don't think at 21 you're going to get anything that will be really impactful to a championship run next year. It's just too difficult. It's too difficult to rely on a rookie to play playoff minutes. And if this season didn't tell you that the regular season is fake, then you're never going to learn that lesson. So with that in mind, yeah, I want the pick tonight traded, meaning it's with something else. It's to get a player. It's to facilitate a move. The other interesting thing to look for would be, okay, does Trajan want to add a pick to then move up in the draft? Would you see an Isaiah Stewart dealt pre-draft tonight? I don't know. I do believe he will get dealt. He will not be with this team in the fall. But I want to know what you guys want, because nothing at 21 really interests me as it pertains to the window is open, it's time to go. And no, I don't believe Miami's better than you, even adding Giannis. I don't. I think they are just an equally flawed team to you.
They got better odds, though, don't they?
Again, I tell you what, I'll book the bet anytime.
No. I'm just...
You can have the odds. I think part of that is it's Miami. It's like when certain football teams, they're always laying the points, and you go, there's no way. What do people want? Because the news of Norman Powell, Rico, that scares me. That's just a typical B- low rent move. That's a 33-year-old player off his first All-Star season who's going to want a 4-year deal to the tune of, maybe an Aya DeSomo kind of deal, like $115 million. 6'3", he definitely can shoot it. He can. But I want to ask you guys this again. When you started the offseason, did you believe your core was Cade, Durr, and Asur? When you started the offseason and you demanded a Robin for Cade, did the name Norman Powell cross your mind? No. You thought he was the dude who ran the Bates Motel in Psycho. So seriously, before you call up and cape up for Norman Powell, like we just did this with Tyler Hero. That's the other thing. Now Hero with Milwaukee becomes cheaper. Why? Because you do not have to cater to multiple fronts here. Now, would Hero as a rental in Milwaukee cost you less than if you were a part of the deal and you had to supply the Heat with something, supply Milwaukee with something? I don't know.
No, because I was going to bring this up because the trade technically can't get finalized till July 6th.
You can tinker.
And if you still want Tyler Hero, you
do not.
And you offer Milwaukee something, and maybe Milwaukee is still trying to stockpile things, and they will take a 21st pick.
Like they take the 21st and Ron Holland.
Right.
I don't know. Look, I can't figure out Milwaukee's plan. Maybe Hero's comfortable going home. Maybe he's going to get the bag. Maybe he gets to be, and he's not a lead dog, but maybe he can be the lead dog. I don't know. I can't get inside players' heads. But Rico, I'm asking the fans, what do you want from Trajan Langdon that you feel like you will enter your championship phase? Because pardon me if I don't believe Norman Powell is that. Picking at 21 is that. I just don't. I don't see enough high-end talent on this roster to win a championship.
No, Mike, we both had disappointments when it came to the NBA last night. Your Celtics did not get Giannis, and Ayo Dosunmu signed long-term.
I saw that early this morning. Oh, no, Rico, that's your guy.
I wanted
like the Giannis thing, you just got to draw a line in the sand at a certain point. And I think you nailed it. Milwaukee was just going to ask for more and more and more and more. And you're like, man, I want the player, but It's not like making this deal makes us tower above OKC or San Antonio. I'm like, at a certain point, tell them to F themselves. I can't keep doing this.
See, I don't think Milwaukee really wanted to do the deal with Boston, but they needed Boston to break up with them. So I'm just going to keep doing things until you finally say, okay, enough.
248-539-9797. What do you want out of tonight? Do you want them using the pick? Do you want to trade that pick? Do you want to move up? Do you want to see a trade for a player tonight? Or are you cool using the pick, sign Norman Powell, and raise a banner? I just tell me what you want. That's basically what I have for you with the Pistons tonight. If you think I'm doing some deep dive on who the hell you're taking at 21, you're out of your mind. No. It's ridiculous. Oh, let me give you a deep dive on Bennett Sturts. What?
I'll give you that later.
I can't wait. 248-539-9797. David, text.
Someone's asking, I want starting five of Cade, Powell, Asar, Murphy, and Duran. Is that possible?
I don't know how you'd swing the Murphy piece.
Yeah, that would be tough without giving up
Wait,
Asar.
who are
they said Cade, Powell, Asar, Murphy, and Duran. You would have to
now
give
you
up
do
Asar.
that.
You're keeping Duran and Asar.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 100% they are. They're never getting rid of those.
No. Then how are you getting Murphy?
Right. To get Murphy, you would have to give up Asar. You would.
You just have to hope that Joe Dumars and Troy Weaver are absolutely terrible at their job and they take Ron Holland and some picks.
I was
I don't
about to
know.
say, what is this, the movie Celtic Pride? You just kidnap him and bring him here?
Wow. 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. The NBA draft starts at 8 tonight. The Pistons slated to pick 21st per Mark Stein. Detroit intends to add Norman Powell to their list of potential signees. Powell coming off his first All-Star appearance at age 32 in year one with Miami. Before Game 2 against the Yankees tonight, the Tigers have called up outfielder Ben Malgeri, the 26-year-old, set to make his Major League debut after getting drafted in the 18th round in 2021. In his first season in AAA, Malgeri has hit well, carrying an .897 OPS. He'll bat ninth and play right. Casey Mize will face Carlos Rodon on the mound, 6:40 the first pitch, right here on 97.1. Tonight, Jack Flaherty set to rehab with AA Erie as well. The NFL will not hold a supplemental draft, meaning Brendan Sorsby will not be eligible to play this season. Front Office Sports received the following statement from Sorsby's attorney, quote, "This is unlawful act in violation of the CBA. The player is going to bring this to the NFLPA," end quote. Per ESPN's Emily Kaplan, there could be more news about NHL expansion after the Board of Governors meeting today. She says Austin and Houston could start the process soon. The Wings announced their preseason slate. Their first and only 2 games at home will be September 24th and 26th. They'll also not be headed to Traverse City for camp this season, but instead hosting it at the practice rink at LCA. The NCAA has unanimously approved age-based eligibility. At the Corwell Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock, good to have you with us. Talking a little Pistons with the draft tonight. I know Rico's got a preview of some names to watch as they pick potentially, but what do you want? Do you look with the Giannis thing happening? I mean, Tyler Hero is still out there. If that wets your whistle, it's not for me. The Norman Powell news today is kind of like quintessential Pistons. It's not the guy, it's the guy next to the guy. I don't know. I guess the Trey Murphy thing is still out there. I just, part of the problem is there's such a deluge of these rumors and reports, and none of it ever happens. Mm-hmm. If you're going to get Trey Murphy, I have to believe, if anyone's going to get Trey Murphy, it happens today because the Pels need picks. Mm-hmm. The Jaylen Brown thing, look, I don't even bring stuff like that up because I know how this is going to roll. Basically, you bring up a star player who plays for my team, he's crap. But you could bring up some goofball like Tyler Hero, and he's vanilla Jesus. So I'm not even going to bring up JB.
No, you can bring him up, Mike, because anybody who says that's an idiot is a Finals MVP. He's got a ring. He's not right. He's good. He's just in a situation he doesn't want to be in.
Well, no, it's also things. The team needs to alter how they're playing.
Yes.
Let's be very fair. Okay, the Celtics in the last 5 years have made 2 NBA finals, and then they've had 3 flameouts in the playoffs. It's about forcing Missoula to change his hand. I've never believed Brown and Tatum truly can work together to win a multiple of NBA championships. I want to move JB for a different player. Meaning somebody, either a primary ball handler or a big. And I caution when I say big. I'm not talking about Patrick Ewing. I'm talking someone who could play the 4. Because the Celtics had to get rid of all their size due to the luxury tax, the apron. Right. It's not about JB being a bad player. But I don't think the Pistons have the balls to make such a move. Look, if you put Cade and JB together, that's 2 all-NBA players. That's 2 very high-level guys. And then guess what? Duren can be that 3rd guy. Or 4th guy, depending on what else you have around. But I don't even bring stuff like that up because what it's going to cost you, you're not going to do.
Yeah, and I think if you made that move, you're immediately the second best team in the East. Probably behind,
what, New York?
I was going to say still Boston, I think.
It would depend on what goes over there. And look, I only bring it up. It's the biggest news. I'm not selling it to you. I don't believe Trajan Langdon would do it. I mean, dude, right now, if we sat here, and no quotes, no receipts, I'm asking, if we're sitting here and I said to you and David, what is the best odds of happening? Is it Hero? Is it Murphy? Or is it Norman Powell? You know what you're going to say.
Actually, I'm going to say pick 21. You'll do nothing.
No.
You asked me what I think.
Right, but Norman
I have
Powell
to choose between those 3.
No, I mean the pick 21. Okay.
No.
Let me try this again. If I said which of these 3 players ends up with the team,
okay,
maybe I need to speak better.
No. I was just saying, like, I don't think they'll do anything. But if I had to pick between those three, probably I still think they'll make a play for Hero.
I also think that.
I think they'll make a play for Hero. The cost may have come down because he's in Milwaukee now.
You ready for this? I'd rather have Norman Powell.
And I understand why.
Because I think Norman Powell's half price. And Tyler Hero in the playoffs is ghastly. I don't know. Let's go to people. Let's see.
No. But see, I can see that because, as you say, Miami's strapped, so they can't really take on money. So they really are just going to be like, hey, what can you give us to help us out here?
To get what? Powell's a free agent.
Oh, never mind.
Brother, they're 50 mil over and they're losing out on him. Like hey, Giannis, bring your sunscreen because that's all you're going to leave Miami with is a better tan. Okay. You're done. He ain't ever winning nothing there. That's what I can't stand. You're going to be a Hall of Famer. Why don't you want to win? What a goof. All right, let's go to the people. We'll go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, Chris.
And I'm excited. It's draft day. It's an interesting question when you ask, what do I want versus what's reality? And what I want is them to actually pick the right big to deal. And I think they're going to pick the wrong big. Not that I believe that Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart are the exact same player, but I look at contracts. Stewart, Reed together, $20 million, probably going to cost me $40 million for Jalen Duren. Move him out of here, open that space up, get me shooters, because that's how we're going to win championships. But the reality is, I think Isaiah Stewart's going to your team in Boston, and we're probably going to get somebody like Peyton Pritchard back.
You ain't getting if they deal Peyton Pritchard for beef stew, I'll never root for the team again. I'll give you Sam Hauser. You're not getting Peyton Pritchard. Come on.
What I mean, that's where our 21st pick goes. Sorry, Mike. I should have added that part in there.
You could add a couple first round. I'll give you Sam Hauser. That's what I'll offer you. Come on, man. You can't have Peyton Pritchard, NBA Sixth Man of the Year, who plays starter minutes, is an absolute. He's like Vinnie Johnson used to be for the Pistons. This dude is a heat check off the bench. He's very valuable. I
know, Mike, and he loves basketball. That's the thing I like about guys like that. That's the guy you see videos of him playing pickup games in the park with kids.
Yeah, he's a gym rat. I mean, he works at it. He's worked himself into being a nice NBA player. Look, the beef stew thing is just economics. He's 16 mil. B-Ball Paul is going to take his old job, and they are about to drop the bag on Duren. And I'm with you. I don't even talk about the Duren stuff anymore. It's pointless. Trajan said it at the press conference. I would be in stunned disbelief if Duren and Asar weren't here. They truly believe that's their core. Well, if you believe that, that's where the Norman Powell thing comes in. Because then you're just adding a piece for about 25 a year. Maybe you've already talked to Tobias about that mid-level exception. And all of a sudden, look at this. We brought back our guys. We added a piece.
We tinkered.
And that's kind of, Pistons.
I'm going to be so sad when that's actually reality. I know that's what's going to happen, but there's like this hope, that somehow Trajan's going to do that move tonight where we all go, like you said, maybe a Peyton Pritchard like I'm thinking, which I want. But again, that's in my want thing of, hey, we finally fleeced somebody. We finally did the thing. But it's not going to be that. Like you said, it's probably going to be we re-signed Duren for $40 million, and we gave way too much money to the broken down corpse of Norman Powell. And then I get to
hold on.
Josh Smith again.
You can't say now. Listen, hold on. Let's put some respect on Norman Powell's name. I said he's not a star. He's not even a number 2 on a championship team. He's a nice shooter, nice player. I just don't like paying guys on the one All-Star team they made after a decade in the league. That's dangerous. But you can't call him a broken down corpse. Norman Powell can play. But he's a woefully undersized 2. He's like 6'2.5". And so I'm not getting what I want for Cade. What I want for Cade is somebody that they can grow together, that they can be an equal or a 1-to-1A. That's not Norman Powell. That's the problem I have in all of this.
No, I got you.
It still will be Cade largely alone. No?
No.
You seem very pensive. You're thinking.
Well, I am thinking. Pensive. I like that. No. I'm just thinking, like, how would that work if you brought Powell in here? And I'm just comparing it if you brought in Tyler Hero here. And, how would that look with Cade and all?
Well, look, I mean, one guy's going to be 33. The other guy's still in his 20s.
Right.
Neither guy would be viewed as a high-level defensive player. I'd take Powell's defense over Hero's. The problem for Powell, you do have some injury concerns there, including he made an all-star team last year, only playing 52 games.
Hero's defense.
Look, man, it's similar. I'd rather have Powell because it's cheaper, and I don't have to give anything up to get him. Right. I'm trying to operate within the constraints of what's being offered to me. And if we all believe Cade is Don Corleone, if Cade goes in there and says, I want Uncle T back, he ain't coming back.
I already think that happened already.
Okay, well, I'm not going to go there. Rico's got news you can use.
No, he caped up for him at the, he wanted him here.
I know. David texts. We'll get to more of the calls. Go ahead.
Someone says, hey, guys, please don't group all Detroit Pistons fans as idiots. Most of us agree with you that we want more than a player than Norman, but we all just are used to not getting it. That is from Jim.
I know, man. I know.
Aaron at work says, I want Trajan to be aggressive and trade the pick. Go get Cade his number 2. We don't need any more young guys. It's time to compete for a championship.
Yeah, I'm there, and I do. I'm not blind to the fact that the league is shifting, the apron, the way it's set up. You do need to draft well and find cheaper player. I get all of that. But you have to juxtapose that with it's kind of bleep or get off the potty. Like, it's time. I mean, if this isn't your window, what is? I don't have time to wait for a player to develop. I don't have time for another Ron Holland. I don't have time for another Rasur. I have to have somebody who's ready to help me go to war in April and May and hopefully June if they make the finals. That's the issue I take in all of this. It's like they're trying to do two things at once.
Your brother, like it or not, and you're not saying this, but your goal can't be to get out of the second round next year and just take this incrementally. Your time is now. Your window is here. And I know Detroit GMs hate to embrace that, but it is now. And you have to start preparing and acting and planning. Well, we need to win
Detroit
this title.
GMs can't get it right at either end of the spectrum. I mean, I'll give you another example. We've talked about this. Okay, for all the people who want to hope cast and say, I want to keep Scooble, cool, then buy at the deadline. What do you mean? Well, I mean, if you're so chesty about it and you want to go all in and risk it for the biscuit, great, then go all in and go at a bat. Just go do the damn thing. Well, I'm not so confident anymore. Then trade him. That's it.
I see what you did there.
No, that's it.
That's very clever.
But it's the same thing with Yzerman. It's clear as day this should be a rebuild of the rebuild. Yet the reporting so far, he's going to be stubborn, he's going to hold out, etc. Fine. Do whatever you like. All these GM shows I'm tired of.
Yeah. Yzerman, to me, it seems like he's trying to teach Larkin a lesson.
Oh, okay.
Right. You're cutting off your nose to spite
What
your
is he,
face.
one of the nuns at Catholic school in the 50s? Is Steve going to have a ruler and hit his hands? Teach him a lesson.
The yardstick. Okay.
Let's carry on.
Little Mikey.
No.
Telling stories?
No, it was my parents.
Oh.
My mom, how about this? We'll bring it full circle. My mom was neighbors with Pat Riley.
Really?
Schenectady, New York.
Slick back hair?
I don't think that was a feature at like age 12. All right, Northville Lumber. Can you imagine? Little Pat Riley's like 8 years old, slick back in Armani suits in the 50s. Yeah, that's exactly right. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville's Michigan's Trex Superstore. Brand new warehouse. Absolutely fantastic. Guys, everything's in stock all the time. You're a contractor. Nobody's going to beat these guys on service, selection, or price. Nobody. So stop on by. You can take home some samples or online anytime at northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, Tex, we'll get to the callers. You've got all the reports. You've got all the latest. The NBA draft is tonight. I just ask you, what do you want? And it doesn't even have to relate to the pick because maybe you want the pick traded. Is it a pursuit of a trade for a Trey Murphy? Is it a pursuit of Tyler Hero still? Is it just sign Norman Powell and take the best available player that Rico will tell you about at 345? Guys, I'll leave it to you. None of this is really super interesting to me. None of this is what I really would like. I just would like to get Cade a true number 2 and get him his guy. And yeah, you got to give to get. And I think from the time that press conference took place, it made me feel like, okay, I have to let go of the rope. Because no, I don't consider Asur and Duran these mandatory core guys. That doesn't mean I throw them away, not at all. But would I be willing to put people into a deal to land the guy? Yes, I would. But we can only go on what we have. So what do you guys want? If you're forcing me to choose from this list of options, I mean, if you don't make a trade tonight, you're not getting Murphy. So it would probably be just sign Norman Powell. I don't want Tyler Hero because I don't want to pay him the extension. And I don't really like him that much as a player. You know, Beef Stew's getting dealt. I do believe he's getting dealt tonight. But what do you people care? You guys were drawing a warm bath for Paul Reed. So there you go. You got what you want. Paul's going to the big leagues now. He's a backup. So Beef Stew going out, I mean, yeah, in an ideal world, you'd get shooting back. That's why I brought up Sam Hauser. Perfect fit for this team. He really would. He would be perfection in a Pistons uniform. Shut his mouth, do his job, he'll guard, he'll play, and he's arguably the best spot-up shooter in basketball. Yeah. Perfect.
Tough, gritty.
And makes no money.
This city would love him.
I'm trying to help you. David?
From Melvin, he says Trajan Langdon will play it safe tonight. He only cares about getting to the next round. That's what he told us. Someone else says, for the love of God, I just want something bold. I don't need to buy his back with Powell and do nothing at 21. I need something else. What I want is a sign and trade Duran for Reeves and trade the pick to Milwaukee for Miles Turner. But that's a dream.
Yeah, that is. And I don't even know if the financials make sense.
Nope,
on that one.
don't think so. Let's be honest. Detroit's GMs won't be aggressive. They will draft a safe guy at 21 and sell it like ice cream.
You know what's interesting? It's what I said at the end of the last segment is like, same thing with Scott Harris. Okay, let's say you want him to see it through. You're willing to risk it. You're willing to lose Skubal for nothing, which I think is idiotic. I'm on the record with it. I don't care. This team's not winning the World Series. So you could make it. You could not. I think Skubal's going to get you a historical, it might be the best return a rental's ever gotten. That's what I'm doing. But if you're going to keep Skubal, you know what you don't get to do? Sit there. If you keep him and you're truly going to be and invite that level of risk, well, then you may as well be a buyer. Go all the way. Because anything other than at least getting to the World Series, much less winning it, it's a failure. And you will have lost everything. And for what? Ego? Hope? So no, that's the deal to me, is like, okay, if you want to keep Skubal, be a buyer. And if you hesitate, if you go, oh, golly, gee, I don't know, then trade him. Because truly, keeping Skubal, that's that all-in thing. I can't get their 10 games under. Great, they're on a 4-game winning streak. But that's where Detroit GMs, I don't feel like they get it right at either end of the spectrum.
No, that's where I was in the winter. And it looked as if they were going to do that when I'm like, look, if you're going to keep him, surround him with some people, go all in.
Right.
And if you lose, man, it was a hell of a ride.
What did I say? We'll keep him. We'll fix the offense at the deadline. In essence, we're right back to that if you want to keep him. Actually, with the way the reporting's been going, I'm moving him. I think the pitching is here. I think adding a couple of the right pieces, including a right-handed bat that preferably plays the outfield, I think this team could be a lot better next year. I think they could set themselves up for a really nice few years. But if you want to keep him, don't you have to buy? It's the same thing as...
No, you absolutely have to buy, especially, Mike.
If you're keeping.
Especially if you win tonight, and now you can say, well, we just knocked off 2 of the first-place teams in Chicago and New York. We won 2 series.
Well, first of all,
I understand.
Okay.
I know what you're going to say.
You do not deserve air if that's your view of baseball. You deserve to suffocate live. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
I understand, but
that's saying something.
It's just saying that.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
We took a series from the Yankees.
Yep. Do me a favor. Why don't you play us in October? And then you'll see Max Fried, and you're going to see Aaron Judge, and you're going to pack your stuff and go home. I would invite it.
If we get to October, it would be a miracle. So I guess I'll take that.
No, that's my point, though. Like the whole, we beat the Knicks in the regular season. Like, how dumb are some of you?
Yeah, so you mean we would be champions right now? What are you talking
Got
about?
it.
Yeah,
I know.
Didn't play Cat. You didn't play. A lot of
The point I'm making, again, this town has a lot to learn when it comes regular season versus postseason.
But no, you're right. Go all in. Add a bat, and maybe another arm in the bullpen, and let's just go.
If you keep Scooble, that's what you need to do.
Yeah.
That's the deal for anybody doing the hope casting.
Yeah.
And if you can't answer that question, then you have to trade him.
Yeah, because I don't think you can rely on 4 outs from Vest every night.
No, listen. You're playing 162 game death march. When you play someone, much like the teams who played you when you were beleaguered in May, you're a different product now. They're always going to be the median. That's the whole point. It's like the Pistons weren't as bad as they looked in the playoffs. They weren't as good as they looked in the regular season. The Tigers are not as bad as they looked in May. They're not as good as they look in June. They're about a 500 team.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So for me, that's not good enough. But if you want to do it, it's like Trajan. If you want to go out and make a claim, this is my core, well, then you have to go all in around that core. I don't think you get to just do small incremental things. He has every right to say, I believe Cade, Asor, and Duran are my big three. Well, what are you going to do to put that over the top? Is that really Norman Powell? I'm simply selecting Powell as the best of the options that are available to me. But I don't think that's touching the right notes. Mm-hmm. Same thing for Yzerman. What's the job before him right now? Being able to realize it's failed. And now with Larkin leaving, I probably can't pull off a deal to get better. I probably can't pull off a deal to tread water, which means I have to rebuild. Mm-hmm. Nowhere along the line do I feel like these GMs get it right. Look at last year. Tigers had a 15-game lead at the deadline. What did Scott Harris offer us?
He was afraid of Ghost.
We got Charlie Morton, the dead body of Paul Sewald, Chris Paddock and his 5.5 ERA. Like, I don't think this is citywide. This isn't attacking any one person. I don't feel like any of these guys touch the right notes.
No, I'm with you because remember, he said he didn't want to be afraid of the ghost and the play. He would get rid of a player and then it'll come back to haunt him. And I'm with you. You're right.
And we'll see. Look, Trajan tonight or the next couple of weeks, Scott Harris, the next couple of weeks, Steve Yzerman, the next couple of weeks. Oh. I would love to think the Larkin thing is done by the draft in Buffalo. Because I also have a hard time believing if this draft ends, you're kind of limiting the asset pool that you can go after. Now you just have to go after someone who's got the very niche combination of high level yet nearly NHL ready prospects. And you're still not going to be better next year. So yeah, you could be right. But I'd like to think you'd be able to get a high level piece of draft capital in a Dylan Larkin thing plus. Yeah. Sorry, David. Go ahead, bud.
I mean, the next round is the Eastern Conference Final, so that is something to shoot for. That being said, I really want Brown. Send whoever you need to get him. Will in Clarkston, Texas says, Mike, the Pistons are not ready to win a championship next year without adding at least a legitimate secondary star. And I don't think they have what it takes to do that. So they should just keep the pick and continue building.
There you go. Wow. No. David. You have to listen to what he's saying. He's not saying he wants it. He's just saying it the way it is. If you're not going to enter Duran or Asor into trade conversations, you're not getting the number two. We have said that since the beginning of the offseason. Trajan's the one who then tucked them under his wing and said, these are our three best players. I can't change that. None of it is anger. I don't care. It's my same approach with the Scooble thing. You want to keep him, keep him. But you better be a buyer. You better make it. You better go to war. Because if you keep Scooble and you miss the playoffs, everybody should be fired. No, that's reality.
No. I'm just hearkening back to yesterday when you said if you were the owner and he walks in there, All right, well, your job's on the line.
All right, if you want to keep him, you better be right. I'll do whatever you need to support you, Scott. And if you want to keep Scooble, we'll go after this thing. But if you miss or we don't make the World Series, you're fired. Or you trade him. That's it. Yeah. Because you got to have the courage of your conviction. You have to, if you're going to keep Scooble, man, then you're all in. So be all in. What my nightmare would be, they keep Scooble and half try and fall short. Everybody should be fired. I mean, they could get into the playoffs and lose in the ALDS. I'd fire everyone. What was the point of this?
Now I'm with you.
Versus, you want to be all in? Be all in. Or if you're scared about that, then you know your answer.
Well, yeah, I was about to say there's a reason why you're scared.
248-539-9797. They ought to hammer Rodon. I hate Carlos Rodon. You want Rodon, Tiger fans? Can I just give him to you? He's a head case. I don't like him. All right, 97.1. We'll get to the people next.
Imagine a Wi-Fi so intelligent it can help you find it. It can help heal itself if there's a problem. Imagine reliable coverage in every corner of your home, whether you're streaming, gaming, working from home, or connecting all your smart devices. Enjoy Wi-Fi that's built for speed and powered by fiber. It's Wi-Fi that makes everything in your home work together, and so advanced security. It features it's like a super security blanket for your network, helping to protect what matters most. Behind all of it is a fiber-powered network delivering to 99.999% reliability, paired with our best equipment for the most reliable Wi-Fi experience. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. And with the 5-year price lock guarantee, you can lock in 5 years of predictability, the same price with no contracts or commitments. Everything you need is included: data, equipment, and the most reliable fiber-powered network. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
All right, straight to the people. And if you got something off the board for the Pistons, or if you want to chime in on the, it was kind of an accidental conversation just about the Scooble thing or the Yzerman thing, like the state of our, you want to call them presidents of operations, GMs, don't get hung up in the title. You know the 4 decision makers in town, and only 3 of them are active. Brad Holmes has already done his work. We see the results of it, and the next time we get to bicker will be the trade deadline. But Yzerman, Harris, and Langdon, it's very interesting. You disagree with the take on the Scooble thing? We could talk about it. The Yzerman thing, yeah. I mean, to me, it's got to be done by the draft because ultimately I think that's going to be a piece of what you're getting back. So it makes really very little sense to limit yourself further. And as far as Langdon goes, look, I'm not yelling at clouds over any of this. You know, we can only give you the reporting that's out there. Would I love to yell about Trey Murphy? Sure, I would. I have no idea what New Orleans' asking price is, other than the reporting is it's sky high. Well, what does that mean? I mean, if they come to me and they want a Seward Thompson and 4 first-round picks, my answer is no. You know, so like I'm not going to yell about any of it. Of the things that we've listed, of the reporting in the last 24 hours, just sign Norman Powell. Sign Powell, trade beef stew to the Celtics for Sam Hauser. Let's go to work.
That makes way too much sense. So.
No, it's all I have.
I like that.
Rico,
no.
it's none of it is what I want.
No. You sold me on the Hauser thing. I think he would fit here well.
He'd be perfect. And he's an above-average defender.
I'm agreeing with David. I think they're going to still try to go out and do something and bring Hero here. There's been a lot of smoke with that one.
Well, you could try for Jaylen Brown. I could structure a deal for you. I just don't think you're going to like it. See, that's the type of all-in move. That's the move where Cade Cunningham wakes up for a phone call from Trajan Langdon saying, congratulations, your teammates with Jaylen Brown.
Okay, good news, bad news, Cade. What
good
do you
news?
Want first?
We got you, JB.
We got JB.
What's the bad news? We got rid of everybody else.
You're Will Smith.
No, it wouldn't be.
Go stand in the locker room and just look around in a circle.
It would not be like that. But no, that's all. So we're just kind of rapping about it. We'll go to Houston, 97.1. Houston, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. We're asking what I want. I would like to do that Trey Murphy thing. Obviously, what you just said, I agree 100%. If it's a Seward Thompson and a billion picks, no. But here's a statement and I guess a question I have for you guys. If us getting Trey Murphy is, let's say, Holland, beef stew, this pick and a bunch of picks, I just don't understand what the downside of that is. And if they can take that as a price, I don't understand what the downside of that is. Anyway, and I like that beef stew and to the guy from the Celtics thing too. But
Sammy Hauser. Yeah, no, Houston. Listen, I mean, I would love to go get Trey Murphy. I don't know the price. Now, if they're willing to do Ron Holland, some salary filler, and a couple of first round picks unprotected, I do that. I would have no issue with that. I'm with you. I can't wait anymore for Ron Holland. I can't keep doing it. And Trey Murphy, really nice season, 26 years old, 38% from 3. He's that stretch 4 that we've been dying to have. Because I'm in Houston, I'm not being offensive about it. Come on, we can't be in the Tobias Harris business as he gets into his 35, 36 years old. Come on. Now, you go get a Trey Murphy. What did you really give up? Ron Holland was a DNP CD. The first round picks, I don't care about. And getting rid of dead filler like Karis LeVert, etc., don't care. So now, if I'm New Orleans, I'm never doing that deal. That's my last great tradable asset. Quality deal, quality guy, unlike Zion, always available. I'm not giving that away. I have to show, I'd say fans, but they don't have any. I have to show my owner something. Hi, I got you Stanley Johnson. I mean Ron Holland. Like, I can't do that.
At least Stanley played. I get what you're saying. Though.
So I just, hey, if you could rip him off, we'll build a statue, Trajan. But if I'm sitting there and I've got Trey Murphy, great. The deal starts and ends with a Seward Thompson.
Okay, yeah. I would be like, here's the Seward. Here's 4 first-round picks.
You're going to get people after you.
Here's 4 first-round picks.
Oh,
Let's go.
Oh, boy. Dave, you better save him from that one.
Do you want to win or not? Let's be real. What are those first-round picks going to do for you?
David, go ahead.
I agree with you.
Okay, then. Well, direct it to their P.O. box. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good, Joe. What's up?
So, probably the scariest thing to me about tonight is I think we're all about to see what Trajan Langdon is really all about. He's going, I think, into his third year into this process coming up shortly. And whatever he decides to do or don't to do, it's about to potentially become a habit, right? And we're all observing that. So what I want to do, I'm all about the Jaylen Brown. I would give Jalen Duren and Asar Thompson and our 21st pick to start giving him a true 2, because as much as fans might get mad at me for saying this, Jalen Duren is a circumstantial all-star that they had to put a process together to put a Robin to Batman, and Jalen Duren happened to be the beneficiary of that this year, right? We've seen it in the playoffs. It was fool's gold a little bit feeling because everything got real there. So I'm not I like him. I think he's a reputable player, but it's like Drummond 2.0 a little bit going on. And then you got Asar Thompson, he can't hit anything on the offensive side. He's got that elite defense. I get it. But I think you upgrade that with Jaylen Brown on both sides a little bit. He's got the defense. It's respectable. His offense is way better. We can figure out a center. I mean, you can see what you could do with an odd player like B-Ball Paul. The last thing I'll say is the fear is that we do nothing like you guys are saying. I don't even think Norman Powell is something but a rumor. You see what happened when we just pull off Javonte Green, right? Nobody heard of the guy until we're like, hey, let's go ahead and pick him up. And then with fans fall in love with him because he had a little bit of talent. So that's my fear. We're going to figure out what he's all about here. Trajan Langdon talking about him. And I'm just wishing for the best. They've made some progress. I don't want it to be fool's gold.
No, and that's, Joe, that I think you're spot on. I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't know that nothing's going to happen. I'm giving you what's out there, and we kind of talk through it. And look, I'm not going to spend much time on the JB thing. I'd be floored if a Detroit team decided to take a swing like that. I would. Because it would completely corrupt who you are. The things you'd have to give up, you'd have to cash in your identity. And I think that's the one thing the Pistons are never going to do business with.
That's a great point.
They've just never altered it, Rico. They have been searching. Anytime they build, they try to build like the bad boys. Mm-hmm. Anytime they build, it's based on the same things. Yeah. The only players that would even enter the chat of a Jaylen Brown deal is an Asar Thompson, a Jalen Duren, et cetera. That's never happening.
Oh, I missed that.
I don't.
How tall is he, David?
Okay. I just know the minute I say something, he's going to hit the button. So go ahead, get it out now. Get it out of your system.
I'm not playing that one ever. No.
At 6'6", you gotta want this.
No, I think it's watch this. Oh, okay. But okay. All right. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride for summer, Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, one of the biggest selections of Buick GMC vehicles in the state. And yes, Denali's are in stock. When it comes to certified service, Moran makes that easy too. Unlike other dealers, Moran offers free loaner cars when you schedule a certified service appointment, so your day just keeps on moving. Make the smart move. Start at Moran. Elite car buying experience. And, of course, visit them anytime on Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Hey, I want to ask you, too, a question just before we finish out the text, and we'll get to, I know you want to preview kind of pick 21 and the whole bit. I want to know if this is a crazy idea.
Okay.
Crazy. Okay, we agree that Giannis going to Miami is a win for the Pistons. Because if Giannis went to Boston, you had real problems.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a win, right?
Yeah.
You also still have Tyler Hero floating around out there, if that's your flavor of the month. Your call. Here's what I wanted to ask you. Much like I've talked about why I think the Scooble market can be insane, and I don't think the Tigers are trading him, but if they decided to do that, there's a pivot now where Trey Murphy becomes the belle of the ball. And I've talked about how teams might acquire Scooble who don't necessarily need him, but to play defense. Okay. And what I mean by that, if you didn't listen to those shows, is like if you're the Dodgers, you don't need Scooble. But you know what you don't want? Scooble on the Brewers, and it's Scooble, Mizorowski, and Harrison in the playoffs. You don't want that. So think about this. If you're the Pistons, you do need Trey Murphy. You do. But do you know the real problem? Him in Boston. And if you believe the reports that Trey Murphy and the Celtics are pivoting to him, well, guess what the Celtics don't have to give up to get Trey Murphy? Jaylen Brown. Now, all of a sudden, you're talking about something way different.
So what are they giving up, the 2 first-round picks?
No, the Celtics would give up just about everything else.
So basically what I said you should do with K.
That's my point. Would there be an element of this where the Pistons, the need to play defense is equal to the need to play offense? Meaning Trey Murphy, I'm only just, we're talking.
No. I know. We're workshopping this. David, I don't want to poison the jury, even though my man over here is going to be on jury duty.
I don't know yet. I don't know.
You will. We're going to speak into his system.
Okay,
ahead,
great.
David.
I'll see you in 4 years.
All right. I hope you get that dateline, Case. Can't wait. Go ahead, David.
Super.
I want the defense. I can have him in Boston.
If he goes to Boston, the Celtics go to a different place.
Correct. I can have him in Boston. And if the theory is you don't have to give up Jaylen Brown, that means it's even scary. Because maybe Brown then makes up, and now you have Brown, Murphy, and Tatum. Can't have it. Can't have that. No.
The only problem that I have here is I'm going to base this upon what Trajan has said.
Yeah.
Your goal is just to get out of the second round. That's an all-in type of move.
You are really holding them to that comment.
I am. You know what, Mike? Because the one thing that these 4 people have been honest to a T. They keep telling us stuff, and we keep thinking, no, you don't mean that. Eventually, you just have to say, okay, they said it, and that's how it's going to be. When's the last time any of them has surprised us? I'll wait.
I was legitimately shocked. No, hold on. Wait a minute. I didn't get to answer? What is this, Congress? I cede my time. Do I get to respond?
No. Go ahead.
I was stunned at that trade deadline by Scott Harris last year. Stunned.
Okay.
Now, you mean surprised in a good way?
Yes.
Khakis? I don't know. In a good way?
Right.
No idea.
Yeah, he said margins last year, and he did the margins. Duncan Robinson.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask. I have no idea, but look, the reporting is Celtics, they're going to pivot right to Trey Murphy. Okay.
Because I can't see them actually gutting the team to make that move. Because, Mike, if they get out of the second round, Trajan's going to go around and pat everybody on the back and say, job well done. All right, next year we'll worry about the Eastern Conference Finals. But that's the goal. Like, this year was a success because they tripped and beat Orlando when Orlando went ice cold in Game 6.
Well, Franz Wagner dying probably played
right,
a
but
role.
and also going 0 for 30 shooting in the second half of Game 6. But I don't see that sense of urgency because I understand.
Give it some time.
It makes sense.
I just asked the question because I don't know. I was just thinking, like, and again, I still don't think the Tigers have the chops to do it. I don't think the Tigers will ever admit to themselves they're not a World Series team. I think Scooble's here. Hence, they better buy. But if I'm the Dodgers or do the Yankees need Tarek Skubal? No. Once Max Fried's back in the rotation, You have Schlittler. You've got Freed. You could have Garrett Cole as the third starter. Rodon never sees the light of day. Like, they don't need him. But you know what's better? Not having to face him. Not having him in Seattle. You know, not having him in one of these other places. Or if you're looking at the World Series, like, yeah, I don't need the Braves having him. And then my reward for making the World Series is what? So it was a question of sometimes you acquire a guy not only for yourself, but to keep him from somebody else. So if Trey Murphy goes to Boston and your big move is Norman Powell, no.
That's it. No, now you got to hope for injuries in Boston because other than that, you don't stand a chance.
Well, I mean, look, paper. Hey, it's recent history. I've watched two of my players die. Right. I mean, we had Gordon Hayward for 10 minutes and his leg snapped in half in Cleveland. That was the craziest thing. So I forget what was on, and it was opening night, I think, in the NBA. And the Celtics are in Cleveland. And I'm going way back here now, but this is like pre-COVID. And my wife was baking cookies upstairs. I forget if it was like Halloween or she was doing something for school. And she was baking cookies, and she happened to have the game on up there. And she yelled downstairs, and she goes, "Hey, babe, one of your players is really hurt." And I go, "Well, who?" She goes, "I don't know. He doesn't look familiar, but he's a white guy." And I go, "Uh-oh." I turn over. Hayward's in 17 pieces on the ground. All right, that season's over.
They're very silent arena.
The scoop. Wifey with the scoop. I like that.
I don't recognize him. I go, well, that's not a good start.
Shamarina.
Right. Listen, I would take an AI or ChatGPT Shams versus what's going to be on TV tonight. He can't talk. He can't speak.
He's a little nervous. I don't know why he's nervous, but he's a little nervous.
Because he's wearing no Eagles hair.
Boston tried to get Giannis, and that didn't work out.
You know, they call him the Greek Freak.
I think he's, a lot of the younger people, the anxiety. That's what I'm looking for.
Anxiety?
He has probably has anxiety
He's been doing
getting in
this
front of
for years.
You're on television.
I understand.
Okay.
He was breaking news in a college dorm.
And
He's
give
used
Noah
to
Eagle
this.
his hair back. Put the sky piece back in the box before Noah gets home.
Why is Noah taking strays?
Because that's a sky piece, and Shams wears it.
Can we please? I know Noah works for a different network, but can we please get him tonight on
No,
ESPN
you
and
can't.
make sure?
You can't.
See it.
Because that sky piece, there's only one of them.
No.
And they got to sign it out like a library book.
And as Mike is doing it, we just need more Wimby. That's it.
Yeah, Windy, I kind of had enough of it. I got to be honest. His comments about this whole Giannis thing the whole way, like, what are we even doing?
Well, 11th hour negotiations and things happen and stuff. And, right now I'm waiting to see what happens with the number one pick because
DeBonza.
There's some smoke that
I've been seeing some smoke as well.
That it's not DeBonza.
Put it on the board.
No. Remember,
put it on the board.
Remember when Paulo Banchero went from 3 to 1?
Hey, this will be my only excitement with the draft tonight. Put it on the board. Okay. DeBonza's going 1. You two say he's not. I buy you lunch next day game if I'm wrong.
We'll talk about it.
No. Say it with your chest. Don't. Come on, Scott Harris.
We'll talk about it.
Come on, Jeremy.
We'll talk about it.
You want to keep Scuba?
Hey,
bye.
Bang.
Bye.
Bang.
Bye.
Bang.
We should ask Otto. I wonder if that little spineless jellyfish will come in here and be like, "Oh golly geez, I don't know." Then you have to sell. By the way, what was he doing eating a bean burger? The hell is wrong with this guy?
I'm sorry. What?
It was a bean burger.
I missed that totally. I thought you were joking.
No.
He was like, I'm trying to stay healthy. I don't want
stunk up the whole
cholesterol.
place, and he had a little Tupperware with this little hockey puck in it. I'm going, what the hell is that, Jeremy? Oh, it's a bean burger. I go, I can't do this. Okay. All right, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Bean burgers are very healthy. Michigan released a statement today confirming that Dusty May is departing the program, and they've hired Mike Boynton in a interim capacity with summer workouts starting this week.
I've got to watch my RDL.
Wow. For now, the Pistons are set to pick 21st in the NBA draft tonight, which starts at 8. According to Mark Stein, Detroit intends to add Norman Powell to their list of targets. Stein says that after acquiring Giannis, Miami will not be able to afford the first-time All-Star. He's a career 40% three-point shooter and averaged 22 points per game last season. The Tigers have also called up outfielder Ben Malgieri. The 26-year-old outfielder has an .897 OPS with Toledo, including 9 homers. The corresponding move sends Trey Cruz back down after playing just 2 games. Detroit looks for their 5th straight win as they await Game 2 against the Yankees. Casey Mize faces Carlos Rodon on the mound. He has a .350 ERA and 7 starts. Struggled with the walks. Here the 6:44.
He's a psychopath.
Right here on 97.1. What a glowing review.
I don't like Rodon. I never wanted him.
The NFL will not hold a supplemental draft this summer, meaning Texas Tech quarterback Brennan Sorsby is out of luck until the 2027 official NFL draft. In a letter to Sorsby, the league noted that he's the only player to seek entry, and they had no plans to host a draft. Quote, your petition filed 3 business days before the deadline without any supporting information or documentation, and only after abandoning your recent litigation efforts to avoid NCAA sanctions, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Okay, David's got the music and Rico's got the info. These are the names you need to know for when the Pistons are on the clock. If they're on the clock tonight. We go live. Detroit, Lutheran, Southwest Tech, Draft Central. Rico Beard.
All right.
I've got a bean burger.
All right. You know what? Just for you and Mr. Shabath.
What?
We're going to go with Jackson Kohler. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, for God's sakes. Are you seriously doing all white draft candidates? Is that what this is?
This is not.
I like Bennett Sturtz.
This is not. These are names that if the Pistons stay at pick 21,
all right,
they would be probably available for the Pistons. I'm going to give you about 5, 6
and
names.
I want you, dude, get nerdy. Get after it. You're Mr. College Hoops.
Okay, well,
let's go.
We'll start with Koa Pete, 6th from Arizona. 6'7". The pros, strong NBA body, plays through contact. He's a straight line driver, meaning he goes straight to the basket.
But is he a dog?
He's got some dog in him.
Does he wear championship belts?
He could learn. He's an excellent finisher, 67% at the rim. He's a good passer, front court playmaker, and he's a decent defender. Now, his problem, well, he shot 53.7% field goal percentage. His problem is the three-point
I was going to say, tell him the other part. He's got a great personality. He can't shoot the three.
He shot 31.6% from the three-point line.
Sensational.
And he also shoots 62% from the free throw line.
Uh-oh.
And he also gets beat off of the bounce.
And he hates puppies.
So, yeah, that's somebody that could be there. Cameron Carr from, I think, Baylor.
Mm-hmm.
He's 6'5". He's got extreme length. So, basically, he's got an over 7-foot wingspan. He's in the 93rd percentile of spot-up shooting, 86th percentile in isolation.
And he's older. Isn't he like 22?
Yeah, yes. And
older player, so you're getting a more refined product here.
He's a 3-level threat, meaning he could drive to the basket, he could post up.
All right, I'll go
and he
thumbs
can
up.
Also shoot the three. He's at 43%.
No, I'll go thumbs up here.
Okay.
And he wasn't some super high volume 3-point shooter, but he can hit him. This is thumbs up because he's a shot creator.
Right.
I could work with this. Okay. And he's a little bit older of a player, meaning I don't have to run a daycare center.
Correct.
Thumbs down to Pete, thumbs up to Carr.
He won't be 22 until Thanksgiving.
Okay, so
no, you
but David, you get my point. He's not 19 years old.
Correct.
You got to say it right, David.
Thanksgiving.
The downside is he does not have an NBA body. He struggles with bouts of inconsistency and maturity.
Not a dog.
He struggled with that at Tennessee before he transferred. So maybe he's gotten it out of his system. But, the NBA, The next, we have Chris Sinek.
The kid from Houston.
Yes.
Cenac. Sinek.
Yes.
Yeah, I like this kid. He's the freshman power forward.
6'10". Positives, he's a switchable defender. So this screams Pistons right there.
Oh, man. Optionality.
Oh, my goodness. There we go. High volume rebounder. Once again, screams
Certified
Pistons.
dog because he played for Kelvin Sampson. He wore a title belt to prom.
Inside out mismatch. So it's hard for defenders.
He's kind of a pogo stick. I mean, he's lanky, long, big wingspan. He's got a little bit of a turnaround jumper. This kid I like. This and Kingston Fleming. They have no shot of getting him. But I don't mind this kid. The problem, it's developmental.
Well, here's the problem.
He's 12 years old.
And here's the other problem, Mike. You already have one of these on your team. No real offensive style, and he's a work in progress. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
Great defender, but offensively challenged. Let's just put it like that to be PC.
Okay. I wouldn't be angry about the pick. It's going to take time. I mean, he's got to grow into his body. You know, I've seen him execute some stuff in the low post, couple of turnarounds. And he's active. He's athletic. But he's a kid, man.
Right.
But I'll go thumbs up. Thumbs up. I like the player, so I'd go thumbs up.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to be nerdy on this. He went to Link Academy, which is a new boarding school. No one has come out of there yet and been a star. So I'm good on all of these guys that have come from Link Academy.
David, somebody has to be
the guy
first.
before this.
Somebody has to be the first.
Well, please be the first. Because
You were the first to have a 93-yard football field at Cass Tech.
All right, you know what?
Every time I drive past that field, I think about. And last night when I left the Tigers game,
you see it. It's 100 yards now.
I always just want to stop and take a selfie in front of it and send it to you, David.
Got some real mathematician.
I would have blocked your number.
All right,
carry on.
Henry Vieser, I believe, from North Carolina.
Yeah.
6'10", shot 43% from the three-point line, Mike.
Yeah, I know.
53% unguarded from catch and shoot type of. That's his percentage from catch and shoot, unguarded. He opens the lane for guards and wings. His cons is defensive liability. And he needs to add more muscle, and he's somewhat of a lazy rebounder.
Not a dog.
Not a dog, but three-point shooting, he's basically catch and release. He can hit over 50% of that.
I guess. Well, no, hold on. Now listen. Isn't he transferred a couple of times too, didn't he?
I believe so.
Yeah. I guess I'd have to say thumbs up. I didn't like anything I watched in North Carolina this year. I'll leave my bias out.
Well, they were minus their star had a broken hand.
Cam Johnson or whatever his name is.
Wilson.
Sorry. I say I'll go thumbs up because again, offensive minded. You get some size. I'd be okay with this, but I'm a little bit lukewarm.
Yeah, he was at Arizona first.
Okay, I know I wasn't hallucinating.
They pushed him out to try to win. So that tells you a lot about him.
Oh, David.
All right.
Oh, David.
Here we go. Your guy, Mike.
Who's my guy?
Bennett Sturts.
Oh, God.
6'3". Last stop was Iowa.
Yeah.
49% from catch and shoot.
I can't do this.
Also from three-point line, he's at about 50% from three-point line. He can run a team as a point guard.
He can run it into the ground. He plays at such a slow. He belongs in the 70s when they were in the four corners at North Carolina. Man, oh man, I have a hard time going from Drake, and then you take the coach, the balding guy, and McCullough, or whatever his name is, you end up at Iowa. Rico, they play so slow. I don't even know how to grade the kid in an NBA offense.
But he's got good handles. Like shot 47% from the field, 50% from the three-point line. Great pick and roll player. Cons. You want to take a guess?
No pedigree.
He can't.
He came from like D3.
He can't guard elite point guards.
I'm
lack of size.
I'm sticking to my guns on this.
And lack of elite burst.
Yeah, he's 22 and he plays like he's 40.
Hey, man, don't knock the hustle. I'm just saying.
You're right. No. Appreciate the research. You know what? I'm going to let my bias show. No.
his comparison is Landry Shamet or Steve Blake.
Well, Landry Shamet did something.
Okay. I'm thumbs down on this one.
I can't do this with him either. No, I'm good.
All right.
I don't want to draft players that are not athletic.
Okay.
That is a
Won't make
problem.
the G League squad.
All right. Dalen Swain, 6'7" from Texas.
Yeah, I know this kid too. All right. Yeah. At least he's picking names I know. I was waiting for Rico to give me some Cabo Verde AAU All-Star.
No. These are names that'll be around like pick 18 to
the problem
pick 23.
Your problem with Swain is he thinks it's like and one mixtape tour. Some of the shots this kid takes are so ridiculous.
See, right here, Mike, shows me you still love college sports.
No, I love my job.
Because
I punish myself. Why do you think I watch the Tigers every night?
You're
Not because I want
watching
to.
Texas basketball, and seriously, David,
you got to be up on things.
David, cons, ball handling skills, and turnovers.
Cons, numbnuts.
Low volume threes.
It's brutal. Dude, he comes down the floor.
And a slow shooting motion.
Yeah, he comes down the floor, and it's like, Rainmaker, and you're like, dude, there's 27 on the clock. What are you doing?
Raw, and he's defensively inconsistent. Now, the pros, he shot 95% from ISO efficiency, 54% from the field, 35% from three-point line. He's a strong rebounder. He's a good defender when engaged.
Yeah,
he's not.
I'm going to say thumbs down. He's not a winning player. The Pistons do. Hey, shout out Larry Brown. They play the right way. I'm going to say thumbs down to this one.
Last one, the backcourt mate at Arkansas, Malik Thomas. 6'4". He averaged 15.6 points a game, shot 43.5% from the field, 41.6% from the three-point line. He's a great spot-up shooter. The cons...
Here we go.
He plays too fast. His shot selection and big defenders can shut him down. Like he just plays at one speed.
Right. And there's your problem is he also had the benefit of playing with really a unicorn in his backcourt. Can I ask one thing? You didn't have a guy on here that has been linked with the Pistons into oblivion. Isaiah Evans, the two-guard out of Duke. I'm not busting your balls. I'm asking your opinion. This is a guy that any of these mocks, it has been Isaiah Evans, Pistons, 6'7", 190. He's a 2 more than a wing. I wanted your opinion because that is a name everywhere with this team.
36% from three.
I'm about to say 36% from the three. He's got the capability of a spot-up weapon. He can shoot. He can also take it off of the dribble.
Problem is he's got to gain about 25 pounds.
NBA, technically very thin frame, 180 pounds,
brother,
not
he's
NBA
a mannequin
ready.
At Macy's with a sweater tied around his neck.
Yeah.
I mean, he is rail thin.
Transition game could get hampered by the lack of strength, so he can't take the contact. You could push him all out of the way.
But he can shoot.
I hate to say it, he's a little bit of a project if you take him.
But you're at 21 in a draft, and this isn't 1996.
Understand.
They're all projects.
I'm just trying to think of guys. I took the guys who I thought could help
Respect.
them right away.
For the sake of you not getting 100 ticket texts, I wanted to just have you answer the Isaiah Evans thing.
Yeah, so there it is. He can shoot. He's just thin. And driving to the lane, he'll probably get knocked down a bunch. But you know what? Good news is you got Asar and you got Duran, his teammates, so they'll pick you up off the floor, and then Beef Stew will come in and hit.
I'm trying to find ways that whoever I draft, does it directly impact never having to see Dennis Jenkins again. So for me, that kind of factors into my decisions too.
That's been his starts.
No. I'll take Dennis Jenkins.
Okay. You want your all-white team?
Can you find 5 players in this draft?
Yes, thanks to Evan. Yeah, I got Tucker DeVries.
Oh, my God, another Drake player?
I got Jackson Kohler.
Oh, stop it. Will Cheddar.
Mara will be gone.
Dude,
Alex Carabon.
Oh, my.
And Braden Smith. There it is.
Oh, my God.
There it is. There's your point guard.
We're all set. That is your Pistons draft pick. My God. We got to really up our game over here, don't we? 97-1. All right, David, some of the texts, and then we're going to keep it moving. We've talked a lot about the Pistons, covered the Sorsby stuff, too. NFL's like, we don't want to deal with this. We're canceling. We're canceling the supplemental draft. Odyssey.com rewind for all of that. David, the text coming in, including Rico's all-white team tonight. Thanks for that.
I need more of that, by the way.
David, I have more names.
No, you don't.
Hold on.
Oh, come on. Can we please?
Fletcher Lawyer.
Oh, yes.
We're done here.
Okay.
Kay Tyson from Minnesota.
Will Cheddar.
Josh Dix. Mike, what school?
That doesn't ring a bell.
Creighton.
Oh, okay.
Tucker DeVries, Indiana.
Yeah.
Isaac McNeely from Louisville.
All right. Please, what are we doing?
Tyler Bilodeau, UCLA.
Start reading, please.
Oscar Clough, Purdue.
Denham Wojcik.
He's the big dude.
Also, who names their kid Denham? What is that?
The Wojciks.
No, but why?
I don't know.
Text comes in regarding the Pistons.
Richie Saunders. Okay.
Okay, then. Zach Morris. Go ahead.
Someone says, F those picks and Duran and trade up for Acuff and then sign Norman Powell.
What? Okay, guys, log out of PlayStation and come and join us in the real world. You want let's just walk through the insanity garden.
See, I've heard the trade up for Yaxel.
No, you want to trade your center, who is a foundational piece in the eyes of your organization, and you want to move up and take an unproven, undersized point guard in the top 5 to do what? Move Cade off the ball? Acuff can't play off the ball.
Because at this point, he's projected to go 7th to Sacramento.
I give up. I'm just going to pretend that text isn't.
I've seen the whole, hey, let's go get Yaxel and bring him here, and you would have to move up about, 10 spots?
Listen, if Yaxel's sitting there at 15 and that's the player you want, I'm not going to make fun of them. I think look, at least day one, Yaxel's going to come in the league and play.
Correct.
The problem is you got to do the historical research of old balls being drafted in the NBA. It's not great. You get a guy 23 years old getting drafted in the NBA, go look at the track record of those picks. So history is not on your side with that. Now, taking a guy at 21 is a little different, or 20.
Right.
23, 24, I mean, you already got a pension. It usually doesn't work.
Right. But the thing is, for him, the good news, if he's drafted that late, he's going to a team that's already made the playoffs, who, as you said, like the Pistons, you just need maybe a player or two to get you over the top, and he could hit the ground running.
David.
Someone is saying this Powell would be a typical Detroit GM signing. Get someone on the downside of the career that most likely won't offer much help.
All right, hold on. Now, again, you can't say the downside of the career today. He just made his first All-Star team after 10 years in the league. But do I want to pay him into his age 36 season? No. Now, if you could somehow steal him and you get him below average AAV, if you were able to get him for 20 a year, you trade Beef Stew out, essentially this is the money that fills, I'm not going to complain about it. But that's also not the number 2 option we're looking for here with Cade. It's not. When you put up gaudy numbers and make an all-star team for a play-in team, those numbers are not the same as when you're playing for a real team. So I'd be fine with it. But it's not going to be cartwheels.
Someone says the real question is, who is Mike's all-time all-Italian NBA team?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. I'd have to think about that.
Let's look this up.
No, let's not. Come on. We are live on radio. We do not have time for such nonsense. Dante DiVincenzo.
Okay. All right.
Buddy, I don't know if I can get to 5 Italian people, all right?
I was going to let you
try. Wait, Tom Gugliotta. I mean, I'm trying to find some players that have done something. Oh, hold on. Now you got me on a roll. Former number 1 overall pick out of Italy, Andrea Bargnani.
Okay, that's a good choice. Good choice.
He had an okay career, and then it ended. I don't know. Now, one of the great draft busts in history was Nikola Skidishvili. Remember when he was like, what was that nerd on ESPN? Was it Chad Ford? This guy was walking around with a perma boner. And Skeetishvili gets drafted, I think, by Denver. Couldn't play a lick. He just couldn't play at all.
Oh, you're missing an easy one.
Brian Cardinal.
No. He plays for the Orlando Magic. Number 1 overall pick.
And he's Italian.
Yes.
I'm drawing a blank, buddy. Can you just help me out?
Former Italian, he represents Italy in international competitions and one of the league's brightest young stars. I give you Paulo.
What? He's Brazilian, isn't he?
What?
No.
No.
Banchero's part of the family? I had no idea.
From the South side.
It does say American Italian. Yeah, it sure does.
I thought he was Brazilian this whole time.
Wow.
I really did.
Oh, David, you know why that is, right?
Because his name is Paulo Banchero. I honestly.
His name is Paulo Napoleon James Banchero.
I love him. Welcome to the family. All right, we can build something here. Okay. There you go. Now I got to find a couple of ratty point guards here. What else we got besides DiVincenzo?
Fontecchio.
Oh, God, he was terrible here. But we need bench depth. All right. Who's an Italian point guard? Yeah, good luck. Give me an Italian point guard. What do you got? I mean, it doesn't have to be high level. I just need somebody who can get the ball over to half court line.
I'm looking.
Then we'll go ISO with Paulo.
I'm looking.
I just get it to the front court.
That's it. Just don't be Sam Cassell in Game 7 against the Suns.
Danilo Gallinari?
Hey! Danilo Gallinari can be our wing. Hold on, we're building something. We've got a nice...
Nico Mannion?
No. We
Simon Fontecchio?
Oh, it's Fontecchio.
Yeah,
Thank you for
go.
playing, and he's a wing. We would have Bargnani. We could play him at the center spot. Banchero at the 4. Danilo at the 3. We're building something. This isn't bad.
Is this real?
What?
Reggie Jackson.
What?
Like our Reggie Jackson?
Like the Pistons Reggie Jackson?
I believe so.
What?
His hometown is in Italy. His nationality is Italy and U.S.
Nah, but he's a jerk. I don't want him on my team.
But as your point guard, he was born in Italy, yeah.
Right. Never knew that.
There's your point guard right there.
I don't want him. He's not making the squad.
Reggie Jaccioni.
Nico Mannion. Who's Vincenzo Esposito?
I don't know.
So yet again, Rico, in order to
Wait
get the
a minute.
best of
I
the
got
best,
it.
You got to get the brothers.
Hold on.
Right. Yeah,
Hold
you gotta
on.
get the
guys,
Paulo.
Guys, I got it. I got the point guard. I hearken. Streak continues. I hearken. 15, 20 years ago. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Former Spur, Marco Bellinelli.
I just saw him here, yeah.
Okay.
He's a 2-guard.
David, I just need to get across the half-court line, and then Paolo will run the offense. It's slim pickings. I don't know what it is. Italians don't play point guard.
Venancio Esposito.
I don't know who that is.
Play for Toronto.
Sounds like a local fireman.
Could I get... Is there any Italian coursing through the veins of Manu Ginobili?
I don't think so.
Well, hold on. Isn't he Argentinian? And they're all Italian.
I don't think so.
Ginobili.
Remember when Barkley did that for the first time? Ginobili!
No, he's Argentinian. So
He's
no.
Italian. What about Kobe Bryant? He speaks Italian.
He's also dead.
He grew up there. Well, we're going in the Wayback Machine. Bargnani's dead, too, at least professionally.
Everybody we've mentioned is still living and can play currently if they wanted to.
Hold on. No. Andrea Bargnani couldn't play the last 5 years of his career.
You know what I'm saying.
All right. Any other... God, I got to find an Italian point guard. This is terrible.
You got Reggie Jackson.
That I don't want him on the team. He's bad. Wait a minute. I got it. Vinny Del Negro. Come on. Him and Bellinelli. They could share the point guard duties.
You know what, David? I'll allow it.
Come on. Give me something here.
David, is he Italian?
I'm looking him up now.
Yes.
And he is not Italian, no.
That's a lie.
Nope.
I'll take Roberto Baggio.
Born in Springfield, Massachusetts. I don't see any Italian heritage.
But you can be Italian from Springfield.
No, what I'm saying is I have nothing here.
Fine. Nico Mannion. There. I'll take him.
We've had several callers call up and say Chris Corchiani.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy, it's right.
I mean, I could put him on the bench with Gugliotta. This is tough.
He is Italian, Del Negro.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
I was about to say, David, you know what? Like you said, you just need the brothers on the team.
We select coffee black. All right. Now, what a team we've built. What's that? It's like that 82-0 game. I just went 18-65. All right.
18? That's generous. Well, you do have Paolo. That you didn't even know. Paolo's showing up to practice, and you're like, I'm sorry, sir. We don't allow your kind here.
I think I was in Brazil. I did.
Pop quiz. How do you spell Masticholi? See, you're not Italian.
97-1. All right, piece of NFL news, and it just reaffirms my belief in not wanting to pay a Detroit Lion. Did you see the Kyle Pitts deal that just hit?
Oh, yeah.
All right, if a corpse like Kyle Pitts is going to net 3 years and $54 million from Atlanta, making him the third highest paid tight end, then what the hell do you think Sam Laporta is going to cost? And why on earth would you pay it? I like Sam Laporta, but doesn't this feel a little bit like odd man out? Sam Laporta is going to get 3 at 60 at that point, 4 at 80.
Yeah, at some point you can't pay everybody, but 3 at 54 with 36
I
fully
can't
guaranteed.
believe that. And I'm biased. I don't like Kyle Pitts. I don't have need for a tight end that never lines up with the formation, has no interest in blocking. His hands are shoddy. His best year was his rookie year. Look, I like Sam Laporta, but man, I've planted a flag with Amon-Ra, with Jamin, with my quarterback, with my left tackle, and soon to be the running back, despite my protesting. I've certainly
you can't pay everybody. That's just it.
I'm telling you, if that's the going rate for tight ends, I'm not doing it. I mean, David, is that a crack-infused opinion, or did you have the same reaction I did with this news?
Yeah, it's kind of wild. And Rico, you're right. You can't pay everybody, but Atlanta seems to want to do that as well because they paid London, they're paying Pitts, and that Bijan's going to get that.
But may I, just for context sake, David, they don't have a quarterback.
No, I get that.
They pay Penix and Tua dog biscuits. Here's a buddy biscuit.
That's right. Tua got the discount.
Yeah, and they haven't paid Penix yet. So
and they're not going to.
3 years, 54. This is stupid money.
And I understand the cap is going up, and we see what the league has turned into, and I get it. Kyle Pitts on paper looks like this prototypical weapon. 6'6", big catch radius. He's only 26 years old, but I've watched enough of him. I can't depend on him, and I'm going, wait, I just made you the third highest paid. You know what this contract feels like? An NBA deal. You just paid that guy what?
Yeah, because he's more of the Tony Gonzalez type.
How dare you?
No, type. Where he just went out to catch passes.
Man, the only thing those two have in common is they both got a penis. Get the hell out of here.
Where he caught passes.
Tony Gonzalez is a first ballot Hall of Famer stud.
No, he was, but Mike, he was innovative at the time because he was this pass catching tight end.
I just need you to take it back. You can't.
No, I'm saying he wasn't the greatest blocker. They kind of moved him around. That's what I'm talking. Type. I'm not saying he is.
They don't deserve to be in the same sentence.
That's all I was saying. I get what Rico's trying to do. I just need him to pick a different player. I love Tony Gonzalez. Please. Anybody.
Okay, Mark Bavaro. There you go.
How dare you? All right. No, I can't do it. And look, when you go, well, what does one have to do with the other? This is how it works. The salaries don't go backwards. And when you see teams go, like, why do you think Bijan and Gibbs aren't signed yet? It's like a staring contest. The one is waiting for the other to sign so they can go over the top and get more.
Yeah.
It's the same thing that happens with the quarterbacks.
Yeah, but I just don't see how you could do this because they want to pay Branch, and they're waiting to see that he comes back healthy.
Yeah, see, there's one I don't have any rush there. Son, you blew your Achilles out. I got to see you're the same player. Yeah. I'm letting go of the rope. I know they're paying Gibbs. You guys know my misgivings about paying running backs, but I understand you're paying Gibbs. Why on earth am I running to the altar with Sam Laporta or with Brian Branch? They're both coming off injuries. They're both luxuries at this point until they prove they're not. Rico.
I'm with you, Mike, but I feel like I need to duck and cover. Why in the world did they pay J-Mo? I just said it out loud.
Well, he is a weapon. I mean, he's a weapon.
But then you turn around and you draft somebody.
Okay, that I can't fix.
And it's like, okay, well, you could have saved some money here.
I know.
You can't pay everybody.
Look, James, they clearly love him, and he opens the field up, and he's been productive, and he's worked himself into being a nice NFL player. I can't change the Tesla thing. I'll never be able to make sense of you did this, then you did that.
Right.
I know.
To save money is
but now with Tesla, how about this? Let's work it this way. All right, I paid Amon-Ra, I paid J-Mo, and I got a lot of capital in Tesla. Sam's got to go. Fair?
Except you brought in an offensive coordinator who loves tight ends.
I quit.
But you can find another if he's good. I knew that was coming because if he's good at building tight ends, and you can get another one. You can let him go and find another tight end elsewhere. It just is what it is. You can't pay everyone.
So Goff's going to turn somebody into a household name?
I know what you're trying to do there.
Wow. Is he eligible?
Jeez. I mean, the other factor in this is, I mean, look, I'm not making it up. Like Laporta, he had this unbelievable and unsustainable rookie year where he got 120 plus targets. Like year 2, he wasn't that good. I mean, his production was down. Everything was down. Okay. And then last year, he was having a fine enough year. But like, again, you know what he is, right? He's not going to. David's telling us for number 1. Okay, I'm not paying him there. That's the end of that. And I'll just these damn breaks. All right, on the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel, because sometimes players get subbed. Yes, they do. But you don't want to see your bet go bye-bye. So FanDuel's got the super sub. If your player gets subbed out, the bet stays in. That's it. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started right now. Let there be goals during the World Cup, which, by the way, if you haven't given it a shot, it is entertaining. It's nice, man. Just give it a shot. Try something different. 21 and up, present Michigan. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Just doesn't get better, does it? All right, let's go.
You're right. The draft is tonight, but there are some things that are happening in the NBA that will affect tonight. Let's first get with the reaction to the trade that happened last night that Shams announced on Twitter before he went on this morning. So the Heat get Giannis and Bobby Portis. The Bucks get Hero, Ware, Yakashunis, 3 first-round picks, a pick swap, and a second-rounder. Does this make Miami a contender for a championship?
Not in my mind, because they lack shooting, and they're going to lose Norm Powell, who's like a good third or fourth option. Well, that's their shooting. Look, I said this on yesterday's show. I thought if he ends up in Miami, it makes me think less of him, and it makes me think less of Pat Riley. You gutted a roster that was only good enough for the play-in. So what do you have now? Now, defensively, they will be formidable, but I don't get it for Miami. For Giannis, congrats. You're never winning a thing. For the Bucks, I guess I understand it more-ish. Okay, Jaylen Brown's an all-NBA player and a finals MVP, but he's 29. To Rico's point, which you said earlier, they're going to burn it to the ground. So you get a collection of hope tickets. Mm-hmm. I still think this will come down to what do they do with Tyler Hero? Is he a Milwaukee kid? Does he want to have his own team? Would they try to sign him? I just don't particularly love the pieces they've been given. But I understood it. I'm glad the Celtics didn't go deeper into the bag because from reports, the Celtics offered Jaylen Brown and 2 first-round picks. If you don't like it, kick rocks. Then the Bucks came back and they wanted Hugo Gonzalez, their first-round pick from last year. They wanted Baylor Shireman. They wanted more picks. Okay.
The Bucks didn't want to make a deal with Boston.
And that's okay.
So what they did was they just asked for literally everything, knowing that Boston's going to be like, are you serious? Yeah. We're done here. Okay, we won't look like the bad guys.
Yeah.
Let's make the deal with Miami. We'll do the total rebuild, and you can sell Milwaukee people, hey, Boston didn't want to play ball with us, so this is what we did. As far as Giannis and the Heat, I think this may be one of those things where you're hoping that players will take less to go to Miami and play with Giannis and play with Bam.
Good luck, brother.
And
they're so over the cap, you'd have to have Karl Malone on one leg again. I mean, God bless, do it. It doesn't make sense, but maybe he already won his championship and he doesn't care.
And then there's
See you later.
And then there's that Pat Riley effect. When he gets a star, they can normally turn that star into something.
So let's move over to the other side of it. You kind of mentioned it about the Jaylen Brown situation. So what is next for Boston and Jaylen Brown? They have to deal him. So what's next?
I don't know. We always do this. His feelings are hurt. He got a supermax. We're paying you $60 million a year. What are you going to do? Not come back? The other problem is, look, they've won a championship together. It's not like this is a bad core. Would I like Jaylen gone? Yes, because I want Missoula to change how they play a little bit. David, the problem is going to be you still have an all-NBA asset. How many teams are going to have what it takes to get him? So for the Celtics, you could either do a challenge trade. All right, well, who's the player? Who's this one-for-one scenario? Right. The other way to do it is you can't be the Bucks. You can't trade JB and get a collection of hope tickets. So it gets dicey. My best guess would be you could look at Atlanta, who's wanted him forever. You could look at the Clippers, who've wanted him forever. They have pieces. The other thing, and this is where there's no way this would happen, the Celtics want Trey Murphy. But you're not dealing Jaylen Brown to get Trey Murphy. That to me would be goofy. But David, I don't know that anything happens tonight. I think it goes into summer.
But why would it be goofy?
You need 3 Trey Murphys to equal 1 Jaylen Brown. Trey Murphy's a nice player.
No. But the reason being, if the bridge is burnt with Jaylen Brown,
we don't know that.
I'm going to trust you because you're the Boston aficionado.
I'm just telling you.
He looks as if he was fed up 2 years ago.
Right.
And now to be drug through the mud, packed his bags.
I think there's
and he's
a trade.
waiting at the airport watching the planes.
All right, how about
this?
Do I believe he's with the team to start the season? No. But I don't think they need to run out because I don't think the picks matter to the Celtics. They need players, dude. So I think it just happens this summer. Maybe a 4th of July celebration with Team USA. I don't know.
Just to mention, and I'm just saying this for you, Rico.
Oh, boy.
Remember, Kobe was almost traded because of a relationship, and that relationship was patched. So things can fix itself.
But then they get rid of Shaq?
No, that was right. Shaq was already gone. But what I'm saying is, Kobe wanted out.
Right.
And they fixed the relationship there in LA, and they ended up winning. So I'm just saying, relationships can be fixed.
It can.
Next on the agenda, let's go back to Norman Powell, because yes, he is a free agent. He's probably not returning to Miami because they can't afford him. So the Pistons are looking to acquire Norman Powell, according to Mark Stein. Sources say the Pistons indeed intend to add Powell, who is coming off his first All-Star season.
Quintessential Pistons. Why get the Oreo when you can get Hydrox? I don't want to pay a guy who took 10 years to become an all-star, and now I got to pay him into his mid-30s. He's undersized for a 2. He's a great shooter. He's a bucket getter. There's no question. But is that really the Robin? Is that really the number 2 that's going to hoist the Larry O'Brien with Cade? Is that what everybody imagined? I mean, it's incremental. Plus, what's the offset to losing Tobias? Or better yet, are they bringing Uncle T back?
Oh, I think that's happening. That's happening.
Uncle T on the vet minimum.
He may even get paid more than that. The way
mid-level.
Okay,
they take care of their own.
David, this is who the Pistons are.
Oh, yes.
And look, unless he pulls a surprise, did Langdon not tell you his intent? They would prefer to get better by just developing and will look to add pieces. Norman Powell's a piece. He's not a unbelievable, this is a dynamic duo thing. And now they can sell to you, Cade, Powell, Asur, Uncle T, Duran. We're back. And they'll be a good team. Do I believe they're winning a championship? No.
Let's move over to this news story here, because Anthony Davis and his camp are seeking a max extension.
Oh, okay.
And Washington may not be giving it to him.
And they shouldn't.
Plausible to consider him as a potential trade candidate out of Washington, and the Trailblazers are expected to show interest.
Are they the same team that just signed their coach to a 1-year deal because the owner's so cheap? Yeah, sure. They'll hand out $250 million to AD.
I was going to get to that. I'll get to it now since you brought it up.
I got nothing.
For AD, I'm thinking maybe he wants out of Washington. And this is the best way. I want the max.
He loves it there.
Okay. But Portland, I don't see that. You might as well retire.
I agree. And let's close it out with that story that Mike just mentioned, which is Mike Onori, who was just named the head coach in Portland. But unique contract situation here. They signed up to a 1-year guaranteed deal.
So bad.
2 extra years are team options. And it's a sliding scale, salary based on incentives and team success.
What is this, like a sales guy? If you don't win, you don't eat.
Sliding scale.
Get them to sign on the line which is dotted. What? Honestly, if you're Mike Onori,
He getting paid in steak knives.
Right. I know. I understand there are only so many of these jobs, and it's your dream to be a head coach. Brother, this is a bad idea. You are getting set up. You're Joe Pesci and Goodfellas. You're walking into the empty room. A 1-year deal with 2 team options, and they pay you what they feel like paying you?
I say Marion Barry, you being set up.
Bitch, set me up. I mean, you can't take that deal. You got to at least get 2 years guaranteed.
Agreed,
no.
Yes.
I guess this is the quintessential, I'm going to bet on myself.
How? It's 1 year.
You're betting on yourself.
He's a big Scoot Henderson fan.
So if he does well, the cheap owner will then say, well, I don't want to pay you another year. Bye-bye.
Right. They just let Tiago Splitter go.
You're hoping.
And now he's the coach in Chicago.
Yeah, I guess you're hoping you can be like the Mike Brown and just get kicked around the league and finally somebody will like you and you'll win. If you can get I'm saying if he's good.
Okay.
Once you establish yourself in the NBA, you keep getting
no
jobs
time
as
to
coaches.
establish himself. It's 1 year.
Okay, but it's Portland, so the bar is lower.
No, they got to make the playoffs.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. If you can do decent work.
It ain't a good look in Portland.
That's all I'm trying to say. How do you let this guy buy an NBA team? God doesn't even want to pay for trainers to fly on the road. What is it, a mystery owner in Slapshot?
He said check out of the hotel at noon. The game doesn't start till 7.
Come on.
You're homeless for 7 hours. I just pack everything up and take it to the arena. Get your bags and your luggage. Coach, why were you late for the game? I tripped over somebody's
the
overnight bag.
Players come in with the bandana on a stick.
Right.
That is
Donald Sterling saying, "Yeah, but you didn't want me."
Okay, next.
That's your NBA fast break.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Now ex-Michigan basketball coach Dusty May has officially been named the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. Michigan also named May's assistant Mike Boynton as their interim coach today. The NBA draft starts tonight at 8. The Pistons slated to pick 21st per Mark Stein. Detroit intends to add Norman Powell to their list of potential signees. Before Game 2 against the Yankees tonight, the Tigers have called up outfielder Ben Malgeri. The 26-year-old will make his debut in right field, batting 9th in his first season in AAA. Malgeri has hit well, carrying an .897 OPS. Casey Mize faces Carlos Rodon on the mound, 6:40 the first pitch here on 97.1. Tonight, Jack Flaherty also set to rehab with Double-A Erie. A.J. Hinch said that Wenzel Perez is getting better, but there was a few days where his eye was swollen shut. He does not think it'll be a long-term issue. He says that Gleyber Torres will have a slow ramp-up and has not been cleared for baseball activity quite yet. Parker Meadows also healing slowly. Orioles pitcher Seth Lugo likely to undergo a procedure on his elbow. He's logged the second most innings for KC this season. Per ESPN's Emily Kaplan, there could be some news about NHL expansion after the Board of Governors met today. She says Austin and Houston could start the process soon.
Did someone just take the Wings?
No. The Red Wings announced their preseason slate. Their 2 home games will be September 24th and 26th, so also not be headed to Traverse City for camp this season.
What if you took them and we just got a new franchise and named them the Red Wings?
Oh, so there'd be 2 Red Wings?
No, it would just be a new franchise and we start all over.
I got to go. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
All right, 5 o'clock. So, with the NBA draft tonight, I workshopped something while Rico left the studio last segment. He did not have a garden burger like you, Jeremy. By the way, Otto eating bean burgers. I don't know what. He stunk up the whole office.
Hey, what does it taste like? Well, it's hard to describe.
Right.
That means it tastes like nothing.
So, I'm going to offer you, within the parameters of reality. This is important, David. I need you to hear this. Well, you were yelling about Ghana during the break. Certain things we can't say. What I'm going to sell you is rooted in realism. I can't sell you a trade for a player that's not available. I can't sell you on a signing. I'm working in the framework of the reporting, and I've done some math. This is doable. I want you to hear me out on this because I want to offer you my dream scenario of why they're not picking at 21 tonight. And I want to sell you, within reason, the A+ offseason. Can I do that?
Okay.
And it's going to combine 2 names we've talked about today. We just haven't put them together. Let me start with this. Tonight, the Pistons do not pick at 21.
Okay.
They trade with New Orleans for Trey Murphy III, a package of Ron Holland, some salary filler, and 4 first-round picks. You do the Mikal Bridges. Now, before you make a mess in your pants, Trey Murphy is only making $28 million a year. That's barely above NBA starter money. He is an all-star caliber stretch 4. He is in your timeline. He fits with Cade. He fits with Asor. He opens up the lane for Duren. He's the perfect fit here.
Okay.
And a lot of teams want him. You're going to have to go to big boy school and outbid him.
So you're giving away picks, not players.
I'm giving away Ron Holland, and we're going to have to give away some dead bodies because you do need to make some salary moves.
But the 2 big names get to stay.
Correct.
Gotcha.
So Trey Murphy becomes a Piston. It's Ron Holland centric. Maybe the dead body of Karis LeVert and 4 first-round picks. You want to flirt with protections, I leave that to you. Just work with me. We get Trey Murphy. Okay. Part 2, it's what we talked about just now. You then sign Norman Powell. Call it $25 million a year. 4 years, $100 million. Your starting 5 is Cade, Powell, Asor, Trey Murphy III, and Jalen Duren. Now, when you go through the books, if you look at who they're getting rid of, you're trading beefs too. Okay. Go on. Duncan Robinson, I think he's only got $3 million guaranteed on that contract next year. I can get his ass out of here real easy.
Okay.
Karis LeVert, he going bye-bye. Maybe you send Sasser bye-bye because you got Dennis Jenkins. Okay, fine. Rico, if that's your starting five, it represents a major move forward for the franchise. Okay? I got a guy in the backcourt who could shoot 38% from three. I got a guy playing the stretch four who can shoot 38% from three. You're going to be a little light in the bench. There's no other way around it. We just saw what the Knicks did. Your starting five is what matters most.
Tobias gone.
Gone.
Okay.
Gone. Ether.
Okay. Just wanted to add
and Duren gets paid what he gets paid. It's immaterial to this conversation.
So he gets the 40. Gotcha.
Would this be an A-plus offseason to you, the Piston fan? Would this represent Trajan maximizing within reality? Okay, I can't just whiz-bang pow a trade for Michael Jordan in his prime. I also am following ground rules that they're not going to trade Duren. They're not going to trade Asor. You would never think of it with Cade. Within reality, names attached to you, reporting, the combo meal of the draft, and a B-level free agent signing. Would you take that right now?
One question before I answer.
Yeah, buddy.
What are we getting for Stewart?
Don't care.
Okay, I'm just asking.
I mean, if you want me to get it more complicated, I'd say you trade him to Boston for Sam Hauser.
How about saying now if we get Hauser?
I just
Coming off
didn't
the
know
bench?
if I missed something because I was doing trade machine for
You're
the
fine.
Murphy thing. So okay,
I already workshopped it for you. Don't worry. I got you. But I want to ask the Piston fans, and I want to ask you, David. I mean, we can all sit here and say we don't want to pick at 21. But when I say, okay, here's why I'm not picking at 21. Like, would you panic if Brian Windhorst was on TV tonight saying you overpaid for Trey Murphy? I don't care. Because then I'm going to go get Norman Powell because he can't afford to keep him. And there's my starting five. I would have added 2 high-level three-point shooters to that starting five.
Let's see, I think people will stop doing that. You overpaid for somebody after what the Knicks just did because they got panned for the
And
Mikal
let me
Bridges
say this.
thing.
I have to overpay for Murphy because his contract is actually a value. Trey Murphy's contract is probably $10 million under what he should be getting paid.
If Trajan was able to pull off what you said, and David, if you somehow got Hauser for beef stew coming off the bench,
is that the A+?
That's the A+.
Okay.
What you gave me was an A. If you can add Hauser, that's the A+. That, in my opinion, puts you neck and neck for the East.
So, because I kept thinking about it, like alone, Norman Powell's not the Batman move. Trey Murphy's closer to that. But when you put them together for the grand total of about 50 a year, and look at what it does for the pieces you have, maybe that's the max they can realistically do. Because again, we can't get on the air and scream about players that are either not being reported to you or are just not available.
So
like
the Devin Bookers of the world.
Dude, first of all, I don't want Devin Booker. You can go look at the data. He's gotten worse the last 3 years, the injuries, and he makes 74.
But Mike, he wears the Detroit Tigers cap.
Blow it out your ass. Guys, that's my sappy dream. So we could start with part one. They don't pick at 21 tonight. And after tonight, Ron Holland plus, they're not here anymore. It's Ron Holland and up to 4 picks, Trey Murphy. Go toe-to-toe with Boston. If Boston's pivoting to Trey Murphy, cool, go to war. Minimum, you make them choke. Maximum, you get the player. And then when free agency opens, you throw everything you got at Norman Powell. Is that an A+ offseason? Is that going to elevate the Pistons where you want them? And if it's not, tell me what you want. 248-539-9797.
I think it helps because Duren doesn't have to be your number 2. He now gets pushed out to a 3 or maybe a 4.
He's a 4. Because your 1 is Cade, your 2 is Murph, your 3 is Powell, and Duren, you're there for Buddy Biscuits or whatever's in the dog bowl.
You're going to be the highest paid 4th option in the NBA, but way to go. And Asar, whatever you give us. Rebounds,
what I'm selling
putbacks.
you don't have to move your alleged core. It's not unrealistic. It's not an issue salary-wise. I'm selling you. Now, look, if New Orleans says, no Asar, no deal, you're out. Based on the ground rules that Langdon's not moving those players. I tried to live in reality. I didn't want to do fantasy radio.
No.
I'll throw the number out, 248-539-9797. Guys, if tonight netted Trey Murphy, and it was Ron Holland, you're going to have some salary filler in there. But remember, Tobias is off the books. Herder's off the books. That's $46 million right there. Duncan Robinson, Karis LeVert. Bye. I sound like cookies.
I forgot about Herder.
My point is, I've done the math on that. You could create $90 million in cap space. Do the math on this deal. It all ends up with Duren, Murph, Powell.
You just won't have the bench that you want.
Rico, you don't get to have it all in today's NBA. The only way you can do it is if you have a gaggle of picks and you hit on a bunch of them. That signed San Antonio. That signed OKC. Other than that, look at my Celtics. Who's the Celtics bench? Yeah, Peyton Pritchard is the sixth man of the year. He plays starter minutes. The bench is who? It's Hugo Gonzalez, a kid they drafted last year out of Spain. Yeah. It was Neemias Queta. It was Luka Garza. It was Baylor Shireman at some points. Rico, these are all young picks, cheap, filler. Jordan Walsh, a G leaguer.
Yeah, I always knew the game was over whenever I saw Luka Garza. I was like, he's still in the league.
Right.
Okay.
But I'm just asking.
No.
Is what I've designed acceptable to everyone where we're up on stage singing We Are the World, We Are the Children? Like, is that the A+ that Langdon would get up from the Coney table, flip it over on Steve and Scott, and saunter off pantsless, knowing he did the job?
Okay, good news, bad news. Mike, answer yes. That's great breakdown.
Uh-oh.
Bad news, I hate the fact that you broke it down. It makes too much sense, which then means it won't happen.
Noted.
So thank you for spoiling this.
Okay.
No, it makes, I like it, yes. If Trajan did that, he has left the Coney Island and he is now eating steak at the Chop House. He's moved on. The Coney is beneath him. He's telling these other guys, you three are a bunch of losers.
Well,
I'm trying to win.
What it does is it buys me time with Asur Thompson's deal. Because now Asur would be playing in an environment that he gets to be his best self. We have the shooting. Now it allows him more space to patrol the baseline. God willing, he could develop a semblance of a spot-up corner three this summer. But I can take a real good hard look at Asur before I have to make a decision to pay him and probably end up in the luxury tax, which Tom Gores has not hesitated from saying when the time is right, they can do that.
Right.
So I'm asking. David, your thoughts?
I absolutely love this offseason if this happens. You have to get Murphy, you have to get Powell, and you got to get Stewart out of here. I'm a fan of all of it. If one of those things happen, I love the offseason. But if all three happen, yes, and yes.
Okay. Now, look, maybe some people will hate it. I'm offering an idea because I'll tell you this. If the Celtics are going to go after Trey Murphy, you don't want that. Because if they can swing a Trey Murphy deal without dealing Jaylen Brown, which is, again, if I just did picks and Ron Holland for you, well, what do you think? Celtics are giving an all-NBA player away who makes twice as much money as Trey Murphy? No way. I'll let you guys ruminate on that. You tell me what you think, and we'll talk about it. And Rico later has got the names you need to know for pick 21 if they do end up picking there. We'll do that later in the hour. Distracted driving has become an epidemic. You can look around. We've all seen it. It's chaos out there. People just don't pay attention to the damn road. And if you're out there without life insurance, you're at risk, and you're at risk of screwing your family over. Call Mike Purpur, National Benefit Plans. Mike will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He'll guarantee you the best possible rate. You're not going to deal with a phone jockey 6 states over. You're going to deal with someone who's got 30 years of experience. And as I said, we'll get you the lowest price guaranteed. It's Mike Purpur, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, we'll get to the people. See what you guys want to do with it. And again, Rico's got some names for you at pick 21. If they end up picking there, you do whatever you want to do. We'll go to Roger. He's an A squared 97.1. Raj, how you doing?
How you doing today?
Good, Raj. What's up?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think getting Trey Murphy, Tobias Harris. I know he's young and he's got room to grow, but I think he's a lot of money, and I think he's just a glorified Tobias Harris.
Okay. Well, then don't do it. I mean, Roger, what do you want from me? I mean, I'm offering you. We're working in the parameters of what's real. I mean, I'm sorry, Rasheed Wallace isn't available. Like, I'm trying the best I can here. Like, who do you want then, Raj?
Younger player though. Then
Guy's 26 years old, and he's on basically a substandard NBA contract for the type of player he is. But if you don't want him, no crime, no foul. Who do you want?
Yeah,
what do you want in an A+ off season?
I think Norman Powell wouldn't be a bad idea.
Okay, so you want the older player.
I would not be opposed to grab the veteran.
Okay.
And help grow some of our younger guys. Sar Thompson could use the shooting help. If we can develop a shot from him, that'd be fantastic. But I'd rather save the money for next year's free agent pool.
Boy. All right. I mean, Raj, that's a dangerous game. I understand what you're trying to do hypothetically, but here's what we're going to hit you with. You ready? Name the best free agent to ever come here to play for the Pistons.
Not very many.
Okay, so
yeah, Ben Gordon, Charlie V.
Raj, that's the one fly in the ointment here. That's a tougher sell.
Detroit is not the greatest place to come play.
No, I mean, well, it is. It's
not just the Pistons. That's just all sports.
No. But Roger, here's the thing: when Detroit is winning, you can get the free agents to come here. It's just you haven't crossed that threshold yet to being that destination.
And here's the other thing. And look, Roger, I'm not being negative in any way, shape, or form, but like this is commentary that just came out an hour ago from the NBA, and now you're getting articles all over the place. Now that Giannis has been dealt, the vultures are swirling around Anthony Edwards. And the reporting from Brian Windhorst is Anthony Edwards has been annoyed with the franchise since they dealt Cat. He's annoyed they didn't get Giannis. You might see Anthony Edwards be the next guy. Why do I bring that up? You don't get an endless runway. And things can go from good to bad quickly in this league.
Yeah.
Your job is to support Cade as best as possible, as fast as possible.
Yeah, Anthony Edwards at one point was up 2-1 in the playoffs over the Spurs and looking like, okay, maybe they could up. Nope, they didn't. They end up losing. But you're right. Now, geez, I don't even know. What would Anthony Edwards cost you?
Everything. It'd be Thanos at the barbecue and Nebula.
Just you and Cade.
No, no. I'm making a point. You
now
just
that's an A+.
But you can't punt seasons on hypothetical hopes of a free agent class that may not come. Guys picking up an option, guys not. Team signing, sign and trade. They won't play for you. I just think that's it's not absurd. I don't want to be insulting to Roger. But the idea of, well, I don't want to pay Trey Murphy. I want to wait for next year. And it's like, okay, well, give me some names. Well, I don't have those. Right. So we're operating now. You tell me the starting five I put together, this team doesn't make a run at winning 60 games again.
No, I like that starting five. I will ask you this question, though, because let's just say Edwards wants out. Would you take him in Boston?
Oh, God, yeah. Heartbeat. I mean, he's a nutcase.
I mean, you're 1 for 1, I think.
It'd have to be Jaylen Brown plus. Oh no, look,
there's no way he can come here, is it?
No. Okay. No, because you'd have to give up your identity. You got to be a dog. You got to have the title belts and stuff. Because the first thing they're asking for is Duran and a sword.
No. But you know what? You could give up the identity because he's going to bring that identity because he's one of the biggest trash talkers in the league.
Listen.
I know.
And again, it's Windhorst just talking.
Can you give me 10 seconds?
We did?
No, you didn't. You just squashed my dream.
All right, we'll go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good, Joe. What's up?
All right. So I think your off-season plan, it sounds great to me, and I want to preface this with I don't have the greatest understanding with how, the aprons work and stuff, but if we were to give all that money to Trey Murphy, and then Norman Powell, and then we're going to have to pay Duren more than I want to, I'm sure.
Yep.
What's the plan for Asar next season?
Well, that's part of you buy yourself time. You're not going to pay him this offseason. Or if you did, he has to take a value deal, and you would become a tax team. But then the cap will go up. It's not going to go up this year, but by next year it probably goes up. So you just play the game. What you can't do is end up in the second apron. That's a death sentence for teams. You're not going to do it. But you would become a tax team.
You think we could do your plan with Murphy at getting 28, Powell getting 25, whatever, and then giving Asar what he wants with staying out of the second apron?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay,
Yeah,
well, I mean, then...
But again, Asar has to be realism here. You know, Jalen Duren right now, they've tendered him, and he can test free agency. But the max another team can offer him is, 5 at 177. I mean, there's no world Asar Thompson has earned $30 million a year. And if that's what he wants, well, I'm not paying that. So it just, Joe, I'd rather get another year of data, and I'd rather see Asar in a little bit better of a situation. And then at the end of it, if I look at this and I'm going, all of a sudden we made a run to the NBA Finals, I'll do what I need to do. And if he falters, well, then I didn't make a terrible mistake. I understand what the Lions have done and why they sign guys early, and it's largely worked. A couple of cases it hasn't. But that doesn't become this universal thing in all sports. Right here, right now, I think it's something where Asar has to prove more before I'm going to pay him. Hey, they might roll out and do it, Joe. But I'm more focused on, let me put better players around him and Duren, and let's really figure out if they're the core. And it's best idea I have, Joe. I wish I had something better for you. I wish I could go and get you Jokic. I'm trying to be realistic. So, again, if it doesn't float your boat, I'm not mad about it. Do whatever you want.
No, I was just listening to you two go back and forth.
Okay. Let me go to DJ. 97.1 DJ, what's going on?
What up, though, man? You just teased me so bad, man. You got my little brain just to spinning, man. You about to make me so furious at trading and the rest.
What did I do?
Because, man, you threw out something that would make so much sense and would be, like Rico says, it would be one of our general managers getting up from the Coney table and actually making a foot forward. Listen, dude, Duren and whoever else you want, every draft pick and the security guards at the front of Little Caesars, everybody for Anthony Edwards. And we can just go from there. I'm trying to tell you, Mike, you just threw that out there.
I didn't. Really hold on. No, first of all.
DJ, I said the same thing. Wait a minute.
Brian Windhorst just was on TV talking about it, and there are articles in several outlets. Anthony Edwards is frustrated. He's been angry at the team since they dealt Cat. Yes. Now they dealt Julius Randle, who was good in the regular season and went full Duren in the regular season. But he's pissed, and basically they got to do something, or he's going to be the next guy to want to trade. That doesn't mean he's available today.
Hey, Mike. Yes, it does. With these kids, listen, Mike. He's telling you without telling you, and I love to hear. The more frustrated, listen, dog. Him and Cade would be such a compliment to each other because Cade really be wanting to pass that thing, and Anthony be wanting to put it in the basket. Once you got them two, we can go get whoever the hell else. I don't even care. But we need to make that happen. But this is all fictional because we know that our GMs sit at the Coney table and they don't want to be the first to do anything weird. So I
understand what you're saying. It's just, DJ, I wouldn't even be able to put together a package to satisfy what it would take for Minnesota. I mean, you're talking about every draft pick legally under the CBA. You're talking about Duren. Yes. You're talking about Asar. You're talking about gutting this thing.
Yes. For Anthony Edwards and Cade, I absolutely would. You would basically be getting the starting blocks to like what Miami had with the big three, where you just got superstars and you put people around them. We just need one free agent who ain't got to be a superstar, just a star. But I literally would do that, Mike. Y'all can have the 26, 27, 28, 29 first
round. Every other year. I hear you. All right, look, DJ, I apologize that I gave a headline. I'm just saying, like, it was more about you better surround Cade soon because you don't want to end up where Minnesota is. That's all I did it for. I didn't do it for whiz-bang Powell, let's go get this guy.
Hey, Mike, real quick, I'm just going to throw this out there for you and Rico. You don't think from playing in the Olympics and all that kind of stuff, you don't think that Anthony Edwards would want to play with a dude like some game with Cade? I know he would want to. I know he would. That's the selling point right there. They would want to play together. That's what these young cats think.
DJ, this is Hatchet. It's not happening, man. It's not.
Okay, DJ, just so you know, Hatchet's been negative all day today.
It's not happening.
DJ, it's okay to drink. I'm with DJ. I know you're right, David, and you're right, Mike. But just when you said that, it's like, wow.
I only said it because I
have the key. You know what? You could sublease Comerica Park. I don't care.
I just said it because we had callers saying, don't spend the money now, wait a year. And it was an example of why you can't. DJ, I'm sorry I did it to you. I'm sorry.
My dog. Have a good day, my dog.
All right. You enjoy Isaiah Evans at 21 because none of this will take place, but here we are.
Yeah.
David, we'll get texts and we'll get more to calls, and then Rico's got the preview. We'll get you to, Rodon will walk the ballpark tonight. I'm still trading Scooble. You do whatever you like. We're going to do that topic tomorrow, I think. Okay. And I think we're going to bring in Hippie over here. We'll bring in Captain Beanburger. I'm going to make an offer to all the dreamers. Oh, you want to keep Scooble? Cool. Buy at the deadline.
Okay.
Oh, I can't do that. That's risky. Then trade him. If you really believe they're going to make this run and you want to keep Scooble, here's the cost of admission. You got to be a buyer at the deadline. Another high leverage bullpen arm and a right-handed bat. You do that, I'm willing to say, fine, F it. Do whatever you want. I'm still telling you, I think people are greatly underestimating what's happening in real time. That Scooble market is going to be so ridiculous. I'm doing what's best for the franchise. And I mean, as we sit here today, they are 10 out. 10 games under, right?
Right.
Okay. Like if you're holding on to, but we play in the worst division ever assembled, that doesn't give me a great degree of confidence as to what we are.
No, you're holding on to 4.5 games out of the wild card.
There's 16. Okay, I'm not doing it. Okay.
No,
do it. You got to be a buyer. That's all I'm going to say to anybody who wants to keep him. Fine. Then you got to be a buyer.
Let's do it.
Is that what you want to do?
No. We'll discuss it.
We'll do it tomorrow. Yeah, we'll table this discussion. 97.1.
But for right now, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren all June long. Hamilton is participating in the Pickups for Paws campaign, supporting Rebel Dogs Detroit. For every pet that is loved and cared for, man, there's so many that aren't that lucky. So stop into Hamilton Chevrolet right now. Drop off pet-friendly supplies right in the bed of that Silverado, right smack in the middle of their showroom. You can find a wish list under the About Us tab at HamiltonChevy.com. Your donation is going to make a difference. Then while you're there, you could also talk to Andrew and his sales staff about getting into a new Chevy. That includes the June Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT for $269 a month for 36 months. That includes 10,000 miles a year. All you got to do is walk in with $995 down and you'll drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make sure you drop off those pet-friendly supplies while you are there. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive. All right, so we're talking Pistons. Mike gave his dream A+ scenario, and then he teased us all with Anthony Edwards.
I did not. I read a headline. You are an agent of chaos. It was Brian Windhorst. It wasn't me.
I've learned from the best.
He was just saying the guy was pissed, and he's angry at the team. And I got callers calling up going, nah, don't spend the money now. Wait a year and go after next year's free agents. I'm going, what free agents have ever come here? You make the trade for Trey Murphy. You hope he continues to blossom. You sign Norman Powell, and away we go. And Asur waits to get paid. You don't like it? Whack. David texts. How dare you? How dare you?
Wait, David, where would I learn how to take somebody's words and twist
them? I learned it by watching you. All right. David.
Trade for Ant and change the name to the arena to Platinum Equity Arena. Great idea, Mike. Travis from Westland.
You could name the arena after all of his kids. I don't care.
All right. Mike, I hate you right now, solely because that is a brilliant blueprint to make the Pistons championship competitive now, but I will have to watch nothing happen tonight and will be miserable. Thanks a lot.
Look, man, okay, it beats the alternative where I get on the radio and just make a bunch of crap up with players that have no availability. I mean, like, what am I supposed to say? I'm trying to... You basically take all the reporting and who you've been attached to and who feels realistic, and you go, how do I execute this within the parameters of not moving Cade, Asur, Duren? That's all I can do. And to me, that's the best outcome. I mean, it's not my first choice, but I'd be happy, and I feel like you could have every right to believe you could go to the NBA Finals with that starting five. Go ahead, Dave.
No, I mean that's Mike. That's a great starting five, and like I said, if you could somehow flip Beef Stew for a Hauser,
oh baby,
makes it even better. Mm-hmm. Mike's proposal is a great offseason. It is an A for me.
Okay.
Someone else says, and I'm not trolling when I say this. Being sincere, but at what point do we make Mike the GM of all four of these teams and actually make the deals they get a championship?
Listen, you'd dislike me if I ran the Tigers, because the first order of business is after he gets done dummying the Yankees tomorrow night, he's on the block. You wouldn't like me. I'm doing what's right for the organization. I just don't believe they're a World Series team this year.
I want you to pull off the first in-game trade where he pitches for both sides.
That'd be amazing. That'd be something Banana Ball would do. Like the Savannah Bananas will trade a guy mid-game or something.
After the fourth inning. Wait, is that Scooble in pinstripes?
Exactly. Hey, listen, I never make it that this is the biggest misnomer, right? And we have fun, all right? Sports is supposed to be fun. And part of the fun, you get passionate about it. You might argue, yell about things, but sports is not real life. I never make it out these guys have an easy job. That's not what it's about. But I also refuse to make them heart surgeons, okay? Like, there's a middle ground. And I think when you're in a town like Detroit, which it is one of the 5 great American sports cities out there, I get tired of the small market approach. And I do feel like, as a city, if you want to take Brad Holmes and move him to the side because they have, created a superstar-laden team, They were a whisker from going to the Super Bowl. Fine, move Brad to the side. And we look at Scott, Steve, Trajan. The frustration is I just don't feel like they ever hit the mark. Like last year's trade deadline for Scott Harris was the worst trade deadline of any contending team in recent memory in Major League Baseball. Okay? Missed the mark. Now they go to the offseason. The refusal to do anything to the lineup. You missed the mark. Now, I think Scott Harris has a challenging couple of weeks ahead. Look, it's easy for me to say I'm trading Scooble. That's hard when it's your job on the line. But that's what the money's for. And ultimately, I'm consistent on what I would do and why I would do it. Look, it's not about whether they can or can't get back into it or can or can't see it through. Tomorrow, we'll do this topic. It's the same joke I made to you, except it's a serious statement to the listener. If you want to keep Scooble and make a run at this, don't they have to be a buyer? There's no scenario you can keep Scooble and do nothing at the deadline. You can't do that. Right. And if you hesitate or you go, oh, geez, that's risky, trade him. Because you're going to be better for it long term. And again, well, the AL's bad. Right. And you're part of the reason. Yeah. And they were never as bad as they were in May. They weren't. And we know that. They were never going to lose 100 games. But I'm also not going to sit here telling you they're a 100-win team. They're about a 500 team. That's who they are.
And if you don't want to do it, it tells me that maybe you don't have enough faith in the GM to believe that he could build a winner, that you got to hold on to it right now, because if you rebuild it, then it may never get rebuilt. And now you're 8 years in.
If you keep Skubal and you do not make the World Series, everyone should be fired. That's what's on the line. So if you're going to do it, you better be damn confident. And that's the problem in all of it. Baseball's coin flippy. Yeah. You've gotten a couple of coin flips here or there. You've won some close series. What happens if the coin flips the wrong way this year? What happens if it's you who gets aced out in the wild card and you kept Skubal? Oh, we made it. Did you? And what did it cost you?
Everything.
Barbecue on Nebular. All right, good talk. Rico's got your draft preview, names to know. We'll do that next. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride for summer, Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row, and for good reason. Moran makes car buying super simple, and they got the best prices, period. The inventory, it's there. It's in stock. All the deals, go to MoranExpress.com. Also, once you purchase a vehicle, all certified service, go to MoranExpress.com. You get the free loaner. You don't have to waste your time in a waiting room. Shop online, get the service, or just stop in. On Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.